Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Konoha 48 years. Hokage building. The task this time was completed well. Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato looked at the young man in front of him. With a slender figure and a nichinin vest, although his height is close to that of an adult, it can't hide the immaturity on his face. And this is just a teenager. Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato sighed and said, Yujinin shouldn't have been assigned such a dangerous task as A-level. However, the war has just ended, and the village is short of manpower, so I can only work hard on you. Master Hokage is serious. As a ninja in the village, it is my duty to help the village worry. It's because my Hokage is not good enough to protect you from the wind and rain. The more sensible the other party is, the more ashamed Namikaze Minato will be. This time the task is very long, and you haven't returned to the village for a long time, go back and rest first. Yes. The young man turned around quickly after speaking, and was about to leave. Seeing that the other party is about to walk out the door, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but said, since you can complete the A-level mission this time, it means that you are strong enough. In addition to the number of missions over the past year, I will propose to the advisory group to promote you to Jonin. In your class, Kakashi became a Jonin 2 years ago, and it's time for another Jonin among your peers. The sudden good news made the young man couldn't help but excitedly said, thank you, Master Hokage. Well, go back and behave well in the future. Yes. Master Third Generation, what do you think of my proposal just now? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, glanced at the respectful Namikaze Minato, and thought about it for a moment. Kide, now you are Hokage, you can decide for yourself. The little guy Yunze is still doing well, and he is usually very hard-working. Barely good enough to be a Jonin. After finishing speaking, he added, it's a pity that I came from an ordinary background. There is no accident. The gap with Kakashi and the others will become wider and wider in the future. Speaking of young people this year, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still the most optimistic about Kakashi, but it's a pity. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but retort, as long as I can continue to work hard in the future, I believe that even if I come from an ordinary background, I will have a strong day. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't seem to want to say anything more, stood up and walked towards the door. I'll go back first. By the way, Kushina is about to give birth, you should pay more attention recently. Jinchuriki can never go wrong. Yes, Lord Third Generation, walk slowly. After a while, Namikaze Minato looked at another empty desk in Hokage's office and sighed helplessly. Obviously he is Hokage, even the office has to be occupied. However, because of Orochimaru's defection not long ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to be depressed day by day, and gradually returned the power to him. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but fight again. He's sure to make a great Hokage. Yunze, who just walked out of the Hokage building, first recalled his performance just now. The expression and language are perfect, and the appearance of being loyal to Konoha is very good. Then he looked at the system prompt, and the next moment he almost burst into tears. Ding! Eye contact is successful, the available options are as follows. 1 Namikaze Minato cooking. 2 Flying Thunder God. 3 Namikaze Minato golden hair color. FK, Lao Zi has almost wiped out Yong Daimei, so it can be regarded as a brush. It's really not easy. Who knows how long he spent on Namikaze Minato? Counting the time, it has been more than 10 years since Yunze came to this world. His mother had dystocia when he was born, and his father was Jonin, an ordinary Konoha, who died in a mission when he was 3 years old. Having lived alone in this dangerous world for so long, it was only at this moment that I felt a sense of security. As long as he has the space ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God, he will definitely have no problem keeping his life alive. Thinking of this, Yunze didn't want to waste time. After looking around, seeing that no one was paying attention, he couldn't wait to make a choice. Flying Thunder God. Then a huge flow of information flooded into my mind. After savoring it carefully for a long time, Yunze finally digested the information, including chakra flow, imprint, timing of use, etc. All Namikaze Minato's perception of Flying Thunder God. In just an instant, he mastered this extremely difficult space ninjutsu. Host, Yunze. The number of times you can rub today, 0. Age, 14. Chakra capacity, normal Jainin. Attribute, wind, fire, thunder, earth, and water. Bloodline, none. Ninjutsu, S rank, Flying Thunder God, Ghoul Seal, Sage Mode, Namikaze Minato. Level A, Multiple Shadow Clone, Wei-Li, Raise Nan, 8 Inner Gates, 4 Gates, Rashomon, Healing Jutsu, Fire Style Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, Fire Earth Dragon Bullet, Earth Style Tuliudehi, Earth Style Huankanma. Class B Class C, Pull Down, 1024 types. This is Yunze's cheat, anything can cheat the system. There is an opportunity every day, as long as there is eye contact with the other party, whether it is bloodline, ninjutsu, chakra comprehension, or combat experience, all can be copied. Speaking of which, is this system strong? Powerful. Models like Manjiki, Rinnegan, Sage Body, and Six Paths can theoretically become your own. At that time, it is completely possible to walk sideways in this world. Unfortunately, the timing is a little off. Yunze was born in the 34th year of Konoha, the same age as Kakashi. During this period, Madara and Hashirama were all hung up, and the 2 big wall hangings had not yet been born. The ceiling of combat power is there, and there is nothing to rub. Chapter 2. Captain, why are you in a daze? When Yunze was thinking, a voice suddenly came from beside him. Looking up, it was his teammate Hayagawa. He is an ordinary member of the Hyuga branch house. After graduation, he formed a team with Yunze. In recent years, whether they are on the battlefield or doing missions, they have been together. It can be said to be a deadly friendship. Why didn't you go back? Isn't this waiting for you to hand in the task? After Hyuga finished speaking, he looked around and asked in a low voice, how is it? What did Master Hokage say? It's done, I should be able to become a Jainin soon. Yunze understood the other party's meaning and replied with a smile. Let me just say, with your strength as the captain, you can definitely do it. Now, that guy Kakashi has nothing to be proud of. Don't talk nonsense, he became Jainin 2 years ago, a veritable genius, incomparable. Isn't it just a good teacher? If the 4th generation had become our teacher, the captain would not be worse than Kakashi. It seems that Hyuga's 50-50 split is indeed very unpopular. Okay, today is a good day, let's go, I'll treat you to a barbecue. Yunze interrupted Hyuga's whining, after all, it's not far from the Hokage building, some words are not pleasant to spread. In the Third Ninja War, Konoha suffered heavy losses, which can be seen when walking on the street. The flow of people is sparse, far from being as lively as before, but a little deserted. Yunze was chatting with Hyuga while thinking about his own strength. At present, all kinds of 5-element escape techniques, secret techniques, forbidden technique, and sealing techniques, except those that require bloodline, have basically been learned. It is not in vain that he has been born and died on the battlefield for so many years. It can be said that this strength already belongs to the top level at this time. However, he still has a fatal weakness. That is the amount of chakra. As we all know, chakra is the fusion of body and spirit. Because of Yunze's time travel, his mental energy is not bad, but his physical fitness is only at an ordinary level. In this crazy world, ordinary means weak. Therefore, just like 50-50, he is seriously short of mana now. For so many years, Yunze has not been unable to solve this problem. There is no way for Sage Body, but Kushina, the Uzumaki physique, can still be replaced. But he hadn't done it before. Just like he didn't attack Bloodline like Sharingan. Konoha has never been a safe place. It is very dangerous to recklessly get some good things before you have enough strength to protect yourself. Originally, he was an ordinary ninja, but his rapid improvement in strength has already attracted the attention of Danzo and the like. If his physique had changed suddenly, he would have been arrested long ago. It's really hard to completely hide this kind of physical change. However, now, with the Flying Thunder God in his hand, he can consider surfing to his heart's content. Mr. Yunze, you are here. As soon as the two of them walked into the barbecue restaurant, a slightly joyful voice came over. The speaker was tall, with long straight legs and exquisite facial features. Although he was a little young, he already had a hint of the charm of a royal sister. Especially those red eyes, people can't bear to look away. Hong, why are you here? Didn't you go home? Yunze looked at Yu Haihong in surprise. That's right, but I thought, must we celebrate today, so I came here early. Yu Haihong hugged Yunze's arm and walked towards the seat while talking, come here quickly, I've already ordered, it's all Yunze you like to eat. You have confidence in me. Yunze walked to the seat without changing his expression. Although it is not the first time I feel it, I still can't help but sigh in my heart. This world is really amazing, it is so evil at such a young age. Only Hyuga rolled his eyes behind him. The dog and man were forced to eat dog food when they were doing tasks. I thought today would be an exception. Unexpectedly, he still did not escape. That's right, the third member of the Yunze team is Yu Haihong. At the beginning, because of the Third Ninja World War, Konoha was short of manpower, and all the students of ninja school graduated early and entered the battlefield. Since then, the three have been formed into a ninja squad, which remains to this day. By the way, Mr. Yunze, if you become a Jainin, our team will be disbanded. Yu Haihong considerately put the roasted golden barbecue to Yunze, her tone was a little low. The two have known each other since school, and after so many years, she has put all her heart on Yunze. Thinking of the disbandment of the team later, she couldn't help feeling a little sad. Probably not for the time being, I will still lead the team, but we will definitely separate in the future. After all, Hong, you will definitely become a Jainin in the future. But I just want to act with you. But isn't it your wish to become a powerful female ninja like Master Tsunade? Then Yunze-kun thinks I can do it. Sure, I believe in you. Hyuga wheel. I feel that the meat in my hand is not so fragrant. Suddenly, Yunze, who was enjoying personal service, froze for a moment. What's wrong? Nothing. Special detection detected, analyzing. After the analysis, the system is automatically selecting. The automatic selection is completed, congratulations to the host, and you have obtained a reincarnation mark. This selection does not take up daily times. Chapter 3. Reincarnation Mark. Yunze is calm on the surface, but in fact his heart is overwhelmed. He really didn't expect to encounter such a thing in this world. And let the system ignore the rules and directly take the initiative to come over. Samsara Mark, a personal terminal in the Samsara space, you can use this mark to enter the derivative world. Because the item is special and unique, the mark is temporarily sealed and can only be used if the original owner of the mark disappears. Looking at this introduction, Yunze still didn't understand that there are reincarnated people entering this world. And the target was the 2 men and 1 woman who were whispering not far behind him. Damn it, hell! It hasn't been long since the 3 reincarnations entered this world, and they are conducting task exchanges. Suddenly, a man who looked younger among them exclaimed. The leading middle-aged man was taken aback, and reprimanded him, "Are you sick? You're so surprised." After speaking, looking at the other party's reaction, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "You kid, you're just spying on others again, right?" The young man also reacted at this time, and quickly turned his head to look at the detection target. He was relieved to find that the other party did not respond. Fortunately, it was not discovered. This time is also lucky. Why, the target is very strong. It's not just strong, it's pervert. The young man said and showed his detection to his companions. Name: Age: 14. Identity: Konoha. Strength: Tier 5. Attributes: Skill. Hazard level: extremely dangerous. Seeing the 4 bright red characters of extremely dangerous, the faces of the other two changed instantly, and their whole bodies tensed up. The atmosphere fell into a stagnation for a moment. It took a long time to see that there was no accident, and Chi breathed a sigh of relief. What the hell, you kid almost killed all of us, do you know that? I told you that this world is dangerous, so don't detect other people casually. Experts have very keen intuition, but you just don't listen. Fortunately, the other party seems to be focusing on that girl, and didn't notice us. The middle-aged man seemed to be quite frightened, and he finally calmed down after shouting and cursing in a low voice for a long time. But after calming down, he seemed to think of something, frowned and said, "It seems that the previous news has a certain degree of credibility. This Konoha shinobi village should be very important in this world. Maybe, the protagonist of this derivative world is here." Indeed. The short-haired woman on the side agreed. The previous waves of people have explored several other ninja villages. According to the information they got, the strongest in each ninja village is their own shadow, and according to our statement, the strength is the 5th level. Unexpectedly, when I first arrived in Konoha, I met a Chunin who was about as strong as Kage. Tell me, is this person the protagonist? It's hard to say. The middle-aged man was a little unsure about his companion's guess. According to the reminder given by the reincarnation space, the danger level of this world is LV5, so a master of the 5th level should be the ceiling strength. That person just now must be very important. Hearing this, the young man who caused trouble just now couldn't help it, so, I also have merit, right? Or, let's follow this person from now on. The short-haired girl couldn't help but give him a blank look, and said, "You are quite courageous, be careful if someone kills you. What are you afraid of? It's not fighting him, or following him to find some clues. With us 3 4th order reincarnations. Are you afraid that this native will find out? Now we have such a face-to-face discussion, and we haven't seen any reaction from them." Regarding his statement, the other two people did not refute it, and they were also very confident in the reincarnation space. After a long time, the middle-aged man said, "Okay, next, let's start with this person first. We have agreed, we are just here to explore the way, don't conflict." "Don't worry, Captain." The conversation behind the 3 men didn't deliberately lower their voices, but the other Konoha shinobi in the store didn't seem to have much reaction. Yunze looked at his 2 teammates and finally understood. This must be protected by the special rules of the reincarnation space. As long as the topic of space is discussed, it will become something else in the ears of the aborigines. As for himself, it must be because of his own system. It was at this moment that Yunze had a new feeling about his system. Unexpectedly, this mentally handicapped system that never makes a sound looks quite powerful. It seems to be higher than the reincarnation space and other ranks, otherwise it would not be able to get the reincarnation mark. With a new understanding of his own system, Yunze began to think about the 3 reincarnations. From the conversation just now, he got a lot of clues. It seems that Samsara Space has just discovered this Hokage world not long ago, and it is still in the stage of world exploration. Otherwise, he would not have considered him, a non-existent traverser, as the main character. Also came up with the naive idea that the 5th level is the ceiling. 5th order? Cage level? Ceiling? As everyone knows, when the combat power collapses later, it can be so frightening to death. Teach you to be a man in minutes. However, no matter what, the sense of crisis in Yunze's heart became stronger. Reincarnation space is not easy to deal with. Chapter 4. Captain, I'll go back first. After dinner, it was already dark. Haiga leaves first consciously, leaving only Yunze and Yuhihong. Mr. Yunze, do you have something to do next? How about we go shopping? Looking at those tender red eyes, Yunze pretended that he didn't understand the shopping invitation sent by the other party, and directly refused. Forget it, I still have something to deal with, why don't you go back first? Xi Hai Hong. This vacation is quite long, let's go again later. Okay then. Seeing that Kurenai was about to leave, Yunze thought about it and said, I haven't been home for a long time, the house must be very dirty, I'll have to do other things later, why don't you help me clean up first? After saying this, her pretty face turned crimson at a speed visible to the naked eye, while her expression was a little downcast. Before Yunze could say anything, he took the key and turned around and ran away. Yunze always felt that the other party thought of something else. The reason why he asked Hong to help clean up was not because he wanted to do anything. Don't forget, today is October 10th, the day Naruto was born, and it is also the night of Nine Tails turmoil. Although there was no accident in Yuhihong in the original book, it does not mean that it is the same now. It's better to be under your nose. As for Hong's father, as a Jainin, he has no choice but to see the specific situation. After Yuhihong left, Yunze turned and walked out of the village. Deep in the forest, this is a training place that Yunze found by himself. Although the ninjutsu acquired by the system can achieve the effect of the original owner at its peak. But it's good to get used to it. At this time, in the training ground, after a brief warm-up, Yunze started today's training plan. Taijutsu, Shuriken, Ninjutsu. At the edge of the venue, 3 reincarnations were recording everything they saw with serious faces. Physical skills are relatively low, and ninja physique should be a weak point. The effect of ninjutsu is powerful. It seems that the strength of ninjas is mainly reflected in various ninjutsu. It turns out that Chief Konoha is called Hokage for this reason. Fire-style ninjutsu seems to be Konoha's signature, but it doesn't feel powerful enough, and it's not much different from fireball jutsu. Don't talk so much, recording these ninjutsu can give us more points. Okay, FK, I was wrong, so Huo can play so many tricks. Summon the fire giant. Fire dragon. And this flame skull, why is it so similar to the Ghost Rider? The murmurs of his teammates, coupled with the familiar scenes in front of him, made the middle-aged man frown. There is always something wrong. No, it's an illusion. The strong sense of crisis caused the middle-aged man's face to change drastically, and he finally realized that something was wrong. The blood in the body is churning, and the whole body expands rapidly in a short time. Ah! After a roar, the hairy middle-aged man finally woke up. Hiss! A sharp pain came from his chest. So close! The middle-aged man looked down, there was a long and narrow wound on his chest, and blood was gurgling out. That's where his throat should have been. Turning his head and looking around, the 2 companions were lying on the ground without a sound, and the wounds were all in their throats. 1 blow kills. He looked gloomy at the young man not far in front of him, and asked in a deep voice, "How did you find us?" Yunze flicked Kuwa Shang's blood casually, and did not answer, but said with a smile, "It's a pity, wouldn't it be nice to die without pain, it's really causing trouble for me." Looking at the smiling expression on the other side's face, the middle-aged man only felt a chill in his heart. The reason why they dare to follow Yunze is because of the skills of their teammate, the woman with short hair. Color field. It can refract the surrounding light to achieve the effect of stealth. In the past, even if you met those 5th-level masters, you could not be discovered. However, the current situation told him that the other party had discovered them a long time ago, and even made them suffer from the illusion without knowing it. With only himself left, the middle-aged man felt that he was no match, and begged for mercy in a low voice, "My lord, we are also Konoha's ninjas, we just broke in accidentally, and we didn't have any malicious intentions. Can you let me go? Is this a confession if you can't beat it? But isn't your excuse a bit contemptuous?" Yunze pointed at the other party and said, "Konoha shinobi? Dude, do you think I'm stupid? Tell me what you look like now, which Konoha family has this skill? This is of werewolf blood." When he heard the first half, the middle-aged man was going to make up some nonsense and struggle a bit, but when he heard the second half, he was completely stunned. "You, how did you know that? Who are you?" As a reincarnation, the middle-aged man actually looks down on these natives from the bottom of his heart, even if the other party is stronger than him for the time being. As long as he passes through a few derivative worlds, he will soon be able to catch up. This is the confidence given to him by the reincarnation space. But what Yunze said at this time made his whole concept start to shake. Why does this native know about werewolves? He shouldn't know this kind of information at all. "Okay, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you." Yunze has always been a straightforward person, he can kill if he can. This is also the reason why he made the other two people die in the illusion without even having a chance to speak. At this time, facing the shocked middle-aged man, he directly shot a kunai. The whole person quickly rushed towards the huge body. Looking for death, as a ninja, dare to fight with werewolves. The middle-aged man looked at the thin body rushing towards him, grinned ferociously, and moved his sharp claws towards the front door. Good chance. The opponent underestimated the enemy. Unfortunately, the idea was good, and the next moment, Yunze's entire figure disappeared from him. A violent tearing sensation came from behind. Boom! At the moment of falling, the middle-aged man looked at the huge hole in his chest and the small blue light ball, and there was only one doubt in his whole body. How the hell did he get behind him? Is this the power of the 5th level? Pooh! It really stinks. Casually throwing away the raised nan in his hand, Yunze looked at the corpse on the ground with some emotion. Sure enough, a battle with unequal information is a massacre. Chapter 5. After sensing around for a while and finding that there was no one else, Yunze began to check the system's prompts. Ding! The imprint of reincarnation has been activated. Due to potential safety hazards in some functions, they have been blocked, please check for details. This is a reminder from its own system, just 2 simple ones. But apart from this, the other changes are a bit big. Below the system, another interface appears. Name, Li Zishan. Reincarnation number, 434,523. Strength, Tier 4. Integral. Attributes. Skill. Items, SVD Sniper Rifle, unavailable in this world, Bullet 100, Golden Fried Rice 3, Tablet Computer 1, Water 20. Main task, explore the derivative world, reward points according to the final result. Yunze looked at the property board that had just appeared. Li Zishan should be the name of that young man. So, he's being forced to change his name now? As for the part that cannot be displayed, it should be blocked by his own system, which means that he cannot use these functions. In the next moment, through the imprint of reincarnation, Yunze felt a different dimensional storage space. After all, now that he possesses a space ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God, he also has considerable attainments in the field of space. It can be clearly felt that although this space is attached to the imprint of reincarnation, it is not stable. On the contrary, it is more closely connected with another strange space, and it is in a state that may be recycled at any time. That strange space Yunze can't explore at this time, even close to it will feel a sense of crisis. If I'm not mistaken, there should be the reincarnation space. I didn't pay attention to this storage space for the time being, and there is nothing good in it anyway. Yunze began to look at the panel for prompts. During the battle just now, he received a lot of information ding ding dong dong, and now he can finally check it. This world is a peaceful world, reincarnations are forbidden to harm each other. Number 434,523 Reincarnation. Please note, it is forbidden to hurt teammates of the same camp, otherwise points will be deducted. If the points are insufficient, they will be killed immediately. No. Number 434,523 Reincarnation kills number 345,643 Reincarnation, deducting 1000 points. Remaining points? No. Number 434,523 Reincarnation kills number 412,213 Reincarnation, deducting 1000 points. Remaining points? Data error. Self-testing. Self-inspection completed, no abnormality occurred. Please continue to complete the main mission. Seeing this series of prompts, Yunze blinked his eyes. My own system is awesome. This is cheating the reincarnation system like a fool. Just as he was feeling emotional, he suddenly found a scarlet card slowly appearing above the corpses of the dead woman with short hair and the middle-aged man. After a little hesitation, Yunze chose to trust his own system and reached out to put the card away. Scarlet card, connect to the storage space of the killed reincarnation, and you can randomly get 3 items from it. Do you want to receive it? Looking at the 2 cards in his hand, Yunze suddenly realized a problem. It seems that when he did it just now, the first thing he killed was this reincarnation named Li Zishan. What's more, this guy was the one who got the mark of reincarnation in the system. In other words, after killing this guy, the reincarnation mark on his body was activated. At that moment, I was recognized by the reincarnation space as this reincarnation named Li Zishan. In other words, if he hadn't killed Li Zishan first, maybe the next 2 people would not have been able to get the card. What a coincidence! Sure enough, handsome people are not too lucky. Yunze is very happy. However, the next moment, after he chose to receive it, his face darkened on the spot as the first scarlet card dissipated with the wind. Congratulations to the reincarnated person for obtaining Hephi's *1. Congratulations to the reincarnated person for obtaining the Heart Seal *1. Congratulations to the reincarnator for getting Sophie *1. Looking at the things in his hands, Yunze felt that he had lost 100 million. How many unreliable things did this woman put in the storage space? Hey, forget it, let's treat these as gifts for Hong. Sighing, Yunze looked at the last scarlet card. He doesn't have much expectation for this thing now. Receive. Congratulations to the reincarnated person for getting the maid outfit *1. Hehe, the hobby is quite unique. Congratulations to the reincarnated person for obtaining TNK Type 1 Restoration Agent. Congratulations to the reincarnation for obtaining the magic knife Kyunran. Yunze didn't react for a while, and stared blankly at the 2 items that appeared in his hand. It took him a while before he could react. Fuck, a plant. Is this Wuliakai's magic knife Kyunran? How can such a weak guy have this thing? Middle-aged man, cry to death, this is all Lao Zi's savings. Looking at the strangely shaped long knife in his hand, Yunze was so excited that he couldn't speak. The blade is composed of thousands of fragments, the black handle is half of the blade, and there are blue stripes on the blade, showing a pattern of evil spirits. The appearance alone is worth licking. What's more, as far as Yunze knows, that world of assassins may not be much worse than Hokage. In other words, this magic knife is also a rare treasure in this world. This is simply a boy who gives money. Thinking of this, Yunze went straight to the fire and burned the 3 dead bodies to ashes. With this knife sent all the way, the 3 of them are worthy of being cremated with Madara's signature ninjutsu. Chapter 6. Yunze's home is considered as Konoha 3 Rings, not too far from the core area. This is the wealth saved by his father Shihao in this world. After all, a Jainin has a good ability to make money. Having said that, I have to say Yunze's full name. Shihao Yunze. However, as a flower grower, he is still not used to having too many characters in his name, and it always feels like water. So everyone calls him Yunze. On the way back, it was already dark. The villager's house in Konoha began to light up the lights, looking like a quiet time. I don't know what time Nine Tails starts work. When Yunze saw the lights in his room, Yunze felt warm inside. This is the feeling of home, it's nice to have a woman. Well, girls will become women in the future. Nothing wrong. Walking into the room has been cleaned at this time. Yu Hihong was taking a nap on the table. Seeing Yunze coming back, he quickly stepped forward to help him change his slippers. Mr. Yunze, why are you coming back so late? I've made soup for you, wait a minute. After speaking, he hurried to the kitchen. When she came back again, Yunze was playing with a strange long knife in his hand. Looking at the slightly blue glowing blade, she asked strangely, Mr. Yunze, when did you have an extra knife? Is this made of chakra metal? Yes, someone helped build it a long time ago, and I went out just now to get this knife. Yunze scattered the chakra in his hand, originally worried that Kunran, the magic knife, would not be able to withstand chakra. Unexpectedly, the result was unexpectedly good. Sure enough, treasures are treasures wherever they are. That's it. Seeing Yu Haihong with a downcast expression, Yunze was a little puzzled and asked, what's wrong? Emotions get too fast. It's nothing. I thought about giving you the weapon that my father treasured for your birthday. I didn't expect you to have a better one now. After hearing this, the corner of Yunze's mouth twitched. I don't know if Yu Zhenhong knew what her daughter was thinking, and would come to break her leg. But the girl's kindness could not be let down, and she quickly comforted, it's okay, whether you give something or not, whether it is expensive or not, as long as you can remember it, I will be very happy. Really, then I'm thinking about giving something else. Yu Hihong is still young now, so she is easy to coax. Well, I'm happy to give you anything, it doesn't matter if it's expensive or not. Yunze emphasized. By the way, it's getting late, I'm going home. Don't, it's still early, let's talk for a while. But go back too late, my dad will tell me. It's okay, he has a task tonight, just right, I have some illusion questions to ask you. All right. I really want to go back. Wait a minute, I bought a new set of clothes recently, and I think it suits you very well, do you want to try it? Evening Red. At the end of the torment, Yunze felt that Yu Hihong was looking at him strangely, and finally there was a loud noise outside. Boom! The whole village began to shake violently at this moment. What's going on here? Scared by the loud noise, Hong turned pale. Yunze led her out of the room, and a huge orange-red fox could be seen wreaking havoc in the distance. Even if you are far away, you can feel the oppression from the huge body like a mountain. There was an evil chakra in the air. Then, what is that? Hong's voice trembled. Nine Tails. Yunze didn't explain too much, but quickly took Hong's hand and ran to the back of the village. Send you to the shelter first. Konoha village built various shelters a long time ago to deal with the situation at hand. So, Red will be safe there. Only in this way can Yunze go on a wave with peace of mind. It didn't take long, after everything was settled, Yunze quickly ran towards Nine Tails under Hong's worried eyes. Along the way, there were screams and crying everywhere. Even though they were still far away, the aftermath of the battle had already caused huge casualties. It didn't take long for Yunze to approach the battlefield. Shihao and Yunze, stop! From a distance, a silver-haired masked man stopped him. Kakashi? You don't go up, what are you doing here? After all, they are classmates, and Yunze is still very familiar with them. Master Third Generation has just issued an order that Jainin and below are strictly prohibited from approaching the battlefield. Your task is to rescue the villagers. Kakashi's tone was a little cold. This is so embarrassing. Yunze's Jainin appointment is still in progress. Boom. Just as he was thinking, a violent sonic boom sounded. A thick and long stick came out from the depths of Konoha village, and directly pushed the big fox out. Third Generation made a move, let's go, and I was not allowed to participate. Kakashi felt the huge pressure coming from the front, and turned to leave without hesitation. Before I left, I made a special explanation, but I didn't know what it meant. Fine. Yunze didn't have any objections either. It's the early stage, and the big fox doesn't have much to offer. He came here just to find Hong's father. Since he won't let him get close, he'll go to other places. What if I can meet Obito, who is in love with Yong Daimei as a teacher and apprentice? If you meet Obito, Kamui is a good thing. Chapter 7. Speaking of it, Yunze has no so-called plot complex, so he has to watch the anime in full live action. I have traveled through time, and I still want to follow the plot. Is it crazy? Of course, I do it according to my own preferences. What's more, he actually has a good impression of Namikaze Minato. If possible, he also wants to save it. The problem is, Yunze has no idea where the master and apprentice are now. Kushina as Nine Tails Jinkraki, the place where she gave birth, can be said to be Konoha's biggest secret. In order to avoid exposure, even Namikaze Minato rushed directly to Flying Thunder God. As a little chunin, Yunze said this really stumped him. Fortunately, now I have Flying Thunder God in my hand, although there is no way to accurately find the imprint of Minato. But if the distance is close enough, he can still locate it based on the spatial fluctuations he feels. While Yunze was searching for human flesh, he suddenly found a clear sense of spatial fluctuations not far in front of him. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? Uchiha Obito came out of the Kamui space in embarrassment, and began to cough violently. Blood and internal organs spit out from his mouth unstoppably. Help me heal quickly. White Zetsu on the arm quickly got away, got behind Obito, and started sewing to make up the hole. Temporarily unable to die, Obito heaved a sigh of relief after recovering a lot. Just at this moment, a somewhat familiar voice came from behind. Brother, do you need help? I have family heirlooms here. How about some? Who didn't notice it so close? Lax. Obito, who hastily put on a defensive posture, turned his head and met the eyes of the person who was speaking. At this moment, his heart beat twice quickly. Oops, it's a heartbeat. Bah, it's a familiar person. Shihaoran Yunze? How could this guy appear here? As the tail of the crane, it is hard to forget those who performed mediocrely in the same class but overwhelmed themselves. Yunze didn't expect that he was so lucky to pick up a seriously injured Obito on the way. Under the huge harvest, I didn't know what to say for a while, so I choked out a sentence, look at you in such a mess, did you lose in a fight? Heartbroken. Crit. This sentence made Obito's face change drastically. He came here full of confidence, but was educated by the teacher in all aspects. I was already holding back the fire in my heart, but these words undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. The whole body was full of evil spirits, and he said hoarsely, "Boy, since you saw something you shouldn't have seen, then this old man will send you to die." Yunze blinked innocently. Did I say something wrong? Why are you so angry? However, with his casserole-sized fists in sight, he could only counterattack passively. Shua. Kyunran hanging on his waist drew a charming blue arc and slashed towards Obito's waist. Very fast knife. Obito was a little surprised, but not panicked at all. Everyone is a poor student, but now I am no longer the original crane tail. Eat me a cutting technique. When the light of the knife passed through the waist without hindrance, the branch in Obito's hand pierced the opponent's head like lightning. Boom! A puff of smoke flashed by. Obito stood there with a stiff face. Miss. Body replacement technique. When exactly? Yunze is not stupid, knowing Obito's situation, how could he be tricked? But I was also a little startled, even though I was educated by Yong Daimei just now. But Obito's strength really should not be underestimated. Another player, even Elite Jainin, might directly play GG in the face of this move. The reaction was quick, the old man underestimated you. Obito didn't continue to attack, but boasted. The action just now made the injury worse. It's just that this behavior made Yunze a little tongue-tied. Good guy, he really never forgets to act. The opponent was rare, and in the next second, Yunze showed a shocked expression on his face, and reached out to wipe the sweat that didn't exist on his forehead. Exclaimed, obviously it hit the target, why didn't it work? Who the hell are you? Hehe, I was able to escape the blow just now, the old man recognizes you, remember, the old man's name is Uchiha Madara. After speaking, the figure slowly disappeared. Uchiha Madara? Impossible, the legendary figure is long dead. Where are people? Obito, who appeared from the Kamui space behind him, listened to Yunze's shocked shout and was satisfied. It was luck just now, let's die with this move. Unfortunately, in the next second, Obito heard 3 words. Let's scatter. Boom. In Obito's shocked eyes, the knife in Yunze's hand was scattered into countless pieces, floating around him like flower petals. Beautiful but deadly. Gan. What kind of trick is this? Found it. This momentary hesitation seemed to make Yunze react. An instant distance, turned to look at Obito who had just appeared, with a serious tone. This turned out to be the legendary space ninjutsu. It is indeed Uchiha Madara. The tone was full of praise, but for some reason, Obito didn't feel the slightest joy. The whole heart is broken. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, that is, he couldn't see it through the mask. I really saw a ghost today, no one hit me. Just when he secretly made up his mind to try his best to kill Yunze here, his expression suddenly changed. The whole person disappeared in place. Finally gone. Looking at the empty surroundings, Yunze breathed a sigh of relief. It's so hard, I can't hold on anymore. It's not that Obito is too strong, it's that he's about to die. Speaking of which, Obito's hard power is not very strong now. That's Kamui. As long as you are prepared, even with wood style, there is not much threat. Of course, it is not easy to kill him. In particular. Yunze, why are you here? Chapter 8. It was none other than Namikaze Minato rushing from the forest. Not long ago, he repelled the masked man who committed crimes in the future, and was planning to settle down with his wife and children before returning to the village to deal with the raging Nine Tails. On the way, he suddenly noticed the imprint of Flying Thunder God, and that imprint was what he quietly left on the masked man. In order to prevent the other party from making any further mistakes, Namikaze Minato could only take the time to check, but found that Yunze was the only one present. This is really strange. Facing Namikaze Minato's question, Yunze told the truth, go back to Lord 4th Generation, I was helping the villagers in the village before, and suddenly I heard the sound of fighting here. The situation is special now, so I came here to investigate. On the way, an enemy wearing a mask suddenly appeared. The other party seems to be using space ninjutsu. I didn't notice it. When I found out, he disappeared out of thin air. Now I think he sensed that Lord 4th Generation was coming, so he avoided it. Hearing this answer, Namikaze Minato frowned and thought for a moment, he didn't do anything to you. I sensed the murderous intent, but the other party seemed to be seriously injured, so I hesitated for a moment. There is no big flaw in these words, after all, when the two fought just now, they only had a few moves and did not make much noise. Namikaze Minato breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he arrived in time this time and was not late. Otherwise, there would be one less young ninja in Konoha. Thinking of this, he said, "Fortunately, you didn't act recklessly just now. The opponent's methods are strange and dangerous. In the future, when facing an enemy whose situation is unknown, you must be extremely careful and don't be reckless. As worthy of the name Little Sun, what he cares about at this time is his own ninja." "Thank you, Lord Fourth Generation." As soon as Yunze finished speaking, he heard footsteps coming from the woods, and he quickly stood in front of Namikaze Minato, looking alert. This action warmed Namikaze Minato's heart, and he reached out to touch Yunze's head. He smiled and said, "It's okay, that's my wife Kushina and my newborn son." Son. The real actor has never said NG, and Yunze showed doubts at the right time. When I looked again, a figure with long red hair came out from behind the woods, holding a child in his arms. It was Kushina. It's just that at this time, she was a little weak, her face was pale, and she didn't have the haki of the past. Hiss. The airflow in the air suddenly began to flow rapidly, making a hissing sound. A sense of crisis quickly spread. The three looked up into the distance at the same time. I saw the huge fox in the distance, with a huge ball of light in its mouth starting to expand. Oops, it's tailed beast bomb. Namikaze Minato's face changed drastically, the direction of the tailed beast bomb was right in the middle of the village. If it hits hard, most of the village will be ruined. But now, there seemed to be no one in the village who could withstand the attack. "Yunze, please take care of Kushina for me, thank you." The situation was critical. Namikaze Minato only had time to finish his sentence before he disappeared in front of Yunze. At the same time, at the edge of Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others looked at the tailed beast bomb that swelled to the limit, with serious expressions. "Everyone, launch defensive ninjutsu with all your might. Earth-style earth flow wall *N. The ground churned, and countless earth walls rose, but in the next moment, facing the oncoming tailed beast bomb, he couldn't hold on for even a second. Ashes to ashes. In desperation, a figure suddenly appeared in the air. "Flying Thunder God guides mine." The huge tailed beast bomb suddenly disappeared, and the next moment, a loud explosion sounded in the distance. "It's the four adults. The village has been saved." Boom. Looking at the huge smoke rising in the distance, Yunze's eyes were full of fascination, and he whispered, "What a beautiful firework! Men like big ones." The same is true for Yunze, who is full of yearning for big moves and firepower. "It's a pity that in this life, limited by physical conditions, I can only use chakra in a hurry." Although he possesses countless ninjutsu and secret techniques, but in order not to be a 3-second man, he has no choice but to choose the right one instead of the expensive one. Years of honing in the battlefield has made him develop the habit of using the least cost to deal with opponents. Looking at the previous two battles, we knew that facing the reincarnation, a small illusion could solve the opponent. Facing the last middle-aged man, he also wanted to experiment with Flying Thunder God, so he wasted a little chakra. In the confrontation with Obito, there are only popular ninjutsu such as body replacement technique and body flicker technique. Is it because he doesn't want to make big moves? No, it's because of poverty. While feeling emotional, Kushina walked over with the child in her arms. "Yunze, can you do me a favor?" She knew Yunze. "Master Kushina, please speak. Can you help me take care of the child for a while?" Kushina looked down at the little guy in her arms tenderly, then turned her head to look at the battlefield in the distance, her expression full of worry. At this time, Namikaze Minato has summoned out of Bunta and is leading Nine Tails out of the village. As Nine Tails Jinkraki, Kushina is well aware of the strength of Nine Tails, and similarly, she is also aware of her husband's means. Although Namikaze Minato's strength is amazing, but it is facing ninjas. When facing a huge-tailed beast, he actually has no good means to deal with it. As time goes on, he will only become more and more dangerous. At times like this, Kushina can't sit idly by. But the four masters told me to protect you. Minato is older or I am older. Even he has to listen to me. You're right. Chapter 9. Many people have a doubt. Why Namikaze Minato, the young Hokage, sealed 9 tails with his life? At this time, isn't it more cost-effective to exchange the old Sarutobi Hiruzen for one? Is Sarutobi Hiruzen afraid of death? Of course not. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen has many problems, he really loves Konoha deeply. In order to protect Konoha, it is no problem to ask him to sacrifice his old life. But in the end Minato used Ghoul Seal himself. The reason is that he actually loves his wife Kushina more than Konoha. In Yunze's eyes, although Kushina who left at this time did not seem to have any injuries. In fact, the whole person is exhausted, and there is a huge hole in her body, which is constantly devouring her vitality. If it weren't for the vitality of the Vortex tribe, they might have died long ago. Hey, it's an endless loop. Yunze felt a little emotional. The matter had developed to this point, and there was no way to change it. To save Kushina, the 9 tails must be resealed into her body as soon as possible. And if you want to seal 9 tails as soon as possible, you can't do it without the help of Kushina adamantine sealing chains. But if Kushina makes a shot, it means that her life force will be lost faster, and revolving heaven will be powerless. Totally a dead end. With Kushina gone, only Yunze was left in place. And the little guy in his arms. This world is really magical, and a newborn baby can open his eyes. With blonde hair and blue eyes, the little thing without a beard is quite beautiful at this time. Little guy, what do you think I am doing? Even if you look again, there is no place for you today. Before the words were finished, Yunze shut up. I thought that today's harvest was big enough, but I didn't expect this little thing to give me better options. The slap came so fast. 9 tails is a good fox, although it killed many people, but for Yunze, just because it goes to work in the middle of the night, this is a good fox. Successful eye contact with Uchiha Obito. The available options are as follows. 1 Wood Style Hell Chaos. 2 Bloodline, Manjiki, Right Eye. 3 Wood Style Cutting Technique. Successful eye contact with Uzumaki Naruto. The available options are as follows. 1 Bloodline, Vortex Physique. 2 Bloodline, Ashura Chakra, Sterilized. 3 Golden Hair Color. You father and son take turns wanting me to dye my hair. After complaining, Yunze fell into a difficult choice. I give too much at once, I want everyone. Yunze's system only has one chance to play every day, but as long as you don't make a choice, there are actually many people who can choose. If you don't make a choice that day, you can refresh directly and it won't accumulate. So, he can only choose one of these 6 options now. In the end, Yunze made a choice. First of all, wood style is directly excluded. This thing is a bit complicated and cannot be used without specific conditions. The second is to reluctantly give up Kamui Manjiki. Now that I have Flying Thunder God on my body, it is not necessary for the time being, let alone Kakashi. For the biggest shortcoming at present. In the last Vortex Physique and Ashura Chakra, Yunze chose Ashura Chakra. As for the reason, of course it's because of the hair color. No kidding, hair color was a huge factor in Yunze's choice. Many people wonder why Naruto, as a member of the URL, has Namikaze Minato's blonde hair instead of red hair. Is Namikaze Minato genetically powerful? That's impossible. Anyway, the Uzumaki clan is also the closest to Sage body besides Senju. So, there is only one truth and that is Ashura Chakra. After all, Ashura is the real Sage body. Combined with the clues given by the mental retardation system, it was clearly only Chakra, but it was marked with the word Bloodline. This mysteriously told Yunze that this thing is the prototype of Sage body. If it was an Ashura conscious chakra like Naruto's, Yunze might have given up on the spot. After all, he didn't want to become a hot-blooded idiot. Isn't this sanitizing now? With Yunze's choice, a strange energy began to slowly enter his body. It will disappear soon. No effect. Unbelieving in evil, he abandoned all distracting thoughts and began to scan his entire body with mental power. Finally, a trace of abnormality was discovered. The Ashura chakra that entered Yunze did not merge with his own chakra. Instead, it is slowly eroding and growing itself. It stands to reason that if it continues, then the chakra in Yunze's body will definitely be replaced in the end. But that's not the case. This particular chakra is constantly remodeling the cells, albeit slowly. Yunze has already felt the specialness of newborn cells. The activity is more sufficient, and the cellular energy fed back is also more. This really is sage body. Yunze, who came to this conclusion, was excited, and it won't be long. After the whole body has completely transformed. He is rich. The excitement didn't last long, and Namikaze Minato appeared in front of Yunze with a tired face. Naruto has the flying thunder god mark on his body. Yunze quickly entered the state and apologized, "Sorry, I didn't stop Mrs. Kushina." "It's okay, it's not your fault, I also want to thank you for helping me take care of the child." Namikaze Minato is not in a good condition, he is in a hurry now, so he said, "Give me the child, your task is completed." "Have you dealt with that demon fox?" Namikaze Minato showed a slight smile and said, "Well, it will be resolved in a moment." Looking at Namikaze Minato who disappeared again, Yunze sighed. This drama is about to end. Great tragedy. After the silence, Yunze turned and ran to the previous battlefield. Chapter 10. Konoha village overrun by 9 tails. Dilapidated walls, full of burnt smell. Everywhere there were horrific screams from the wounded. Yunze's original purpose tonight was to find Hong's father, but the scene was chaotic and there was no way to find him. Coming here now is just to do my best to obey the destiny. As for the real core of the battlefield, Yunze didn't plan to go there, because he couldn't get close to it with his identity. Moreover, he has already clearly sensed that the place is full of the breath of death. The ghouls are sealed. He will do one-for-one tricks. But I don't plan to use it in this life. Since Konoha left Tsunade, the development of medical ninjutsu has stagnated. Coupled with the Jainin World War, there are simply not enough medical ninjas. Too many people were injured tonight, so many people who were seriously injured and dying were simply given up. The sunset is really red is one of them. After searching for a while, Yunze finally found him under a collapsed house. However, the situation is not optimistic. His body suffered multiple fractures, his internal organs were shattered, hemorrhaged profusely, and he fell into a severe coma. There is no medical ninja to rescue this kind of situation where there is more air output and less air intake. Not to mention that the level is not enough, the time wasted can save more people. Seeing that no one noticed this, Yunze's right hand glowed with a soft green light, and he stretched out his hand to cover Yui Zhenhong's chest. This is what he got off of Tsunade. But after a while, he stopped what he was doing, the injury was too serious. Even healing jutsu had no choice but to delay it at most. The next moment, a syringe filled with light blue liquid appeared in Yunze's hand. TNK Type 1 Restorative Agent, it is composed of nano-sized repair robots, which can repair physical injuries in a very short time, and is the preferred choice for serious injuries and near-death situations. This thing was obtained from the reincarnation he killed, and it happens to be useful now. Without hesitation, a needle was stabbed. Under the spiritual perception, Yui Zhenhong's damaged internal organs were quickly healed under the stitching of countless nanorobots. In less than a minute, his breathing began to slow and steady. After the effect of the repair agent ended, only the broken bones and the wounds on the body surface remained unhealed. The current situation is the most ideal, the life is saved, and it will not attract the attention of others. Yunze looked at the syringe in his hand, a little speechless. Sure enough, no system can be underestimated. After the technology has developed to an extremely high level, it is not necessarily inferior to other abilities. The flame rose in his hand, after burning the syringe to ashes. Roughly picked up Hong's father and walked towards the hospital, let others treat the rest slowly. Half a month has passed in a flash. The land of fire is somewhere in the forest near Konoha. While cooking, Hokage looked at Yunze, who was sitting with his eyes closed and meditating. For some reason, I always feel that this captain is a little different during this time. In Yunze's vision, Yunze's stagnant chakra volume increased at a speed visible to the naked eye during the half-month. Far beyond the norm. What are you looking at? Is the meat ready? Hong, who came back from fetching water, looked at the white eyes staring straight at Yunze, feeling a little apprehensive. It's ready. Okay, why don't you give it to the captain? After speaking, he picked up the roasted golden rabbit leg and walked towards Yunze. Mr. Yunze, let's eat first, it's not too late to practice after returning to the village. Okay. After drinking and eating, Hokage finally couldn't bear it anymore and asked, Captain, have you taken any tonic? Why has chakra grown so fast recently? Yunze knew that he couldn't hide this from his teammate, so calmly said, what's so strange about this? I'm still in puberty, and my development hasn't finished yet, maybe it's a second speed increase. There is another saying. Any questions? No. It's fine if you don't. Hokage changed the subject from the bottom of his heart, complaining, it's true in the village. It was supposed to give us a holiday, but in the end there is no fart. There are so many tasks in the past half-month that we will die. Don't complain, it's actually good. I'll stay with you for a while, at least it's safer. I guess our team will be disbanded after we go back this time. Hong, who was packing her bags with peace of mind, was immediately depressed when she heard this. Didn't you just become a Jainin? Logically, it shouldn't be so fast. That's normal. Isn't there a shortage of manpower in the village now, to drive ducks to the shelves? Yunze looked at the Hokage wheel meaningfully after finishing speaking. Don't look at me, my strength has improved very fast recently. Haha. By the way, now the three adults are temporarily taking over Hokage's affairs. Who do you think will be the next Hokage? Although Yui Zhenhong retreated from the front line after that night, she did not die after all. So Hong didn't suffer from the pain of losing her father, and now she still has the leisure to discuss the political affairs of the village. I think it must be Elder Danzo. Hokage answered immediately in the round. Yunze gave him a surprised look. You like Danzo very much. How is it possible? What's there to like about that bad old man? Isn't he the most popular recently? His navy is everywhere in the village. Seeming to be learning and using Yunze's new words, Hokage is somewhat complacent. Impossible, I think it will be Master Jiraiya. Hong had a different opinion. Just when Yunze was about to explain the ugliness of power to his two teammates, his face suddenly changed. Instead, he asked, how long will it take to return to the village? Seeing Yunze's serious expression, Hong hurriedly calculated the time. About 2 hours, I can go back in the evening, what's the matter? It's nothing, I suddenly remembered something else, let's speed up and go back as soon as possible. Let's go now. Let's go now. Ding! The imprint of reincarnation is starting. There are still 5 hours before entering the derivative world next time. The countdown starts, 4 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Chapter 11. Countdown, 59 seconds. With 1 minute left, Yunze sat in his living room, waiting quietly. The forehead protector has been taken off and replaced with a black ribbon tied there. The usual Konoha uniform was replaced by black casual clothes, with the magic knife Kunran on his back. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked the back of his hand, and there was a shimmering Ouroboros tattoo there. It has been half a month since I got this reincarnation mark. I don't know if there is a problem with the reincarnation space and the time flow of this world. There has been no response. If it wasn't for the display in his own system all the time, Yunze would have thought that this thing had failed. I didn't expect that when the mission started now, it would manifest. I don't know what kind of world it will be. Countdown, midnight. Transmission starts. Following this prompt, Yunze suddenly felt a huge and strange energy enveloping him. Buzz. There was a buzzing sound, and the back of the head seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer. It was black in front of my eyes. At the same time, Yunze's body suddenly disappeared in the living room. Maybe it's because Yunze's strength is strong enough, maybe it's the protection of its own system. In the next moment, his consciousness came back. There is a feeling of weightlessness in the body. But the sight in front of him made him dumbfounded. At this moment, his whole body was shrouded in a thin halo, and he was advancing rapidly. The surrounding area was grey, and strange-shaped things passed by him from time to time. Huge tentacles, dry tree trunks, broken metal fragments, dark humanoid objects. Even though Yunze is well informed, he doesn't know whether those things are living things or something else. Looking back suddenly, I found a vast and boundless oval object behind me. It is crystal clear, and it seems that one of the balls can be vaguely seen rotating. Is this supposed to be the Hokage world? Yunze doesn't know if the concept of time still exists at this time, but the Hokage world behind him is slowly shrinking until it disappears. After an unknown amount of time, another rapidly advancing white mask suddenly appeared in front of him. Uncontrollable, Yunze's own mask slammed into the other party fiercely. Like a drop of water falling into a cup, his whole body also entered the larger mask. So, this is the reincarnation of this derivative world. Yunze looked at the reincarnated people lying all over him, and a thought suddenly popped into his mind. What would happen if these people were killed now? But this is just thinking about it casually. He is not a bloodthirsty person, as long as you don't provoke him. Even if it is a reincarnation, it can be regarded as not seeing it. I don't know how long it has passed, but Yunze thinks it's only a few minutes anyway. Another oval crystal like the Hokage world appeared in front of the eyes. The difference is that this gadget actually has a Ouroboros pattern on its surface. Boom! There was a silent impact, and colorful lights flashed in front of Yunze's eyes. Then the eyes suddenly opened up. At this time, the crystal shell can no longer be seen, only the boundless universe. Countless planets are revolving in their own orbits over and over again. Nebulae, meteorites, black holes, stars. The magnificent wonders of the universe made Yunze look at it with gusto. It's worth the journey alone. Yunze doesn't know if other reincarnators have this kind of experience, anyway, he enjoyed watching it himself. The Earth has arrived. Looking at the familiar blue planet in front of him, Yunze was a little relieved. Those above it shouldn't be in any danger. The photosphere did not directly enter the atmosphere for the time being, but stopped steadily in space. At this time, the sense of time passing has returned. About a minute later, the other 12 people lying on the ground woke up one after another. Very skillfully, these people were divided into 3 groups, who were vaguely wary of each other. Only Yunze was left standing alone. Hey? Where are you from, buddy? The one who spoke was a bald-headed man, with muscles all over his body, just like the governor. Although it's not a faction mission, if you dare to enter the monster world alone, you are really not afraid of death. Agni, you are still so nosy, maybe he is a master. A voice came from another direction. Yunze looked for the sound, and it was a short guy who was speaking, and he was covered in a large black coat, so he couldn't see his appearance clearly. But from the hoarse voice, it can be heard that the age should not be young. Hehe, Laozi likes to meddle in other people's business, it's none of your business. You little devil! The 2 teams clearly have animosity. In the end, the trio with Western faces watched the show in silence. You're looking for death. Looking for you. Asterisk %%. Boss, stop arguing. If you quarrel with this group of people, you will lose your position. A little girl beside Li Huo couldn't stand her boss's behavior, so she stepped forward to persuade the fight. That's right. After Agni finished speaking, he turned to look at Yunze and asked, Brother, depending on your height, you should be from our country of Xia. How about it? Do you want to form a team with us? Yunze. Because of the space of reincarnation, language is not a problem. At the same time, the communication just now also let Yunze know a lot. First of all, the reincarnated people this time come from different countries, and it seems that there should be many similarities with the previous world. So all reincarnations are Earthlings? Or are there other surprises? However, Agni's next words made Yunze a little embarrassed. He is indeed from the Xia kingdom, but what he said is not the same thing. In the end, I could only keep smiling. Thank you, there is no need to form a team. Yunze can't form a team at all, without that function. Fine. Agni showed great generosity. Seeing that the other two teams seemed to be discussing something, he quietly moved to Yunze's side and said, I don't know why, but I just like you, brother. It doesn't matter if you can't form a team, but I will tell you something quietly. I have an old friend who came to this world before. According to him, there is a monster named Godzilla in this monster world. If the mission is related to it, there will be more rewards. Of course, I'm just talking about it. The specific judgment is up to you, but if you have trouble, you can come to us. That's weird, don't tell me you're related to me, or how can you be so pleasing to the eye? The guy muttered as he walked back to his teammates. The black line on Yunze's forehead, how did such a passionate guy survive in the reincarnation space? But my heart moved. World of monsters? Godzilla. It looks like it should be that. The task has been released, please select the main task. Chapter 12. When the bald man returned to his team, the little girl glanced at Yunze next to him, turned her head and asked in confusion, Boss, when did you become so enthusiastic? Even such important information as the protagonist of the world is disclosed. We spent a lot of points to get that. At this time, Li Huo lost the Haki who had just PD'd off people, and said with a smile, Grandma, I was wrong, calm down. What's wrong? What's wrong? I'm just saying that. You don't even know where your fault is. Regardless of women or girls, special logical thinking is always unpredictable. The young man who had been silent on the side couldn't help but said, Xiaoun, don't make trouble for no reason, the captain has a purpose for doing this. It's still our little Chu who has eyesight. Li Huo stretched out his thumb. Hey? What do you mean? Is it just me who didn't see it? Xiao Chu pushed the glasses on his nose, and said slowly, I know the knife on the other party's back. It should be the magic knife Kyunran that was auctioned off at a high price not long ago. It is said that a single knife bankrupted a guild. That's legendary equipment. Hearing the word legend, the little girl's eyes began to light up. He stared straight at Yunze's back, full of envy. More importantly, the owner of that knife did not come out of the previous reincarnation world. The meaning of the words is very clear. Damn, that guild, Xiaoun, you should have heard of the Tier 4 Blood Wolf Guild. It is said that in the last derivative world, the top Tier 4 masters in the guild disappeared. Li Huo wiped his bald head and added, more importantly, the first sight of that young man made my hair explode. You know. Being able to give me this feeling can only mean that the other party is powerful and dangerous. I'm also making a good relationship in advance. Captain, you are bald. Although the sound over there is very small, Yunze has been hearing and seeing very well recently, and his hearing is very good. So hear clearly. This bald head is sharp. It seems that he should have some special talent. Samsara space is full of talents. Then I ignored it and focused on the task options. This derived world is a free world, not a confrontational world, killing other reincarnations, no scarlet card rewards. Well, it doesn't matter, the last time it was forbidden to kill each other, the scarlet card broke out anyway. When your own system can squeeze the wool, you will never be relentless. Please select the main task type. Main line 1, collection category: collect body tissue samples of different monsters, and reward points according to the final quantity and quality. Main line 2, killing category: kill at least one monster, and reward points according to the strength and quantity of the killed monsters. Main line 3, King of Monsters: select a monster and put it on the throne of King of Monsters, and reward points according to the strength of the selected monster and the contribution of the reincarnation. After the task is selected, it cannot be selected again, the task fails, and it will be erased. The countdown starts at 59 seconds, the end of the time is not selected, erase it. Obliterate? Pooh. It's not that Yunze looks down on this reincarnation space, with the master of the system in his body, try to kill it. System. I thought so, but he still chose the task of the King of Monsters immediately. This task. Boom. Clatter. Before Yunze could analyze it, an accident happened. His storage space blew up directly, and the messy things inside were scattered all over the floor. The others were startled by the sound. Kakashi looked over. When he saw mineral water, guns, and ammunition all over the floor, his eyes became strange. Is this buddy throwing trash and wishing the mission a smooth ride? The method is quite weird. Sorry, the space is a bit full. Yunze explained with a twitching corner of his mouth. All his attention was on the reincarnation mark. At this time, the independent panel has been refreshed by the news. Task selection complete. Data error, starting self-test. Read number 434,523 reincarnation data information. Unable to read. Detecting the information sent by the reincarnation. The source cannot be determined. Judgment, number 434,523 is a violator, and the programmatic erasure will begin. Successful obliteration, successful recovery of storage space, successful recovery of imprints. Yunze. I would like to ask him, a big living person, who is stuck here, well, how did he succeed in obliterating it? My own reincarnation journey is really different. At this time, the reincarnation imprint on the back of Yunze's hand completely shattered and disappeared. And with the disappearance of the imprint of reincarnation, the white mask that had entered the atmosphere began to vibrate violently. What's the situation? What's the matter? Haven't you reached your destination yet? Oh my god, the teleportation cover is starting to crack. Hey, it's so tall, have you eaten shit in the reincarnation space? The other reincarnations turned pale from the sudden change, they had never encountered such a situation before. Before they could figure out the reason, the entire mask was completely torn apart. Fortunately, at the last moment, the three teams were shrouded by three newly appeared light clusters, turned into white light and rushed to the ground. Only Yunze was thrown out alone. Everything happened very quickly, and when Yunze came to his senses, he began to fall rapidly. At this time, there are still tens of thousands of meters above the ground. Day. Chapter 13. Sir, the satellite just sent a signal that an unknown object is rapidly approaching Skull Island. In a command room of the Pentagon, the correspondent is reporting. Can you determine what it is? The three words Skull Island seemed to have magical powers, which made the commander's expression change drastically, and he immediately ran to the screen to observe. It looks like a meteorite. Meteorite? Yes, but the strange thing is that I haven't received any news about meteorites recently. The staff explained while transmitting the scene observed by the satellite to the computer screen. On the screen, a flame was falling at an extremely fast speed, and through data analysis, the final destination was an island in the South Pacific. Why does it feel like the thing inside the firelight looks like a human figure? Misunderstood, how could it be a human being? Such a high temperature would have melted long ago. That's why this meteorite looks like a person. You're so smart. Okay, hurry up and transfer other satellite data to see if you can find the source of this meteorite. Yes. At the same time, the reincarnators of the other three groups have already arrived at their respective mission locations according to their own mission choices. Senior Matsushita, you are. The team of reincarnators who had had a quarrel with Agni before looked at the sniper rifle in the hands of the man in black with some doubts. No one noticed that before the teleportation mask shattered, the man in black quietly picked up the thing that exploded from Yunze's storage space. I'm very interested in the magic knife Kyunrin. The black-robed man Matsushita put away the sniper rifle. The team members are very familiar with his ability, and can track through the objects used by the target, but... Senior, we still have tasks. I know, the other party is a little far away from us for the time being, so let's finish the task first. Yes. Earth-style super light heavy rock technique. The rapidly falling body began to slow down slowly, and after a long time, Yunze finally stopped in the air. However, at this moment, his whole body was covered with a thick stone shell, which tightly wrapped him. Petrochemical solution. Bang bang. The rock on the surface of the body cracked and fell, and Yunze finally came out. Almost roasted me, the BD of Samsara space, actually threw me out directly. Yunze muttered while observing the surrounding environment. The surrounding area is filled with mist, and only the peaks standing below can be vaguely seen. As early as when he was in the air, he had already discovered that the place where he landed was an island in the sea. The iconic skull shape, as well as the thunderclouds surrounding the island, let Yunze clearly know where he was. Skull Island, yes. However, the next second, Yunze began to think of other things. After turning on the system and seeing the prompt, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The automatic selection is completed, congratulations to the host, and you have obtained a reincarnation mark. This selection does not take up daily times. Samsara mark, a personal terminal in the Samsara space, you can use this mark to enter the derivative world. Because the item is special and unique, the mark is temporarily sealed and can only be used if the original owner of the mark disappears. It's okay, the system gave me another one, otherwise I don't know how to go back. When the original imprint of reincarnation disappeared, Yunze almost died of fright. Without that thing, how could he go back? Flying Thunder God can't fly as far as 2 worlds. Just, who did it come from? Yunze thought about it carefully. It seemed that only the old man in black robe had met his eyes at that time. Well, it should be him. Now there is no problem, there is no psychological burden to kill this guy. Who told this BD to secretly pick up his sniper rifle without even saying hello? Thinking of this, Yunze closed his eyes and felt for a while, and could clearly perceive that there was a mark of Flying Thunder God somewhere in the east. The other stuff should have burned, so the guy was right. However, for the time being, ignore him lazily. Now that you have come to Skull Island, let's go and see that pretty boy first. Skull Island. A mysterious island in the South Pacific, isolated from the rest of the world. There are countless weird prehistoric creatures hidden in the dangerous jungle, such as giant spiders, strange birds, buffaloes, and so on. Flying in the sky to browse the beautiful scenery made Yunze feel very comfortable. This is an excellent travel route. It's not in vain that during the Third Ninja World War, he risked his life on the battlefield to get this ninjutsu from Onoki. When I was in Konoha, there was no way to use it openly, but here, there is no such concern at all. It's just that after flying for a long time, other creatures saw a lot, but they didn't find King Kong. Did it fly in the wrong direction? Well, is there anyone there? In doubt, Yunze suddenly found a thatched cottage and a huge wooden defensive wall in front of him. Is this the territory of the Yu tribe? Human beings are not absent on Skull Island. There has been a mysterious tribe living here since ancient times. They are guarded by King Kong and regarded as their king. If I remember correctly, the Yu tribe is located in the south of Skull Island. And King Kong is supposed to inhabit the west, near his parents' graveyard, and the skeletal crawler's cave. Thinking of this, Yunze adjusted the flight direction. He had no intention of saying hello to the Yus, and it was more fun to be pretty. Finally, after more than half an hour, he found his target. Only. Little boy, you grow as a jungler, are you taking hormones? Chapter 14. Regarding the Monster World movie, although Yunze can't remember everything clearly. However, that doesn't include King Kong's size. This guy was about 30 meters tall when he was in the 70s. He should be underage and still have room for development. However, the height of its parents remains is only more than 40 meters. So even if King Kong is very talented, it is not bad to grow to 50 meters. But now Yunze sees something. At this time, the big guy lying on the ground sleeping soundly is at least 70 meters away. This is outrageous. According to the task prompt, it should be not long after Godzilla first appeared, and the time has doubled in 30 or 40 years, which is too exaggerated. Is it a genetic mutation? Or eat something good? Well, there was no response. To get a feel for it, Yunze started falling from the sky. As the distance gets closer, the more you can feel the sense of oppression brought by this behemoth. Yunze was on high alert, ready to run away at any time to prevent the other party from slapping him to death. It's a pity that when his whole body fell on King Kong's face, the other party didn't open his eyes. Feeling the sound of violent airflow coming from the nostrils behind him, Yunze concluded that this guy is not dead. But why not wake up? But so big. Couldn't help reaching out and touching it. I don't know if it's because Yunze didn't have any malice towards it, the huge eyelids just shook slightly, but they just didn't open their eyes. Okay, I wanted to play with you at first, since you are sleeping, then forget it. It's cool to touch it with your own hands, and Yunze doesn't want to continue to disturb the other party. Just what to do next? The previous encounters have shown that he can't get rewards by completing the Reincarnation space mission. Then, when you come to this world, you can only rely on the rubbing system to get benefits. Thinking of this, Yunze turned his head to look at the pretty boy beside him. Well, let's just say it's a fart. With a leap, Yunze jumped onto King Kong's face again. Stretch out your hand to support the other person's eyelids, and with all your strength. Not moving at all. It's so heavy. Chakra surged, and strange power was activated. Boom. Finally, the huge eyelids were rolled up. Yunze sat proudly beside the big eyeballs, regardless of whether the other party's eyes were distracted or not, they looked at each other closely. Successful eye contact with King Kong. The available options for this round are as follows. 1 hunting experience. 2 pretty boys first love feeling. 3 Vajra blood. Oh shit. Good stuff came out. After turning the opponent's eyelids back again, Yunze fell to the ground and began to check the options. Diamond bloodline, it can change the bloodline of the species, mutate the body, become a huge body like a diamond, and gain huge power. How can it be repaired? I thought it was an ability to improve physical fitness. The result is that the species has changed. Could this be turning himself into a gorilla? It's impossible for Yunze to choose this kind of thing, and others haven't done enough yet. Besides this, only hunting experience has a little value. He is not interested in a teenager's first love. With Yunze's choice, a huge wave of information flooded into my mind. After digesting for a while, Yunze opened his eyes. It was not bad. Although King Kong's fighting style was not suitable for him, the weaknesses and behaviors of many monsters were still very helpful to him. And with the end of this selection, a system prompt came. Ding, it's the first time I've gained benefits outside the original world, and the system has started to upgrade. Update completed. After this upgrade, the number of times you can rub off every day can be accumulated. The accumulated times can be used alone or at one time. The more times you use, the higher the value of the options you can rub. Yunze is very excited about the changes after the system upgrade. I really want to come here. Originally, he was still regretting that his luck was too bad today. Not only did King Kong have nothing good, but so did the previous reincarnations. Basic knife skills, shooting experience, fireball skills. These things are completely worthless to the current Yunze. And now the problem is solved. Although the things that have been rubbed before will not appear again, they are completely random. If you really want to get good things, besides luck, you have to rely on persistent efforts to gather wool. Like Namikaze Minato's Raijin, Yunze got it by completely rubbing him off. And now, it's not a problem at all. As long as he accumulates enough times and uses it once, he can directly grab the most valuable thing on the opponent. It's bloody money. Checking the surrounding environment, Yunze took one last look at the King Kong who brought him good luck, moved his body, and flew towards a mountain peak. Captain, why did we choose the collection task? Obviously knowing that Godzilla is the protagonist of this world, wouldn't it be better to choose the King of Monsters directly? The girl named Xiaoyun was obviously dissatisfied with Agni's choice. The three were at a burger joint in New York at the time. Raging Fire Gudong drank a big mouthful of happy water, hiccuped, and said, "You still have too little experience. Do you think the mission of the King of Monsters is good? According to the clues we got, that Godzilla is obviously the protagonist of the world, so according to the evolution of the original world line, it must be the one who can finally get the title of King of Monsters. Isn't the task completed?" Xiaoyun was still a little puzzled. "Did you forget the content of the mission? The reward depends on our contribution. He is already strong, how much can we help? Choosing Godzilla means lying down and winning, and there are not many points rewards. But choosing other monsters, you have to face Godzilla, the protagonist monster. What do you think the chances of winning are? So, this task is a trap. Either it's not rewarding, or it's extremely dangerous." After some explanations, Xiaoyun was dumbfounded. How could she understand the task in this way? "Understood, little girl, learn more from the captain in the future, don't look at me like this, but I rely on my brain." Agni patted his strong chest muscles with a proud face. "Xiaoyun. Captain, I found it. That Dr. Stanton belongs to an organization called Emperor." The young man Xiaochu pushed the computer in front of Agni, and pushed his glasses. "This organization studies monsters. Looks like we're going to get in touch." Chapter 15. Entering the reincarnation space. If you want to become stronger, you can only complete the task of space distribution. Therefore, the reincarnated people who fell everywhere began to act one after another. Or join the Emperor organization, or join the military, or explore clues from other channels. However, when others were busy, Yunze stayed on Skull Island and didn't go anywhere. Rei's Nan is really powerful. The shape change without attributes, coupled with the nature transformation of each attribute, is enough to derive all kinds of powerful ninjutsu. No wonder Naruto can conquer the world with a ball. On the edge of the cliff, Yunze carefully controlled the light blue ball in his hand, in which there was the whistling sound of wind blades. In a flash, he pressed his right hand onto a huge rock. Boom! With a loud noise, the whole hard rock exploded into countless pieces in an instant. Wind-style Rei's Nan. Just simply adding the wind attribute chakra, the power is multiplied several times, and the cutting ability is even more amazing. So, join nature transformation. With Yunze whispering, a larger ball appeared in the hand again, and countless chakra sharp blades were wrapped in it. The white edge of the wind blade made Yunze even more frightened. Slowly dissipating the energy, looking at the dense wounds on the palm. Sighing, sure enough, the shuriken cannot be thrown out for the time being. Try another attribute chakra. The next moment, Yunze frowned and looked at the wound on his hand. The visible wound was slowly healing. However, he was still too slow, and a green light flashed in his hand to speed up the treatment. Then fire attribute first. After years of sharing, Yunze has not only acquired the 5 attributes of chakra, but even the chakra form of each attribute and the experience of nature transformation have reached the pinnacle. In the past, in Konoha, many new and powerful ninjutsu could not be tested, but now it can be regarded as a good place to find. Boom! Boom! For a moment, the whole mountain was crumbling amidst the constant roar. Inside the huge hollow below Skull Island. In the darkness, pairs of eyes opened. It seems to be extremely dissatisfied with the huge roar, and the terrifying roar keeps ringing. Ah! A huge monster rushed out of the deep pit first, and rushed towards the direction of the sound. Afterwards, smaller monsters came out densely behind. For a moment, it seemed that there was a sense, and other creatures on the island began to feel restless and trembling. The pretty boy sleeping in the valley, his eyelids began to tremble, as if he was about to wake up in the next second. It didn't wake King Kong up, but it drew you over. Looking at the densely packed skeleton reptiles at the foot of the mountain, Yunze felt a little helpless. There's a sleeper over there, don't take advantage of the fire to rob, maybe he's out of his mind. Since you're here, help me try the power of ninjutsu. With a red glow in his hand, Yunze leaped forward and rushed straight towards a climbing monster. Eat me, Inferno-style Raise Nan. Just the moment of contact, the monster's hard skull began to melt. The smell of burnt pervades all around. In the next second, its entire head turned into countless sparks and scattered, and the rest of its body burned and fell down the valley. Yunze waved his hands in mid-air. Shua! More than a dozen kunao scattered all over the foot of the mountain. Facing these little things, the skeleton reptiles completely ignored them, still roaring and rushing towards the figure in mid-air. However, in the next second, that figure suddenly disappeared. Look! Another thunder ball! Ah! The running reptile's entire body was instantly paralyzed, unable to move. Under the inertia, the huge body slid out a deep gully on the ground. When it stopped, there was no breath left, only a huge hole on its back was bleeding. The effect is not very ideal, it just increases the paralysis effect, and the damage still depends on the original tearing force. Yunze was a little dissatisfied. Then try something else. All of a sudden, the entire open space was filled with figures flickering, and lights of various colors continued to light up. Earth-flavored meatballs. It's fruity. Don't you like it? Let's have another one to feel the power of the wind. Boom boom boom. After just 10 seconds, the noise finally stopped. Yunze stood there panting slightly, surrounded by more than 20 corpses. Perhaps in the eyes of these skeleton reptiles, human beings are not a threat at all. Unfortunately, in Yunze's eyes, apart from being a bit bigger, these things are also waste. Can't even escape, what is it if it's not trash? Can't you feel the aura of dominance in me? The next second, Yunze was happy. Because the biggest reptile started to turn around and run away. Regardless of his huge size, which is close to more than 20 meters, his speed is not slow at all. It's just a pity. Earth-style earth flow wall. Boom! A huge earth wall rose in front of it, and the reptile had no time to dodge and bumped into it. Boom! The tall earthen wall shook violently. That guy even hit his head and became dizzy. Did not wait for it to climb up. Hi, Su. Earth-style earth flow wall. The other 3 earthen walls rose one after another, keeping the monsters firmly inside. Faced with this situation, the skeleton reptile obviously didn't want to sit still, so it inserted its two sharp claws into the wall, and swam towards the only exit above like a snake. It's a pity that as soon as the head was exposed, it was punched down by Yunze standing on it. No wonder Tsunade likes to hit people, that's cool. Have a steamer grill, I guess you'll like it. The voice just fell. Fire-style fire extinguishment. The terrifying flames poured into the earth wall in an instant. For a while, cracking and the roar of monsters continued to sound. Hey, it smells really bad. Yunze frowned and muttered in disgust. Feel the chakra in my body, half left. Is this how it feels to use ninjutsu extravagantly? Before he finished speaking, Yunze felt something and turned around to look. Not far away, a huge orangutan stood there straight, with two huge brown-red pupils staring straight at him. One side is a giant beast as huge as a mountain, and the other side still needs to look up even if it stands on a 20-meter earth wall. It seems that the gap is very far, but there is a strong fighting spirit between the two sides. Yunze grinned and clenched his fists. Why, you also want to taste my sand bowl-sized fist? Chapter 16. The wind suddenly picked up. King Kong's huge slap collided with Yunze's strange power fist in mid-air. Time seems to stand still. The picture looks a little funny. Yunze's whole body was not as big as a slap, and his fists looked more like thicker needles in comparison. But at the point of contact, a blood hole has quietly appeared, and the tough skin around it is cracked with bloodstains. Humph, that's it. What? Before Yunze could finish speaking triumphantly, he had already flown out. This is the disadvantage of size, even if he is not injured, but that little weight is still directly shot away. In the next moment, Yunze flew back with his whole body. But when he saw King Kong's eyes, he suddenly became angry from embarrassment. King Kong's IQ is not low, it is very clear that this human has no malice towards it, so even though there are bursts of pain in the palm of the hand at this time, it still stubbornly uses its eyes to mock and attack. His self-esteem was hurt. Yunze decided to save face, and quickly sealed his hands. Earth-style rock fist technique. Earth-style super-weight rock technique. He swung his right hand as if wearing a gigantic rock gauntlet. Yunze grinned, come again. Bang bang. Ah. Just mock Laozi one more time. Are you convinced? In the final analysis, King Kong is just a huge orangutan, although the strength is amazing. However, when encountering an opponent who possesses the strange power technique and is agile, it is still inevitable to be beaten severely. After a simple treatment with medical ninjutsu, Yunze returned to the training place refreshed. Only King Kong with a bruised nose and swollen face was left in place. The big eyes were full of doubts. Although when watching this human kill a skeleton reptile before, it knew that the opponent was very strong and could easily kill itself. But it still stubbornly believes that its strength must be stronger than the opponent. He never expected to be educated by the opponent's fist. Monkeys are miserable. However, King Kong didn't think he was a monkey who would collapse after a few setbacks, so he found a reason. It must be because I just woke up and I was hungry. That's right, come back when you're full. The next day. Bang bang bang. Third day. Bang 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 bang. Half a month later. Sage mode, open. The corners of Yunze's eyes were slowly stained with a layer of red marks, and the whole person's momentum changed drastically in an instant. The air began to vibrate continuously, making a hissing sound. The surrounding gravel also seemed unable to bear the enormous pressure, and was ejected like bullets. The ground was swept away immediately. It worked. Yunze was delighted to feel the huge power in his body, as if everything could be shattered with just a stretch of his hand. This powerful feeling made him intoxicated. Soon after coming to Skull Island, Yunze felt that it was full of natural energy. Regarding the cultivation method of Sage Mode, he had already learned it from Namikaze Minato. Even as long as he wanted, he didn't need to go to Mount Maiboku to practice, he could use it directly. However, in the end he dropped the idea. In addition to being wary of these holy places, what's more, their fairy arts were created to suit their respective races. Otherwise, there would be no such sayings as failing to practice and turning into a snake or a toad. Therefore, Yunze wants to perfectly match his Xianjutsu. Who made him have this condition? Both experience and such a unique environment. You must know that there has never been such a thing as fairy art here. To put it bluntly, the natural energy here has not been tainted at all. Compared with the violent and difficult to absorb natural energy of the ninja world, here, it is simply docile and terrifying. Even when Yunze was practicing, he could feel the kindness of the natural elements towards him. Without difficulty, he completed the fairy art he dreamed of. This made Yunze couldn't help but think of a guess. It is very easy for other races in the ninja world to practice immortal arts. Why is it so difficult for humans only, and must use other races' methods? Natural energy is a gift of nature to life. Only the ninja world is different. Does this mean that the ninja world rejects creatures like ninjas? You must know that chakra was the product of the sacred trees plundering of the energy of the entire planet. It's terrifying to think about it. Kishimoto, I don't have any, don't talk nonsense, I'm just a manga artist, I don't understand Hokage at all, this is all your own YY. Closer to home. Yunze clicked on the system panel that he hadn't seen for a long time. Host, Yunze. Number of rubs available, 15. Age, 14. Chakra amount, 10 calories. Attribute, wind, fire, thunder, earth, and water. Bloodline, sage body, beginner. Ninjutsu, S rank, flying thunder god, ghoul seal, sage mode, exclusive, 5 dungeon dalian bullet technique. Level A, multiple shadow clone, Walai, raise nan, 8 inner gates, Rashomon, healing jutsu, fire style Hualongian bullet, fire earth dragon bullet, earth style Tuliudehi, earth style Huankanma. Class B Class C, pull down, 1024 types. At this time Ashura Chakra has completely evolved into a primary sage body, and sage mode has also become exclusive. It can be said that the strength has been enhanced by 1 billion points. After disabling sage mode, Yunze turned his head and looked at King Kong, who had been watching for a long time. To his surprise, the other party's eyes were full of yearning. Suddenly a flash of inspiration came to my mind. With an expression like a wolf grandmother on his face, he asked, "Why, do you want to learn?" King Kong was immediately vigilant, but still couldn't help showing a trace of expectation. "I want to learn, it's easy. Just promise me one small request. I'll teach you." Chapter 17. At the foot of the mountain, Yunze and King Kong sat cross-legged. Between the two of them was a scroll that was 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, and it was filled with densely packed runes. A black vortex above the scroll is slowly rotating. "Come on, it's very simple, drop a drop of your blood here, and don't resist." Seeing King Kong still hesitated, Yunze encouraged, "Don't worry, I will treat you well in the future. The world is so big, don't you want to go out and have a look?" In the end, King Kong made a decision, nodded firmly, and stretched out a finger. Seeing this, Yunze took out Kyunran, chakra penetrated, and the blade glowing blue cut a knife on the thick finger. This knife is good for everything, but it shatters into pieces. Uzumaki in midair absorbed the drop of blood the size of a human head and disappeared completely. The entire scroll glowed with dazzling light. The light disappeared together with the runes, leaving only a vivid little ape. Yunze solemnly signed his name on it. Contract completed. In the next second, for no reason, he felt a sense of crisis, which made his hair stand on end. This feeling disappeared without a trace in an instant. Is it an illusion? Before Yunze could think about it, his whole soul seemed to be connected with King Kong, and he could even vaguely feel its emotions. Space and soul. The summoning technique is really amazing. Yunze put the scroll away again, noticed that King Kong seemed to be a little worried, and comforted him, "Don't worry, I will definitely train you well and make you stronger. Come on, I'll teach you something good now." Long before, Yunze had inspected King Kong's body and confirmed that it could be cultivated. It was only when I actually taught it that I realized what a headache it was. Although King Kong has a good IQ, he couldn't fully understand what he meant. "I can only teach by hand. Let's refine the chakra first." "Yes, follow my chakra." "Yes, that's it, turn left, hey, yes, it's awesome. Look, isn't this refined? Have you felt those energies? Come on, combine. The ratio is wrong." Stumbling and stumbling, the anxious Yunze almost scratched his hair, wishing he could call him a parent. But when King Kong successfully learned it, the massive amount of chakra in the body, and the massive amount of celestial chakra made Yunze start to turn into a jealous monster. Damn, these guys are indeed the darlings of nature and the alternative protagonists of the world. That thick background is simply enviable. However, with King Kong's cultivation, Yunze was dumbfounded. This guy can't use these energies at all, that is, use ninjutsu. All the energy is uncontrollably and passively used to temper the body. Cells are more vibrant and muscle fibers are tougher. It is reflected in the increasingly powerful strength, defense ability, and rapid healing ability. Looking at King Kong, who seemed to have grown a little taller, Yunze had only one thought. This handsome boy seems to be really developing into King Kong. For King Kong's teaching, it was only a few days. Finally, on the 20th day after coming to this world, Yunze remembered those reincarnations. In his perception, the imprint of Flying Thunder God quickly moved to the southernmost part of the planet after crossing half the planet to reach what should be the summer country of this world. There it is, Antarctica. Antarctica. Imperial Organization Outpost. There is a monster code named Number 0, which is Ghidorah. Ghidorah is a monster that came to the Earth in ancient times, fell in love with Godzilla and killed each other. Today it is sleeping in the ice. However, this situation will not last long. At this time, a group of people were planting explosives in the ice. It was Emma who invented Oka and her partner terrorist Jonah. This group of traitors intends to use Oka, a device that can emit special sound waves, to wake up Ghidorah, so that the entire planet can return to what they think is balance. Among this group of people, there appeared a few people Yunze was more familiar with. It was the black-robed group who took his sniper rifle before. "Senior, it seems that their plan is going well." After some preliminary tasks, their team successfully joined Emma's team. Hearing what his companion said, the black robe was non-committal. "It's still hard to say, it depends on whether the Oka tube they said will work, if it can really achieve the desired effect." "I understand, we will definitely be in control at that time." The man was a little worried. "I just don't know the strength of this monster named Ghidorah." "Don't worry. Judging by the clues we searched before, this monster should be the one that appeared in the myth, and its strength must not be underestimated." The last member, who was somewhat sissy, chuckled. "You forgot what we were before prepared things? With our assistance, it will definitely be able to tame other monsters. When the time comes, it's not the king of monsters who is." "Okay, stop talking, let's start right away." Chapter 18. Good idea, but there are always surprises. Like this time. Emma and the others had just installed the explosives, before they retreated. Another group arrived just in time. "Yo, old ghost, we meet again." Hearing this kind greeting, Hippeo's face was gloomy. "Agni, you are really haunted." That's right, it was Agni who arrived. Together with them is another group of people from the Emperor Organization, and their purpose is to prevent Ghidorah from being released. Agni grinned, extremely enthusiastic. "How can you say that? Am I here to visit an old friend? Our missions don't conflict. It can even be said that they are beneficial to you. Do you still want to stop me in this situation?" It's not that the Black Robe hasn't seen other reincarnations since he came to this world, so he can roughly guess their mission. Therefore, at this time, I really don't understand Agni's brain circuit. I'm happy, do you care? King Kong is not bad. After Li Huo finished speaking, his whole body suddenly swelled a few minutes, his whole body shone with golden light, and he went directly towards the Black Robe with a frightening aura. You wanna die? There was a disagreement, and the two groups of reincarnators went straight to work. No one noticed that there was one more person quietly beside them. Compared with the reincarnated people who were directly heating up, amidst the continuous gunshots, there were still people chatting. Mark is Emma's husband. 5 years ago, due to the appearance of Godzilla, his son died, so he has always been full of hatred for monsters. This time he came to Antarctica with Dr. Serizawa, Agni, and others because he thought his wife and daughter had been hijacked, and he wanted to use the orcas she invented to release the monster. It turned out that Emma was not hijacked, but the real mastermind behind the scenes, which made him extremely puzzled. Why are you doing this? Don't you know that releasing these monsters will kill a lot of people? Mark, you don't understand me. I've already figured it out. These monsters should not be the weapons of the Emperor's military. They are the masters of this planet. We humans are causing more and more damage to this planet. Only by resurrecting them can we balance all this and let humanity will not be completely extinct. Not long after his debut, Yunze, who was watching the excitement, looked at the emotional woman with question marks in his head. How stupid to say such a thing. Sure enough, Westerners can always produce many strange things. Glancing at the reincarnated people who were still fighting, Agni should have used his internal strength all the way, and at this time he was majestically fighting the Shikigami summoned by the Black Robe. Shaking his head slightly, Yunze has no interest in these means. In a blink of an eye, he came to the side of the terrorist leader Jonah. Jonah was hiding behind the bunker. At this time, the way out was blocked by others, so he couldn't detonate the bomb, and was thinking about how to get out. Suddenly a stranger appeared in front of him. Even because of the reincarnation, he saw some methods beyond ordinary people's understanding, but he was still frightened. You are. Before he finished speaking, he felt a tingling pain in his right hand. Thank you, I'll pay you back when I'm done using it. Yunze cut off the opponent's right hand with an extremely friendly knife, and took the detonator in his hand. At the end, he reminded me with a smile, I'll give you 3 seconds to run away. 3. Jonah, who hadn't recovered yet, heard the number and glanced at the finger on the button again. Finally reacting, he screamed with all his strength. Bomb! Run! The others were stunned for a moment and stopped what they were doing. 2. The countdown continues. FK, little brother, when did you come? Mo Dan, run away. Stop shooting, run. 1. Yunze decisively pressed the detonator. Bye-bye. Bombs exploded, and huge ice cubes continued to crumble. The scene was a mess, and everyone wished they had longer legs, running like they were running outside. Boom! The entire cave completely collapsed. A group of people looked at the huge abyss behind them in a panic, and looked at each other. Agni, that guy you brought. The Black Robe didn't have the desire to continue to fight at this time, and was almost buried under it just now. Agni shook his head, no, I thought that Buddy had formed an alliance with you, otherwise why would the explosives be detonated? The Black Robe took a deep breath. Don't say it, it really makes sense. He himself began to doubt his life, could it be that he was hiding his teammates? No matter what, that BD almost buried us alive, let's get together later. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that the scene in front of him was constantly rolling. A voice was vaguely heard, how about together, and next time don't take other people's things. Consciousness is completely sunk in the boundless darkness. There was no sound at the scene. Yunze suddenly appeared, and the method of chopping off 3 heads with 3 knives scared everyone. Looking at the young man who was collecting the scarlet card as if no one was around, Agni swallowed hard. My head is full of doubts. How did this guy show up? Isn't it impossible to burst the scarlet card in this mission? Also, why do I have so many questions? Yunze didn't care about other people's thoughts. He walked up to Emma and asked politely, "Excuse me, can I use your Oka?" As he spoke, he pointed to the blue light that was constantly flashing under the ice layer in the distance. There's a big guy coming, it's time for Ghidorah to pick up the guests. Ah! The roar in the cave made Yunze froze for a moment. It seems that there is no need for it. It seems that Ghidorah is an enthusiastic monster who knows how to welcome guests. Endless lightning exploded, and a giant crawled out. Coming. Chapter 19. Godzilla is 120 meters tall, Ghidorah is 158 meters tall, and has a wingspan of 400 meters. Such 2 behemoths can destroy a large area of buildings with a single gesture. Not to mention fighting each other. For a time, thunder and lightning flickered, and strong winds blew up. The entire glacier seemed to be trapped in the end of the world and was trampled into a mess. The other people who were still alive looked at the 2 monsters in front of them, and they were beyond shocked. She was afraid, but she didn't dare to escape without permission. After all, there was another person standing in front of her who was not easy to mess with. In the end, Agni stood up. "Brother, you let Ghidorah out just to watch it fight." At this time, he also lost the momentum he had when he called Yunze brother. Not to mention anything else, just relying on the other party's elusive, teleportation-like skills, he is a dish, so he can't help but put his posture right. Of course, look, how spectacular it is. Yunze's eyes seemed to be shining with light. The strength of monsters is indeed at the top in this world, but compared with other worlds, it is much worse. However, such a huge creature engaged in a battle is indeed shocking. Because of his short legs, Godzilla is a bit clumsy on land, far less advantageous than in the ocean. At this time, he was bitten by 3 heads, and he was a little embarrassed. This made it furious. Blue light continuously spread upwards from the tail, and a cloud of blue light flickered in its mouth. It's going to be enlarged. What? Li Huo at the side was a little puzzled by Yunze's murmur, turned his head to look, and found the scene that made his jaw drop. Although the distance was very close, Godzilla's breath was easily dodged, and Ghidorah sprayed him to the ground with his backhand. How can this be empty? But the fire slots couldn't be spit out, because the dodged atomic breath shot straight at them. It was too late to hide. But the next moment, summoning triple Rashomon. With 3 loud bangs of bang bang bang, 3 huge portals carved with ghost patterns rose from the ice. Kong! Amidst the dazzling light and the deafening sound, Agni saw a shocking scene. The powerful breath that could burn him to death dozens of times turned out to be too weak to destroy the first door, and completely disappeared. How can this be done by humans? Could it only break 1 portal? This power is smaller than the tailed beast bomb. Just the next moment, Yunze seemed to feel something, and looked up at the sky, where something seemed to be approaching rapidly. FK, it's time to make trouble. At the same time, Godzilla in the field seemed to feel the threat, and he even wanted to quit. Ghidorah hadn't hit enough, so he entangled him directly, making it impossible for the opponent to leave. This situation is different from what Yunze thought. In an instant, he reacted, and the whole person galloped out, and the direction was above the 2 monsters. Because it was discovered early, when Yunze came to the sky, a missile was already in sight. Flying Thunder God guides mine. In the next second, the missile disappeared in place. And the sea surface dozens of kilometers away from the original place suddenly erupted with dazzling light. It's really an oxygen destroyer. This kind of bomb can instantly deplete the oxygen in the explosion range and form an oxygen-free zone. It is a weapon that can cause huge damage to Godzilla. But it doesn't have much effect on Ghidorah, an outsider. It's obviously a pull-off. As if feeling threatened, Ghidorah temporarily put down Godzilla lying on the side and turned his attention to Yunze. 3 rays shot towards Yunze in the air at the same time. This is what you did first. No matter how powerful a move is, it is completely useless if it cannot hit someone. This is a lesson learned in exchange for blood and tears. After dodging with the simple body replacement technique, Yunze clasped his hands together, and a cylindrical white enchantment appeared in his hands. Dust Escape Primary Realm Stripping Technique. Boom! A huge white beam of light shot straight at Ghidorah's left head. In the blink of an eye, that head disappeared, leaving no ashes behind. It's not over yet. Yunze knows very well that Ghidorah's 3 heads can be regenerated infinitely as long as there is one left. Qianren broke in his hand, and the tiny blade was pulled by the Thunder Attribute Chakra, and finally formed a machete tens of meters long. Eat me with a 40-meter sword. As the blade swung, Ghidorah's right head was directly cut off. Ah! The only head howled and fell to the ground. Humph! I think you grow faster, or I kill faster. Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. The huge flame directly burned the half-grown head into ashes. Brush! Once the knife was cut down, the other half-grown head disappeared again. You come and go. After a dozen times, Ghidorah finally became quiet. The only head was slumped on the ground weakly, with an appointed expression. Love whatever, it won't be long. Chapter 20. Walter gets FK. Is that human being? The speaker was one of the last group of reincarnations whom he had not seen for a long time. At this time, the 3 of them were in an air command ship hundreds of kilometers away from the battle site. They launched the missile just now, or to be precise, they completed it after they influenced the commander through their mind control ability. Originally, they just wanted to take advantage of the time when the 2 monsters were fighting to kill them all. As a result, the missile was directly transferred away. Now, through satellite images, I saw a human rubbing against the ground a monster they couldn't deal with. How not to surprise them? Captain, what should we do now? Do you want crews to continue firing missiles? The speaker looked at the short-haired woman among the 3. She is the captain. Forget it, the missile just now has been proven to be ineffective. What's more, if we said that we just wanted to complete the mission before, and it was understandable, then launching missiles now would really offend that person. At that time, the consequences will be unimaginable. The woman is very self-aware, but she still has some doubts. Why do such powerful reincarnations appear in this world? It shouldn't be. The more powerful reincarnations enter the low-level derivative world, the higher the price they will pay. Yunze didn't know there were these things behind the scenes. The scene, when he finished packing Ghidorah. Turning around, he found that the brother who was lying on the ground had disappeared. That guy has been sneaking away for a long time. It's about to dive into the sea. That's not okay. If you run into the water, it's hard to catch. I don't want to blow up your house like others. As he spoke, he pressed one hand to the ground. Summoning technique. Boom. A puff of white smoke flashed by, and a huge orangutan appeared on the spot. It is King Kong who was summoned. Liangzi seems to have not woken up, his eyes are a little blurred, but the next second when he sees Ghidorah next to him. Instinctively beating his chest and roaring, he was about to pounce on him. Stop barking! Yunze yelled. Although King Kong has grown a little taller now, it is only 80 meters, which is only half of others. Even Godzilla is a head taller than him. I can't beat it at all now, but it's hard to say in the future. Look at it for me, beat it if you dare to run away. Seeing that King Kong agreed, Yunze quickly chased after Brother Boss. Godzilla's IQ is not low. When he saw the huge water dragon rising in front of him, he knew he had been discovered. He simply stopped in his tracks. He turned and looked at the person chasing behind him. Hi, brother, I'm your fan, can we chat? Yunze floated in the air and greeted warmly. Looking at the huge nostrils in front of him, he secretly cursed. The eyes are so small, they are not as big as the nostrils, no wonder the face is so big. After a few minutes, Yunze looked at Godzilla following behind him, and breathed a sigh of relief. Don't look at the fact that he just cleaned up Ghidorah very simply. That's because I know it has tenacious vitality, as long as the last head is still there, it won't die. In this case, Yunze can strike without any scruples. However, Godzilla is different. Ordinary ninjutsu doesn't have much effect on it, but powerful ninjutsu can easily damage it. Who knows if it will break out the Red Lotus? This kind of world protagonist is too easy to explode. After all, his goal is a living Godzilla, and he can't lack arms or legs. Hey! Yunze sighed, dealing with large creatures, he still lacks control skills like wood style. Dr. Serizawa's ideal in this life is to be able to see monsters and humans living in peace, even if humans become pets. He never thought that one day, monsters like King Kong, Godzilla, and Ghidorah could sit together quietly like elementary school students. And now this scene happened because of the tiny human being sitting in front of the monster. Can human beings be so powerful? Perhaps, this kind of strength can no longer be a human being, but a god. Thinking of this, he turned his head and asked, Lai, do you know who that person is? Well, understand a little bit. To be honest, Agni is now as puzzled as the woman, how is this kind of person allowed to come to this world by the space? Then you know, what is he going to do now? Will he kill those monsters? Well, it should be in class. Yunze is indeed giving lessons, but to Godzilla. The method is very simple, just throw the summoning scroll in front of Ghidorah. Bloodletting. If the signing of the contract is unsuccessful, it means that there is disagreement and resistance. Then cut off a head. Bloodletting again. Still not successful, cut again. After going back and forth several times, the contract finally succeeded. Looking at the pattern of 3 heads on the scroll, Yunze frowned while being satisfied. It seems that the sense of crisis is stronger. But what exactly? Yunze, who was temporarily confused, turned to look at Godzilla. Brother, it's your turn. Unexpected. A success. Looking at the pictures added again on the scroll, Yunze was extremely happy, this time the task was completed. It just didn't take long for him to be happy. Crack. Like the sound of shattering glass, the time of the whole world stopped. The big crisis is coming. Chapter 21. An error occurred in this world, start self-test. Original data lost, start emergency procedure. The reincarnation begins to recall. This mission is terminated, the countdown to the reincarnation's return, 10 seconds. 9 seconds. At the same time, all surviving reincarnations in Monster World received a notification from the space. This is the first time they have encountered such a situation of directly terminating the mission halfway. It's all a bit inexplicable, but their intuition tells them that this is not a good thing. The same is true for Agni, but when he saw the figure not far away, he seemed to think of something. Could it be related to this person? However, before he had time to think about it, the moment the countdown ended, the whole person disappeared from this world directly. Big crisis. A real crisis. Yunze has never encountered such a situation. Just in an instant. The wind stopped. The sea is no longer surging. The monsters in front of him, and the ordinary people behind him, everything was as motionless as a statue. The time of the whole world has stopped. Yunze suddenly realized something, because he found the reincarnation who had been behind. Gone. Before he could think about it, a new change appeared. Suddenly a black vortex appeared in the sky. In a world where everything is still, it is so abrupt. But at the same time, it put a lot of pressure on Yunze. A stronger sense of crisis came from it, as if some great horror was about to appear. As the vortex turns. Crack! A golden thunderbolt emerged from it. Like a snake, it meanders all the way down. The moment this thunderbolt appeared, a chill ran straight from Yunze's tailbone to his forehead. The whole person's hairs stood on end. To die! To die! The locked Yunze wanted to cry, but couldn't hide. It's just that the moment when the thunder is about to devour him suddenly disappeared. Yunze was dumbfounded. What is the situation? Thunder, little rain? It seems that because of returning without success, the vortex in the sky rotates faster. Vaguely, a golden vertical pupil appeared in the center of the vortex. Indifferent, without a trace of emotion. Like a high god. Involuntarily, Yunze glanced up. Just this one look. Only this one glance. Pupils disappear. The whole world is back to normal again. As if everything just now was an illusion. Only Yunze knows that everything is true. Successful eye contact with the avatar of the rules of reincarnation. The system automatically selects. Congratulations to host, you have landed in the monster derivative world. Yunze. The three monsters, oh no, they should be called summoning beasts now, completely unaware of what happened just now. But they themselves suddenly felt that the humans in front of them were more pleasing to the eye. Even Ghidorah, who was miserably persecuted just now, felt that the other party was inexplicably cute. Yunze discovered this as well. It's not just that the three monsters are closer to him. Even the whole world is filled with joy because of his existence. His connection with the world is constantly deepening. It seems that as long as he has a thought, the world will change because of him. I tried it, and I want to go back to Skull Island. It's a bit cold here. But it seems that it can't be done for the time being. However, following the thought just now, the perennial cold wind in Antarctica seemed to be much smaller, and gradually became calm. Hey! A melodious chirp sounded. In the dark sky, countless soft rays of light pierced through the thick clouds and sprinkled on the glacier. A creature flapping huge wings of light slowly landed. Well, Mothra! Yunze recognized the big moth with its beautiful wings. Monster Queen Mothra. It is a rare monster with the attribute of gentleness. Moor and Godzilla are a pair of interracial CP. Thinking of this, Yunze glanced at the elder brother next to him with a strange look. From that mung bean's small eyes, I unexpectedly saw tenderness. Gan. Sure enough, there is adultery. But adultery is good. Buy one get one free. A minute later. Satisfied, Yunze put away the summoning scroll. In the future, the elder brother, Hong Lian, will be gone. What? Does Mothra need to offer a sacrifice in order to open red lotuses to boss? What are you afraid of? Anyway, Mothra can't die, it will lay eggs every time before it dies, and then rehatch with memories. Trivial. Host, Yunze. The number of rubbing times, 20. Age, 14. Occupation, Master of the World. Mastery, Monster World. Chakra amount, 12 calories. Attribute, Wind, Fire, Thunder, Earth and Water. Bloodline, Sage Body, Beginner. Ninjutsu, Slightly. Special Item, Mark of Reincarnation, activated. A new identity of World Master has been added. Uncontrollable excitement, if possible, Yunze would like to kiss the system hard. It's so awesome, it can even touch the whole world. Just looking at the activated imprint of reincarnation, Yunze was dumbfounded. How should he return to the world of Hokage now? This is such a big problem. Chapter 22. Skull Island. Boom boom boom. Ah! The continuous vibrations upset Yunze. He couldn't help but roared outside. You two bastards, if you want to fight, can you go somewhere else? Ghidorah, who was pounding King Kong at the bottom of the valley, heard the dissatisfaction in Yunze's tone. One tail threw the opponent away, his wings vibrated, and disappeared into the clouds. It took a long time for the beaten King Kong to come to his senses and run away. Alas! Seeing that Madala, who was watching the play, was gone, she flew back to the top of the mountain with a flap of her wings, and lay down next to Yunze. Be good, those two bastards really need to be cleaned up. Yunze gently touched Madala's beautiful big wings, and sighed. It has been more than a month since he returned to Skull Island. Counting the time, he has been in this world for almost 2 months. If he hasn't returned for such a long time, Hong must die in a hurry. During this period of time, Yunze didn't even want to tame other monsters, but only thought about how to return to the world of Hokage. It's a pity that after thinking for so long, there is no good way. The only way he can think of is to wait for the next mission in Samsara space to send him to another world. Then honestly wait for the mission to end before sending him back to the original world. As a result, after such a long time, there was no reaction at all. This made him have to wonder if he was blocked by the reincarnation space because he rubbed a world. However, it shouldn't be. The reincarnation imprint on his body is still active. It can be seen from the fact that when facing the avatar with the rules of the reincarnation space, the system allowed him to be safe and sound and take away a world. The system is essentially at a higher level than the reincarnation space, at least it will definitely not lose. Since this is the case, it must also mean that the mark on Yunze's body can be used now. Name, Kamita Murakami. Reincarnation number, 314,523. Strength, Tier 4. Integral. Attributes. Skill. Item, Bone Fragment, Epic, the skeleton of a powerful monster that can be used to summon Shikigami. Violence Type 3 Potion, it can greatly stimulate the user's hormone secretion in a short period of time, and enhance physical fitness in all directions. Note that this medicine is likely to cause emotional instability in the user, and the body will be weak for a long time after use. Blue Light Crossbow, Rare, Crossbow Bolt 100, Water 20, Primary Life Potion *5. Main Task, None. No shielding, why is there no task? Boom. An octopus tentacle thick as a thigh was thrown in front of Yunze, interrupting his thinking. Looking back, I saw a huge head with a flattering smile on its face. Okay. Got it. Yunze replied angrily, and walked to the edge of the cliff. Then I saw a huge octopus being hung in the air by King Kong. Fire-style fire extinction. Facing the raging flames, King Kong turned the octopus's head extremely skillfully. Make sure every part is taken care of. After a while, an alluring aroma began to fill the air. King Kong couldn't wait to tear off a tentacle and threw it into his mouth, chewing a few mouthfuls. Well, it's done. After being signaled, Yunze stopped the genin operation. I don't know if Lord Madara knows that his signature ninjutsu is used to grill octopus. Will he lift the coffin and come out to dance King Kong? But on second thought, Lord Madara should not be needed. Because King Kong is handing some of the fattest tentacles to Mothra. Look at its flattering expression. Yunze is sure that it will be killed by Godzilla first. Dare to pry someone's girlfriend while he's sleeping in his lair, isn't that courting death? Time passed day by day, and another 10 days passed. Yunze was so overwhelmed that he didn't even care about practicing. If you are in a bad mood, beat up King Kong with Ghidorah. It's the same today. Looking at the pretty boy lying on the ground, Yunze feels comfortable. Rubbing his hands and walking back, this guy has been getting harder lately. As I was walking, I felt something was wrong. An invisible force was constantly pouring towards his body. Yunze can assure you that he has never seen such energy before. However, for some reason, he had a familiar feeling. Soon, he understood. Ding! Host receives a gift from the monster world, 10,000 points of the world's original power. Not long after Yunze became the master of this world, he actually discovered that this world is conscious. It is a collection of all rules that maintain the normal operation of the world. It's very similar to the legendary heavenly Dao. No, it's not that powerful, it's more like the so-called Gaia consciousness. Yunze's so-called control of the world is actually done through it. At this time, through the information it sent and the system's prompts, Yunze finally understood everything. It turns out that the reason why the samsara space cultivates samsara is to speed up the plundering of the world's original power through their actions in the derivative world, and then use these powers to cultivate and select more powerful samsara. Use this to conquer more new derivative worlds, and then plunder, and the cycle continues. And now Yunze received these. It is his benefit as a controller. What's more, as long as the world goes on, every year there will be. After understanding all this, his expression was a little strange. Why is it the same as collecting protection fees? Most importantly, how to use these original powers. Chapter 23. So, how the hell does this work? Yunze can feel those special energies in his body, but he doesn't know how to mobilize them. There is a treasure mountain in vain but it cannot be used, which is the current situation. More than 10 minutes passed. System upgrade. The upgrade is complete, and the enhancement function is added. This upgrade of the system makes Yunze feel reluctant. The upgrade can be completed in an instant, so it has to wait so long. Forced to open? However, the system upgrade finally brought him good news. Host, Yunze. The number of rubbing times, 78. Age, 14. Occupation, Master of the World. Mastery, Monster World. Chakra, 15 cards. Attribute, Wind, Fire, Thunder, Earth, and Water. Bloodline, Sage Body, Beginner. Ninjutsu, S rank, Flying Thunder God, Ghoul Seal, Sage Mode, Exclusive, 5 Dungeon Dalian Bullet Technique. Special Item, Mark of Reincarnation, activated. Origin of the World, 10,000 points. Reinforcement, you can modify and strengthen any skill, bloodline, or item. Consume 500 points of world origin each time. Looking at the new function, Yunze's eyes flickered. He found that there seemed to be a way to go back. Strengthen the skill Flying Thunder God. Enhancement complete. Yunze closed his eyes and felt for a while, and found that the few marks he left on this planet seemed to be clearer. In a trance, his whole figure seemed to shake. It seems to have really changed. In the instant just now, he had teleported to the South Pole and back again. Not only did the launching speed become faster, but even the consumption was reduced by half. It works. Thinking of this, Yunze gritted his teeth and became cruel. Enhance Lao Z 9 more times. Boom. In an instant, countless esoteric and complicated information poured into his mind. What? With such a huge amount of information, Yunze couldn't help howling. The sudden change made Mothra beside him a little worried. He couldn't help stretching out his claws, but found that he couldn't touch the opponent at all. His body doesn't seem to exist in this space at all. The severe pain continued, and Yunze's eyes rolled out from the pain. But then, those eyes began to glow with silvery white light, and the light became more and more intense, and there seemed to be countless phantoms flickering in it. After a long time, it was finally over. Yunze collapsed weakly on the ground, but the whole body was laughing, and the laughter became louder and louder. The enhanced effect was completely beyond Yunze's expectation. Skill, Flying Thunder God, strengthen the limit at this stage. Flying Thunder God has disappeared from ninjutsu, and instead entered the skills option separately. Flying Thunder God, the darling of space, as long as there are coordinates, there is no place that cannot be visited. A simple sentence, but extremely terrifying. This is the word God. At this time, in Yunze's perception, besides the mark outside this world, another mark appeared. And there is only one place where he left his mark, and that is the world of Hokage. Come on, Look at me. Hearing this request, Ghidorah was a little puzzled, but still stared fiercely at Yunze with 6 huge eyes. Successful eye contact with Ghidorah, this time consumes 10 chances to rub. The options are as follows. 1 gravitational rays. 2 self-healing ability. 3 lightning absorption. Very powerful. Basically Ghidorah's powerful fundamental abilities have been refreshed this time. However, Yunze didn't plan to absorb it directly, because according to the display, these abilities all came from Ghidorah's monster blood ability. Like lightning absorption, this is because its epidermis contains a small amount of gold, which can act as a conductor, convert electrical energy into bioelectric energy, and store it in the cells. All this does not match Yunze's human physique. There was no way before, but now there is no problem with the correction and strengthening of the enhancement function. Congratulations to host for getting the self-healing ability, whether it is integrated or not. Tips can easily lead to body distortion. Strengthen once and then fuse. Strengthening is complete, fusion begins. A violent energy suddenly appeared in Yunze's body and began to devour the original cells for transformation, but it hadn't waited for it to start. The origin of the world in his body suddenly decreased, and he began to fuse that energy. The new energy is no longer irritable, it is extremely gentle, and it starts to swim continuously, nourishing the cells. After walking around with this energy, the original Ashura Chakra appeared in Yunze's body, and the two complemented each other and began to transform together. When everything was over, Yunze opened his eyes, intoxicated by the feeling of new life. Bloodline, Sage Body, Intermediate. No new abilities have been added this time, but the original Sage Body has directly become an intermediate level. After removing Kyunran from the back, Yunze gritted his teeth and cut off a piece of flesh from his finger. In the next second, in his surprised eyes, the wound squirmed, and the missing piece of flesh and blood had grown back in a very short time. Looking at the intact finger, it is hard to imagine that a piece of flesh was missing there just a second ago. This is not a simple healing ability, but a more powerful regeneration of severed limbs. Yunze can guarantee that although he is only an intermediate Sage Body, his healing ability has already far exceeded first generation. I got what I wanted, and it's time to say goodbye. Looking at the 4 quiet monsters in the valley, Yunze said with a smile, "You guys just stay in the den for a while, and wait for me to explore the way first. I'll call you later." After speaking, he took off the headband, revealing a blue prismatic mark on his smooth forehead. Chakra Seal Solution. The huge chakra surged out suddenly, and the entire Skull Island began to tremble violently under the huge energy. Under the control of Yunze, those chakra formed a layer of light blue chakra coat on his body surface like the coat of a tailed beast. This is his ninjutsu modified from the Tsunade 100 Healings Mark, a one-time chakra storage seal. It is his savings for many years. Flying Thunder God. Go. It's time to go home. Chapter 24. Konoha. It was almost dusk at this time. In the forest training ground near the village. Boom boom boom. The sound of kunao hitting the target was endless. Still not proficient enough, we need to continue training. The speaker was a kid in blue, obviously dissatisfied with his results. The boy is only 4 or 5 years old, with short black hair. The most obvious thing is the obvious tear groove on his immature face, plus the iconic round fan pattern on his back. It is Uchiha Itachi. It's time to go back. At this time, the throwing training was completed. Itachi looked at the sky and found that it was getting late, so he was ready to go home. Just the moment he turned around, his body stopped suddenly. Under the tree where the target was hanging, there was actually a person sitting next to him. Obviously there was nothing before. The sudden change made Itachi a little vigilant, holding Kuna in his hand and looking at him warily. A minute passed, and the other party remained motionless. Hey? Looks familiar. The opponent didn't wear Konoha's ninja vest, nor did he have Konoha's forehead protector, but that face seemed familiar to Itaki. After taking a few steps closer, he finally recognized it. It was Konoha Jainin Shihouden Yunze. Only, how could he suddenly appear here? Itaki, who knew how to protect himself at a young age, held kunao tightly in his hand, and put his other hand towards the opponent's nose. "Don't try, you're not dead." The disgusted voice startled Itaki, and quickly took 2 steps back. "Little guy, are you from the Uchiha family?" Yunze looked helplessly at the little boy with a nervous expression on his face. He really didn't expect that returning to the Hokage world from the monster world for the first time would consume so much money. If he hadn't accumulated more chakra before, he wouldn't be able to come back. However, after this time, it will be much easier in the future. "Yunze Jainin, why are you here? You know me?" "Yes, I have seen grown ups a few times before." Itaki is worthy of being born in a big family, and he is very polite at a young age. It's just this that made Yunze speechless. "You are the son of the Fugaku patriarch, Itaki. As for why I'm here, it's because this is my training ground." Itaki used to have his own separate training ground, but the family address has recently moved, so the distance is too far away. "I found this place when I was looking for it. Seeing that no one came, I took it by myself. I didn't expect this to belong to the owner, and it appeared in front of me. It's embarrassing. Sorry, I don't know, I won't." Before Itaki's apology was finished, he suddenly felt that his whole body couldn't move at all. "What's the situation?" Yunze looked at the 107 who stopped halfway through the speech, feeling a little strange. The next second, I felt something was wrong. Because he had just recovered some of his body, he couldn't move anymore. "Poisonous. Haha, I didn't expect, buy one get one free." While speaking, a figure came out of the forest. He is tall, close to 2 meters, such a height is not common in Konoha. More importantly, he is wearing Konoha Anbu's uniform and Konoha's forehead protector on his head. But, Yunze can vouch, it has never been seen before. This person seemed to be very confident in his poison. He approached step by step gracefully, with a smile on his face. In addition to the son of the Uchiha patriarch, there is also an injured 5th order cage level strong man. What a great harvest! This sentence made Yunze frown. And what a reincarnation! Itaki on the side was not so relaxed. The other party's words made him realize that it was aimed at him. And more importantly, although he didn't hear the word 5th order, he heard the word Ying. Is Yunze Jainin as powerful as Kage at such a young age? It's a pity that I implicated him. But as the visitor approached, Itaki had no time to think about anything else. His whole body trembled unconsciously. The brain is constantly sending out dangerous instructions. Dangerous, this man is very dangerous. Run away. Unfortunately, the body did not respond. It's better to be a child. It's thin and tender. Let's taste it first. The man couldn't help but licked his lips, and 2 slender fangs slowly grew out. Itaki. Monster. Don't come here. Boom. When Itaki's heart was about to stop suddenly, the monster disappeared in a blink of an eye. Crack. In the next second, Itaki heard the sound of his body hitting a tree and breaking. Who is it? This is someone who came to save him. But soon, the figure walking in front of him made him dumbfounded. Isn't Yunze Jainin injured? Isn't he poisoned? How can I move? You are not poisoned. Subaru wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up and looked at the man opposite him. Whether you are poisoned or not, you will know if you try it. So much bullshit, hurry up. Chapter 25. Name: Age: 14. Identity: Konoha Jainin. Strength: Tier 5. Weak state. Attributes: Skill. Hazard level: Normal. It's the habit of reincarnators to investigate first when they meet. As a reincarnation of a veteran, Subaru is well aware of the tricks of investigating this thing. Although it can detect the approximate strength of the opponent, it is not very accurate. And in actual combat, all the data are just a reference. Whoever is strong and who is weak depends on who has the best means and who survives in the end. What's more, one thing he was sure of was that the other party was indeed weak. Chakra is about to bottom out. After this period of exploration, Subaru got a lot of useful clues and had a general understanding of ninjas. So, he rushed forward without hesitation. The fight started in an instant. There are not many chakras, but it doesn't mean that Yunze has no power to fight back. It's just a joke to think of him as physical skills. What's more, after the sage body reaches the intermediate level, not only the healing ability, but also the strength, speed and defense have been improved. However, Yunze frowned as he continued to fight. The speed of the opponent's strength is higher than his own. He was suppressed. Sure enough, not all reincarnations are weak chickens. Boom! Subaru made a sweep, although Yunze blocked it in time, but his body was involuntarily kicked out by the gravity, sliding a long trace on the ground. Haha, your strength and speed are stronger than any ninja I have ever seen, but without chakra, you are useless. Go to hell! Subaru's figure suddenly appeared behind Yunze, followed by a heavy punch. Hands kept on, but my heart was a little shocked. He didn't expect that the other party would fight against him for so long relying only on his body. There is still a bit of a ninja look here, doesn't body art also need chakra? The attackee on the side looked stupid for a long time. He never knew that physical skills could be so powerful. That ultimate speed completely blinded his eyes. If it was him, he might not even know how to die for an instant. And the impact of power is even more exaggerated. The loud noise of bang 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 has never stopped, and the air is shaken, and the wind is blowing everywhere. The place where the two confronted was completely in a mess as if it had been swept away by a powerful ninjutsu. Although the body was still unable to move, the light in Attacker's eyes became brighter and brighter. Yunze Jainin, is it so powerful? Yes, even if Yunze is temporarily at a disadvantage, Itachi is no longer worried about his own safety, because he knows that Yunze will definitely win. On the field, with the battle, Subaru's face became more and more ugly. He didn't expect that it would be so difficult to face a weak native, which made him feel ashamed and indignant as he was also at the 5th level. It's embarrassing to the reincarnation. Puff! Taking advantage of the gap, a cloud of dark green smoke spit out from Subaru's mouth, heading straight for Yunze's door. Poison! Although Yunze is not afraid, he can only hold his breath. In a life and death confrontation, even a momentary weakness will cause fatal results. Ha, let's see how long you can hold it. Do you think it's fine if you don't breathe? Too much bullshit. Yunze had already felt that the poisonous mist continuously penetrated from his skin into his body following the fight. Although it can last for a while, it won't be too long. Almost. Yunze felt the chakra in his body. If he hadn't bottomed out before, he would have recovered by now, but it was enough. Damn it, it seems like this is the only way to go. Subaru also noticed that the energy in the opponent's body was increasing. How the hell did this monster recover so quickly? With the change of thinking, Subaru's moves have no defense at all, and they all play with injuries for injuries. So that's the plan. Yunze was disdainful in his heart, and guessed the other party's thoughts at a glance. Because you are a vampire, will you change your life with me? Taking advantage of the flaw deliberately revealed by the other party, Yunze suddenly pulled out Kyunran from his back. The blue light flashed, and directly pierced into the opponent's chest. Subaru subconsciously ignored the fact that the opponent hadn't drawn his sword. Although he was shocked by the opponent's sword skills at this time, he didn't care about the blade piercing through his chest. A trace of sarcasm flashed across his face, as sharp nails stabbed straight at the opponent's heart. Little Crispy, Change your wounds with me, find. It's just that this thought only lasted for a moment, and the opponent's knife did not stop after passing through his body, and slashed upwards obliquely. Cut off his neck like cutting tofu. Boom! The half of the body that was still struggling to stretch out its sharp claws flew straight out. Subaru, who only had his head left, was confused by this series of changes, which was different from what he thought. As a reincarnation, the biggest advantage is that the natives don't understand their special abilities at all. Relying on the unequal information, he has easily killed many strong men. Every time the other party looked at him with a puzzled look on his face who survived the fatal injury, and died with hatred. Why is it different this time? If you fight, you will fight, and you have been stabbed, why do you still have the habit of torturing corpses? Do you usually do this too? Chapter 26. Yunze recognized the identity of the opponent's vampire as early as when the opponent was planning to attack his blood. How could he not be prepared? Shua shua. 4 knives completely turned the still struggling body into a stick. Yunze turned to look at the head and asked, "Will you become a bat?" Afraid that the other party would not understand, he gestured, "It means that the whole body turns into countless bats with a bang, and then can it change back?" Subaru finally came to his senses, his eyes darkened. "Who the hell are you?" "Already had an idea in my heart." The native knew what he was. This shocked him even more than his defeat. "I'm your papa, answer quickly." As he spoke, he raised the knife in his hand and threatened. Embarrassingly, the knife suddenly shattered to the ground with a bang. Yunze is a little speechless. It really is Qianren with chakra, and scum without chakra. Qianren? This special scene finally made Subaru recognize the knife in the opponent's hand. This person must have had contact with reincarnators before, but even so, he shouldn't know anything. Because the reincarnation space is strictly forbidden to pass information to the aborigines. Seeing the other party, Yunze just didn't open his mouth. It was a night of long dreams, and he penetrated Qianren into chakra. Like chopping minced meat, the hand lifts the knife and falls, the hand lifts the knife and falls. After a long time, he wiped off his sweat and nodded his head in satisfaction. If it wasn't for the blessing of the thunder attribute chakra, ordinary sharp weapons wouldn't be able to do it. Fortunately, it looked like he was really dead, and the residue all over the ground turned into ashes and dissipated in an instant. Putting the scarlet card away, Yunze looked at the system's prompt. Successful eye contact with Subaru, this time spent 10 chances. The available options are as follows. 1 Vampire Bloodline, Improved Version. 2 Advanced Fighting Skills. 3 Special Ability Breath Holding Technique. Breathing Containment Technique, it can hide one's own breath, murderous intentions, energy fluctuations, people of the same level or below cannot detect it. Sure enough, Yunze was surprised from the beginning. His own perception is not weak, but he didn't feel the enemy approaching at all. It wasn't until the poisoned body reacted that he discovered the other party. It turned out to have this ability. Coupled with the power and speed brought by the blood of the vampire, he is immortal and has no fear of the sun. And the weird toxin, a proper super assassin. Ordinary people may not know how to die when they encounter it. The reincarnation sent by the reincarnation space is getting stronger and stronger. After gaining the ability of breathing containment technique, Yunze solved a hidden danger, so that no one can discover the secrets of his body for the time being. Unless those white eyes evolve Tensagen. Oh, I almost forgot about the brat. Looking at Uchiha Itachi, who can't move except for his eyeballs, Yunze's bad taste broke out. Facing that small face, he just rubbed it. It was fun when I was young, but it's not cute when I grow up. Yunze started to roll his eyes after seeing a dozen or so, and Yunze stopped. Carefully examine the other person's body. It's a bit troublesome. The toxin in the ferret's body is similar to the later poisonous mist, which is so weird that it can swallow chakra. Fortunately, it only has a paralyzing effect. Under Yun's healing jutsu and the passage of time, the toxin was finally removed. Thank you, Master Yunze. Itake, who has regained his ability to move, salutes respectfully and thank you. It's just that besides eagerness, the eyes are full of resentment. Well, just call me Yunze, I'm not much older than you, if you can't, just call me brother. Yes, brother Yunze. Itake remembered that the person in front of him was only 9 years older than him, only 14 this year. Look at the other person's height, then look at yourself, only to the waist of the other person, and feel a little longing for a moment. Can I grow so tall and so strong in the future? But soon, Itake remembered the person just now, and asked, is that person just now a ninja from the village? Who the hell is he, why? Thinking of the scene just now, he couldn't help shivering. I don't know if it's because the other party's head can't die, or it's a way to chop it into meat sauce. I don't know either. The other party's attire is from the village, but the identity is not clear. Yunze shook his head, he couldn't explain the details, but instead asked, where are the guards arranged for you by your family? He didn't believe that the dignified Uchiha Patriarch's son would be unprotected. I don't know. Itake's face was a little ugly. Recently, Uncle Uchiha Yan protects me. Uncle Yan is the Jainin of the clan, and it is impossible to neglect his duties unless... Sure enough, the two soon found the dead Uchiha Yan not far away. The situation at the scene showed that there was no battle during his lifetime, and he was fatally hit from behind. His whole body was shriveled, and all the blood in his body was sucked out. Seeing the horrifying appearance of the corpse, Itake wasn't afraid, but his eyes were sad. Uncle Yan is always nice to me, I didn't expect. Don't be sad, there was a lot of fighting just now, no one came to check, the situation is a bit weird. Has anything major happened in the village recently? Yunze was a little strange, always feeling that something happened in the village. Brother Yunze isn't in the village recently. Itake looked at him strangely. Yeah, what's the problem? Master Third Generation is dead. Chapter 27. You mean Sarutobi Hiruzen died? Itake's words made Yunze unresponsive for a while. Yes, there will be a funeral tomorrow. Who killed it? It's said to be Hotake Kakashi, but I don't know the specifics. Itake is still a child now, even if his father is the head of the Uchiha clan, he cannot understand many important things in the village. Yunze didn't continue to ask, but simply covered up the scene, and planned to send Itake back first. There must be a lot of things he doesn't know about Uchiha clan land. Since the Nine Tails Rebellion, the Uchiha clan has been forced to move from the heart of the village. Compared with the original, it is more deserted here. Along the way, I only met people from the Uchiha clan, and other Konoha people rarely appeared here. However, with Yunze's perception, it can be clearly felt that there are many eyes watching here. It should be Enbu or the root people. He took Itake all the way into his home. Yunze finally meets the current patriarch, Uchiha Fugaku. Itake briefly talked about what happened just now, and was signaled to leave. For a while, only Fugaku and Yunze were left in the room. Having heard about the younger generation for a long time, Shihoran Yunze is a genius no less than Kakashi. I was lucky enough to get to know you today. Thank you for the matter of Guzi. After speaking, he bowed solemnly. Uchiha's arrogance is divided into people. At least for the person who saved his son, Fugaku did not put on airs, but was very humble. You're welcome, I'm just saving myself. For the first time in so many years, Yunze has dealt with the Uchiha clan. Well, Uchiha Obito doesn't count. By the way, Master Fugaku, I also just heard that Master Third Generation died. Fugaku handed the teacup to Yunze, motioned, and said, some time ago, Master Third Generation went to Daimyo Prefecture to succeed Hokage again. On the way back, he was intercepted and killed. The body has just been brought back today and will be buried tomorrow. Who is the murderer? It is said to be Kakashi. Fugaku took a sip of his tea and added, this is the conclusion given by Elder Danzo. However, the corpse does have traces of the thunder attribute chakra. As we all know, Kakashi's signature ninjutsu is Reikari. Fugaku's words did not express his own opinion, but simply described the real situation of the matter. But Yunze also got what he wanted. It now appears that Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed dead. He didn't believe that with the confirmation of so many high-level Konohas, there were still people who could confuse the real with the fake. It's just that the dignified third generation died too shamelessly. He wasn't there. Master Fugaku, I have another question to ask. You say. What is Kakashi's status now? Captured or dead? It is said that he was injured and escaped, and now Anbu and Root ninjas are chasing him. Thank you, but it's time for me to go. You should still have a lot of things to do. After getting the information he wanted, Yunze planned to leave. Hearing this, Fugaku didn't continue to keep him, but sent him out himself. Only at the end, suddenly asked, you seem to be very concerned about this matter. That's, after all, it's Hokage, and it's related to Kakashi, classmate. Yunze made a haha. Then you really should pay more attention. Finally, Fugaku said seriously, Yunze Jainin, I will continue to investigate the matter of the dog. After the investigation is clear, I will formally come to thank you. We Uchiha are not people who don't reciprocate. You're welcome, then I'll go. Goodbye. Watching Yunze's figure disappear, Fugaku walked into the room without saying a word. At this time, there were already 2 more people in the room, and a dead body on the ground. It was the dead body of Uchiha Yan. Fugaku checked the condition of the corpse, and asked with a gloomy face, how is it? Did you find out? Patriarch Hui, we have found out that the situation at the scene is indeed the same as what Ataki and Shihao and Yunze said. Are you sure it wasn't Yunze who did it? Yes, the scene was simply concealed and there were no other traces, so I can be sure. Senior Yan was indeed poisoned first, and then he was attacked to death from behind, and finally sucked all the blood in his body. Where's the murderer's body? Only a small amount of ash remained at the scene and it can be determined that it was not caused by fire style. That's weird. Fugaku thought about it for a long time, but he never thought of which bloodline limit has this characteristic. In the end, he could only say, since the other party is wearing Anbu's uniform, and now third generation is dead, it can only have something to do with Danzo. You continue to investigate, I don't believe it, there is only one such person. Yes. After the tribe left, Fugaku sighed. The storm is coming. Chapter 28. It must have something to do with Danzo. Coincidentally, Yunze, who left Uchiha, also came to this conclusion. In my memory, there is a plot about third Hokage being assassinated by Danzo, but it was unsuccessful. The reason for his success now must have something to do with the reincarnated people he met today. On the way back, it was completely dark. There is no pedestrian on the road, only patrolling ninjas appear from time to time. Yet, you're finally back. When I returned to the door of the house, I happened to meet Yuhihong who came out of it. Seeing that she wanted to say something else, Yunze quickly stopped her. Go in and talk. Okay, let me get you something to eat first. Before Yunze could speak, Hong had already rushed to the kitchen to get busy. Ah, it's still comfortable at home. Not long after sitting down, Hong came out with food. It can be seen that it must have been prepared before. Seeing Yunze eating happily, Hong was also happy with the new life. Mr. Yunze, you have been away for 8 days, and I can hardly hold it anymore. What? Someone is looking for me. At this time, Yunze already knew that the time flow rate of Monster World and Hokage is different. About 10-to-1 ratio. He stayed there for almost 80 days, while Konoha only had 8 days. You don't know yet, Master Third Generation is dead. When Hong said this, she touched her quietly, for fear that others would hear. I already know. Seeing her sneaky and cute appearance, Yunze couldn't help touching her head and said with a smile. Although the big waves are not smooth enough, they are soft enough. Ah! You know. He blushed at this intimate gesture, a little surprised. Well, just now. After briefly talking about what happened just now, Hong was even more surprised from ear to ear. How can there be such a person? Is that a monster? Maybe. After a pause, Yunze instructed, the village is not peaceful recently, be careful not to go to remote places, and it is best not to accept the task. I'm afraid not. I'm a ninja, so it's impossible not to accept the mission. Regarding this point, Hong insisted, at most, I should be more careful. Yunze also knew that what he said just now was a little too much. Hong is not a flower in a greenhouse, and it is impossible to really hide behind him all the time. She is a ninja. Thinking of this, he took out a scroll and spread it out in front of Hong. What is this? She was no longer surprised that Yunze took something out of thin air. Summoning scroll, I am going out this time for the summoning beast, come, sign your name. In fact, Yunze thought about it when he first got the summoning scroll. 2 different worlds, can summoning come out? But in line with the idea of hitting a few shots with or without dates, I still did it. Now he can be sure that there was no way to summoning before, but now he can. The complexity of space is second only to time. After being strengthened by Flying Thunder God and flying back from the monster world, Yunze has a deeper understanding of space. The 2 worlds weren't really what he had seen when teleporting there, from one place to another. The distance between them is not the distance, but a matter of dimension and spatial level. Like now, he returns from the Hokage world to the monster world, and he doesn't need the assistance of Flying Thunder God anymore. As the master of the world, he can go back with just one thought, and he can come back with just one thought. Just because he has opened the channel between the 2 worlds, which is why he ran out of chakra before. Hong had great trust in Yunze, and obediently signed her name. Feel the information sent through the scroll. She was a little puzzled. Why do you feel different? Of course. Yunze was a little proud, this is the terms of the contract I wrote myself. Like Sunin and their summoning beasts, the relationship between the 2 is equal, even to say the least. The summoning beast side takes the initiative. For example 10,000 snakes. And Yunze will not find a bunch of ancestors. Although he didn't want to enslave the monsters, he couldn't be disobedient. You can call them with confidence, without worrying about being disobedient. However, don't really abuse them, they are also intelligent. Well, don't worry, I understand. Feeling the huge beasts in her mind, Hong was shocked besides being shocked. Very satisfied, how can there be any opinions? A self-defense weapon was arranged for Hong, and Yunze felt relieved for the time being. By the way, did you just say someone was looking for me? That's right, I let you interrupt, I forgot to say. 3rd generation's funeral is tomorrow, and all the ninjas in the village will be there. Fortunately, you are back, otherwise I don't know how it will end. That's right, Yunze just asked for sick leave before, but he didn't have a proof of leaving the village. If someone finds out about this, and he's not in the village, he might be given the reputation of being a traitor. Yunze believed that old Danzo could do such a thing. After all, he had rejected the other party before. Chapter 29. Underground Konoha Village. Roots. While Yunze was being tender with his little girlfriend, Danzo was furious. Why would your people touch Uchiha's people at this time? Master Danzo, I'm sorry, this was my mistake. The speaker was tall and slender, and his face was even more angular like that of a Westerner. Facing Danzo's anger, he behaved politely, you also know that my family's bloodline has a fatal side effect. It needs to drink blood every day, otherwise it will be reduced to ashes. And the blood of the Uchiha clan is very attractive to the clan. I apologize again for the unauthorized actions of the tribe. Humph. With such a submissive attitude, Danzo did not continue to be aggressive, but just coldly snorted and said, "Forget it this time, you are not allowed to act without authorization in the future. Of course, I will provide you with the blood you need every day. Don't hurt Konoha's ordinary villagers at will, understand? Follow your orders." Big stick plus sweet date, Danzo's political skills are ruthless, and he asks another question. "How about Kakashi, why haven't you caught it yet? He was seriously injured, and my 2 clansmen will catch him immediately, please rest assured. Hurry up and make no mistakes, otherwise the conditions I promised you before will change. Clear? Go down." "Yes." After people leave, Yamanaka Feng came out from the side, and asked with some concern, "Master Danzo, are these people trustworthy?" "Don't worry, it's not about trusting or not, it's just using it." Danzo's eyes flickered. The bloodline of their family is indeed rather weird, but the fatal weakness is obvious. Anyway, all they need is ninjutsu. If you are obedient, it's okay. If you are not obedient, just clean it up. Speaking of which, it's also thanks to them this time. If it wasn't for them, I would never have thought that someone could hide so deeply under my nose. Having said that, Danzo looked at Yamanaka Feng and asked, "Is he still refusing to speak?" "Yes, the other party's mouth is very hard. Continue to interrogate. Unfortunately, your ability has no effect on him. Be careful not to die." "Yes, where is the Uchiha clan?" "It doesn't matter, I'll clean them up after tomorrow." The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, everyone gathered at the cemetery. Hokage's funeral. This is not the first time Yunze has participated. Compared with Namikaze Minato last time, he was still a little sad, but at this moment he is calm. Even complained a little. When 3rd generation died, he was not there. This is definitely a waste of a big plot. If this is a novel, how many words can the author write? With messy thoughts, and in a solemn atmosphere, Yunze sent off 3rd generation with everyone for the last time. The funeral is over. Before Yunze left, he was notified to go to the Hokage building for a meeting. When they got there, they found that the patriarchs of the major families had already sat there. Yamanaka, Akamichi, Nara, Inyazuka, Abarame. An Uchiha Fugaku of the Uchiha clan, Hyaga Hayashi of the Hyaga clan. And sitting with them is the leader of each ninja unit, Captain Anbu. Besides these big guys, normal Jainin like Yunze can only stand around. Have to. Seeing the situation, Yunze knew that they were here to make up the numbers. Not long after, Danzo walked in with 2 consultants, Mitokado Homura and Yuditen Koharu. The last person who came out surprised Yunze a little. It turned out to be Jiraiya, who hasn't returned to the village for a long time. Looking at the Konoha people in the meeting room, Danzo's body could not help but tremble with excitement. Finally, the day I waited for. After today, he is the real Hokage. I called everyone here today, and everyone must know why. Hiruzen is an old friend of mine, and I am very sad about his death, but Konoha cannot remain hidden for a day. Speaking of this, Danzo paused for a moment and said, "I think that I am the most suitable person to accept the position of Hokage at present." People. I wonder if everyone agrees. After saying this, except for the background board like Yunze, no one cared. The patriarchs of all ethnic groups sitting at the conference table frowned. Seeing this situation, Mitokado Homura knew it was his turn to play, and coughed lightly. As Konoha's advisor, let me say something. In my opinion, Danzo is indeed the most suitable candidate. When Hiruzen was alive, Danzo assisted him. For Konoha's affairs, Danzo can quickly get started. And Danzo has contributed to Konoha for many years, and he has worked hard. Yuditen Koharu echoed, indeed, and Danzo's strength is nothing to say. If Sarutobi Hiruzen was still alive, their two advisors might not agree so much, but Sarutobi is dead. At this time, Danzo's superior position is the most ideal for them. With the statement of the two consultants, more small families who supported Danzo echoed. For a while, it seemed that Danzo became Hokage, which was what everyone expected. Looking at all this, Uchiha Fugaku had no choice but to speak. I think that apart from Elder Danzo, Master Jiraiya can also become Hokage. As soon as the voice fell, everyone's eyes focused on Jiraiya. At this moment, Jiraiya, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. I know myself very well, I am not suitable for the position of Hokage. By contrast, Danzo is the fittest guy right now. Chapter 30. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't believe his ears. If you only listen to the first half of Jiraiya's sentence, it is understandable. After all, it wasn't the first time he turned down Hokage's seat. Jiraiya refused when he was selected for 4th generation. However, the second half of the sentence was completely beyond the expectations of many people. As we all know, Jiraiya and Danzo don't get along very well. And someone who has reached a certain height, like Uchiha Fugaku, knows better. That's more than not dealing with it, it can be said to be a grudge. Orochimaru's human experiments exposed his defection, and there is Danzo's shadow behind him. While everyone was whispering and discussing, Mitokato Homura coughed and said, Jiraiya is worthy of being Hiruzen's apprentice. For Konoha, he can put aside personal grievances and recommend Danzo. This kind of sentiment of being dedicated to the public is worth learning for everyone. After finishing speaking, he turned his head to look at Fugaku. Patriarch Fugaku, the person you recommended has automatically quit, do you have any comments? Fugaku frowned at Jiraiya and said nothing. He desperately doesn't want Danzo to take over, but he doesn't have the courage to publicly oppose it. After all, the relationship between Uchiha and the village is very tense now, and he doesn't want to make the situation more serious. Seeing that the result was about to come out, Hyuga Hayashi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, the murderer who killed Lord 3rd Generation has not been caught yet. Danzo stared at Hayashi, not knowing what he meant. You must know that the Hyuga clan rarely intervene in this kind of power struggle. Seeing Danzo looking at himself, Hayashi said, I don't disagree with Elder Danzo becoming a Hokage, but just reminding that the 3rd generation has made great contributions to the village after all. Yes. The confrontation between these people for Hokage's seat made Jiraiya very annoyed. Finally, he couldn't help but said in a cold voice, it was Kakashi who killed the old man. He is Minato's disciple. I will deal with him personally. It's you instead. Just after the old man died, you all fought for the seat of Hokage, what's the difference between it and a mess? Konoha is getting more and more depraved now, and it seems that someone with a strong wrist is needed to rectify it. From this point of view, there is no one else except Danzo. An honest man getting angry is sometimes scarier, not to mention that this honest man is Jiraiya, one of the Sunin. After these words were finished, the scene was completely silent. Many people think about it and think that what he said is not bad, Danzo is indeed a man with a tough wrist. Just when everyone thought the result was finally out, a voice suddenly came from the corner. Did you forget Master Tsunade? She's pretty tough too, right? Tsunade. At this time, someone remembered the fear of being dominated by this Konoha princess. That's more than tough, that fist is so hard that it hurts. Those who were already dissatisfied with Danzo's eyes lit up, it's a good idea. That's right, Master Tsunade is also good. How about we wait and see? Don't be too hasty. After all, it's a big deal. I didn't expect you to break the deadlock. After the meeting, Uchiha Fugaku found Yunze before leaving, with a somewhat complicated tone. At his age, he is not even as good as a young man. No way, did I just say that casually,
How can such a small person like me have so much energy? Yunze had an innocent expression. Blame me? It seems to be true. Because of Yunze's words, Danzo's wish to directly become Hokage was ruined, and he only got a temporary seat for Hokage. He still clearly remembers the way Danzo looked at him before he left. I just wanted to eat him alive. After today, you will no longer be a small person, but you have to be careful of Danzo. At this point, Uchiha Fugaku changed the subject. You saved the dog's life before, and if there is trouble in the future, Uchiha can help you once. Thank you Fugaku-sama. Yunze showed excitement at the right time. Seeing this, Fugaku finally felt better. He didn't think the other party's excitement was fake. Uchiha is the number one family in Konoha, and the promise it made is worthy of everyone's excitement. Uchiha Fugaku was satisfied when the favor was paid off. As soon as he turned around, he heard the other party's question. Master Fugaku, is Shisui still in the village now? Shisui went out to the village to do a mission a week ago, and he hasn't come back yet. Fugaku was a little puzzled. Do you know Shisui? No, but I've heard the name Shisui before, and I yearn for it. For one's own genius to be recognized by others. Fugaku is very proud of being the patriarch. Well, when he comes back, I will introduce you to each other, and you young people can communicate more. Then thank you sir. Seeing people leave, Yunze finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's really tiring to keep the persona. The next moment, he had another headache. It seems that it is really possible to have something to do with Shisui. How can an old Danzo do this? Chapter 31. The reason for saying this. It's because Jiraiya's performance is too strange. What Yunze doubts most is not that he recommended Danzo. It's that he completely ignored Tsunade when he was considering the position of Hokage. That was his dear friend. The reason why Yunze is the first bird is that he doesn't want Danzo to become Hokage. I would like to try Jiraiya more. As a result, although he didn't object, he didn't mean to support it either. This made Yunze think of distinguished heavenly gods. Others don't know. He knew that this thing could quietly change other people's minds without being discovered. Simply bug. Yunze was a little annoyed. He was still affected by the memory of his previous life. I always thought that Shisui should not have opened Mangeki. After all, when he was gouged out in memory. It's quite tall. However, who can say that he opened his eyes at that time? Now that I think about it, Shisui is only a few months younger than Yunze, just like Kakashi, a dwarf. Short is short, the strength is not weak. He went to the battlefield during World War III and earned the title of Shisui. More importantly, his father died on the battlefield at that time. Is there a better eye-opening condition than this? Don't say anything. Shisui is young now. Can a genius be counted by age? Don't you see, the tail of Obito's crane is open. It's just something that puzzles Yunze. In the end it was Shisui who personally lowered Jiraiya's head. Or was the eye gouged out again? As a result, before Yunze started to investigate, he was arranged by Danzo himself. Root base. After Danzo came back, he was so angry that he almost smashed the base camp. Just a little short. Gan. Seeing that his anger had almost subsided, Yamanaka asked cautiously, "My lord, let Jiraiya go to Kakashi, will there be no problem?" "Don't worry, everything is under control." After speaking, I may feel that the words are a bit full. How about this, you let Good lead his people to take the first step. If you find Kakashi first, then kill him directly. If Jiraiya finds it first, let's see how he behaves. If he is out of control, let's kill him together. After finishing the order, Danzo thought of something and asked, "Did Good's people be killed by that Yunze?" "Yes. It seems that the kid is not simple. Arrange him to act with Jiraiya, and let Good find a chance to avenge his tribe." Danzo has a headache. Why do young people nowadays hide so deeply? First is Uchiha Shisui, who not only opened Manjiki, but also has such a terrifying ability. Now another Shihouran Yunze pops up, digging a big hole right in his way to become Hokage. Neither are fuel-efficient lights. Where is Tsunade? Yamanaka Feng is his subordinate, and it is his duty to check for omissions and fill in vacancies. Don't worry, I will talk to those families later, it's just an exchange of interests. Danzo is quite confident in his political skills. Master Jiraiya, this is the water I just fetched. Yunze respectfully handed the water bottle to Jiraiya. Crazy in my heart. Don't kill the old Danzo, his last name is Yun. It's been a long time since he waited on anyone during the mission, usually Hong and Hyaga waited on him. Thanks. After Jiraiya finished drinking, she closed her eyes and meditated, without saying anything. Yunze hadn't had much contact with Jiraiya before, so it's not clear what exactly he looks like in the mission. However, after these 2 days, even if Yunze knew that Jiraiya had won distinguished heavenly gods, he didn't find anything unusual. Apart from being serious, Jiraiya is quite easy to get along with. Even after knowing his life experience, he taught him a few ninjutsu. Forget it, let's follow for now, or God knows where Kakashi escaped to. Besides, it's good. Successful eye contact with Jiraiya, this time consumes one opportunity, the available options are as follows. 1. All shurikens are thrown out of technique. 2. Toad Yin technique. 3. Xianju practice experience. Many of Jiraiya's powerful ninjutsu are related to summoning beasts, so Yunze didn't increase the size. Random down, but also loot a lot of good things. Just like this time, the experience of practicing immortality is very helpful for Yunze himself to practice immortality. There are many other benefits, such as combat experience, chaotic lion hair, enchantment sky cover magic circle. Yunze felt that, given him some more time, he could wipe Jiraiya away except for Toad. Jiraiya, I found Kakashi. A fist-sized toad appeared in front of Jiraiya. Where? Jiraiya's eyes lit up upon hearing the news. It's just a cave 30 kilometers to the northwest, but there are many people with roots nearby, and they may be discovered soon. The little toad is small, but the information reported is very detailed. It was clearly a tracking toad. Yunze on the side looked at the toad in front of him, which had never appeared in the animation, and clicked his tongue. As expected of the 3 holy lands, a whole group of toads of any kind can appear. The foundation is profound. Chapter 32. Master Jiraiya, don't we meet the people at the route? Got Kakashi's exact message. The two set off directly. Along the way, Yunze found out. Every time Jiraiya encounters a ninja at the route, Jiraiya will take the initiative to avoid it. Did not make contact with them. Hearing Yunze's question at this time, Jiraiya, who was leading the way, didn't look back. Our task is Kakashi, and there is no need to meet the people at the route. But, they are under Danzo-sama, don't we have to report Kakashi's information to Danzo-sama? No, he will know after he catches it. After speaking, Jiraiya speeded up, obviously not wanting to continue the chat. Yunze closed his mouth tactfully, but his mind was spinning wildly. How did Danzo change Jiraiya's mind? Judging by his current performance, it is obvious that he does not have much respect for Danzo. The two were moving fast, and it didn't take long to get close to Kakashi's hideout. However, at this time, Jiraiya suddenly stopped, he turned his head to look at Yunze, and ordered. I'm going to catch Kakashi, you stay here and don't let anyone get close. Including root ninjas. Yes, remember everyone. If you encounter someone who can't be stopped, remember to send a signal. Clear. What Jiraiya meant was obviously that he didn't want Yunze to get close. Therefore, Yunze did not refute, and readily agreed. Only, when Jiraiya left, a certain person activated the breath containment technique and quietly followed. Just listen to the words of a child, don't take it seriously. Damn it, I can't hold on any longer. Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? In the dark and narrow cave, Kakashi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rebandaged the wound. During this period of time, he has been continuously hunted down, although he managed to escape several times. But he was seriously injured. If it is discovered again, then it can be said that revolving heaven is really powerless. At this time, listening to the sound of detonating symbols detonating from time to time in the distance, Kakashi was very clear. The enemy is getting closer. This made his heart gradually sink to the bottom. When Kakashi was desperate, the camouflaged rock at the entrance of the cave was suddenly blasted away. It was discovered. Instinctively, Kakashi grasped the kunai in his hand, and was about to rise up and resist. A familiar voice came from my ear. Lion hair technique. Countless long hairs poured out from the hole, binding Kakashi tightly. Faced with this situation, Kakashi did not panic, but was a little happy. Master Jiraiya, are you here to meet me? Following his questioning, a tall figure walked into the cave. It was Jiraiya. Looking at Kakashi who couldn't move, Jiraiya's eyes flashed with regret, and he asked coldly, Kakashi, why did you kill the old man? What? Jiraiya's question made Kakashi dumbfounded. The third generation is dead? What shocked him even more was that. How did he become a murderer? Looking at Kakashi who said nothing, Jiraiya was even more furious. He has always been very optimistic about Minato's apprentice, but he didn't expect to do such a rebellious thing. For a moment, the raging murderous aura filled the entire cave. After a long time, Kakashi finally reacted. He said hoarsely, I didn't kill Lord Third Generation, it was Danzo, who wanted to be Hokage's subordinate. It's about this time, and I'm still thinking about sophistry. I've seen the old man's body, and there are traces left by Reikari on it. Who else but you? Jiraiya did see Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, the fatal wound was pierced through the heart, and there were traces left by the Thunder Attribute Chakra on it. Reikari. Kakashi was momentarily at a loss for words, this is indeed his original ninjutsu, except he didn't. Wrong. Kakashi suddenly thought of something, he struggled again and said, I see, the assassins I met back then had three strange people. One can use wood style, the other two seem to have an immortal body, can heal a pierced heart, and one of them can simulate the opponent's moves. My Reikari was imitated by the opponent, and now I still have the wound left on my shoulder. The word wood style caught Jiraiya's attention, and he thought that Orochimaru seemed to have cooperated with Danzo to study first-generation cells. Thinking about it this way, Jiraiya hurried over to Kakashi and removed the bandages from his shoulders. The exposed wound made his eyes shrink sharply. It is indeed very similar to third generation's wound, with traces of lightning burns. For a moment, his thoughts were complicated, and his face was even more gloomy. Tell me everything you encountered before, and don't hide anything. Hearing this, Kakashi hastily drew himself into the route by Danzo. But I accidentally learned that he planned to assassinate the third generation. Then he told the news to the third generation, and according to the request of the third generation, he told everything about the disguise to attract the assassin. After hearing these words, Jiraiya looked at the scarred Kakashi and asked in a complicated tone. Who else have you told these things to? Kakashi didn't know why, so he answered honestly, recently, I have been hunted down by people at the route, and I have no time to pass the news out. So you're the only one who knows all this? Yes, Master Jiraiya, we must rush back to the village as soon as possible to disclose this information, and prevent Danzo from becoming Hokage. Kakashi's tone was hurried, but before he finished speaking, his face changed drastically. The long hair wrapped around his body suddenly exerted force. The huge force made him almost unable to breathe. Since Master Jiraiya, why? Sorry, Kakashi. In the darkness, Jiraiya's face was a little blurry. At this time, Konoha can't stand the trouble anymore, and Danzo can't make any more problems. Chapter 33. What is this? With this doubt, Kakashi's breathing became more and more difficult, and his consciousness began to blur. In a trance, it was as if a dazzling light flashed in front of his eyes. In the next second, Kakashi suddenly found that the hair tightly bound around his body had loosened. I can breathe. Cough cough. Breathing happily, I heard a familiar voice beside me. Yo, Kakashi, I'm a bit embarrassed. Looking up, it turned out to be Yunze. How did this guy come here? Before he could speak, Jiraiya spoke first. Shihaoran Yunze, you disobeyed my order. There was irrepressible anger in his voice. Yunze didn't seem to notice it at all, and smiled kind, Master Jiraiya, it's none of my business, there are many powerful people outside. I can't stop it, so I can only come to ask for help. Enough, you should have heard what you just said. Yunze is innocent, what words? I just came. You shouldn't be here. This dialogue gave Yunze an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Just about to follow the flow, I was interrupted by Kakashi. Yunze, Jiraiya is crazy, you run quickly, it is Lord Third Generation who was killed by Danzo, pass the message back. As he spoke, Kakashi struggled to get up, I'll stop him. Okay, you'd better rest first. Yunze pressed him to the ground angrily. With his current small body, he can stop a fart. No need for others to do it, he can bleed to death by himself. But, Jiraiya. Kakashi was anxious. Jiraiya? Isn't it already resolved? What? Only then did Kakashi realize that it seemed that when the two were talking just now, Jiraiya did not attack. After careful observation, I found out. He doesn't seem to have moved since just now. Are you poisoned? It was the only thing Kakashi could think of. Yet. Any questions? Then why do I? What the hell, you can't let the poison fly for a while. The poison was released from the hole. As he spoke, Yunze spread Kakashi who was speechless, and used healing jutsu to help him stop the bleeding. Special toxin, the paralyzing toxin produced in Subaru's body is colorless and odorless. It can paralyze the whole body in a very short period of time, up to half an hour. Depending on the physical strength of the poisoned person, the time will be shortened accordingly. This is Yunze drawn from Subaru's Scarlet card. Maybe this kind of paralytic toxin is more popular. Subaru got a lot from his body and plans to sell it for money? Anyway, Yunze smoked 3 times and won 2 bottles. 10 minutes later. On a plane not far from just now. Yunze, do you know what you are doing? Do you think everything you do is good for Konoha? If the truth leaks out, then Konoha has no other possibility other than a rebellion. Do you know how many people will die by then? There are root ninjas all around, do you think you can get out alive? Jiraiya, true to Sunan, had recovered a few minutes earlier. However, now he can't do anything other than talk. Chakra seal, reseal of limbs, sealing circle. Yunze gave Jiraiya a full set in one go. If it wasn't for the fear of a conflict between the seals, I would have given him another 5-element seal. Yunze, what happened to Jiraiya? Kakashi was able to speak after Yunze's treatment. Obviously he doesn't understand Jiraiya's current performance. Maybe it's under the illusion. Yunze didn't say much, he now has a rough guess. Danzo must have injected Jiraiya with something like Danzo is the best person to take Hokage's seat. Under the guidance of this kind of thinking, any behavior that is not conducive to Danzo becoming a Hokage will be stopped by Jiraiya. Other than that, there is no explanation why he attacked Kakashi. Illusion? Impossible, there is no trace of illusion on his body. Yunze's answer, obviously not accepted. The illusion that can be discovered by you, do you think Jiraiya will not be able to solve it for so long? What do you mean? Kakashi was a little shocked. Is there really such an illusion that cannot be detected and cannot be dispelled? Don't think so much, you can just shut up now. Yunze was a little impatient. Why didn't I find Kakashi so much nonsense before? He is trying to adjust his state now, but there will be a fierce battle later. Since he learned the breath containment technique, in addition to being able to control his own breath, he is also more sensitive to the breath of other people. On the way here before, he noticed several strange and powerful auras. This has to make Yunze think of the reincarnation he met in Konoha. These people should be Subaru's companions. Because of this, when facing Jiraiya before, he decided to use poison as the simplest method. The waves are fine, but they cannot be overturned. Kakashi's face turned red from Yunze's words. But in this situation, he has no right to speak. He could only ask carefully, one last question. Aren't we going to run now? Jiraiya is right, there are root ninjas around here. What if we get caught? Then kill them all. Chapter 34. Then kill them all. Kakashi froze. In his impression, Shihoran Yunze is a gentle person. Whether it's learning or becoming a ninja, he has never performed brilliantly, nor has he had conflicts with others. It seems to be a harmless person. And just after he calmly said the murderous words, he was completely different in Kakashi's eyes. Even if he just sat there quietly, it brought him a lot of pressure. Like a sharp blade hidden in a scabbard, it is about to reveal its irrepressible sharpness. Coming! Yunze whispered 2 words and opened his eyes. In an instant, Kakashi went into cardiac arrest. My lord, the other party should not have been away for long, and the traces are not far ahead. A root troop captain looked at the man in black in front of him respectfully. In that case, let's go after it. A peaceful voice came from under the hood. Yes. With the sound falling, countless black figures in the woods quickly passed by. After these people left, a person beside the man in black laughed and said, Captain, it seems that the so-called sunin that Danzo found is useless. A little poison from Subaru will take care of it. It seems that we can only rely on us. Don't be careless. I'm more interested in the person who killed Subaru. He didn't even cover up the traces. It seems that he is waiting for us. Then it depends on whether he has the strength. Captain, what will happen to that Jiraiya later? It's Danzo's man after all. What's wrong with Danzo's people? Have you forgotten our purpose? Is there a better way to get points than killing the strong in this world? Understood. Let's go, don't make people wait. It's just that when they rushed to the scene, they were stunned by everything in front of them. 15 Jnin, 30 Jnin. Kakashi just glanced at the person who was chasing him, and his heart went cold. How much Danzo thinks highly of himself that he sent so many people. Looking at Yunze who got up slowly. Kakashi was in a bitter mood, no matter how strong he was, it would be of no use. The ending is doomed. But what happened next completely changed his mind. Yunze slowly pulled out Kyunran behind him. Step by step, he walked forward slowly, as if he was not facing the ninja at the root, but going out for a walk. As he advanced, his body began to blur like a phantom. In an instant, it seemed that dozens of Yunze appeared in the crowd at the same time, and they simply waved the sharp blade in their hands to the root ninja beside them. In the next second, Yunze's vague figure solidified again, and he continued to move forward unhurriedly. At the same time, a thin red line appeared on the necks of dozens of ninjas in front of them. Puff puff. Blood spurted out instantly. There seemed to be a dense red mist in the air. Bloody but coquettish and gorgeous. This is... Flying. Flying Thunder God. The enhanced Flying Thunder God, as long as there are space coordinates, there is no place that cannot be visited. Doesn't matter if you have the Flying Thunder God mark or not. And what are the spatial coordinates? For Yunze, in his eyes, Every inch of this world has its unique information. These unique pieces of information are coordinates. That is, what he has been to, what he has seen, and what he knows can be reached in an instant. So, the number of enemies doesn't make much difference to Yunze. As long as within his field of vision. Then each enemy will face him alone. As for ordinary Jainin and Chunin, there are no exceptions except being killed in seconds. Looking at the 5 people who just came out, Yunze greeted with a smile. It's finally here, just finished cleaning up the miscellaneous fish. Next, I can welcome you with peace of mind. None of the people who were still alive at the scene thought of it. In just a split second, Yunze cleared everyone else. Even the sealed Jiraiya was silent at this time. The scene just now reminded him of his apprentice. Golden Flash Namikaze Minato, when killing 50 ninjas instantly. Do not. Compared with Minato also needs to place Flying Thunder God Kunao. Just now Yunze is obviously more concise and more casual. But also more shocking. Jiraiya couldn't help thinking, even if the opponent didn't use poison, would he be the opponent? For the first time, he began to look squarely at the young man in front of him. Although the gorgeous killing scenes are shocking. However, the 5 newcomers did not feel that they were invincible and fled the scene. The man in black reached out and took off his hood, revealing his handsome face. It was good. He took a deep breath. The smell of blood in the air made him intoxicated. Facing Yunze's words, Good also replied with a smile, Your Excellency, I have seen so far, the most powerful in this world. For your warm hospitality, as a guest, we will definitely not let you down. Oops. Hearing this, Yunze was even happier. I just like the way you speak, it makes me feel like a gentleman myself. The force level is instantly high, isn't it? Come on, let's have some appetizers first. Chapter 35. Fire Style Fire Extinction. The raging flames engulfed everything in front of them like sea water. Looking at the huge sea of flames, Yunze nodded in satisfaction. Recently, he has become more and more fond of using this ninjutsu. From the observation just now, the 5 people on the opposite side obviously have the characteristics of vampires. As we all know, creatures like vampires rely on speed and immortality to make a living. Facing such an enemy, Yunze did not start with Flying Thunder God. He didn't think the other party didn't even have this reaction speed. Besides, even if you hit it, you won't die. What if the other party has some weird abilities? On the other side, looking at the sea of fire covering the entire small plain, Kakashi was a little dumbfounded, and even chatted with Jiraiya who was going to kill him before. If I remember correctly, How Huomi is a B-rank ninjutsu. Are B-level ninjutsu so powerful? Jiraiya glanced at him and taught, ninjutsu doesn't depend on the level, it depends on who uses it. For a powerful person, even a B-level ninjutsu can use the power of an S-level. Been taught a lesson. Yunze didn't expect any ninjutsu to succeed. While grilling, he turned on the system. Successful eye contact with Good, this time consumes 10 chances, the available options are as follows. 1. Dracula's direct lineage, improved version. 2. Special ability, atomization. 3. Special ability, emotional manipulation. Although Yunze doesn't have any investigative skills, he can also work part-time in the system. By the way, you can get some benefits, just like now. Emotional manipulation, within the scope of the skill, you can manipulate the opponent's emotions, the effect depends on the opponent's mental strength. After making the selection, Yunze clicked his tongue a little. Sure enough, these reincarnations are not easy to deal with, and all of them have some strange abilities. The flame gradually diminished. A semicircular transparent barrier exposed the body, like a huge bowl enveloping the 5 opponents. No harm was done. Earth-style Huangchuan Swamp. With Yunze's attack again, the hard ground under Good's and others' feet became muddy in an instant, and the lower body fell directly into the swamp, and the whole body was still being swallowed. Didn't wait for them to react. The fire is extinguished. The raging flames once again submerged the barrier. He is planning to trap us here, and we cannot be passively defended. Rush out! Ah! With a howl. Among the five, the tallest person's body swelled rapidly. It reached 5 meters in an instant, pulled 4 teammates out of the swamp, and the huge bat wings flapped behind them. The whole person rushed out under the fire, and threw his teammates straight to where Yunze was. Want to get closer? However, since you are separated, I will not be polite. Yunze's body disappeared instantly, appearing above the giant monster. The right hand wrapped around the huge rock glove smashed towards the opponent's head with great force. Well done! Although the opponent was big, his reaction was not slow at all. With a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth, he waved his fists to face him. Boom! 2 huge fists collided together in the next second. The crackling sound of the air resounded instantly. This! Feeling the sharp pain from his arm, the big man's eyes were full of horror. Before he could react, his whole body fell from mid-air to the ground like a cannonball. The ground cracked, and the soil rolled outward like waves. It's not over yet. Earth-style heavenly cover. As the seal was completed, a huge green pig's head pot lid fell heavily. Press the opponent's entire body underneath, unable to move. Nodding his head in satisfaction, although there are no meteorites now, the lid of the pot from heaven can also make do with it. Frequent sparring with King Kong, let Yunze deal with such a big guy with ease. Just when he was about to cut off the opponent's head, a sense of crisis hit him. An afterimage passed by. The short-haired woman who suddenly appeared looked at the red mark on the other party's neck, and was a little surprised. How could it be so smooth? Well, this is... Looking at the ball in the opponent's hand, the white light flickered. The short-haired woman stared blankly. Was about to flee. Boom! The opponent's body turns into white smoke and disappears. Shadow clone. As the avatar disappeared, the ball in his hand lost control and exploded completely. For a moment, the entire space was filled with blinding lightning that ran out of control. Shua shua! Yunze, who reappeared, was merciless in the face of the enemy paralyzed by the spicy ball. Qianren slashed several blue sword lights in his hand, completely dismembering the opponent. Earth-style heavenly clay. Numerous clays fell from the sky, wrapping each other's arms, thighs, head, and torso respectively. Make it impossible to recover in a short time. A speedy assassin, a powerful berserker. Let's rule it out again, the last woman who didn't make a move should be output. After a brief thought, Yunze launched a charge against the last 3. Yellow Spring Swamp. And is that rock fist technique? Kakashi, who was far away from the battlefield, looked at Yunze who eliminated 2 enemies in the blink of an eye, and his mood was very complicated. With such a person, why was he called the first person of the young generation? No, in addition to rock fist, there is also weighted rock technique. Otherwise, he will definitely be knocked into the air. Jiraiya added in a low voice. Isn't that Tsuchikage's ninjutsu? How did Yunze do it? I still want to ask him where he learned Huankanma. Chapter 36. Good and the others have a special vampire physique. As long as the heart and head are not hit by exorcism energy such as holy light, then their immortality can make all enemies doubt life. It is precisely because of this special physique that they are famous among the Fifth Order Reincarnation. In the previous derivative world, it was also smooth sailing. Unexpectedly, in this world, he was hanged and beaten by a native. Seeing how the other party dealt with the 2 teammates, Good now wished to revive Subaru and then peel and cramp it, burning it for 100 years. If he hadn't leaked the information, how could they be so targeted? The anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and Good's speed increased again, attacking the rushing enemy frantically. His speed and strength far surpassed the opponent's, and he clearly had the upper hand in close combat. However, he was so angry that he didn't notice that as the two fought, the three-person formation that was still orderly just now was pulled apart again. Brush! Yunze's figure disappeared. Suddenly appearing in front of the only woman, Qianren in her hand slashed towards her with lightning speed. This woman is not good at melee combat, and at this time her teammates are far away from her, there is no time to support her. In times of crisis, she can't care about anything else. The small mouth suddenly opened. A huge wave of sound erupted centered on her. Everything around her is constantly vibrating under resonance. Rocks, trees, everything, all crumbled into particles. Yunze, who bore the brunt of the blow, was no exception, and his whole body exploded, into a cloud of smoke. Boom! Before the woman could react, a pair of hands reached out from the ground and grabbed her 2 feet. In the next moment, her whole body except her head was buried in the soil. Brush! A knife flashed, and the woman's head flew up. Let me go, this is almost catching up with Shen Luo Tianzheng. Yunze clicked his tongue a little while looking at the miserable scene with a radius of hundreds of meters. Damn you! Kud, who had just avoided all this with his atomization ability, rushed over with a roar. This emotional manipulation is pervert enough. Looking at the enemy who was dazzled by anger, like a beast, Yunze had to admire the power of this skill. It feels so good to beat him with an enemy's abilities. Although the atomized good was not afraid of physical attacks, he didn't last long under Tianqi's wind style. Soon, all fighting is over. Look, Yunze is cleaning up the battlefield. Jiraiya's scalp tingled. Who are these people? This vitality is too tenacious. Really? Kakashi replied unconsciously, and then reacted. He looked at Jiraiya and said, "It's your turn next." Hehe, do you think I'm afraid of death? Jiraiya was a little disdainful, I just don't want to watch you destroy the whole Konoha. If it wasn't for you, would Yunze have a conflict with the roots? These dead are all Konoha's ninjas. All of this is your fault. Kakashi. Yunze. Yunze, who just came back, was a little speechless. In order not to let this guy lose fans again, he quickly blocked his mouth. People who won distinguished heavenly gods are simply unreasonable. Yunze, what do we do next? Jiraiya, is there any help? Kakashi also feels that Jiraiya is a bit annoying now, but he doesn't want him to be killed by Yunze, so he can only remind him tactfully. It should be saved. Yunze was a little uncertain. He also doesn't know how to disarm the distinguished heavenly gods. However, the person who tied the bell must be untied. Let's find Shisui first. Thinking of this, he turned and walked outside. Hey, why are you leaving? You haven't said anything yet. Kakashi limped and stood up from the ground. After Yunze's previous treatment, although the injury was not healed, he was still able to move. I'm just looking for a way. Where are you going? Konoha. What about Jiraiya? You can carry it on your back. I am the wounded. Then throw it away. Konoha. Danzo, who returned to the root base, was a little complacent. After mediation in recent days, most of the branch house clan in the village have recognized him as the new Hokage. Soon he will be able to remove the word temporary. At that time, his wish for so many years will be fulfilled. As for that Tsunade woman, a ninja with blood phobia is not qualified to be a Hokage. Thinking of this, Danzo suddenly thought of Jiraiya. Yamanaka, is there any news from good? Yamanaka respectfully respected Kide, not yet, but this time, most of the strength of the roots has gone. Thinking about it, even if there is an accident in Jiraiya, there will be no trouble. Really? Thinking of the strength he had secretly accumulated over the years, Danzo's last trace of worry disappeared. By the way, Uchiha Shisui, what's going on now? The mouth is very hard, and the interrogation is fruitless. In that case, Let's kill him. Now that Manjiki is in my hands, he is worthless. Yes. And just when Yamanaka Feng planned to follow Danzo's order to solve Uchiha Shisui, no one noticed that a figure was quietly following behind him. Chapter 37. In the cold and dark interrogation room, a teenager was firmly tied to a wooden frame. It is Uchiha Shisui. At this time, he no longer had his usual gentle appearance, and his whole body was covered with bloody wounds. Just looking at the various hideous instruments of torture on the walls around the cell, one can tell what he has suffered. Squeak! The prison door rattled. Yamanaka winds in. What are you doing here again? I won't say anything. Uchiha Shisui seemed to guess who came in, and asked without looking up. Yamanaka is used to this scene, he said calmly, it doesn't matter who your Manjiki used distinguished heavenly gods on. Your eyes Danzo-sama has already got it, and you are worthless, I am to see you on your way. Hehe, then I can thank you. Instead of being afraid, Shisui looked relieved. I just waited for a while, but the expected pain did not come. All around is calm. Shisui couldn't help asking, if you don't hurry up, what are you waiting for? Just as he finished speaking, he heard a strange voice. Do you really want to die? How about I help you? Yunze drew out the sharp blade stuck in Yamanaka's chest and looked at Shisui in shock. This hobby is quite special. He had just been listening to the corner for a long time, and saw that Yamanaka was about to strike before he came forward and killed the other party. Who are you? I'm you. Well, my name is Shihaoran Yunze. I graduated from Konoha Elementary School, and now I'm a working ninja. Yunze? I haven't heard of it, you are also a root ninja. Shisui's nose twitched a few times, he smelled fresh blood, it wasn't his. The next moment he thought of something, you killed the Yamanaka wind? You are not a root ninja. The reaction is quite fast. Yunze sighed slightly and said, it's not important, I'm more curious now. You have two Manjiki, one was taken by Danzo to Jiraiya. According to what you said just now, the other one is yours, so what's the problem? Who did you use distinguished heavenly gods on? You, who the hell are you? Uchiha Shisui's voice began to tremble. This person should not be from Danzo, so how did he know the ability of his Manjiki? And what the hell is Danzo doing with his eyes? All kinds of questions made his mind a little confused. Don't answer the question, since you don't tell me, let me take a guess. Yunze looked at the blood-stained figure in front of him, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. Said word by word. It's Uchiha Itachi. You. Hearing this name, Uchiha Shisui raised his head abruptly, his two empty eye sockets were staring straight ahead like a ghost from hell. Uchiha Shisui, a genius of the Uchiha clan, was deeply influenced by the will of Konoha fire because of the relationship between Uchiha Kagami, the elder of the family. Jumping out of the narrow nationalism, everything is based on the interests of Konoha. From Konoha's point of view, this is a great person, a philanthropic person. But to be honest, Yunze is not very fond of Shisui, the Holy Mother. This is a poor master who can play a good hand. I thought that Uchiha and Konoha could coexist harmoniously, but ended up sitting on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Trust those two old guys. When Uchiha was really forced to rebel, he thought about controlling Uchiha Fugaku with his distinguished heavenly gods. Be good, how complicated is the relationship between the two groups? That can be solved by controlling a patriarch. What's more, he easily revealed his whole cards. The result is sneak attack. This is the ending of being uneducated and insisting on mixing. Of course, this is just before and has nothing to do with Yunze. However, now when Yunze knows that he has actually imposed his thoughts on a small child, attitudes towards Shisui have never been cold and plummeted. So, what exactly did you instill in Uchiha Itachi? See, Uchiha Shisui does not speak. Yunze didn't force it, thinking about the FG thing Uchiha Itachi did in his memory, and concluded, I guess. Do you want Konoha and Uchiha to live in harmony? After hearing this speculation, Shisui finally spoke, as if recalling. Itachi is a very clever boy. A year ago, when I met him, he had just come off the field. Perhaps because he has seen too many dead people, he has doubts about the meaning of life. I even jumped off the cliff because of this. To be honest, I was shocked at the time. Fortunately, he understood it himself. Afterwards, I became interested in this young patriarch and found that he was really different from ordinary Uchiha. I think he can lead Uchiha to really integrate into Konoha in the future. You think? Yunze was angry in his heart. Just because of such a reason, you started to attack a child. Do you think your thinking must be correct? A group of people who don't understand politics, have no culture, and ignorantly think they are right. Chapter 38. I'm ignorant. The prolonged torture made Uchiha Shisui mentally disturbed. At this time, when I heard others deny my persistence, I immediately became excited. You are also a person who has been on the battlefield. You should know how terrible war is and how many people will die. I want the future Uchiha Patriarch to support Konoha and integrate the whole Uchiha into the village, peace and friendship. Is this wrong? Does it have to be right to fight each other for power, and finally cause civil strife and completely destroy the village? Yunze looked at Shisui blankly, and when he finished speaking, he said lightly to Kide, you are right, but there is a logic that is not clear. You keep saying that Uchiha should be integrated into the whole village, but you never mention that the village should do something. Isn't that a bit of a double standard? You only need Uchiha to pay, but don't give the corresponding benefits. It's too ugly to eat. Shisui retorted, I believe the village will give Uchiha the status he deserves. Hehe, just like you, who was buttonholed and tortured because of a pair of manjiki. Yunze was a little disdainful, the trust in your mouth is really valuable. Being betrayed by a trusted person can be said to be the greatest pain in Shisui's heart, and the scars were uncovered, which made him speechless for a while. Juju said in a low voice, Uchiha's reputation in the village is not good, as Konoha's ninja, why do you speak for it like that? I'm not speaking for Uchiha, but I've always believed in one thing. Loyalty is the sacrifice of both parties. What's more, Konoha's current high-level management is a bit unsightly. After Yunze finished speaking, he didn't bother to talk to Shisui anymore. This kind of mature-minded person is not so easy to persuade. Okay, I'm too lazy to break up with you. I still have important things to do. Just tell me. Is there any way for distinguished heavenly gods to contact you? Shisui didn't answer but asked instead, you just said that Danzo played distinguished heavenly gods on Master Jiraiya. Well, Danzo killed Sarutobi Hiruzen and took control of Jiraiya to make him support himself as Hokage. After listening, Shisui was silent for a long time, which made Yunze a little impatient. Finally he spoke, okay, you help me get the eyes back, and I can undo Jiraiya's distinguished heavenly gods. Looking at Shisui at this time, Yunze always felt that he was a little different now. But it doesn't matter, whether it is true or not, Yunze has a way to make him unable to turn the tide. Seal Heart Disaster Severance Technique. This is the sealing technique of the Whirlpool family to control the heart. As long as I have a thought, your heart will explode with a bang, so you'd better not deceive me. Shisui said indifferently, don't worry, I don't want Jiraiya to be controlled either, he is a good person. Hope so. With that said, Yunze brings Shisui out of his roots with Flying Thunder God. Shisui? Why is he like this? Kakashi and Jiraiya are waiting in a hidden place outside Konoha village. Suddenly, Yunze came back with Uchiha Shisui covered in blood. You don't need to worry about too much, he chakra was sealed by me, you watch him well, don't let him run away. How about you? I have to direct a play, and the actors are waiting for me. After speaking, Yunze returned to the cell just now. At this time, the people at the root hadn't discovered that a killing god had come to their headquarters. Danzo aspires to the Hokage throne very much, but in comparison, he still prefers to return to the underground base. Here are the means he has arranged for many years, which makes him feel more secure. But don't know why. This evening, Danzo always has a feeling of heart palpitations. A vague sense of crisis has been lingering in my heart. Come on, why hasn't Yamanaka come back? After waiting for a long time, no one responded. At this time, Danzo finally realized that something was wrong. The whole route was too quiet as if he was the only one left in the whole base. Unfortunately, he found out a little too late. Just when Danzo was about to leave, a palm suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. The fingers are slender. The hand gently caressed his eyes, and then disappeared. In the next moment, a sharp pain made Danzo howl uncontrollably. Ah, my eyes! Don't talk nonsense, these are not your eyes. Following the voice of the voice, Danzo turned his head to look. A handsome young man was standing not far from him, looking at the eyeballs in his hands curiously. It's you, Shihaoran Yunze. Danzo gritted his teeth and looked at all this, and said in a hateful voice, I advise you to return your eyes to me quickly, or you won't be able to bear the consequences. At this time, his mind was completely focused on that eye, and he completely forgot why and how the other party appeared here. That eye was really important to him. Consequence, what is that? Forget it, for the sake of your age, I will give you a big gift. This is a firework that I have prepared for a long time. Friendly reminder, it's about to explode. After speaking, Yunze disappeared again. And Danzo's expression changed drastically. Chapter 39. Root Base. In the training ground. At this time, the entire underground training ground was surrounded by corpses. Judging from the wound. A knife wound, a fatal blow. And in the middle, there are 5 people standing there. There is a palm-sized ball in the palm of each person, shining with different lights. Cyan, red, blue, cyan, and khaki. Hey, I thought I could invent an ultimate ninjutsu, but it turned out to be a human bomb. Shadow clone also hurts when it dies. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up. At the end of the sentence, Yunze's 5 shadow clones carefully moved the 5 light spheres closer to the middle at the same time. As the 5 rays Nan with different attributes are approaching. Under the interference of chakra, it became extremely unstable. A large number of spilled chakra spread around, setting off gusts of wind, rolling up the corpses on the ground and spinning continuously. None of the 5 people cared about it, instead they carefully controlled the rays Nan in their hands. Afterwards, the 5 rays Nan began to slowly fuse. However, it is not so easy to integrate different attributes, and the interference of chakra is even more severe. The sound of crackling kept ringing. Snapped. The 5 light spheres finally merged completely, turning into an ugly big grey ball. It's just that this fusion only lasted for less than a second. Then it blew up. Boom. Shadow clone is instantly destroyed. The huge out-of-control energy roared and surged out to the surroundings. Konoha tonight. The moon hangs high. The years are quiet. But, while everyone was asleep, a violent explosion sounded, and the whole village began to tremble violently. This is... Could it be Nine Tails again? Countless people woke up and came out to check. It's just that everyone was shocked when they saw everything in the distance. It was as if a berserk monster emerged from the depths of the ground, and the entire land was thrown into the air by a huge force. Countless pieces of soil churned and fell. Violent thunder and lightning, flames, and strong winds continued to roar there, like the end of the world. That, where the roots are? Nara, as the senior management of the village, obviously knew exactly what was destroyed. What the hell is Danzo doing again? Akamichi Ding's words are full of dissatisfaction with Danzo. Don't say such things, let's go and have a look quickly. Judging by the current situation, it is very likely that it is an intruder. Okay, Hai is here too, let's go. Conversations like this kept happening all over the village, but everyone was eventually rushing to the scene of the incident. Oh, is it so powerful? Danzo won't be killed, it's a pity. In the Death Forest, Yunze was a little surprised to see the tragic scene not far away. It was the first time he had seen the effect of his ninjutsu so intuitively. This is the Wudun Raise Nan improved from the third generation's Wudun. Although it is a failed work, it has to be admitted that Wulai is indeed called a ninjutsu of mass destruction. He secretly prayed for Danzo in his heart, and then Yunze turned his head and began to check the harvest of tonight. Unexpectedly, Danzo didn't transplant another Mangeki. Is it for research or something? Looking at the two Mangeki in his hand, Yunze was a little puzzled. One he plucked from Danzo. The other one was obtained from the laboratory when he was cleaning up the root ninjas. After thinking about it, I probably guessed something. At the beginning, Danzo failed to transplant first-generation cells, resulting in being invaded by first-generation cells all the time. In the face of this invasion, Uchiha's Sharingan can only be used to suppress the two to achieve a balance. Lest I be completely wooded. So it is very likely that he can only transplant one Mangeki now, and if there are more, it is easy to break this balance and cause the body to collapse. But it doesn't matter, what Danzo thinks, Yunze is not interested. Anyway, he gained a lot, so he directly got Shisui's Mangeki, and took a lot of good things saved by Danzo along the way. Gather the spoils. After careful perception, I found that the residual energy after the explosion was almost dissipated. What's more, there's also a flying thunder god imprint moving in there, which is what Yunze quietly left on Danzo. That's right, it's true that good people don't live long, and that evil will last for thousands of years. It's time to finish. BD, I must kill you. I will make your life worse than death. Although Danzo was reminded by Yunze to escape from the core area of the explosion in time, the remaining power still caused him a lot of injuries. However, he couldn't care less about his injury at this time. Once the family wealth accumulated for decades was destroyed, he wished to skin Yunze immediately. Just as he was thinking, a voice that he would never forget for the rest of his life sounded. Isn't it just a firework for you? Why are you so angry? Come on, I'll kill you. You dare to come back, I tell you very seriously, you are really dead. In Danzo's only left eye, the murderous intent almost became real. If you say that, I'm relieved. Yunze felt the surroundings. Very good, everything that should come has come. Ninja 4 Purple Flame Formation. The shadow clone, which had been prepared all around for a long time, formed seals at the same time, and 4 transparent purple flame barriers rose, enveloping Yunze and Danzo in it. Now the stage is set and the audience is in place. The show begins. Chapter 40. This is Konoha village was attacked, and as advisors, Mitokado Homura and Yuditen Koharu, under the protection of Anbu, were the last to arrive. When they arrived at the scene, Konoha's major families and serving ninjas had been waiting for a long time. 4 Purple Flame Formation. Mitokado Homura's expression turned ugly. Have you found the enemy yet? It's inside. Naraluyu stretched out his finger at the side. What's going on? Why is Danzo in there? Don't you just watch Hokage face the enemy alone? Yuditen Koharu stepped forward cautiously, but found that Danzo was still inside. Moreover, Danzo's condition is obviously injured at this time, which makes her a little worried. It's not that we don't want to help, but when we came, the enchantment already existed, and we couldn't go in to protect Dai Hokage. Luju's last few words deliberately emphasized his tone. Can you break the barrier? There is no way at the moment. Is the one opposite Danzo the enemy? Why is he wearing the clothes of the Konoha shinobi, does anyone know? Mitokato Homura on the sidelines seemed to spot a blind spot. It's just that when he opened his mouth, the expressions of many ninjas around him changed, and they looked at him with complicated eyes. That's Shihao and Yunze, Konoha Jainin, he was the one who proposed Tsunade at the last meeting. Luju felt a little headache, but had to introduce him. It's enough to be Konoha's advisor, but he can't even recognize Konoha Jainin. It turned out to be him. Mitokato Homura also remembered that it was this person who suddenly disrupted the situation last time that prevented Danzo from directly becoming Hokage. I didn't expect to be against Konoha now. Simply unforgivable. Thinking of this, he suddenly became bolder, stepped forward and shouted into the barrier, Shihao and Yunze, you actually released powerful ninjutsu in the village. And even dared to attack Lord Hokage, do you want to betray? I advise you, you'd better catch it quickly, otherwise, Konoha won't let you go. As he shouted, a few people who didn't know whether it was for the limelight or if they really had a deep relationship with Danzo came out to boo. That's right, let Danzo-sama out quickly, or Konoha won't have a place for you. Dare to be disrespectful to Lord Danzo, it's a shame. Get out now. Yo, it looks like everyone is here. Inside the barrier, Yunze and Danzo didn't act immediately. Danzo didn't dare, Yunze's elusive means reminded him of the flying thunder god of the fourth generation, so he could only be extremely alert. And Yunze is waiting for everyone to arrive. At this time, everyone finally arrived, but was amused by Mitokato Homura's words. He looked at Danzo and said with a smile, are you old things so cute, let the enemy catch you without even knowing the situation, does he think he's too arrogant? It was Mito who was scolding, but Danzo was also within attack range, which made his face even worse. Shihao and Yunze, you are now against the entire Konoha, you can't escape, I advise you to stop now, I can consider to spare your life. Sure enough, when I get older, I'm afraid of death. Danzo's words were very harsh, but Yunze saw his falsehood at a glance. Well, I won't bully you either, I'll add some helpers to you. After speaking, without giving Danzo a chance to speak, Yunze disappeared, reappeared, and then continued to disappear. Not good. Outside the barrier, Luju waited for a few people with keen perception, and his face changed drastically. Before they could react, a figure flickered, and Mitokato Homura beside him had disappeared. Be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that it was already too late. Except for Mitokato Homura, Yuta and Koharu and the dozen or so people who followed suit just now, all disappeared. Flying Thunder God. Why does that person know 4th generation ninjutsu? Outside the barrier, everyone watched in shock as the disappearing person appeared inside the barrier. There was a moment of silence. Everyone, it's inconvenient to talk through the barrier, so I have to invite you in. Yunze greeted him politely. However, it was obvious that the other party didn't care about this. You, what do you want to do? Let me out. Mitokato Homura, who was still proud just now, was trembling like a quail. Just kidding. Passing by, let me out. Others reacted similarly, begging for mercy for a while, daring to threaten, and chattering. They were frightened by the opponent's methods. It came in the blink of an eye, this is space ninjutsu. It's no wonder they weren't afraid. Enough. At the critical moment, Danzo still had the responsibility to stand up, begging for mercy is useless. At this time, the only way to survive is to kill him. There is only one person on the other side, so many of us, what are we afraid of? Remember, we are the ninjas of Konoha. Seemingly awakened by Danzo's words, these guys finally have a bit of a ninja look. The formation is spread out, planning to fight to the death. Danzo took a step back quietly. Seeing the other party's small movements, Yunze smiled and ignored him. Those who support Danzo on the surface are all here, and they can start working. Fire style fire extinguishment. Chapter 41. Scary Fire Style. Looking at the flames covering the entire barrier, Hyuga Hayashi's eyes were full of shock. Not many ninjas in Konoha can use this kind of powerful fire style. Thinking about it, he glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, who was not far away. Speaking of it, it is a bit ironic, although Konoha's shadow is called Hokage, but none of them use fire style. The best ones used by fire style are the Uchiha clan, who are rejected by Konoha. Fugaku's face was a little dignified at this time, just like the space ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God, coupled with the current fire style. Let him have a new understanding of the young man in the enchantment. In the past, I only thought that he was a junior with some potential, but now it seems that the other party is not simple. If you encounter it yourself, what are your chances of winning? Thinking of this, he touched the corner of his eyes unconsciously. With these eyes, Uchiha is invincible. The two Konoha families are also very concerned about tonight's attack. However, no one knows what they are thinking. Water style. I can't help it. Hateful. In the enchantment, Yunze, who set a fire on fire, stopped and watched them perform. Unfortunately, there are not many who can survive. Seeing that it was just a ninjutsu, he would suffer heavy casualties on his side. Danzo had to make a move. Summoning Nightmare Taper. A huge dream-eating beast with a long nose appeared in front of him, and a violent gust of wind spewed out from its wide-open mouth. The wind swept the flames and rolled back towards Yunze. It's just that before the flames burned in front of him, Yunze's figure disappeared. The next moment appeared above the nightmare. With a high kick, he slashed down like a battle axe. Boom! The nightmare, who had no time to dodge, was directly smashed into the ground by this kick. Boom! Danzo watched his summoning beast leave the stage with serious injuries, his eyes twitching unconsciously. Tian Xiaoqiao! Who are you? Why do you do these ninjutsu? Oh, at this time, there is so much nonsense. Yunze ignored him, and turned into an afterimage, rushing towards the surviving person. Boom! What? The screams, the sound of bone fractures, kept ringing. Even without Flying Thunder God, few people can resist with his current physical skills. Danzo, save me! Mitokado Homura has long since retired from the battlefield, pampered and pampered, there is not much strength left at all. At this time, facing Yunze's attack, he couldn't hold it at all. Wind-style vacuum wave. Facing the crisis of his old friend, Danzo made a quick move. Unfortunately, to no avail. He could only watch helplessly as the other party easily dodged the wind blade and smashed Mitokado Homura's head to pieces with a heavy punch. In the next second, Yunze's figure appeared in front of Udaten Koharu. The old lady's face was pale with fright. Put! Bang! Bang! A whip kick directly broke her spine, and her whole body flew out, hitting the edge of the barrier heavily. Purple flames spread throughout the body until it was reduced to ashes. For a few seconds, there is no one alive but Danzo. So calm. Yunze looked at Danzo's ashen old face, and glanced vaguely at his only eye. Blood red. Works great, it's ready in no time. Let me go, I can guarantee that the past will not be blamed. Unfortunately, before Danzo could finish speaking, Yunze had already drawn his sword and rushed forward. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Danzo was furious. The two instantly fought together. It's a pity, facing an opponent who has no less combat experience than him and whose physical fitness is comprehensively crushed. Danzo soon fell to the disadvantage. The kunao in his hand couldn't stop the opponent's knife at all. A series of wounds kept appearing on his body. Like Ling Chi. Enough! Danzo's chest burst out with uncontrollable anger. He found out that every cut by the opponent was not fatal. This knife was used to deliberately humiliate and torture him. This made him unable to bear it any longer. Wood-style burial with burial roots. Danzo's right arm swelled instantly, and several thick vines wrapped around and devoured the enemy in front of him and himself, turning into a huge tree. This is wood style. Why Danzo wood style? When the Konoha crowd outside the barrier saw Danzo's arm turned into a giant tree and swallowed the two of them together, everyone is not calm anymore. This is wood style. It is the signature ninjutsu of Senju Hashirama, creator of Konoha and god of ninjas. How could Danzo, who is not of the Senju clan, have it? It's just incredible. If ordinary people are only shocked by the appearance of legendary ninjutsu, then the ninja who was born in the ninja clan had a gloomy face. It has been rumored for a long time that Konoha's high-level team and Orochimaru are studying Senju Hashirama's cells in order to obtain wood-style bloodline. Now this rumor has been confirmed. It was simply intolerable for them. As ninjas, they are able to achieve their current status thanks to the bloodline and secret techniques of the family. Now, someone has attacked their foothold, how could they accept it? Just be damned. Chapter 42. An even more shocking scene appeared. Just when everyone thought that Danzo chose to die together in order to kill Yunze, a figure reappeared. It was Danzo. What ninjutsu is this? Isn't Danzo dead? Everyone is wondering about Danzo's resurrection. The same is true for Uchiha Fugaku, but what he is more puzzled about is how this method is so similar to their Uchiha secret technique. Izanagi. But, doesn't this ninjutsu require Sharingan? Just as he was thinking, the voices of nearby ninjas came. Ah, what's up with Danzo's arm? So, is that Sharingan? Following their line of sight, Uchiha Fugaku finally saw Danzo's right arm. The next moment, he was completely angry. Danzo, damn it! Because of the previous wood style, Danzo's entire right arm was completely exposed. The pale arm itself is very permeable. What is even more disgusting is that it is covered with dense eyeballs. It is the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Damn it! Danzo inside the barrier also realized the seriousness of the problem. His biggest secret is exposed. Don't think too much, just look at the eyes of Konoha shinobi outside the barrier, and you will know. Especially the patriarchs of several big bloodline families, full of hatred. Humph, if you expose it, you will expose it, and they don't dare to do anything to this old man. Danzo, who had just beheaded his opponent, was in high spirits. But, the next moment, his good mood disappeared. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, really 10. With the sound of counting, the figure that made Danzo's heart palpitate reappeared. Yunze looked at the Sharingan and had to admire Danzo's means. So many eyes were collected without destroying the Uchiha clan. It seems that he has not been idle in the previous ninja world wars. You're not dead. Aren't you dead too? What's so strange? Looking at Yunze's expression, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in Danzo's mind. It's you. It turns out that you have already planned everything, just to force me to expose this arm. You can actually make me lose my mind in anger without knowing it. You are really good at it. Now that Danzo found out, Yunze had nothing to hide, and said modestly, it's just a small trick, it can't get on the stage, it's not as good as your old man. Keeping Danzo alive for so long is all about exposing him in full view. Now that the task has been completed, Yunze said that it is very relaxed. Compared with Yunze's ease, Danzo's feeling is not so good. Exposed wood style, but has not killed the opponent yet. It made him question for the first time whether he would survive tonight. Yes, Danzo had always been confident in himself. With Konoha's 2 bloodlines in his body, he is the strongest Konoha. Come on, don't waste time, I have to work overtime later. You still have 9 chances to use Izanagi. Yunze's words made Danzo suffer another critical blow. Even Izanagi knows. It's just that there is no time for him to think too much, and the opponent has already rushed over again. Wood-style explosive spear technique. The right arm turned into a giant tree trunk to block in front of him, but was chopped off by Qianren with a single blow. Wood style also depends on who uses it. Puff! In the next second, Danzo's head flew into the sky. 8 more. Wind style vacuum lianbo. Several sharp wind blades cut towards Yunze. But cut lonely. Danzo was decapitated again from behind. 7 times. It is a very sad thing to face an enemy who has endless means and crushes one's own strength. What's even more sad is that all his methods are known to others. Danzo is in this situation right now. In just a few minutes, he was killed a full 9 times. At this time, with all the Sharingan on his arm closed, he already felt unable to suppress the erosion of Hashirama cells. The whole body is constantly line-iffied. Soon his whole body will be a lifeless tree trunk. What, did you give up? Is there no way to die together? Would you like me to remind you, something like the Lazy Xiang seal is fine. Yunze looked at Danzo who was standing there motionless, and kindly reminded him. Haha! Danzo's face was full of bitterness, even this was guessed by others? It's not that he doesn't want to use it, but that he doesn't have the slightest confidence in facing a person who can use space ninjutsu. The first surprise was unsuccessful, and it is even more impossible now. Oh, from the looks of it, it really hit me hard. At this time, Danzo still has a trace of ambition before. All hope was obliterated bit by bit, leaving only despair. He raised his head and spoke hoarsely. Kill me. Faced with this last request, or entreaty, Yunze didn't hesitate. No problem, 1 dragon is cremated, just right, 3 of your old friends are missing 1 below. Fire style fire extinction. The flames rose again. At this moment, all Danzo's ambitions and plans are related to his body. Burned to ashes together. Chapter 43. As an in-service civil servant, if he killed his leader in front of the whole unit, how would his colleagues react? Yunze originally thought that he had killed Danzo, but these Konoha shinobi outsiders would have to jump out to object and denounce him a few times. In the end, he had been out of the 4 purple flame formation for a few minutes, but no one spoke. Faced with such a murderer who killed the ninjas in the village, especially the high-level ones, he would definitely directly list the other party as a traitor, and then start an endless pursuit. Now, the situation is a bit embarrassing. The upper echelon is dead. There are still some who can talk, and many of them are probably calling Yunze in their hearts now, praising him for killing well. In the end, Nara, who is the monitor of Janin's class, bit the bullet and stood up. His voice was somewhat helpless. Shihourin Yunze, you murdered the village advisor and Dai Hokage for no reason, are you trying to betray the village? No reason? You all saw it just now. This guy Danzo killed the ninjas of the village and robbed the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. He even violated the village's prohibition. He studied the body of the first generation and conducted human experiments. Shouldn't he be killed? Yunze's acting skills are online at any time, with the appearance of selfless dedication to Konoha. That can't be without an order, do it privately. Liu Ju is even more helpless. Even if Danzo is not a thing, you have to tell us in advance, otherwise everyone will be like you. How can you manage the village? How can it be said that it is private? I am acting under the order of Master Jiraiya. Yunze threw the pot at Jiraiya without hesitation. Master Jiraiya and I went to capture Kakashi, only to find that Danzo was the murderer who killed 3rd generation. Because of my speed, Master Jiraiya asked me to go back to the village and kill the culprit. Danzo killed the 3rd generation. This news made everyone in Konoha go crazy, which is even more unbelievable than what happened just now. 3rd generation is Danzo's dear friend. How could he do it? But thinking of Danzo's obsession with the Hokage seat, it seems not difficult to understand. Liu Ju was also shocked, but he felt that the news might be true, but he said, "This is just your one-sided statement, do you have evidence?" Where is Master Jiraiya? Jiraiya was injured while resisting the route pursuit, but will be back soon. After explaining, Yunze didn't intend to say anything more. I've said everything I know, and you can wait for Jiraiya to come back and ask him for the rest. It's getting late, it's okay, I'll go back to bed first. Sleep with your mother. Hi. Just let Yunze leave. For a while, Luju couldn't make a choice. There is no other way but to discuss it with the few patriarchs beside him. Is what he said just now credible? Uchiha Fugaku spoke first. Danzo robbed me of Uchiha so many Sharingan, how is it impossible for such a person to kill third generation? Clan Chief Fugaku, now is not the time to think about it, let's talk about how to deal with Shihao and Yunze. Hyuga Hayashi on the side glanced at Captain Anbu who said this strangely, and said, deal with it. He knows space ninjutsu, can you catch it? We can use barriers to trap. Halfway through, the man stopped talking. He just entered and exited so many times in the four purple flame formation, it didn't look like he could be trapped. I don't think he seems to be lying, there is no need for this at all. Agreed, since he wants to go home, let him go back for the time being. Many people died tonight, so we can't increase the casualties in vain. Everything, wait for Jiraiya to come back and decide. This proposal was finally approved by all. Shihao and Yunze, after discussion, we have decided that you can go back to your home and wait for processing until Master Jiraiya returns, but you are not allowed to leave the village during this period. Otherwise, it will be regarded as a betrayal of the village, and Konoha will launch an endless pursuit. Okay, I see. After finishing speaking, Yunze Yiren walked towards his house. In this regard, no one stopped. Although what he said just now was very harsh, the people in Konoha also understood that he really wanted to leave the village, and no one knew. For the time being, everyone can see it on the surface, so it's fine. Just as other people started to clean up the mess and discuss the next series of troublesome things, Yunze returned home obediently. People give face, but I can't slap face. Say go home and go home. Putting away the other trophies, Yunze took out 2 manjiki. The next moment, he took off all his eyeballs without hesitation. As soon as I picked it up, I was taken aback. I'll go, it grows so fast. He could clearly feel that the blood and nerves in the empty eye sockets were regrowing at an extremely fast speed. At this speed, it will take only a few seconds for the lost eyeballs to grow back. This is not what he wants now. Thinking of this, he quickly stuffed manjiki into his eyes. The body seems to reject other people's organs, but it is because of Yunze's own consciousness. This repulsion quickly disappeared. The body begins to accept this new organ. Meridians and blood vessels begin to connect with manjiki. Moments later, when Yunze opened his eyes again, manjiki had been successfully transplanted. Is this what manjiki feels like? It's amazing. Chapter 44. A valley not far from Konoha. Kakashi was a little worried. Not long ago, he clearly sensed a violent explosion in the direction of the village. Such a big movement is definitely impossible to sneak in secretly. This made him have to worry about Yunze's safety. Although Yunze is indeed powerful, but there are too many ants and it can kill an elephant. No matter what Konoha said, it is also the first of the 5 great ninja villages, and there are countless secret arts. Just as he was thinking, suddenly there was another person beside him. Kakashi was alert for a moment, and he was relieved when he found out it was Yunze. Didn't you say to find a way to undo the illusion? Why is there such a commotion? Yunze observed the other 2 people lying on the ground, and found that they were still sealed, so he was relieved. Kide, oh, I'm excited, let's show everyone a firework. I've been quite nervous recently, so relax. Kakashi. Go to yours. After this day of contact, the image of Yunze in his mind completely collapsed. This is not a reliable one. Have you got the eyes? Uchiha Shisui finally had a breath of life when he heard Yunze's voice. Got it. Yunze took out a transparent container with 2 eyeballs inside. It is Shisui's Manjiki. Hokage has this advantage, buttonholes are as simple as eating and drinking. It is also convenient to use, plug and play. Looking at the hole on Shisui's face, Yunze asked solemnly, "Are you sure you can undo distinguished heavenly gods?" "Don't worry, I don't need to lie to you at this time." "Okay, I hope you will do what you say." After finishing speaking, a handful of chakra scalpel condensed in Yunze's hand. Skillfully removed the carrion in Shisui's eye socket, and then reimplanted the eye. Under healing jutsu's treatment, it didn't take long for Shisui to open his eyes. Kakashi himself has been transplanted with Obito's Sharingan in his left eye, so he is no stranger to eye replacement surgery. Only, when Shisui opened his eyes, when he saw the pair of eyeballs with special patterns, he was stunned. What is this? Is this still a Sharingan? Yunze glanced at him and didn't say much. Although Obito has opened Manjiki, theoretically Kakashi's left eye has also been opened simultaneously. But the current Kakashi is not aware of this for the time being. Yunze didn't speak, but Shisui didn't mind explaining to Kakashi, "This is Manjiki Sharingan, an advanced form of Sangyu." After finishing speaking, he glanced at Kakashi's left eye and said, "But only people from the Uchiha clan can open it. Yours should not be possible. It seems that your eyes can be used." Yunze observed and found that the operation was successful. Shisui felt his eyes and said, "It looks like Danzo did use distinguished heavenly gods. It's just that it's a little strange that the cooling time of the eyes has been shortened a lot." Distinguished heavenly gods is Shisui Manjiki's unique pupil technique, so after recovering, he can feel the state of his eyes immediately. It's just a little strange that the cooling time of distinguished heavenly gods should have taken more than 10 years. But now, the time has been shortened a lot, which makes him a little strange. "Don't worry about that much, now finish your task." After saying that, Yunze lifted his chakra seal. With the curse mark cast before, Yunze is not worried about not being able to control Shisui. What's more, after experiencing Manjiki before, Yunze can be sure. Both eyes of distinguished heavenly gods have been fully used. Also, he can confirm that Sage Body can significantly reduce the cooldown of distinguished heavenly gods. However, there is no need to tell Shisui about this. Distinguished heavenly gods, as the strongest illusion in Hokage besides infinite Tsukuyomi, is also the most mysterious. Not many people really know. It only knows that it can quietly change other people's minds and permanently turn the subject into a puppet. To prevent being controlled by the distinguished heavenly gods, Yunze has a way. But if he wants to undo the distinguished heavenly gods, he has no way for the time being. So, at this moment, he looked at Shisui standing in front of Jiraiya without blinking his eyes. "How on earth are you going to do it?" "Master Jiraiya, although I did not do all of this, I am also responsible. Now I will release the illusion for you." After Shisui finished speaking, all the chakra and pupil power in his body poured into his eyes. The four-cornered windmill in the pupil began to spin rapidly. Yunze thought that the deactivation would be the same as the activation, silent and undetectable. But, wrong. He could clearly feel a strange energy drilled into Jiraiya's brain from Shisui's eyes. With the continuous input of this ray of energy, Jiraiya's eyes changed from ridicule and disdain at the beginning to doubt, then shock and fear. Finally, everything is over. It turned out to be like this. Looking at the tired Shisui, Yunze sighed. He really didn't expect that disarming distinguished heavenly gods would need to consume Shisui's own vitality and pupil power at the same time. No wonder, after he transplanted, there was no way to get rid of it. Chapter 45. Kakashi has been observing all this silently. Although no one explained it to him, but combined with everything that happened before, he also guessed something. Look at Shisui's special eyes. Manjiki? Unconsciously, fingers lightly stroked the left eye under the mask. Before he could think about it, Yunze asked, "Is it okay?" "Okay." Shisui's voice was tired. At this moment, his whole state was extremely weak. Even the originally jet black hair has turned white by more than half in a very short period of time. Upon hearing the exact answer, Yunze stepped forward and unfastened Jiraiya's mouth. Ba, ba, ba. Jiraiya, who had just released her mouth, spat in a hurry, looked at Kakashi, and said with resentful eyes, "UBD, how long have you not washed your clothes? It stinks." Kakashi. What the hell, how can I do my laundry after being hunted down for so many days? It looks good. Yunze didn't care how annoyed Kakashi was. Seeing that Jiraiya recovered, he took a step forward and untied all the seals imposed on him. Distinguished heavenly gods doesn't modify memories, it changes minds. So, Jiraiya clearly remembers everything that happened before. Thinking that I was easily put down by this young man before, I was so ashamed that I wanted to prove myself right now. But thinking of the opponent's strength, he could only talk about being strong. Yunze, isn't it, that, before, it was just because I didn't want to hurt you young people, so I released the water to make you fascinated. In fact, I am very powerful. Kakashi. Damn, put your sister's water, almost strangled him. And Yunze nodded hurriedly, yet, Master Jiraiya is one of the Sunin, the famous Toad Sage, it must have been released. This shameless look seems to have completely recovered. Jiraiya, who felt she had regained her face, stood up and looked at Shisui who was aside. Or look into Shisui's eyes. The tone is complicated, the illusion in me is your unique pair of Manjiki pupils. Yes. Jiraiya, who was confirmed, had a murderous look in her eyes. The horror of distinguished heavenly gods has to be experienced firsthand. This power should not exist. Just seeing Shisui's appearance at this time, the murderous intent disappeared again. Although it was only a momentary emotional change, Shisui still felt it. He understood Jiraiya's thoughts very well, and said, "Master Jiraiya, don't worry, these eyes will soon disappear." Hearing Shisui's words, Jiraiya observed carefully. Shisui not only aged a lot, but even his eyes changed. His eyes were dim, with a hint of grey. "You are the price of dispelling the illusion, I think, a pair of blind Manjiki should not be a threat." When Shisui said this, he was very calm. Jiraiya didn't know how to answer, so he could only look at Yunze and asked, "What's the situation in the village now?" Thinking that he even supported Danzo to become Hokage before, he was disgusted. As a result, I heard that Danzo has hung up. You are too quick to attack, can't you leave it to me? Aren't I here to get back Shisui's eyes and dispel the illusion for you? This reason is so strong that Jiraiya held back for a long time before saying thank you. "Okay, if you kill it, and then say it's my order, and I'll take care of it for you." Well, I knew that Jiraiya-sama is a responsible ninja. I have already said it in front of the whole village. This is what you mean? Jiraiya. Actively requesting and passively accepting are two completely different feelings. Jiraiya felt that if she continued to chat with this guy, she might die young. "I think, Konoha must be in a mess now, I have to go back and have a look." Hastily found an excuse, and rushed back to Konoha with Kakashi. He also needs Kakashi as a witness. "Let's go." After they left, Shisui finally spoke. "Where are you going?" Yunze's tone was playful. "To find Taki. I'll unlock the distinguished heavenly gods for him." "Are you sure? If you solve it again in this state, you will die." This is not Yunze's alarmist talk, but Shisui's current physical condition, if he does it again, he will definitely die. This loss of vitality is irreversible and cannot be treated with medical ninjutsu at all. However, Shisui may have figured something out, and said without hesitation, "Sure.
Let's take it as atonement. Then let's go. A lot of big things happened in Konoha tonight, which caused the Uchiha clan to step up their vigilance. There are patrols everywhere. But for the two of Yunze, it was of no use at all. Soon, they came to Uchiha Ataka's room. I have to say, this guy is really sharp. As soon as the two came to his bed, they opened their eyes. Boom! But before he could see who was coming, Yunze directly knocked him out with a knife in his hand. You don't need to open your eyes, do you? No, I'll just call him up. Shisui looked at the unconscious Ataki in a daze, and shook his head for a long time. No need, just help me not to let the chakra wave spread out. Okay, then you can do it. Chapter 46. South Hechuan. Yunze looked at Shisui, then at the river in front of him. Sigh secretly. Destiny is really wonderful. After turning around, he finally returned to the proper track. In memory, Shisui finally jumped into this river and died. Unexpectedly, it is still here now. Have you decided? Yunze withdrew his thoughts and looked at Shisui. At this time, Shisui's whole body was skinny and his skin was wrinkled, like an old man. Those eyes, which had completely lost their light, quietly watched the river in front of him in a trance. Hearing Yunze's question, Shisui came back to his senses and said, "This river means a lot to Uchiha, and I am satisfied to return here after death." That's right, it means a lot not only to Uchiha, but also to Senju. How to say? Shisui became interested. Uchiha Madara, your ancestor, and Senju Hashirama are here to compare who peed farther. It was the first time for Shisui to hear such a thing, and he didn't expect the two legendary seniors to be so childish. It's just that, in the next moment, when he thought that his ashes would be scattered here, Shisui's face darkened. I thought about it and thought I could change the place. It's okay, maybe they PD downstream, and after so many years, the smell of urine is gone. Besides, doesn't this also mean that this is a geomantic treasure? Speaking of this, Yunze suddenly had a brain hole, and said excitedly, I came up with a good idea. When the time comes, I will pack here with Mu Yecheng and build a tourist attraction. Then there will be a sign next to it, and I will write Senju Hashirama Uchiha Madara, then where the ashes of Uchiha Shisui are buried. Absolutely a huge profit. Shisui looked at him blankly. I suddenly don't want to die. After speaking, he himself was happy. He smiled and said, You are really an interesting person. It would be nice if I got to know you sooner. As he spoke, he reached out and dug out the two eyes and handed them to Yunze. I gave you these two eyes, I think they will be useful to you. Yunze didn't think it was strange. Uchiha Shisui is a genius, it's not surprising that he thought he could fix Mangeki. Thank you then. I really hope Konoha and Uchiha have a bright future. Will do. The flames ignited and melted into the never-ending river of Nangagawa with Shisui's wishes. Uchiha Shisui was buried with honor. Yunze didn't fly home directly, but walked back slowly. What happened tonight made him feel a little bit emotional. Shisui himself is still a good person, but the influence of the environment, coupled with not receiving a good education, caused problems in his thinking. In other words, many powerful people in this world have some ideological problems. They all have one thing in common, they have all participated in tragic wars since childhood. This has to remind Yunze of post-war trauma. Hey, why isn't there a psychiatrist? With all the messy thoughts along the way, when Yunze came back to his senses, he realized that he had passed the cemetery. The cemetery at night should have been silent. But at this time there was a rustling sound. Looking at the somewhat familiar figure in the night, Yunze blinked his eyes. What a coincidence! I actually met another patient with post-war trauma. Not far from the memorial monument is the grave of third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this time, there is a person who is working hard there. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the side. Do you need help? I'm an Earth-style thief.
This voice startled the man. With a flash of his figure, the man disappeared from the pit. When he reappeared, he was already far away, fully alert. Under the moonlight, the man was thin and pale, with long black hair and narrow eyes painted with purple eyeshadow. None other than Lang Jun Orochimaru, one of the Sunin. Yunze looked innocent. Master Orochimaru, why did you react so loudly? Didn't you hear my voice? Orochimaru. Even a cold-tempered person like him couldn't help but want to curse. What the hell, digging a grave in the cemetery at night, and suddenly heard a sound, isn't it normal to have this reaction? It was also Orochimaru who had recovered well, so he said after a while, it turned out to be Yunze. I haven't seen each other for a long time. I didn't hear it for a while. Sorry. It's just that it's so late. Yunze, what are you doing in the cemetery if you don't sleep? Yunze thinks he is thick-skinned enough, but not as good as Orochimaru. You can come to dig a grave at night, and you ask me why I came to the cemetery? However, he is not one to admit defeat easily, and replied enthusiastically. I can't sleep at night, so I went out for a walk. I didn't expect to see someone I knew, so I came over to say hello. Master Orochimaru, are you coming back to watch Third Generation? Do you need me to get him out? As he said that, he really planned to move out the Third Generation's body. No, I'm done reading. Orochimaru refused, made madras with both hands, and filled back the excavated soil. After doing all this, he looked at the young man with complicated eyes. During World War III, the two knew each other. Only at that time, Orochimaru was the commander of the ninja force, and Yunze was just a young ninja who had just graduated under him. Although the talent is not as good as those geniuses, but he is resilient, serious enough, and knows how to endure. He is a very good seedling. He watched the opponent step by step to become a Chunin through military exploits. At that time, he even thought about taking him as a disciple, but later gave up. Now that I think about it, I still misjudged him. It's not because I have bad talent. Thinking of the scene where Danzo was killed that he secretly saw in the distance before. Orochimaru sighed, you're improving really fast. Chapter 47. Yunze was taken aback by Orochimaru's words, but he figured it out soon. This guy should have seen his fight with Danzo just now. But why did Orochimaru come to Konoha at this point in time? Glancing at the tombstone of Third Generation, there were a few small white flowers there. Combined with his plan to find Danzo, this gave Yunze a bold guess. This guy could not have guessed that Danzo was the murderer who killed the Third Generation, and he planned to take revenge. It turned out that he was caught first. In line with the principle that thieves don't leave empty space, I will bring back some Third Generation souvenirs after the worship. This guy has a lot of affection for Third Generation. Orochimaru on the opposite side didn't know that Yunze had thought so much in such a short period of time, but felt emotional again. I really didn't expect Danzo to attack the old man and die in your hands. Unfortunately, in my plan, the old man can only die in my hands. Very good, love each other and kill each other, unique master-student relationship. It was difficult for Yunze to understand, so he could only change the subject. It seems that your lord has also completed his task. Do you want to sit with me now? Have a drink. Orochimaru's mood was interrupted, but there was a little warmth. How long had it been since someone had treated him so naturally? Others fear and worship him more. Even Jiraiya is yelling at him now. There is no such thing as Yunze. Thinking of this, Orochimaru's unique hoarse voice became softer, and he said, forget it, I should go, Anbu's people are coming soon. Well, it seems that it can only be next time. Watching Orochimaru's disappearing figure, Yunze put away the summoning snake he left for communication. A flying thunder god returns to his own home. Anbu's people have come, he is still in grounded state, so don't irritate others. Don't look at Yunze and Orochimaru seem to have a harmonious chat just now. But this is premised on strong strength. If it's a different person, or Yun's strength is average, he discovers Orochimaru's secret. He was murdered and silenced in the first place. Even Yunze, an acquaintance whom Orochimaru had a slight liking for, was the same. However, now Orochimaru is not as pervert as later. Recalling how Orochimaru made him feel just now, Yunze came to a conclusion. Orochimaru used to be a good person except that he had a cold personality, and his personality was full of charm, otherwise he wouldn't be respected by so many people. It was not until Nawaki, a disciple, died on the battlefield that there was a change. This made Orochimaru feel the fragility of life again. The last time his parents died. Since then, Orochimaru has completely embarked on the road of human research. It is to explore the secrets of the human body and pursue longevity. Coupled with the side effects of living corpse reincarnation, he has problems with his soul, and he has completely embarked on the path of pervert. For now, though, Orochimaru's research appears to be just getting started. Successful eye contact with Orochimaru consumes 10 chances. The available options are as follows. 1. Living corpse reincarnation, unfinished. 2. Software modification. 3. Impure world reincarnation, intermediate edition. Even Yunze didn't expect his luck to be so good. He just needed the ninjutsu of impure world reincarnation recently. Originally, I wanted to take the time to find Orochimaru. I didn't expect to meet unexpectedly today, and Orochimaru came to the door by himself. Select impure world reincarnation. With Yunze's choice, a lot of information flooded his mind. But feel the information in your mind, plus the prompts from the system. Yunze is very clear that although this ninjutsu Orochimaru has been improved on the basis of second generation, it is far from reaching the level of the Fourth World War. If you want to complete it thoroughly, you can only wait for Orochimaru to continue to study, except to rely on the enhanced functions of the system itself. There is no need to consider the two options, and Yunze will definitely choose the latter. Isn't it good to go whoring for nothing? Anyway, it's enough for the time being. Isn't it just that he doesn't have enough control? It's not a problem for him. After the system issues are settled, it's time for the lucky draw. This time Yunze received 5 scarlet cards directly, and he was still a 5th order reincarnation. In this regard, Yunze is full of expectations. Just a few minutes later, Yunze's expectations fell through again. He finally discovered that the Scarlet Card's round function of randomly obtaining items from the opponent's storage space is simply deceptive. Just think about it, reincarnation missions are full of dangers. Reincarnators will definitely use all their resources to improve their strength and increase their survival rate before entering a mission. At this time, the most storage space is medicine. Congratulations on getting second generation blood. It can transform the user into a low-level vampire. Congratulations on getting the Glory 2 physical potion, it can quickly restore the user's physical strength. Except that these two are still useful? Nothing. Far from the system. Chapter 48. Next morning. Konoha, who had been in turmoil all night, finally returned to calm. But this kind of calm is only for ordinary villagers and low-level ninjas. For the real high-level Konoha, this is just the beginning. The meeting room of the Hokage building. That's the way things are, so what Shihao and Yunze did was based on my instructions. Jiraiya stood in front of the conference table and told the details of what happened before. Of course, the fact that he himself was controlled by the distinguished heavenly gods was ruled out. This kind of power is so terrifying that it will scare everyone. What is more important is that this power comes from Uchiha's Manjiki. It would make others have to wonder if Uchiha still has the same power. It is easy to cause conflicts under fear, which Jiraiya does not want to see. Now that those eyes have disappeared with Uchiha Shisui, there is no need to say it. The other high-ranking Konohas sitting below were also relieved. So far so good. Now that Jiraiya has come forward and admitted, it means that Yunze is not lying. There was no intention of opposing Konoha either. The strength Yunze showed last night was too shocking. No one wants to fight against such a person who knows space ninjutsu. Questions were soon raised on the subject. Jiraiya, is the space ninjutsu used by Yunze Flying Thunder God? Jiraiya was taken aback. How could he know? Before he could answer, Hyuga Hayashi shook his head and said in denial, no, because he didn't use Flying Thunder God Kunao at all yesterday. FK. It seems to be true. This reminds others. They've been amazed that anyone can use space ninjutsu after the 4th generation. Instead, the detail that Yunze did not use Flying Thunder God Kunao was ignored. Doesn't that mean he's scarier than the 4th generation? The atmosphere became heavier for a moment. After a long time, an old man from Shimura's family said in a deep voice, the origin of this ninjutsu is unknown. I think that young man named Yunze should explain it to us and contribute ninjutsu to the village. Konoha didn't talk about Zulyanyi, so even if Danzo killed 3rd generation, no one said that he would destroy the entire Shimura family. But this does not mean that other families have forgiven each other. In particular, Danzo's behavior of studying the bloodline of other families has provoked public outrage, and he will definitely be targeted in the future. As a result, these guys didn't know how to behave with their tails between their legs, so they jumped out so quickly. For a moment, everyone looked at them with strange eyes. Okay. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked, and the rest of the Shimura family are no better than Danzo. The old man's words annoyed Jiraiya, and said coldly, contribute ninjutsu to the village? Since you have this idea, why not set an example for the Shimura family? After all, your wind-style ninjutsu is unique to Konoha. Impossible, that's the heritage of our Shimura clan. Jiraiya, you dare to covet these things, are you trying to fight against us? The old man burst into anger. Hehe, I only wanted to grab other people's ninjutsu, but I didn't take it out. Then, the next step of your Shimura family is to ask us Uchiha to give you both Fire Style and Sharingan. Who hates Danzo the most? Uchiha Fugaku is none other than Uchiha Fugaku. He casually misinterpreted contributing ninjutsu to Konoha as contributing ninjutsu to the Shimura clan. The whole dug is called a big. Is there still us Hyuga? And also, the members of Shimura's family were all dumbfounded. How could they provoke public anger? Their faces turned blue for a while, and they dared not speak out. It's because they were used to being rampant before, and the habit hasn't changed for a while. A farce ended with the Shimura family being kicked out of the meeting room. It is conceivable that it is basically impossible for the Shimura family to enter the Konoha Rights Center in the future. Okay, let's think about the candidate for the Hokage seat now. Jiraiya didn't want to face this kind of intrigue. But there is no way, now his reputation and strength are the highest on the surface. The original power core was killed. It can only be elected by him. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiraiya noticed that someone was looking at him, and quickly refused. Let's say it first, I will definitely not take over Hokage's seat. It was only with Jiraiya's refusal that everyone found out. Nobody. Or just Tsunade. Jiraiya said a name carefully. The others looked at him with disdain, and they were so frightened just by saying a name. What a shame. I think it's okay. Yes. Master Tsunade is the most suitable. Just who knows where she is now? Since Tsunade left Konoha, few people know her whereabouts. Okay, I'll go get her back, but you need someone to go with me. Jiraiya resigned. But he dared not go alone. After looking around, everyone avoided his sight one after another. Doesn't Konoha have a decent man among these bastards? Suddenly, a figure entered Jiraiya's mind. How about I take Shihao and Yunze there? That's a good idea. It's good to take more young people out to see them. Yes. Don't have to face Tsunade yourself, and by the way, send out a guy with terrifying strength. It kills two birds with one stone. Chapter 49. I won't go, I won't die, my vacation is not over yet. When Jiraiya came to her, Yunze was shopping with Hong. Enjoying the pure love that he should have at his age, how could he have a mission at this time? Didn't you recommend Tsunade to become Hokage? Jiraiya said cheaply, I know she is your idol, isn't this a chance for you to get close to your idol? At this moment, Yunze began to regret releasing distinguished heavenly gods for him. He took a calm look at Hong and said, don't talk nonsense, I'm not interested in Tsunade. I recommended her before because I didn't want Danzo to be on stage. This answer obviously made Jiraiya very dissatisfied, and he opened his mouth exaggeratedly, that's Tsunade. Princess Konoha, what kind of body and appearance are not liked by boys like you? Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a murderous aura. Turning his head and glanced at the seemingly well-behaved little girl next to him, Jiraiya realized that he had said the wrong thing. Quickly find out, hey, I was just joking, we are here for Konoha's future, you don't want Konoha to be leaderless. After speaking, he approached Yunze and whispered, think about it, is this an opportunity to deepen our relationship with Tsunade? When she becomes a 5th generation, she can have as many vacations as she wants with her current achievements. The most important thing is that Konoha will pay for everything during the mission. It doesn't matter if the public funds are not public funds. I mainly think that Konoha doesn't have Hokage. After all, I killed Dai Hokage. I have to bear the main responsibility for this matter. After finishing speaking, Yunze turned to look at Hong, although I want to be with you, I also have to be responsible for the village, and Shizuya is for everyone. How serious is that look? The red eyes stared at him for a long time without changing his face. You can do whatever you want, Mr. Yunze, you don't need to explain to me. Yunze. In the end, Yunze was forced to leave Konoha to find Tsunade. In the following time, he and Jiraiya ate and slept in the wind and in the open, and made every effort to think about it. Even at the expense of giving up his reputation, he went to casinos and various romantic places, just to find Tsunade's whereabouts. A week later. Pamphlet Street. Yunze walked out of the hot spring hotel comfortably. I saw Jiraiya running over in a hurry. Hurry up, I found Tsunade's whereabouts. Yunze was a little confused, Tsunade. Oh, Master Jiraiya is really powerful, let's go, let's find her quickly. Jiraiya. He seriously suspected that this guy had forgotten his original mission. Of course, this cannot be blamed on Yunze. Although his body is only 14 now, his mental age is far beyond that. But is this also working hard for the village? After finally finding an opportunity, it was really out of control. Under the leadership of Jiraiya, the two hurried to the commercial street next door. I found a group of burly men looking for someone. Ever seen this blonde woman? Single ponytail, with a mole on his forehead, and a little girl by his side. Extremely evil. Their eyes lit up at the same time. These features barely told them that those people were looking for Tsunade. After finding the clues, the two of them quietly followed behind the group without wasting any time. He quickly found the opportunity and greeted the leader of the other party cordially. Why are you looking for that woman? None of your business. Snapped. She owes us money. We belong to Sun City Casino. Last night she lost 20 million in our casino and said she would pay back the money today, but she disappeared. This time it was Yunze's turn and the two were speechless. They spent more than a week extravagantly spending Konoha 10 million. It's not as good as someone else's big fat sheep losing overnight. What is even more speechless is that the hot spring hotel they stayed in last night is next door to Rita City Casino. Then do you know where she is? Jiraiya asked impatiently. As a result, the other party looked at him like a fool. Aren't we looking for this? Hey, you're quite arrogant. At this moment, the younger brother of the other party ran back excitedly, shouting, Boss, the fat sheep was found. Where? We stopped her at the mansion of Mr. Murakami, the richest man in the town. According to her, she went to raise money. Tsunade is deeply inspired by his grandfather Ashitama. He is addicted to gambling like his life, every gamble will lose, every win will be miserable. Even the background of the Senju family can't resist the toss of the two guys. Speaking of the decline of the Senju clan, apart from the deliberate consumption of the high-level Konoha, the toss of these two people is indispensable. Fortunately, Tsunade has good medical skills, and every time he loses all, he will go to some sick fat sheep to get back a wave of blood. The same is true today, but it's a pity that it's almost worse than gambling debts. While worrying, I saw a familiar person. Jiraiya, do you have any money? Lend me some and pay you back later. Jiraiya had only one thought at this moment. Can public funds reimburse gambling debts? Chapter 50. Is the old man third generation dead? Or was he killed by Danzo? Hearing Jiraiya's notification, Tsunade looked extremely surprised. She has been away from Konoha for many years, and it is impossible to know many news in time. So when I heard the news for the first time, I couldn't believe it. After being surprised, she looked at Jiraiya with complicated eyes and asked. Then you came to me to drag me back to revenge on Danzo? No, Danzo has already been killed by him. Jiraiya pointed to Yunze who was drinking with his head bowed beside him. To Tsunade, this news was no less unexpected than the previous one. Tsunade probably understands Danzo's strength. If he can be killed, it means that Yunze has at least the strength of an elite Genin. It's amazing to have such strength at this age. Tsunade looked at Yunze's young face, a little complicated. Unexpectedly, after she left these years, another genius appeared in Konoha. It's just that Konoha's genius. Shaking her head secretly to throw away these thoughts, she drank the wine in her hand and asked, if this is the case, then why do you want me? Now I can't find a suitable person because I can't find a suitable person. Our mission this time is to get you back to take Hokage's place. Ha, let me be Hokage, are you kidding? Tsunade's voice rose unconsciously, a little excited, I tell you, it's impossible. Things like Hokage, whoever likes it, don't come to me, I'm not a fool. Jiraiya seemed to have expected this scene a long time ago, and persuaded in a low voice, now there is no one suitable except you. Can't you? Tsunade asked back. Others don't understand, you must know that my personality is not suitable at all. Then I'm even more inappropriate. Tsunade seemed to have made up his mind, saying that he didn't agree with it. Jiraiya tried a few words of persuasion, and finally could only say, Konoha was founded by the Senju clan led by your grandfather. Do you really want to see their life's hard work go to waste? Hehe, Senju? How can there be Senju now? The mockery on Tsunade's face was undisguised. How did my grandpa and the second grandpa die? How did so many members of the Senju clan die? And my only younger brother? For Konoha, the Senju clan has shed enough blood. Jiraiya was silent. Although Tsunade didn't say it clearly, he understood the meaning of the words. The Senju clan has been standing since the Sengoku era, and even established Konoha with Uchiha. It can be said to be the largest family in the ninja world. But even so, since the third generation came to power, it was quickly consumed, and even had to abandon the clan name and completely disappeared. The reason for this, no matter how stupid Jiraiya is, it is impossible to be unclear. Otherwise, Tsunade would not have left Konoha. She was really disappointed in Konoha. Jiraiya was momentarily at a loss for words. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo and several other advisors, the culprits of Senju's disappearance are all dead. Jiraiya is hard to say as an apprentice, but Yunze doesn't care. The dirty things have been cleaned up, now is the most suitable opportunity for you to take over Konoha. Yunze. Don't talk nonsense. Jiraiya's face was a little bad. After all, it was his teacher, so he had to save some face for the other party. However, Tsunade's eyes lit up, and he stared at Yunze with interest and said, it seems that although you are small, you are brave enough and know enough. Yunze. You are young. But what he saw clearly told him that it was really not small. For a while, Yunze felt uncomfortable. So, you decided to go back with me to take over Hokage's seat? Jiraiya asked expectantly. No. You'd better give up, it's impossible for me to agree. Tsunade was not so easy to persuade, so he refused directly. Jiraiya didn't know what to do for a while, and looked at Yunze for help. Yunze felt a little helpless. Jiraiya is so stupid. What he said just now had obviously shaken Tsunade, and he just needed to add a little more fire, but he couldn't grasp the point. It seems that he still has to come. Repay the money. The simple two words made Tsunade's expression change instantly. Don't worry, I will pay back your money. Who am I, can I still owe you that little money? Hehe, that's not a little money, it's 10 million. A mere 10 million, I will, a month, no, give me half a year, and I will pay you back with interest. It seemed tough, but the hesitant tone had exposed Tsunade's guilty conscience. But this reaction made Jiraiya's eyes light up. Gan. Why didn't he think of it? This is the lifeline of Tsunade. So he decisively assisted. Tsunade, think about it, if you can become Hokage, isn't this little money just a small thing? It's not like you don't know Konoha, you are still quite rich, and the public funds will be reimbursed at that time. He didn't finish his sentence, but the fire in Tsunade's eyes was almost burning out. That's right, no one in Konoha cares about her spending money now. Thinking of this, she hesitated. However, there is another problem. Chapter 51. One more question. Tsunade said hesitantly. Looking at her expression, Jiraiya thought of something, and her expression darkened, and asked, is your problem still unresolved? No. Tsunade shook his head. What are you guys saying? The film Emperor went online in time. The doubt on Yun's face was as real as it could be. Tsunade hesitated for a long time and did not speak. Instead, he looked to the side. There was a little girl sitting there. It was Kato Shizuan, who was a year older than Yunze, but looked too immature. Before that, she had been sitting quietly by the side as a little transparent, not daring to say a word. At this time, I got a hint from Tsunade, and said timidly, Tsuna. Master Tsunade has a hemophobia. What, hemophobia? Are you kidding me? That's what dignified Sunin has. Yunze truly interpreted complex emotions such as shock, doubt, and confusion. Unfortunately, the reaction stung Tsunade. Boom! A slap was slapped heavily on the wine table, making a loud noise. Tsunade angrily said, are you laughing at me? Yunze shook his head, no, just a little surprised. Jiraiya quickly smoothed things over and asked, didn't you think of a way? Tsunade's anger came and went quickly. Hearing this question, his expression darkened, and he said, I've thought about it, it's useless. Hey, what should I do? Jiraiya was also worried. Although as long as the news can be concealed, it will not affect Tsunade's succession to Hokage's seat. But she can't stay out of battle forever. What's more, Tsunade is a medical ninja. For a while, neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere fell into silence. Unfortunately, just at this moment, a voice full of doubts sounded. People with hemophobia are afraid of blood, so how did you solve it after your relatives have been here for so many years? Tsunade. Shizuan. Jiraiya. As soon as these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Jiraiya looks at Yunze like looking at a fairy. How the hell did you discover this blind spot? How dare you ask so boldly? He really wanted to ask, but unfortunately he didn't have the courage. Because... Boom! The wine table was completely shattered by a slap. If I don't beat you to death today, you brat, I'll take your surname. Evening. Hotel room. Hiss. Yunze looked at the scar on the corner of his mouth in the mirror, and took a deep breath. This BCH, Tsunade, is really ruthless. Are you brave enough to call her mother-in-law? Why don't you dare? If you have the ability to fight again, I just let her go. After Yunze finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Jiraiya who had just climbed in through the window, and said angrily, "Can you stop sneaking into my room? I want to keep a distance from you now, I don't want to be beaten." Looking at Yunze's almost recovered injury, Jiraiya clicked his tongue. He knew how ruthless Tsunade's fists were, and he didn't expect this guy to recover so quickly after being hit hard. "Why do you say you're fine to provoke her? I'm just curious, and take a look at her condition by the way." Mentioning this matter, Jiraiya remembered his purpose. He whispered, "I've finished everything you asked me to prepare. But are you sure it will work?" Yunze patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I have already consulted experts, and it will definitely work." Long before coming here, Yunze had considered the problem of Tsunade's hemophobia. It is largely a mental illness. The best treatment is of course to find a psychiatrist, but unfortunately there is no such profession in this world. Otherwise, there would not be so many big bosses with psychological problems, such as Obito, Madara, and so on. They are all mentally ill. Just because others can't, doesn't mean Yunze can't. Don't forget, he has a whole monster world. It's a pity that Yunze doesn't want to take Tsunade in for the time being, and he can't take the doctor out either. However, he can learn. Before Yunze took the time to go in and consult a few psychiatrists, he thought of a good way. A sage once said, "The best way to eliminate fear is to face it." Yunze got a lot of inspiration from this sentence. Go, and see what you have prepared." The two went to another room. There is water vapor inside, it is a hot spring pool. But unlike ordinary hot springs, the pool water is not transparent, but bright red. It was the color of blood. Yunze twitched his nose a few times, with a look of contempt. "Yo, it doesn't smell like pig blood." "Ha, the smell of pig blood is a bit stinky, didn't I find a ninja beast specially?" Jiraiya was a little worried, "This won't affect the healing effect, right?" "No, it's just that you look a little licking." "Sweet? What do you mean?" "Nothing, you can go. You must take it easy, don't make any accidents." "Don't worry, I know." After Jiraiya left with a worried face, Yunze looked at the hot spring pool in front of him. He said viciously, "I wanted to give you step-by-step instructions, but you dared to hit me. Smelly BCH, Lao Zi will show you what it is called, crash therapy." Chapter 52. Hot spring hotels also provide food and drink services. In a specially arranged small room, Tsunade looked suspiciously at the warm decorations around him. She looked at Yunze in front of her, who made her angry, and asked with a wary face, "What are you doing here alone at night? Isn't it because of what happened just now that I want to apologize to you?" Looking at Yunze's sincere little face, Tsunade almost couldn't help pooing him. "Hehe, when I beat him up just now. The performance was not so good, the resistance smashed the tavern. That's intense. Now my body is still in pain." Thinking of this, Tsunade took a look at the guy opposite, feeling even more painful, and she found that the guy had recovered. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Tsunade said coldly, "If you want to make an apology, then show your sincerity." Yunze pointed to a table full of sake, and said, "Isn't sincerity right there? My treat is not cheap." "Ha, that's it." Tsunade said disdainfully, "Do you know how many people can't invite me to drink? If my old lady accompanied you to drink, you earned it." Yunze almost choked to death. Gan. I didn't know Tsunade was so narcissistic before. However, looking up and down, I found that what she said seemed to make sense. Yunze's unscrupulous eyes made Tsunade narrow his eyes, and the chill raged, Boy, what are you looking at? Well, look at the beauty. At this time, my mouth is sweet, but it's too late. I'll go back to bed when I have nothing to do. Tsunade said and was about to turn and leave. Sack of Zyudu. Yunze hurriedly stopped her. She has other tasks today, so she must not let this woman run away. Throw out the big killer decisively. In this way, not only will I invite you to drink tonight, but if you can drink more than me, all your debts to me will be cancelled. Oh who? If you say that, I'm going to lose my mind. Tsunade stopped turning and leaving instantly, his eyes lit up. What you said is true. Of course, manly man, what he says means what he says. Yunze patted his chest and promised. Tsunade said disdainfully, hee, I hope you don't cry then. Bring it on. After an hour. Tsunade thrust her waist, with a gigantic evil, and said wildly, little guy, I saw how strong my sister is. My mother, I grew up in a wine jar since I was a child. There is still time to admit defeat. Surrender and lose half. Yunze. He realized that he was a bit overbearing. He thought that with his current sage body, he could experience the refreshment of drinking like drinking water. Result. Think too much. Drinking alcohol is different from being injured. Although the body will also develop resistance, the process is a little slower. After all, this is the first time his body has been drinking, and he is somewhat sensitive to alcohol. But with Tsunade's frightening appearance, it is impossible for Yunze to admit defeat, and his mouth is ruthless. Impossible, do you know what my nickname is? Golden Gun. Bah, 1,000 cups won't pour down the bully. Continue. Who is afraid of whom? Another hour. Big sister, can't hold it anymore, hee, you can't admit defeat as soon as possible. I want to fart, grandma, I am strong, very strong. Go on, don't cry, I'm your daddy. Drink me or cry, you are my grandfather. Another hour. Aunt, wait for me, I'll put some water first. Wait a minute, I'll go too. Stumbling, two drunk people walked out of the room full of wine bottles. The special hot spring pool that Yunze prepared for Tsunade before is not far away. I don't know if he still remembers his mission subconsciously. He actually walked in directly supporting Tsunade. Hey? This smells a little disgusting. Even Tsunade, whose consciousness was already blurred, smelled the smell of blood that disgusted her as soon as she entered the room. It's just that her mind was spinning slowly at this time, and she hadn't realized what it was. Come on, there's a pool in front, let's pee there. At this time, Yunze even forgot who he was, and only remembered to release the water. The pool not far away is just right. Finally. The two came to the edge of the hot spring pool with their arms. Arrive. Yunze disarmed Shikai and turned on the faucet to release water. The drunken Tsunade opened his eyes when he heard the voice. In the next second, she saw the blood-red pool. What? Screams sounded suddenly. When a person is in extreme panic, she will subconsciously look for a place where she can feel safe. The same is true for Tsunade, instinctively hugging Yunze beside him in panic. It's just that this guy himself is wobbly and unstable, how can he bear such a heavy burden? FK. Plop. The two fell into the blood-red hot spring pool together. Gilyalu. Gilyalu. SHHHHHHHH. What? Chapter 53. Yunze had a dream. Scary dream. He dreamed that he was being dragged into a pool of water. Surrounded by bright red pool water, I couldn't move my whole body. It was like being tightly bound by an octopus, unable to breathe. Even in the end, there was something grabbing the air in his mouth. Can this be tolerated? Fight back decisively. However, no matter how good Yunze's physical fitness is, he can't support the oxygen consumption of two people. finally dragged the octopus out of the water abruptly. Who the hell knows what happened next? Funny. Because a holy light descended from the sky, telling him clearly that this is not a scam. If you don't want to die, you have to forget what happened. Next morning. Crack. The crisp metallic sound awakened Yunze from his sleep. When he opened his eyes, he saw Tsunade cutting something with a bright pair of scissors in his hand. Yunze blinked a few times, then decisively closed his eyes again and pretended to be asleep. It's sage body after all, and it recovers quickly even when drunk. Therefore, he was already sober when what happened last night reached the second half. But it was precisely because of this that he followed his heart. It's a pity that pretending to sleep is useless at this time. Tsunade noticed it, and she calmly put the red cloth in her hand close to her body, and turned her head to look at the guy who pretended to be asleep. The eyes are complex, puzzled, ashamed, gentle, and finally filled with raging anger. BD, if you pretend to be asleep again, believe it or not, I'll cut you off. Along with Tsunade's annoyed voice, there was click, click, the sound of scissors closing. It's over, I can't pretend anymore. Ahem, sister, good morning. No matter how flustered he is, Yunze is still very good at acting. At the right time, he showed due doubts. Why did you come to my room? After speaking as if he had discovered something, he pointed to Tsunade's clothes that had been stained red by the pool of blood. Surprised, ah, have you cured of your blood phobia? Haha. Thanks to you, it's cured. It's all your own credit, it has nothing to do with me. So, you don't admit what happened last night? Last night? What happened? Boom. Before Yunze could finish his silly words, a pair of scissors with a cold light was inserted deeply between his legs. FK. Why are you so crazy, you stinky BCH? It wasn't all my fault last night. You were too ruthless. What should I do if it really gets cut off? Just these words made Tsunade even more ashamed and angry. Because it seems to be true. Tsunade remembered what happened last night very clearly. When she fell into the water, under the extreme fear of her whole body, she instinctively found someone who made her feel safe and kind, and she was out of control. But, because of this, she was even more ashamed and angry. BD, you have taken such a big advantage of my old lady, yet you still call me ABCH. Hey, who is taking advantage of whom? I'm still young. You're trying to say that I'm always right. Go to hell, BD. Boom. Boom. Outside the hot spring hotel. Accompanied by a violent roar. Jiraiya and Shisui hid far away, looking at each other. Master Jiraiya, there will be no accidents inside, right? Looking at the crumbling hotel, Toad Sage couldn't guarantee it, hesitatingly said, it shouldn't be possible, those two people are counted. Boom. Before the words were finished, the entire hotel collapsed completely. Jiraiya glanced at Shisui with some embarrassment, and said, This, Tsunade seems to be a bit ruthless this time. Then do you want to go in and have a look? Wait a minute, she's in a fit of anger, so let's stop making trouble. Facing a furious woman, how to appease her in the shortest possible time? This is a difficult problem. To be honest, this is also the first time Yunze has encountered and has no experience. Fortunately, he has never eaten pork, but has always seen pigs running. He has seen many teachings on the internet in his previous life. The best way is to go up and kiss. At this time, in the only surviving room of the hot spring hotel, the fighting has ceased. Yunze lay on the ground leisurely, looking at Tsunade who was tidying up silently. Don't say it, even though you are not young. But under the influence of 100 healings mark, Tsunade at this time is no different from a girl in her 20s. Even in some places, it exceeds a large amount. Just as he had been watching for a long time with pure admiration, Tsunade finally packed up. I warn you, yesterday and today's matter, if you dare to speak out, I will never end with you. Understand, understand, never say a word. No matter how powerful a woman is, she also has an arrogant side, so when faced with Tsunade's powerless threat, Yunze resolutely obeyed. Humph, just understand. Let's go. Where are you going? Of course back to Konoha. Chapter 54. Konoha 48 December. After experiencing the Nine Tails turmoil, the death of the fourth generation, the assassination of the third generation, and the cleansing of Danzo and other high-level Konoha leaders, etc., after a series of major events, Konoha finally ushered in the village's fifth Hokage Tsunade in the last month of the year. At this time, everyone in Konoha, including ordinary villagers, gathered in front of the Hokage building to cheer and celebrate this happy event. Among them is Yunze. He really didn't expect that less than half a month had passed since he brought Tsunade back that day. Konoha actually went through all the procedures before Tsunade took office. It was at that time that Yunze understood the true meaning of the title Princess Konoha. This doesn't just represent Konoha's approval of Tsunade. There is another layer of meaning. Tsunade's father is the son of Hashirama, and his mother is the daughter of a Fire Nation daimyo. So, she is a real princess. Otherwise, Konoha would not have just made a decision, and the Fire Country daimyo would have sent a letter of consent. So, I actually became a consort unintentionally. Yunze felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment in his heart. Hong beside him doesn't know that the guy next to him is thinking about this. She pulled Yunze's arm with excitement. Master Tsunade, you are really majestic. I want to become a strong female ninja like her in the future. Well, our family Hong must be fine. But I'm just a Chunin now, do you think it's possible? Of course, who hasn't become stronger step by step? Then please ask Yunze-kun to train me seriously. Yeah, no problem. Just as Yunze was comforting his little girlfriend, he suddenly felt a cold stare staring at him. Turning around to look, only to find that Tsunade wearing a Hokage hat turned back as if nothing had happened. Ah! Master Tsunade just looked at me. Yunze. Looking at the excited Hong, Yunze was speechless. I don't know how she will react when she finds out that her idol becomes her sister. Shouldn't kill him? The celebration is over. Yunze returned home alone. Glancing out the window, it was already dark. Would you like to comfort the old aunt? Recently, Tsunade strictly forbids Yunze from appearing in front of her during the day when there are many people. At first, Yunze thought it was her trying to separate the relationship between the two. It was later discovered that there were many little secrets in this sentence. Not during the day, but at night. There are too many people, but there are some things that cannot be done when there are too many people. After thinking it over, Yunze felt relieved. When Hong was young, finally someone could chat with her. Just when Yunze was about to leave, an unexpected visitor came to the house suddenly. It was none other than Jiraiya who appeared, with a baby in her arms. Where did you get this child? It can't be your illegitimate child, right? Namikaze Minato's orphan was taken away by Sarutobi Hiruzen after the Nine Tails unrest that day. But even though he hadn't seen the child for so long, Yunze still recognized it. However, at this moment, he had an ominous premonition, so he decided to play dumb. Unfortunately, it didn't work. What nonsense, this is Minato's child, Uzumaki Naruto. After Jiraiya finished speaking, she looked at the young man in front of her with complicated eyes. He is not a fool. Yunze and Tsunade came out of the hot spring hotel that day, although the two behaved very naturally. But Jiraiya still noticed something was wrong at a glance. Later, after accidentally seeing Yunze sneaking into the Senju mansion at night, he confirmed his guess even more. The Huxia cabbage that he had been coveting since he was a child was taken away by a certain pig. This conclusion almost caused him to have a cerebral hemorrhage on the spot, but there was nothing he could do about it. Who made him have no guts? so, he couldn't say anything except regret. However, Jiraiya's eyes still made Yunze a little guilty, and quickly changed the subject. So it's a child from the 4th generation, why haven't I heard of it before? And why is the surname Whirlpool? When it came to serious business, Jiraiya became serious. You should know Jinchuriki, right? Know a little bit. Okay, if you know it, and a little bit. Jiraiya pointed to the child in his arms and said, before he died, Minato sealed 9 tails on his newborn child. Later, in order to keep Jinchuriki's secret, the 3rd generation named the child Whirlpool and raised it secretly. Now that the 3rd generation is dead, no one. You wait. Yunze interrupted Jiraiya before he could finish. There is something wrong with what you just said. Even if you hide it, there is no need to change your surname, right? What's more, as far as I know, some time ago, there was a rumor in the village that there was a reincarnated child of a demon fox. This is the little guy, right? Is this considered to be a secret? Yunze's words were full of sarcasm, but Jiraiya had no way to refute. Because he thought of the scene he saw before. As the reincarnation of the demon fox that killed many people in the village, a baby was rejected by everyone, even a nanny could not be found. This is really not the treatment an orphan of a hero should receive. However, after all, it is about his teacher. Jiraiya can't be harsh, 3rd generation is dead, and it doesn't make much sense to say these things. I came to you today because I hope you can adopt Minato's child. You're kidding. I was a kid myself. Chapter 55. Jiraiya ran away, overnight. He said he was going to complete his unfinished business and bring his good friend Orochimaru back to Konoha. There is only one child left for Yunze. Looking at the little thing in his arms, Yunze felt like crying. This is really like a person sitting at home, and the pot comes from the sky. However, when the matter developed to this point, Yunze had no choice but to throw away Naruto. Fortunately, the little guy doesn't seem to reject him, but has an inexplicable sense of dependence on him. Big blue eyes stared at him without blinking. Yunze speculates that it may be the cause of Ashura Chakra on him. In this case, let's collect some child support first. Successful eye contact with the vortex Naruto, this time consumes 1 chance, the available options are as follows. 1 vortex physique. 2 baby language. 3 baby's smooth skin. There is really nothing that cannot be rubbed against in this broken system, even the skin has come out. If it is a different girl, it may be really hard to say what she will choose. But Yunze already had plans. Set Naruto aside. There was an extra syringe in his hand, which contained green liquid. This is the 1st generation cell that came out of Danzo's laboratory. Without too much hesitation, Yunze directly injected 1st generation cells into his arm. If it is used so roughly by other people, it may soon be invaded by 1st generation cells and eventually turn into a piece of dead wood. But for Yunze, who already has a sage body, it's a trivial matter. With the injection of the cells, a burning sensation began to pervade. Visible to the naked eye, the surrounding skin and muscles began to shrink slowly, wrinkling like tree bark. And this change is constantly spreading outward, and the speed of knowledge is extremely slow. This power is domineering enough. Yunze clicked his tongue a little while looking at the abnormality on his arm. Choose the vortex physique and consume 500 points of world origin to strengthen it. With this choice, 2 other forces emerged within Yunze. These 2 forces combined the power of 1st generation cells, and began to circulate continuously in the body, fusing and strengthening the original body cells. In the end, when these 3 energies were about to be exhausted, the whole body seemed to break some kind of shackles. Boom! At this moment, Yunze felt a new look. Stronger recovery ability, vitality, endurance, and perception, and the ability to control the sealing technique. The whole world seems to become clearer. Host, Yunze. The number of rubbing times, 93. Age, 15. Occupation, Master of the World. Mastery, Monster World. Chakra, 18 cards. Attribute, Wind, Fire, Thunder, Earth, and Water. Bloodline, Sage Body, Advanced. Skills, Flying Thunder God, Emotional Mastery. Ninjutsu, S rank, Ghoul Seal, Sage Mode, Exclusive, Adamantine Sealing Chains, 5 Dungeons Daily and Bullet Technique. Special Item, Mark of Reincarnation, activated. Origin of the World, 4000 points. Reinforcement, you can modify and strengthen any skill, bloodline, or item. Consume 500 points of world origin each time. Sure enough, Yunze's original guess was correct. Sage Body has successfully advanced. Since the Sage Body advanced because of Ghidorah last time, Yunze thought about how to improve the Sage Body again. The strengthening function of the system itself is actually the simplest, but his physical instinct told him that just one 500-point strengthening is not enough. If you want to use the least amount of world origin, you need other energies. And the Vortex Physique is the best choice. After all, Vortex and Senju are descendants of Sage Body blood. Just have different characteristics. Senju is more about vitality and recovery, while Vortex is about perception and the control of sealing. Like now, the adamantine sealing chains, which Yunze could not use originally, can be used proficiently because of the unlocking of the preconditions. As for Hashirama cells, Yunze stretched out his right hand. Palm. A small green sapling grew out at an extremely fast speed, and it was more than half a meter high in the blink of an eye. Then it quickly withers, grows again, and the cycle repeats. Sure enough, this wood style is easier to control than before. Yunze looked at the changes in his hands happily. Wood style is a blood succession limit unique to Senju Hashirama. Want to control, according to Hokage's plot, it seems that the only option is to have Hashirama cells. However, even with the fusion of Hashirama cells, the power of wood style varies. Like Yamato, you can only do some greening. Madara, on the other hand, is not much different from Hashirama himself. There must be other reasons for this besides his natural talent. And Yunze already has his own judgment through personal experience. First of all, wood style is indeed a kind of bloodline that combines chakra, the two attributes of water and soil. The reason why other ninjas with these two attributes cannot use wood style is because they are missing a key, which is the Sage Body derived from Ashura Chakra. Yes, wood style can be used without Hashirama cells as long as these two conditions are met. This is verified by Yunze. After his Sage Body advanced to the middle level, he could already use wood style. The reason why Hashirama cells are specially fused this time is to enhance the matching degree of wood style. Now, Yunze can proudly say, his Sage Body and wood style have gone far beyond Senju Hashirama himself. Only, it seems that the Hasalama must be brought out of the soil as soon as possible, otherwise there will be too few wood style ninjutsu. Just when Yunze was drooling and imagining that he would let the enemy have two hands in the future, accompanied by loud and clear cries, a stench hit. FK, what's wrong with you, kid? Chapter 56. Naruto may feel a little uncomfortable except just after finishing pulling, howling a few times. Later, I started playing in the shit with my short legs fluttering, laughing happily. But Yunze is a tragedy, it's Nima who really stinks. After thinking for a while, Yunze's figure disappeared in the room. Not long after, he reappeared. There are big bags and small bags in hand, a lot of baby products. It feels so good to carry a whole world with you. He didn't stay at home too long, and disappeared again with Naruto beside him in a flash. Senju Mansion. In the bathroom, there is steam. A figure can be vaguely seen resting in the bath. After a whole day, even Tsunade feels a little tired. At this moment, there was a wave of vibration in the bathroom. A person appeared out of nowhere. Tsunade didn't even frown, and said in a low voice, could you not appear directly next to me next time? I'm afraid I can't help but beat you up. Anyway, you can't beat it. Tsunade. Just as he was about to refute, he suddenly smelled a strange smell. This made her complexion change suddenly, and she jumped out of the water. Didn't you clean your shit? Why is it so stinky? Hey, why are you talking so badly, a woman? Yunze was not happy. And at this moment, Tsunade finally found that the other party was still holding a small thing in his arms. Where did you get the baby? Yunze said helplessly, a child of the 4th generation. 4th generation? Nine Tails Jinkraki. Obviously Tsunade knew about this, thought for a while and said, isn't this kid at Jiraiya's place? Why did he run to your place? What can I do? Jiraiya just came to my place, threw the child to me, and ran away by herself. Jiraiya is gone. Well, say to find Orochimaru. This guy. Tsunade muttered and said nothing else. It's just that the smell in the air was really unbearable for her, so she put on her bathrobe and walked outside. He complained in his mouth, Jiraiya is still so unreliable in doing things, you are only so old, so I will throw the child to you. Isn't it? Jiraiya is too much of a thing. Tsunade gave him a blank look, you are not much better, tell me, if you don't take care of the children at home, what are you doing here? Yunze followed behind with big and small bags, and said, of course I'm looking for your help. Tsunade stopped suddenly, stared at him with squinted eyes and said, what do you mean? Don't look for your little girlfriend at this time, think of me. Although my old lady is old, she doesn't have the conditions to raise this thing. Ahem. Where are you thinking? I don't mean that. I have prepared the baby's milk powder. I just want you to find someone who is careful to take care of it. Yunze quickly comforted him. Sure enough, no matter what age a woman is, jealousy is instinctive. I have no one here, and I don't have the money to hire a nanny. Isn't there Shizun in there? I think she is very careful. The more Yunze said, the more guilty he felt, because Tsunade's eyes became more and more dangerous. Okay, you still miss Shizun, he is so small, you don't let it go. Besides, she also needs to help me with the documents. Yunze. I thought Tsunade really cared about Shizun, and the CO author was worried that his tool man would not have time to help her work. I don't have time during the day, why don't you help me look after this kid at night? People will be tired. In this way, I will solve everything Naruto needs by myself, and I will give you an extra 5 million a month. Isn't it because the conditions were not negotiated? Yunze directly enlarged the move. Sure enough, Tsunade's eyes lit up when he heard this. It was only today that she discovered that years of war had caused Konoha's finances to shrink, and there was no money for her to embezzle. And now, helping to take care of a child costs 5 million a month. At that time, she will give Shizun 1 million, and she will have 4 million left. You can also gamble a few times. Well, it's not impossible, it's just that Shizun is still young, it's not good to spread the word with a child. Tsunade's words made Yunze look contemptuous. If you think the money is low, just say it, and you have to find so many excuses. The woman in front of me is good at everything, but she is just like a gambling dog. However, money is really meaningless to Yunze now. Just sell anything from Monster World and you can become the richest man in Hokage. Well, I will add another 2 million every month, but I need to take care of it during the day. Of course, I will take care of it myself when I have time. If you add some money, you can treat it as living expenses for your own woman. Gambling money. Make a deal. Next morning, Yunze returned to his home refreshed. The feeling of throwing away the burden is comfort. What? Naruto is the main character. Shit, the world has long been different for Yunze. No need for Naruto to save the world. Moreover, the current Naruto is much more comfortable than in the original book. They say good things come in pairs. No, Yunze just returned home not long ago. The protection fee has arrived. Ding! Host receives a gift from the monster world, 10,000 points of the world's original power. Calculating the time, a year has indeed passed in that world. Yunze looked at the newly arrived world origin, and began to think about which skill to strengthen first. Suddenly, another alert sounded. Ding! The imprint of reincarnation is starting. There is still 1 hour before entering the derivative world next time. The countdown starts, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Chapter 57. Compared with the joy brought by the protection fee, the sudden activation of the imprint of reincarnation caught Yunze a little by surprise. Since the last monster world, Samsara Space hasn't issued him a mission for a long time. I didn't expect it to come so suddenly this time. But Yunze has nothing to reject, although he can't get rewards for completing tasks. But the different worlds hold great wealth in their own right. Can greatly enhance his strength. Looking at the countdown with less than an hour left, Yunze first learned the lesson from last time and took out the more valuable things from the storage space. Then left a letter to Tsunade and Hong, and waited quietly. With the end of the countdown, Yunze disappeared from the world of Hokage. This transmission is not much different from the previous one. It's just that the world of the destination seems to be much smaller than the monster world. When the transfer is complete, Yunze observed the environment outside the teleportation array for the first time. Is this a rainforest? This time, he did not stay in space, but directly entered the interior of the blue star. Outside the teleportation array was an endless dense jungle, which made it impossible for him to distinguish the location. Hey, every time I teleport my head feels like being hit by a hammer, it's really uncomfortable. As the sound sounded, other people involved in this mission woke up one after another. Yunze looked at the reincarnated people who got up from the ground one by one, with strange eyes. He suddenly realized that there seemed to be something unusual in the derivative world this time. Hey, why did young people appear on this special mission? The person who spoke had silver hair, skin folds like bark, and his whole body exuded a rotten smell. No, or more than the one talking. The same goes for the other three. Except for Yunze, a young and strong guy, the other 4 reincarnations are all white-haired old men. Still the kind of old man who doesn't have much life at first glance. Could it be that the reincarnations in the reincarnation space are also starting to age? While Yunze was meditating secretly, another old man with dark eyes spoke. Hee, maybe he was squeezed dry by a woman, and time is running out. But even so, this little guy's flesh and blood will definitely be extremely tender. Zai Lu. As he spoke, he seemed to recall something, and a trace of saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth. Old ghost, you may not be able to beat others in this world. They are young and strong, but your old arms and legs can't bear it. You can't say for sure, you'll grow old and strong. Yunze glanced at the drooling old man in disgust, ignoring their conversation. But I have already given the old guy a death sentence in my heart, it is really disgusting. He is still busy looking at the task introduction of Samsara Space. This derivative world is a special world where you can compete freely and kill other reincarnations without penalty. The only main task, find the blood orchid within 3 days to increase your lifespan. No reward for mission success, mission failure, obliteration. Special reminder, this world is a low-level derivative world. After the mission starts, all skills above the 2nd level will be sealed, the storage space is temporarily frozen, and special props cannot be used. The mission is about to start, the countdown is 29 seconds. When seeing the familiar name Blood Orchid, Yunze guessed that this derivative world should be the calamity of Anaconda. There is nothing special in this world, but a more interesting thing has appeared. That is Bloodland. A rare plant that grows in the virgin jungles of Borneo. According to legend, Blood Orchid has the mysterious power to make people live forever. The evidence is that there are countless giant pythons around Swollen. Things like pythons grow bigger and bigger the longer they live, and it is precisely because of swallowing blood orchids that these pythons can grow to a length of more than 10 meters or even tens of meters. They are also the final bosses of this derivative world. But this is only for ordinary people. For Yunze, even if this snake is more than 10 times bigger, it is the same. Only. When seeing the special reminder, Yunze was dumbfounded. I didn't expect the reincarnation space to have the operation of sealing strength, no wonder he can be sent in with the 4th order reincarnation mark. Think again about the old man from Japan who obtained the mark of reincarnation, and the old men around him. Yunze realized. This is the place where reincarnation space renews the lives of those who are dying. The seal is completed, the task begins. As the countdown ended, the teleportation mask around it flickered and then disappeared. And several reincarnations also quickly distanced themselves on guard. There is only one exception. That is the old man pervert who spoke before. At the first moment, he quickly moved a few steps under his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he jumped up, and his right hand turned into an afterimage and grabbed Yunze's throat. On the sharp claws, the sharp black nails are like daggers, enough to tear apart all flesh and blood. A gleam of pleasure flashed in the old man's eyes, but the young man was inexperienced, so he dared to be in a daze at this moment. It's just that the expected blood splatter didn't happen. Shua! A faint blue blade light flashed, and his consciousness fell into darkness. Impossible. Chapter 58. Impossible. As a senior reincarnator, Yunze is not very powerful, but he definitely has a lot of experience. In the past reincarnation missions, there is one piece of iron that all reincarnation people firmly believe in. The reincarnation space cannot resist, and its rules cannot be changed. If you say kill it, no matter how powerful you are, it is impossible to survive. In the same way, when it comes to sealing strength, it is impossible to use abilities that exceed the specifications. This special world is like this now, except for physical abilities, all other skills and energies cannot be used. And now what did he see? Someone can use the knife light. This has clearly exceeded the limit. And what shocked Yunze even more was still behind. Seal begins. Data error, unable to seal. Self-inspection. No, 314,523. The reincarnated person is abnormal. Those who are judged as violators will be exterminated programmatically. Successful obliteration, successful recovery of storage space, successful recovery of imprints. At the moment when the countdown just ended, Yunze was swiped by the reincarnation space again. It seems that every reincarnation journey of his starts with being obliterated. The last time it was because of a problem with accepting the mission, this time it was because of the strength of the seal. He has gotten used to it. It's all trivial, as long as the reincarnation space is involved, my salted fish system is absolutely reliable. As for the sneak attack of the old man pervert, Yunze didn't even take it to heart. His own strength is not as good as his own, not to mention the situation of being sealed. Left and right are just a matter of a knife. The old man is dead, and the task hangs up at the beginning. But there was no scarlet card, because at the moment of his death, the reincarnation mark that Yunze wiped from him was activated. However, Yunze didn't have time to check the new mark at this time. There are more important things that need his attention. Ever since Yunze got the imprint of reincarnation, he began to think about a problem. There are many derivative worlds controlled by the reincarnation space, and they are still hierarchical. So what is the basis for this level of judgment? Now he understands. Every world has its own upper limit of power that it can bear. Exceed this upper limit, and you will be rejected by the world itself. This is also the rule that the reincarnation space must abide by when arranging reincarnations of different levels to enter the derivative world. Just like the current world of the plague of pythons, even if there is a special plant blood orchid, the world itself is only first order. Then if you want to enter, you must seal the excess power. Otherwise, you will be rejected and counterattacked by the instinct of the world. And now, Yunze's power has not been sealed. So, he was targeted by the world. The invisible pressure weighed heavily on his body, making him feel like he was in a deep quagmire. Every move takes more energy. Even more frightening is that air, rocks, plants, insects, animals, be it conscious beings or unconscious dead things, everything in the whole world is full of hostility towards him at this moment. I can't wait to crush him to ashes. Crack! The wind blows. A giant tree more than 10 meters high broke suddenly. The branch was so lush that it didn't look like it could be blown down by the wind. But at this moment, it fell down and hit the place where Yunze was standing. In the bang, Yunze easily dodged. But the next moment, he frowned. Buzz! On the broken tree, there was actually a huge beehive hidden. Countless awakened wasps rushed towards Yunze like a dark cloud. On the ground, countless poisonous substances such as centipedes, spiders, and scorpions drilled out of the ground, flooding in like a tide. FK, trypophobia is here and I'm so scared to death. All this made Yunze's scalp tingle. Fire-style fire extinguishment. The turbulent flames rushed towards the poisonous substances, and the sound of crackling and scorching came in an endless stream. Countless poisonous insects were burned to death, but they could not stop their progress. It's really endless. Listening to the roar of beasts coming from the depths of the jungle, Yunze started to have a headache. Old Lu, what's going on? The reincarnated people who had already run a long distance unexpectedly gathered together. Looking at the terrifying sea of fire in the distance, he shivered. How do I know? Lu was so frightened that his speech was a little slurred. What happened to the reincarnation space? Why hasn't a guy with such terrifying strength been sealed? It's all right now, the consciousness of the whole world has been awakened, how can we complete the task? Who the hell knows? You still want to complete the task? Are you sick? As far as the current situation is concerned, either the world is doomed, or that guy is doomed. It's okay to say that that guy is finished. If the whole world collapses, we will all have to be buried with him. Don't talk so much, we'd better stay away from that guy now, and run as far as we can. Yes, run quickly. What the hell, I was about to die, and this kind of thing happened. Reincarnation Space Bless. Chapter 59. In the uninhabited primeval jungle, a dilapidated cargo ship is sailing upstream. There are several people with Western faces on the boat, who are the protagonists of the world of the plague of pythons. They are from the pharmaceutical company, and the purpose of coming here this time is to find Swollen. It's just that everyone has forgotten their purpose at this time. Instead, he looked at the river in horror. At the bottom of the deep water, black figures swam past the bottom of the boat. My God, what the hell is that? Crocodiles, lots of crocodiles. Also, was that a snake in the past just now? At least a dozen meters long. What's going on here? Why are these animals heading in one direction in groups? It shouldn't be. Bill was the owner of the boat, and the reason why he ventured out during the rainy season was to earn more money. But at this moment, the anomaly in the jungle made him feel like he was facing a formidable enemy, so he made a decisive decision. We can't go any further, we must turn back immediately. No, the flowering period of the blood orchid is only a few days. I can't find it this time, and it will be decades later. As a researcher, Jack firmly disagreed for his own research results. Your life is more important than your flowers. Tell me, when will these animals with different species be able to move in the same direction in peace? It is only possible in the face of a huge crisis. So, there must be something extremely terrifying there, and this phenomenon is possible. Bill pointed in the direction where the animals gathered, and there was unconcealable fear in his angry voice. The more you know about the jungle, the more you can understand the danger behind the current situation. But before Jack could continue to refute, suddenly the terrified voice of his companion came over. Look, what's that? Is that a human? How could he fly? Oh my god, God! Meteorite, that's a meteorite that fell. Shouting in shock, Bill and Jack simultaneously discovered a shocking sight in the distance. A meteorite with a long tail flame is falling from the sky at an extremely fast speed. And the target is a small black dot in midair. That's a person. A person who flies in the air without relying on external objects at all. Is the Shinigami version of the plague of Python coming? Yunze felt helpless. From the collapse of trees, the siege of poisonous insects, the siege of wild animals, to the bursting of river banks, mudslides. All kinds of completely unforeseen dangers followed. After he was really tired of all this and flew into the sky. As soon as the attacks of various ferocious birds were resolved, a greater danger came. Yunze looked at the meteorite that was coming straight towards him, and was completely dumbfounded. Where the hell are you from, Tengai Shinsei? That meteorite is not big, with the naked eye, it is only 20 meters in size, but it is a real thing that crashed in from outer space. The speed plus weight may not be much less powerful than a weapon of mass destruction. You must know that the impact of a meteorite with a diameter of only about 60 meters is equivalent to 1,000 times the energy released by an egg. And a meteorite with a diameter of 10 kilometers directly wiped out the dinosaurs. You can see how lethal this thing is by converting it. The speed of the meteorite is extremely fast, and it will be in front of you in the blink of an eye. 8 inner gates, 7th gate open. With Yunze's angry shout, the 7 portals invisible to the naked eye inside the body instantly opened, and a huge amount of chakra roared in the body. The surface of the body began to emit blue steam produced by the evaporation of sweat. The surrounding space began to be unbearable. There was a creaking sound, and a series of dark cracks began to appear. This is the result of space fragmentation. Feeling the surging power in his body, Yunze rushed straight to the oncoming meteorite without any fancy punch. A huge meteorite, a small body, an even smaller fist. Contact at this moment. In an instant, the huge energy generated by the impact spread outward from that point. Devouring everything around, air, space. Everything, including the sound, disappeared. My god, it's all fake. Haha, I must be dreaming, it must be a hallucination from drinking too much last night. Tell me, this is all a dream. Merciful Lord, ah! My god! When the meteorite fell from the sky, all the monitoring satellites around the blue star started to emit harsh sirens at the same time. This kind of disaster, enough to destroy a city, unexpectedly escaped all detection equipment and appeared in an instant. The unprepared situation has awakened countless scientific research units, the country. And when the staff saw the tiny figure under the meteorite in the satellite image, they were completely frightened. Superpower? But the scene that followed completely made them lose their ability to think. Is that still human? Can a man smash a meteorite falling from the sky with a fist of his body? Impossible. Only God can do it. For a moment, it seemed that countless explosives exploded inside the meteorite. The entire huge meteorite was completely broken into countless fragments and scattered around. The huge energy generated by the impact destroyed all the trees below. In the blink of an eye, the ground with a radius of several kilometers was razed to the ground. Check it out for me, what's going on? What the hell is that person? Chapter 60. Well, where are people? Why did the satellite image disappear? Hurry up and have a technician come over and check. When the leaders of various countries wanted to find clues about Yunze, they suddenly found that all the satellite images had disappeared. Report. It seems to be caused by the local weather and cannot be observed. Weather reason? Yes, thunderstorm clouds suddenly appeared over the incident site, covering everything. Why are the clouds so thick? I can't know for the time being, but the electronic equipment such as the satellite above has been affected by lightning. Yunze didn't have time to pay attention to everything that happened around Blue Star, because a new crisis reappeared. He glanced up at the sky. The thick black clouds pressed down overwhelmingly, only a few hundred meters above the ground, as if they were about to touch the ground soon. Among them, lightning that is several meters thick and tens of meters long flickers from time to time, like thunder and lightning snakes cruising in the clouds. Even Yunze felt his scalp tingling when he looked at it. These abnormalities appeared within 10 seconds after he smashed the meteorite with one punch. The speed of change has far exceeded the norm. Crack! Before Yunze could react, a bolt of lightning struck straight down. Snapped! The thunderbolt struck the blue steam that hadn't disappeared yet, making a squeaky sound. The blue steam mixed with chakra was eaten away by more than half in an instant. Yunze frowned, because the next thunderbolt struck again. The figure flickered a few times like a picture of a bad signal, and finally disappeared from where it was, appearing hundreds of meters away. Sure enough, even the flying thunder god was affected. From the beginning of using ninjutsu, Yunze discovered it. In this world, the effects of using energy release skills are forcibly suppressed. Not even half of the original. This is also the reason why Yunze uses 8 inner gates in the face of the meteorite. As for why he doesn't dodge, it was because he didn't want to destroy the entire jungle. Laozi went to pick the good things you bred. It is not Yunze's temper to be passive and defensive all the time. He is now thinking about how to take revenge on the world. Don't look at the novels about cultivating immortals. You can increase your lifespan by hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands at every turn. But issues related to the increase of biological lifespan are very serious and difficult. Don't you see that Hokage, Marvel, Dragon Ball, etc. have not bad levels of power, and even have very high destructive power, and many people only have the lifespan of ordinary humans. So as a low-level world, it is really a miracle that a blood orchid can be bred that can increase the lifespan. And now Yunze's plan is to give it a pot. Crack! Boom! The continuous thunder and lightning continued to strike, leaving a mess on the ground. Yunze's body was filled with blue steam, and his figure kept moving forward in the jungle like a phantom. 8 inner gates has not been closed, thanks to the strong self-healing ability of his sage body, otherwise it really wouldn't last for such a long time. The destruction of the body by this forbidden technique is not easy to talk about. FK, it's not here, it should be in the northeast. After looking for a few places, but still not finding the target, Yunze was a little anxious. The pressure on the body is getting bigger and bigger, if it is said that it seems to be in a deep quagmire at first. It was like a small mountain was pressing on him now. Fortunately, 8 inner gates has greatly improved his strength and speed, so that he can keep moving at high speed. Coupled with the flying thunder god from time to time, it is guaranteed not to be struck by lightning. Swish! Yunze's figure disappeared in place again. Boom! Thunder strikes again. With one blow, a huge pit tens of meters deep was left on the ground. The magma formed by high temperature burning is flowing slowly, and the air is filled with a scorching burnt smell. Damn! The thunder and lightning this time was the result of the clouds brewing for a long time, and it was already hundreds of meters long. The corners of Yunze's eyes twitched, and he looked up at the clouds. What the hell, there are at least 100 of them inside, and the size is still expanding. It has evolved from Razor to Brontosaurus. Yunze really had a headache now, so he quickly adjusted his direction and continued to search. This Nima evolves too fast, maybe what will appear in the end. Finally found. It took 5 minutes to find it against the sky being struck by lightning. Yunze finally found his destination. This is a small canyon. The bottom of the valley should have been covered with densely packed giant pythons, but they have already escaped far away. Several strange-looking green plants grew on the canyon wall, with dazzling flowers like blood growing on the top. He didn't dare to waste time, feeling the constant tremors from the space. Yunze pulled out Kunran behind him. The faint blue sword glow flashed. The entire canyon wall was cut off by him. Take out the storage scroll and seal it in. After all this work, Yunze finally let out a bad breath. She gave a middle finger to the clouds in the sky. Laozi dug up your roots, and asked you if you were angry. The world consciousness has no individual thinking, it is just an aggregation of all biological consciousness. However, at this moment, Yunze clearly felt an extremely strong emotion. That is anger. Extreme anger. Chapter 61. Ah, what's going on? Why do I feel so angry? Kill, kill, kill. Damn it, damn it. At this moment, the human beings and creatures in the whole world were furious for no reason, as if something precious had been snatched away. Instinctively want to destroy that person. Crazy, resentful, angry. These emotions gathered little by little, and finally formed a monstrous anger. The subject is none other than Yunze. It's okay to provoke it. Feeling the emotions coming from around, Yunze was a little shivering. Of course, he is very clear. What really angered the world consciousness was not the middle finger just now, but his act of digging up the blood orchid by the root. It's just that it's impossible for him to return what he got. Therefore, the only way is to kill it. Because the opponent has already made a move. A series of dark cracks kept appearing all around, no need to touch, even a glance would make one's hair stand on end. Space cracks, space folding, space disorder. Yunze only felt that his whole body had been imprisoned in place, unable to move an inch. Of course, he can also use Flying Thunder God to escape from this world, which is also his original intention. However, it was too late. Above the clouds, a strong murderous intent locked on him firmly. The densely packed Brontosaurus seemed to come alive. He rushed towards him with an aura that would destroy everything. Facing this world-ending scene, Yunze put away his carelessness and became serious. Put your hands together and make a seal. Sage mode on. Boom. With the light red eye shadow appearing in the corner of the eyes, Yunze's whole person's aura has changed drastically. The blue steam on the body surface was instantly covered by the light blue chakra coat. Crack. The surrounding space couldn't bear this huge energy, like broken glass, covered with dense cracks. It seemed to be completely shattered in the next second. However, this is not the end. 8 inner gates death gate open. Boom. The nearby air exploded completely, briefly forming a vacuum area. The red steam rushed straight into the sky, and even the thick cloud layer was temporarily opened a gap. The light blue chakra coat is briefly covered, then blended together. Crackling. Under the combination of several kinds of power, Yunze, whose whole body is blood red, has reached the peak of his current stage. Snapped. With a crisp sound, the surrounding space was completely shattered. Countless space fragments that can easily shred all matter are involved in the space turbulence, but they can't hurt Yunze at all. For a moment, his surroundings seemed to be a black hole that could swallow everything. Die to my father! Following this roar, the punch filled with all the energy collided heavily with the thunder dragon that fell from the sky. A dazzling white light bloomed from the center. In an instant, everything in the world seemed to disappear. Sound, time, light, everything is suspended. Crack, click. The body couldn't move, but Yunze's consciousness was still functioning. In the next second, his consciousness seemed to be withdrawn from the whole body, overlooking the whole world in another dimension. Inside the huge oval white crystal, there is a very clear small black spot. This little black spot keeps expanding, faster and faster, faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, the entire interior of the crystal has been swallowed by this darkness. Snapped. With a crisp sound, the oval crystal ball like an egg exploded completely. At the same time, Yunze's consciousness quickly returned. At that moment, he seemed to see countless light spots converging in one direction. Hiss, it hurts. The moment consciousness returned, the severe pain made Yunze gasp. At this time, Sage Mode and 8 Gate have been closed. The whole body is like a charred roast chicken, with sparks shooting out from time to time, emitting bursts of black smoke. If it is someone else, this situation can already be declared over. Continue to add fire, you can completely cremated. But Yunze acted like a normal person, endured the severe pain all over his body, and moved his arm. With his movements, the coke on his arm was shattered and fell off, revealing a piece of tenderness underneath. This is the skin that has just grown. Call. After tidying up, Yunze let out a long sigh of relief. Although the whole person was exhausted, he finally recovered completely. Opening the 8 Gate really hurts the body. Unintentional pretense is the deadliest. If Emperor Guy and the others heard Yunze's words, they might desperately give him a geo. Ordinary people open the 8 Gate, there is only one dead end, that is, Yunze is carrying a high-grade sage body. During the process of opening the gate, the necrotic cells were continuously restored, and finally survived. Otherwise, generally sage body gets GG. Well, where is this? With the recovery of his body, Yunze finally had time to observe the situation around him. However, with observation, he was confused. The original blue star has long since disappeared. He is now in an unknown space. There is no sky in sight and no earth. There is no substance, only a vast expanse of whiteness. Wrong. There is one more thing. Not far from Yunze. There is a spot of light flickering like a flame. Chapter 62. What is this? Looking at the small light spot the size of a mung bean, Yunze was a little puzzled. The reason why he forcibly confronted the world consciousness before. In addition to being forced to fight back, he was more concerned about whether he could force out the incarnation of the rules of the reincarnation space like last time. See if you can rub another world. As a result, the world exploded and he didn't get what he wanted, instead he entered such a strange space. There is another thing that I don't know what it is. After observing for a long time, I found that it was completely missing the point. At this moment, a huge sense of crisis suddenly hit. Before Yunze could react, the overwhelming coercion came, making his body tremble uncontrollably. The white mist all around was blown away automatically without wind. After all this, Yunze discovered the truth of this space. This space is not big, only a few kilometers in size. It looks like a hemisphere with a transparent mask on it. What is even more astonishing is that there are actually two huge black holes above the mask at this time. Countless violent airflows spewed out from it, and under this pressure, cracks appeared on the surface of the mask. What the hell is this? The moment Yunze saw those two black holes, his legs were weak and he wanted to kneel down. Countless cells in the body are constantly sending out warnings to him. Escape. Run away quickly. This is an instinctive reaction of low-level creatures to encounter top predators. Forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart, Yunze opened his eyes wide and looked out. Only then did he discover that there was an even bigger hole below the two black holes, and a huge bar full of ferocious barbs protruded from it, shaking constantly. This seems to be a tongue. Yunze finally understood, what the hell is a black hole? It's just two nostrils and a mouth. This is completely the head of an unknown creature. The moment Yunze came to this conclusion, Yunze was even more frightened. Although this space is not big, it has a radius of several thousand meters, but in front of this monster, it is not as big as a glass ball. So how huge is this monster? Yunze realizes that his imagination is a little lacking. It seemed that he finally realized what was in front of him, and a strong desire to devour it began to spread. Yunze clearly understood the opponent's plan. This monster planned to swallow the space he was in. Damn it, Lao Zi is still inside. Just about to use the flying thunder god to escape, Yunze found that the space around him was as solid as concrete and could not be broken at all. This was the first time he encountered such a situation after strengthening this skill. Even if he was imprisoned layer by layer in the world of Python before, he still has the confidence to leave, at most it will take longer to activate. But now, Yunze clearly understands that it is impossible to leave. The monster outside just approached and confined the nearby space. It is conceivable how terrifying its own strength is. This is completely a difference between clouds and mud in different realms. It's over. Seeing that huge tongue was about to lick it up, Yunze felt despair for the first time. Time of crisis. On the smooth surface of the mask, a pattern of Ouroboros slowly emerged. At the moment when the Ouroboros pattern came into contact with that tongue, it seemed like a humming sound from the soul suddenly sounded. Ah! The next moment, there was an indescribable scream. Accompanied by the screams, the unknown monster seemed to have been severely injured and flew out far away. In the grey outer space, Yunze finally saw the whole picture of the monster clearly. A round head, except for 2 nostrils and a huge mouth, it is extremely smooth, without eyes, nose, or ears. And under the head, there is a slender tail. Overall look. Why is it a bit like a tadpole? Yunze still has time to complain, although this tadpole is huge, at least tens of thousands of meters long. After complaining, Yunze also reacted. The crisis of monsters is over, but the one from the reincarnation space has not yet. The Ouroboros pattern is obviously a symbol of reincarnation space. Good guy, the little one is gone, but the big one is still there. However, the next development was completely beyond Yunze's expectations. Following a wave of indistinct fluctuations from the pattern, after sweeping across the entire space, the clear pattern began to become dim, and then slowly disappeared. Successful eye contact with the reincarnation space, automatic selection to start. The selection is complete. Congratulations to the host for getting 10% management authority of reincarnation space. Yunze. Tell me, why did you make eye contact just now? Ah? Didn't even see an eyeball. Excuse me. I don't know why, but after seeing the prompt from his own system, Yunze felt a little pity for the reincarnation space for no reason. When facing the tadpole monster, the system was completely indifferent, as if it was dead. As if he didn't care about his master's life or death at all. But when someone's reincarnation space appeared and drove the monster away, this stinking shameless jumped out. Such a large piece of flesh was rubbed off the body of the savior alive. Management authority. Although it's only 10%, I don't know what effect it has. However, doesn't this mean that if one day Yunze makes up 100%, then he can completely control the reincarnation space? This is a behemoth that controls an unknown number of derived worlds. At that time, you can reach the sky in one step. Now Yunze just wants an idea. In the previous life, the reincarnation space definitely gave the system a forgiveness hat. Otherwise, they wouldn't be targeted like this. Chapter 63. Just when Yunze was secretly slandering the grievances of his own system, an unexpected situation happened. After the fluctuation of the imprint of reincarnation swept away, the white mist that was originally forced to the corner by the monster's coercion poured into the white spot of light. Then, that spot of light actually germinated. Yes, just like a seed, the surface of the light spot has a crack. Delicate seedlings drilled out of it, and upon careful observation, there was actually a tiny crystal ball at the top of the sprout. The more Yunze looked at it, the more familiar it became. The next second, he thought of it. Isn't this the external form of the world? So, this is the rebooted world of Anaconda? After reaching this conclusion, Yunze's eyes flickered. I didn't touch the world from the reincarnation space before, so now there is still a new small world. Thinking of this, Yunze stretched out his claws uncontrollably. As his fingers approached, the little light spot seemed to sense danger and began to shake violently. The fluctuations containing the majestic energy spread out round and round. Yunze only felt that there was a towering mountain in front of his fingers, making it difficult to move forward. And with the occurrence of an unexpected situation, the Ouroboros pattern that had disappeared on the outer layer slowly reappeared. Feeling the sudden and strong sense of crisis deep in his heart, Yunze mustered all his strength, gritted his teeth and thrust forward. Crack! The phalanx broke instantly, and the skin was also cracked inch by inch. And as the distance got closer again, the pattern emerged faster, and the whole space began to shake. Sloppy! Looking at the light spot so close, Yunze sighed in pain and wanted Flying Thunder God to run away. At this moment, the accident happened again. The blood spilled from the fingers turned into a cloud of blood mist under the vibration of energy, crossed the distance between the two, and touched the light spot. The moment before Yunze's entire body disappeared, the light spot turned into a stream of light and penetrated into his body. As the spot of light disappears, the entire space was completely reduced to dust. It's dangerous, it's really thrilling to snatch food from the tiger's mouth this time. Yunze, who had returned to his home in Konoha village, quickly reached out to comfort his beating heart. In the past, he wished he could force out the reincarnation space and let the system take advantage of it. But just now, instinct told him that this time was different. If you are really caught by the reincarnation space, you must die. Grabbing is not the same as rubbing. Fortunately, the final result is good. He escaped at the last minute. Concentrate on feeling, Yunze can clearly perceive. Inside his body, the spot of light was swaying gently, and the small world on the bud was still growing slowly. As if sensing Yunze's consciousness, the spot of light even shook the tender seedling happily. There is no such thing as the appearance of preferring death to obedience before, so well behaved that it makes people feel distressed. It's a big profit. Although I don't know what the use of this thing is, but just thinking about it, a world of whoring for nothing can make people wake up from sleep. Just when Yunze was excited, he suddenly sensed something. He looked up and frowned somewhere. In a flash, he disappeared from the room again. The samsara space has many functions. Send the reincarnation into the derivative world, plunder the origin of the world, strengthen the ability of the reincarnation, endow skills, exercises, strengthen equipment. So many functions are equivalent to different modules, which are controlled by different permissions. After gaining that 10% control authority, Yunze thought about what use this part of his authority could be. Now, he knows. At this time, he came to a special place. This space is empty, neither matter nor energy exists. The only thing is the white crystal wall in front of him. It was as if a huge wall with no known end stood before Yunze's eyes. This is the first time Yunze has seen the world crystal wall from inside, before it was from the outside. However, at this time, he didn't have the time to appreciate this. Yunze's attention was elsewhere. Not far in front of him, there is a huge cave on the smooth crystal wall, which leads directly to the outside world. From here, you can even see the grey space outside. This should be the channel for the reincarnation space to invade the derivative world. Looking at the ugly moth-eaten hole, Yunze frowned. He didn't expect that the authority this time turned out to be the coordinates and transmission channels of the derivative worlds under the control of the reincarnation space. Before Yunze took control of the monster world, coupled with Flying Thunder God's understanding of space, he could vaguely perceive that there is a passage in and out of the reincarnation space in the Hokage world. However, at that time, he could not find the exact location. After getting this part of the authority, he finally found it. More importantly, he could sense something approaching rapidly on the other side of the hole. Ma Dan, this time he even chased after me. As soon as he came back, a reincarnated person came to his door. Yunze couldn't believe such a coincidence. It must be that when he came back with Flying Thunder God just now, he was noticed by the reincarnation space and chased him all the way. Those who can be sent to catch the robber Yunze will definitely not be as weak as the one who explored the road before. He doesn't believe that there are no high-level reincarnations in the reincarnation space. To be honest, Yunze has no confidence to deal with these people yet. However, who said that you have to fight recklessly with the other party? Laozi will block the entrance of the cave for you, let's see how you get in. Chapter 64. Laozi will block the hole for you. Yunze glanced distressed at the white light glowing on the surface of his body. This is the original energy of the world. There is nothing in this special space. If not for the protection of these special energies, he would not dare to stand here naked. Physical conditions do not support this environment for the time being. The origin of the world possessed by Yunze, in addition to the strengthening function, as a kind of energy, and it is a high-level energy, it must also be usable. However, he usually has chakra, so he is reluctant to use it. Now comes in handy. Sealing Technique 8 Sign Seal. With the end of the seal, a huge seal pattern was pasted on the hole. With Yunze's bitter expression on his face, the intense white light in his hands continuously poured into the seal. Completely block the hole. Beyond the world of Hokage, a streamer is approaching at an extremely fast speed. In the teleportation array, 2 people sat quietly. If Yunze were here, he would surely be amazed. This was the first time I saw someone other than him who could stay awake during the reincarnation space transmission. Arrive. As one of them opened his mouth, the other opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a golden light suddenly lit up around him. The light is fleeting in the blink of an eye, as if it were just an illusion. The person who spoke first looked at the golden eyes of the other party, and said with emotion, "I didn't expect that even you came this time, and I don't know what the task is, so we 2 people of the 7th level can handle it. It is said that this is just an intermediate world of 5th or 6th order. If you think this way, I doubt how you have improved to your current strength." The man with golden eyes closed his eyes again, and said lightly, "You should be aware that in some worlds, danger cannot be judged simply by level. Degree. Of course. I'm definitely aware of this. It's just that I was planning to enter Marvel, but I suddenly stopped the task, and I was a little bit complaining. Well, we will pass the world barrier soon, so be prepared. It is good." However, after waiting for a while, the teleportation array still stopped motionless outside the world barrier as if it had lost its power. Is this a traffic jam? The transmission channel was unexpectedly blocked and is being cleaned up. The energy fluctuations of the world's origin have been detected, and the difficulty level has increased exponentially. Please wait. Please wait. Tell me, how long will this be later? I don't know. Pray that the problem can be solved quickly, otherwise unless the space is rescued, or the 2 of us will have a joke. I didn't succeed in my mission, I didn't even enter the mission world, I was suffocated in the void. Host, Yunze. Number of rubs available, 95. Age, 15. Identity, Master of the World, Master of Reincarnation, Authority 10%. Mastery, Monster World. Chakra, 19 cards. Attribute, Wind, Fire, Thunder, Earth and Water. Bloodline, Sage Body, Advanced. Skills, Flying Thunder God, Level 7, Emotional Control, Level 5. Ninjutsu, S Rank, Ghoul Seal, Sage Mode, Exclusive, Adamantine Sealing Chains, 5 Dungeons Daily and Bullet Technique. Special Item, Mark of Reincarnation, activated. Origin of the World, 4000 points. Reinforcement, you can modify and strengthen any skill, bloodline, or item. Consume 500 points of world origin each time. What? I feel so sorry for Laozi, it's a full 10,000 yuan. Returning to Konoha's Yunze, looking at the origin of the world with only 4,000 points left, his heart is bleeding. As a protective force, it didn't actually consume much, but for the seal, Yunze consumed almost 10,000 points of the world's origin. This large expenditure was originally intended to be used to strengthen his skills, but now it is all gone. After 10 minutes of distress, Yunze finally had the mood to pay attention to other changes on the panel. In addition to the addition of the highly compelling status of Master of Reincarnation, the biggest change is that skills have begun to be divided into levels. This was automatically updated by the system when Samsara Space wanted to seal his skills above level 2. Looking at the 7th order sign behind Flying Thunder God, Yunze's eyes flickered. He probably understands skills and ninjutsu, as well as the difference between levels. As a unique power system in this world, ninjutsu will be affected by those worlds themselves in other worlds, and the strength displayed is unstable. This is a problem that Yunze discovered in Monster World. As for skills, this special ability can be used in all worlds without limitation. But it is limited by the latter level. It's like the 5th level of emotional control, although it is said that it can control everyone's emotions. But when the enemy's strength exceeds the 5th level, then the effect will start to plummet, until it has no effect at all. And Flying Thunder God. As long as you have coordinates, there is no place you can't go. Look, this introduction is awesome. But just like the prehistoric world, could Yunze be able to enter after knowing the coordinates? Impossible. It is also restricted. Flying Thunder God enhancement cannot be enhanced to reach the limit at this stage. Yunze's attempt was ruthlessly rejected by the system. But he is not disappointed, the goal has been achieved. It seems that the limit of the Hokage world itself is at the 7th level. Chapter 65. This is the first time Yunze has encountered the system actively prompting to recycle something. To be honest, he just spent a lot of money, and he was quite greedy for the 100,000. But after careful consideration, I gave up. The world seeds in the body are still growing. Yunze plans to raise a world for fun. After making a decision, Yunze walked out of the room and came to the yard. Take out the storage scroll and unlock the seal. Boom! With a puff of white smoke, a huge rock appeared in the yard. There is also a plant growing on it. It is another harvest this time, the blood orchid. At this time, on the top of the green leaves, dozens of red flowers look very bright. But Yunze knew very well that this thing was dead. There cannot be living creatures in the storage scroll. Pick off all the blood orchids, and Yunze returns to the room. As a result, not long after sitting down, Hong came to the door. On weekdays, when Hong has no task, she will go to Yunze's house to help clean up, and it is the same today. However, I didn't expect that as soon as I entered the door, I found that the guy I hadn't seen for a long time came back quietly. It made her so happy, but thinking about how long this guy had been gone. Hong's expression changed instantly, and she complained, "Why did you leave for 3 months this time? Do you know how worried I am?" Just after saying this, Yunze, who was holding his little girlfriend happily, was stunned. What happened? He didn't waste any time on this mission. It can be said that as soon as I entered the derivative world, I was madly hated by the world, and under the backlash, it took less than an hour at most. How come 3 months have passed here? Suddenly, Yunze had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a scene. After repelling the monster in the reincarnation space, there was an unknown fluctuation. At first, Yunze thought it was to activate the world seed. But now, he understood. That is to speed up the flow of time, otherwise the world seeds would not grow so fast. Because now in Yunze's body, that guy can grow very slowly. Thinking of this, Yunze is both helpless and yearning. That's the time rule. What's the matter, you don't know the time yourself, do you? Looking at Yunze's expression, Hong finally understood that this guy was so busy that he even forgot the time. Ahem. Yunze said in embarrassment, the place I went to is a bit special, and the time is different from here. Is there such a strange place? Red face, you're kidding me expression. Real. With that said, Yunze went back to the bedroom and took out a small wooden box and handed it to Hong. Look, this is the souvenir I brought back from there. What? Hong took the wooden box, opened it, and found 3 red flowers inside which she had never seen before. Pretty is pretty, but it's a bit far from her expectations. Even if you send flowers, you should also send roses. I have never received any flowers from you. Rolling his eyes vaguely, Yunze introduced, this is not an ordinary flower. Eating it can prolong your life and beautify your face. Beauty? Beauty. You won't lie to me, will you? Hong was obviously extremely sensitive to several of these words, and his eyes sparkled. Well, really? Yunze is helpless, woman. Cymbidium, a special plant, each plant can increase the lifespan of creatures by 30 years, and up to 3 plants can be eaten. He counted this thing, there are more than 40 flowers, and when the inner world matures, there must be more. So Yunze didn't mind giving it to his woman, but he didn't explain the effect to Hong in detail. This life-enhancing thing is too precious. Especially for some powerful people. Chakra doesn't have the ability to increase lifespan, even if Sage of 6 Paths is dead or dead. Therefore, this kind of news does not need to be known to everyone. Hong believed in Yunze's words, and after receiving instructions, she stuffed swollen into her mouth. While chewing, he muttered, "Hey, it's so bitter. Good medicine tastes bitter." Yunze touched his wrinkled face and asked, "By the way, has anything happened in the village recently?" After asking this question, she was still like a cat, blushing with enjoyment, and her face immediately changed. "Tell me, what is your relationship with Tsunade?" Yunze. "Woman, your face has changed too fast." Looking at the platinum pendant that Hong took out from Yuexiang's mouth, Yunze looked bitter. That's what he brought back from Monster World. What matters is wholesale. This time it was really sloppy. Humph, there's no way to refute it. Hong said with a murderous look on his face, "You told me before that this pendant is your family heirloom, and there is only one pendant, which will be given to your daughter-in-law in the future. Why is Tsunade also have one?" At this time, Hong also lost respect for idols, and took a Tsunade every bite. It can be seen that women's food protection is regardless of age and status. "Here, let me explain." I don't listen. "And that child, say, is it yours?" I can't let me carry this blame, that is the son of the 4th generation. Obviously it was me first." Chapter 66. Shihaoran Jainin, are you back after completing your mission? Under the Hokage building, Chnin, a character who had just completed the task, saw Yunze approaching and greeted him warmly. "Well, just came back. It's really hard work. The task that took 3 months must be very difficult." "It's a little difficult." "Then you are busy, I will go first." Watching the people leave, the corners of Yunze's mouth could not help but curl up. "My wife is Hokage, which is good. If you are not in the village for a long time, she can help you solve all your worries." However, thinking of the other little girlfriend who had just gone to great lengths to appease Yunze, feels a little pain in the root of the tooth, and how to balance it is also a problem. It's not easy to be a scumbag. Boom boom. As soon as Yunze walked into Hokage's office, a white fist was right in front of him. "FK, you murdered your own husband." Boom. In desperation, Yunze leaned close and got into the opponent's arms. Hold each other's soft waist tightly, without giving any room for hands. "Let go of my wife." "Impossible. Believe it or not, I called Anbu in. Call if you have the ability." Tsunade. After a long stalemate, Tsunade finally gave up and said softly, "Okay, you can let go now, I promise not to." "You sure?" "Sure." At this moment, Yunze finally felt relieved, shook his head fiercely again, took a breath, and let go of his arms. A teleport opened the distance. Looking at the punched Tsunade, he proudly said, "Crazy woman, doesn't Lao Zi know that you talk like farting? Say it again. You didn't come back for such a long time, and you didn't apologize when you entered the door, how dare you scold me?" Tsunade was so angry that Yu Heng's mouth hurt. "You didn't even give me a chance. Ababa." Before Yunze could finish his sophistry, a strange voice sounded. Turning around to look, only to find there is a small thing on the office floor. He was quickly crawling towards him, screaming as he crawled, seeming very excited. "Why is this guy here?" Looking at Naruto, Yunze asked suspiciously. "Humph." Tsunade snorted coldly, gave up continuing to teach his man a lesson, and turned to the desk. "What else can happen? You haven't come back for 3 months. During this time, Shizun is helping you take care of this little thing and helping me with government affairs. I almost died of exhaustion. I can't bear it these 2 days, so I throw it away. Come to me." With a light kick, Naruto, who was hugging his calf, was kicked aside, and he threw a ball for him to play with. Yunze took out a wooden box while walking, and handed it to Tsunade with a flattering expression. "It's really hard work for you, come, this is a souvenir I brought you." "What the hell?" Opening the box and looking at the 3 blood orchids inside, Tsunade looked puzzled. "You treat me as a little girl, just send a few broken flowers. This is a good thing that can make you a little girl." Yunze looked proud. "You really still despise me for being old?" Speechless, Yunze could only explain, "Eating 1 flower of this thing will increase your lifespan by 30 years, and 3 flowers will increase your lifespan by 90 years. It's equivalent to doubling your lifespan out of thin air. Calculated in this way, you are 38 this year, oh no, 39, which is equivalent to 19 years old." Although Tsunade couldn't help being excited about the topic of being 19, there was another thing that shocked her even more. "Are you sure, this thing can increase a person's lifespan?" Tsunade is different from Hong, her experience made her realize the preciousness of this kind of thing more clearly. 100% guarantee, otherwise, where do you think I have been in the past 3 months? Facing Tsunade's shocked expression, Yunze nodded secretly, and said affectionately, "I risked my life to get this for you. Things like scumbags are becoming more and more proficient." Sure enough, Tsunade was really moved, and said softly, "Next time, don't do this kind of thing for me." After eating the blood orchid, Tsunade felt it quietly for a moment. As a medical ninja with 100 healings mark, she has a deep understanding of her own body. Therefore, I can clearly perceive the cells in the body that have slowly lost their vitality and regain their vitality. This thing actually really increases the lifespan. I don't ask you where this thing came from, but you should know what the consequences will be if the news spreads. So, you must keep it a secret." Tsunade's concern warms Yunze's heart. This guy looks carefree, but sometimes he is really heartwarming. "Do not worry. It's a pity that this kind of heartwarming only lasted for a moment, followed by heart pricking." Tsunade touched his neck seemingly unintentionally, and said, "By the way, when I assigned tasks to your little girlfriend, she seemed to have discovered our relationship." Yunze. Looking at the platinum pendant hanging around his neck, Yunze's face turned black. "My heart is full of remorse, why did I sell cheap wholesalers at that time? Okay, let's not talk about this, let's talk about other things." Yunze changed the subject in a timely manner, "Listen to Hong, you need me urgently." "Yeah." Speaking of serious business, Tsunade also became serious. Recently, the situation in Konoha is not optimistic. Cloud Shinobi Village launched an offensive against Konoha. Jiraiya is seriously injured. Uchiha is also a little restless. Chapter 67. Konoha 49 years. After experiencing the Nine Tails Rebellion, 4th generation Namikaze Minato died in battle. And the Danzo Rebellion, after the death of all the high-level Konoha including Sarutobi Hiruzen. After receiving the news, Cloud Shinobi Village finally couldn't hold back and launched a tentative attack on Konoha. First, a month ago, the ninja team crossed the border to carry out provocations, and later the ninja troops dispatched to completely occupy Konoha's outpost. At this point, the war broke out completely. So, what's the situation on the front line now? Yunze asked after hearing Tsunade's brief introduction earlier. It's stalemate for now. No, I remember that Cloud Shinobi Village didn't suffer a huge loss during the third battle, so Konoha's current strength can stop it. Regarding Tsunade's answer, Yunze was seriously suspicious. Konoha has experienced so many changes in a series, it can be said that the foundation has long been tossed and empty. Should you use your head to block Cloud Shinobi? The skinny camel is bigger than the horse, and Ryuju and Hyuga Hayashi are sitting there, so it's no surprise that they can stand in a stalemate. Tsunade was a little dissatisfied with Yunze's attitude, and added, as for the main force, although they lost more it didn't make up for it, but Konoha has some family backgrounds that are good. I sent Sarutobi, Shimura, and several advisor families to the front. FK. Beer. Yunze really looked at Tsunade with admiration, he didn't expect her to have such a mastery. Show enough. Speaking of which, several ninja wars, including Hyuga and even Uchiha, who has always been hated by the village, actually suffered heavy casualties, let alone civilian ninjas, who were all treated as cannon fodder. It can be said that the foundation accumulated by generations has long been bleeding. However, looking at it from the outside, not only did some forces not wear out, but they also developed a lot during this period of time. Among them, the Sarutobi and Shimura families are the most powerful. Didn't you see how many ninjas the Sarutobi family pulled out during the Fourth World War? Of course, the root strength is also good, but it was killed by Yunze last time. With these few families, plus the supercilious eyes that restrain Cloud Shinobi's muscular stick, it's no surprise that he can hold on. Tsunade benefited from Yunze's shocked eyes, and said proudly, "Humph, don't think my Hokage is just a display. I am also very good." "That's right, my wife is the best." Yunze complimented her very consciously. However, he turned his head and asked again, "Has the UB team played yet?" Tsunade was a little embarrassed, "No. According to the usual practice, the village chief will not come forward until the last moment of the war in other ninja villages. Just like Sarutobi Hiruzen, this old guy has seen only a handful of battles. However, this does not include Cloud Shinobi Village. This group of reckless men don't have such a saying, the village head has always taken the lead in charging. So, when Reikage plays, can he still stand up?" Tsunade's face was dark, "I can't stop it, this is also my biggest headache now. Originally, if Jiraiya was okay, the two of them could easily and happily handle the UB combination, now." Thinking of this, Tsunade looked at Yunze expectantly. After her personal experience, the strength of this man in her family is absolutely strong, even with the depth of her vision, it is impossible to guess. "Okay, I will go to support when the time comes." Yunze didn't refuse, the situation is different now, there is nothing to keep a low profile. What's more, according to his thinking, now is not the time for the 5 great ninja villages to catch each other and fight each other. "Okay, let's talk about Jiraiya. How did this guy get hurt?" Yunze was really curious about this, more than anything else. Although Jiraiya is wretched, her strength really belongs to the ceiling in the early stage, and it is not something ordinary people can deal with. It is really surprising that he is injured now, or seriously injured. However, when Yunze mentioned Jiraiya, Tsunade looked contemptuous. "When the time comes, you can ask him yourself, I don't have the face to say it." Yunze. "Then let's talk about Uchiha at the end." Having said that, Yunze paused and asked, "First, what do you think of Uchiha?" "Opinions?" Tsunade was a little puzzled, "What opinions can I have? There are many people in the village, but they all think that their clan is an evil clan, and this view started from your second grandfather Senju Tobirama. As his granddaughter, what do you think? Yunze had expected Uchiha's question. This is not something that can be quelled by the deaths of third generation and Danzo. Freezing 3 feet is not a day's cold. So, he now wants to see Tsunade's own opinion. Tsunade obviously knew the reason. After hearing Yunze's question, he pondered for a long time. Finally, he said, the group of people in Uchiha, although arrogant and annoying, are part of Konoha after all. No family is evil. Sarutobi, Sholaozi, this is Hokage's vision. Tolerance is great. This month, Seonghui is not comparable to the group of Sarutobi. Senju Tobirama can be hostile to Uchiha because his philosophy is to integrate all ninjas into Konoha. More importantly, he has that strength. And the group of trash in the back, although they have inherited this idea, they are more jealous, and their starting point is different. It can only be said that Hondan is learning to walk. After understanding Tsunade's thinking, things are simple. Yunze said confidently, Uchiha's thing is simple. Kill a group, win a group. Chapter 68. Tell me, how did you do this? In Konoha Hospital, Yunze carried Naruto and put him on Jiraiya's hospital bed, his face full of impatience. He was kicked out by Tsunade. After explaining Uchiha's thinking, he was kicked out by Tsunade with a look of disgust. By the way, I also brought a drag oil bottle. Although Naruto is still young, he is not slow to climb, but he suffers from Jiraiya. Grinning in pain. Can you take this guy away? I don't know how many bones I have broken. It's okay, it's your disciple after all, just make it up. Yunze ignored Jiraiya's pain. Tell me, what the hell did you do? Speaking of this, Jiraiya is a little embarrassed. Well, I found Orochimaru and fought him. Wait a minute, even if Orochimaru is stronger than you, he wouldn't be injured like this, right? Yunze asked about Jiraiya's injury before coming. Many internal organs were damaged, more than half of the bones in the whole body were broken, and at least half of his life was lost. Orochimaru must not be willing to strike so hard. You don't know how depraved Orochimaru is now. He even started to study the soul, trying to use innocent people as his own container. Jiraiya babbled about her discovery to Yunze, with a look of indignation, hating that iron can't be made into steel. But he didn't notice that Yunze's expression on the side was getting more and more strange. So, you destroyed all his experimental data and base. Of course, this kind of evil thing, if you don't destroy it, why don't you let him continue to study it? I'm sure now that he really loves you. This didn't kill you, but made you run away. Orochimaru was studying the living corpse reincarnation, which Yunze knew. But one thing I didn't expect was that this time Jiraiya discovered the secret, and by the way, he set it all on fire. You know, that's Orochimaru's biggest pursuit right now, but before it succeeds, it's ruined. Although it can be restudied later, the time and money wasted cannot be recovered. Orochimaru is not rich right now. In this case, Jiraiya is not crushed by Orochimaru, which is not what true love is. But Jiraiya was very dissatisfied with Yunze's words, and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Maybe I did something wrong. Orochimaru killed so many innocent lives for his research. I will definitely not let him continue to degenerate." Well, you're right. Yunze responded perfunctorily. He didn't have much resistance to Orochimaru's human body research, but it's better not to provoke Jiraiya at this time. Quickly changing the subject, he asked, "So, it was really Orochimaru who hurt you like this?" "Ahem, that's not true. After all, I'm better than that guy. Although I was injured, I still ran away. Jiraiya will never admit that she is much worse than a good friend." Then what happened next? Having said that, Jiraiya became serious. "I was not far away from the injury, and I ran into a person wearing a mask. That guy seems to have Manjiki Sharingan, and he has mastered space ninjutsu. I was seriously injured, and I was plotted by him when I didn't realize it. Mask, space ninjutsu, as soon as these two keywords are mentioned, Yunze knows that it must be Obito. Just, at this time, why is he near the Orochimaru base? Do you want to recruit Orochimaru into Akatsuki now? Rain Shinobi Village. It is rainy all year round. And since the Xiao organization has taken control of this place, the Rain Tiger Freedom Technique has made it rainy all year round. As long as there is rain, it is within the monitoring range of Nagato. At this time, the highest place in the village. Obito, who was chanted by Jiraiya, is communicating with Tiendao Pain. Madara, did Orochimaru agree to join us? Not yet, he said he would think about it, but I think he will agree soon. Obito's voice was a little hoarse, and in front of Nagato, he always regarded himself as Uchiha Madara. I hope so. Pain nodded expressionlessly, and continued, it's a pity that we are short of manpower now, or we can try to capture Nine Tails when Konoha is weak. Yet, no one thought that Konoha had so many changes in a short period of time, even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo died. Hearing the name Danzo, Pain's dead face couldn't help but change a bit. It was this guy who collaborated with Hands of the Salamander to kill Yahiko and cripple himself. Can you find out specific information? Obito shook his head and said, not yet, but we are investigating. It is impossible for Konoha to have such a big thing happen for no reason. There must be a reason we don't know. I hope to be able to as soon as possible. Don't worry. By the way, Konoha is fighting Cloud Shinobi now, and they must be empty inside. Do you want to take this opportunity to bring Nine Tails back yourself? Obito urged, looking at Pain's Rinnegan. The best opportunity has been missed. Tsunade and Jiraiya are both in Konoha now. There are too many variables. For the time being, we still focus on recruiting people and collecting materials. Pain thought about it, shook his head and rejected the proposal. Alright then, I'll go first. Chapter 69. Leave with Obito using Kamui. A person walked out behind Pain, it was the Angel of Dawn, Konan. At this time, Sister Nan was younger, with collagen all over her face, full of youth. But at this time, she was a little worried. She looked at Pain with a complicated expression. Do you think that guy is trustworthy? There were 2 battles near the Orochimaru base before, but he kept it secret, and Kirigakuer. It doesn't matter. After all, we are old seniors. It is impossible to confess everything to us, but we have a common goal, which is to completely make the world feel pain, and that's enough. What's more, in front of these eyes, even Uchiha Madara has no ability to resist. Pain stroked those Rinnegans, his tone full of confidence. This is the pride of God. By the way, what about Kakuzu and Scorpion? It's not bad. Since joining us, the two have been very peaceful, especially Kakuzu, who has been working in a gold exchange recently and has made a lot of money for the organization. Speaking of this, Sister Nan became interested. Obviously very satisfied with Kakuzu, the property director. After all, as the only woman in the Akatsuki organization, her expenses have always been quite high. I used to have no money, but now I have an extra wage earner, and I can spend whatever I want. Pain. Seeing his excited companion, Pain was a little speechless, and it took him a long time to persuade him, you should also save some money, don't tire him out, the water will flow slowly, understand? Rest assured. Obito, who left, thought carefully about his performance just now. It was found that there was no problem, and the acting skills were superb, which made that idiot Nagato stunned for a while. Instant satisfaction. But, the good mood didn't last long. A yin and yang face emerged from the tree trunk behind him. You shouldn't have shot Jiraiya before, we can't expose it now. Humph, I don't need you to talk too much about what I do, you just need to do what I say. The words made Obito's face black instantly. Jiraiya, who was seriously injured before, thought he could catch a leak, but let him run away. It was a serious blow to his self-confidence. Now it must add fuel to the fire, how not to make him angry. Facing Obito, who only dares to fight in the face, there is absolutely no suffering. What the hell, why did Uchiha Madara find such a thing as a pawn? Too difficult to serve? After getting sullen, Obito also remembered the business, and asked, how is the investigation at Konoha? Find some information. Sarutobi was indeed killed by Danzo, but Danzo's death was someone else, you will never guess. Oh, who is it? Obito was clearly interested in this. Danzo himself is not weak, and he has the protection of the roots. It is not easy to kill him in Konoha. It's a little guy named Shihoran Yunze. It is said that he slaughtered the roots and the upper layers of Konoha by himself. As the person who detected the news, Ju is still a little unbelievable. That guy is so young. Who? Shihoran Yunze. Obito, who had just calmed down, was once again made to raise his blood pressure by the name. He thought of that humiliating night when he was first educated by his own teacher and then forced to retreat by the tail of a crane in his class. This is definitely another dark history besides Jiraiya this time. But he still couldn't understand the style and asked, you know him? What is his background? Do you know the specific strength? Obito glanced at him with one eye, and said stubbornly, yes, this guy used to be in the same class as me, the last one in the crane. The end of the crane? This is not the same as you. Before finishing speaking, Ju shut up. We are different. Don't worry, I will find time to deal with this guy. After speaking, Obito left. Ju. I always feel that something happened that he doesn't know. Konoha. Yunze walked out of the hospital with Naruto in his arms. He still doesn't understand why Obito wants to attack Jiraiya at this time. At this time, he still has Xiao. Shouldn't he be silently recruiting people to work and make money? Why did they come out for no reason to startle the snakes? Is there some ulterior conspiracy? Ren Yunze couldn't figure it out even if he tried his best. All this is really just a coincidence. It's just that Obito's self-confidence has inflated again, and he accidentally found a seriously injured Jiraiya on the road, just trying to catch a leak. Finally, Yunze was too lazy to think about it. I plan to find some free time in the future, and I will go to Kirigakure to ask Obito in person, and talk about the friendship between my classmates. However, there is one more thing on the agenda. Thinking of Jiraiya's resentful woman's face before, Yunze decided it was time to help him get Orochimaru back. You can't really let him be alone as an old man, right? And Snake, tisk tisk. Just as Yunze was thinking about all kinds of coquettish operations, a familiar voice sounded. Yunze Jainin. Big brother, when did you come back? Look up. It turned out to be 1 against 7. Still holding the child in 1,007. Chapter 70. When two men with children meet, will they exchange parenting experiences like Bao Ma? Of course not. For Yunze, the biggest benefit of meeting Uchiha Itachi is that he has someone to help him with the baby this afternoon. In the exclusive training ground, Yunze lay on the ground contentedly, staring at the white clouds in the sky in a daze. This is one of the few times he can rest, and soon he will go to the battlefield. On the side, Uchiha Itachi was eating meatballs with a happy face, which was the babysitting fee Yunze gave him. From time to time, I looked up to check the two little things crawling around next to me. When he saw Sasuke, he had a doting look on his face. When he saw the other one, he had a weird expression, always feeling that this little yellow-haired guy would steal his most important things in the future. Time passed minute by minute. Finally Itachi finished eating the meatballs. Turning his head and glanced at Yunze, who was about to be confused, he mustered up his courage and asked, "Brother Yunze, is this child the one in the previous rumors? Rumor? Yun's eyes were a little confused. That's right, some time ago, there have been rumors that Master Hokage has an illegitimate child. When it came to this point, a dozen or 7 even looked around furtively, for fear that someone was nearby. Yunze is full of question marks. One thing he does know. In order to prevent Naruto from being hostile by the villagers, Tsunade spread the news that the child reincarnated by the demon fox was killed by Danzo. The reason why Naruto is not directly disclosed that Naruto is Minato's child is mainly to protect his safety. However, Yunze never expected that there would be another rumor of a new version of the ship. Who is so unafraid of death? Thinking of this, he raised his head and looked at Itachi with strange eyes. I didn't expect that there would be such 8 trigrams in a dozen of 7, even 8 trigrams who risked their lives. Brave enough. Itachi was a little uncomfortable being stared at by Yunze, and asked, I didn't say this, it was passed on by others. Thinking of the miserable fate of the person who spread the news before, Itachi regretted asking this question. Fortunately, Yunze didn't continue to scare him, and explained to him, this is definitely not Hokage's illegitimate child. Speaking of it, this little guy should be Tsunade's grandson, a child of one of her descendants. Oh, that's it. After satisfying his curiosity, Itachi hesitated to speak. What's the matter, do you have any questions? After hesitating for a long time, Itachi raised his head and asked with a serious face, Brother Yunze told me last time that the meaning of life is to live better. However, can more people lose their lives just to live better for themselves? Seeing Itachi's immature and serious face, Yunze wanted to slap himself. Nothing to say. This is not the first time the two have met since Shisui lifted distinguished heavenly gods for Itachi that day. During this period, as long as Yunze came to this training ground, he would meet Itachi accidentally. And every time he would ask some weird questions. Like what is the meaning of life, why there is war, how to eliminate war. Look, is this something a 5 or 6-year-old should be thinking about? Every time Yunze racked his brains to fool him, he had to sigh with emotion. Itachi can have a future life, really can't blame Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods. This guy is a philosopher himself, and he always likes to dig into dead ends. Without a suitable education program, it is easy to go to extremes. But the headache is the headache. Yunze has already found a way to deal with him, and directly started to move the world. Why do you ask this? Is there some problem? Itachi hesitated for a long time, and said, some people in the clan, because of Shisui's death, they think that Hokage did not compensate the clan, and they want more. What Itachi said was vague, but Yunze still understood. Shisui, as the genius of Uchiha's new generation, disappeared for no reason, and even his body could not be found, so he will definitely not hide the past easily. So, in order not to cause disputes, Tsunade pushed directly to Danzo. As for what Itachi said just now, some people are dissatisfied, it is definitely not because of Shisui, but because of someone's ambition. It's just that Yunze didn't expect that they were so unscrupulous that even a child like Itachi found out. Thinking of this, Yunze comforted, you are still young, you don't need to think about these things, some things will be resolved by adults. Itachi looked up in horror, he had a premonition that this elder brother must know what he was talking about. What frightened him even more was that the other party's smile made him feel creepy. It wasn't aimed at Itachi himself, but... Just when Itachi was thinking a lot, a cry interrupted his train of thought. Turning his head to look, his little face instantly darkened, as he didn't have the time to care about other things. That yellow-haired boy was riding on his lovely Ududu, kissing him madly. Yunze! Itachi! Itachi hugged the 2 pillars and walked away angrily. Yunze glanced down at Naruto, full of approval. This guy has rescued himself. Is it the method? It is open to discussion. Let's go home. With that said, Yunze turned and left. It's time to go home and get the big gift bag from Sasuke. Chapter 71. Successful eye contact with Uchiha Sasuke. This time consumes one chance. The available options are as follows. 1 Indra Chakra, sterilized. 2 Sharingan without opening eyes. 3 Uchiha Sasuke's special constitution. I always feel that the third option is the system's mockery of Urjuzi. Special constitution? Get beat up? There is no need to hesitate at all. Judging from the previous experience of Ashura Chakra, Indra Chakra must correspond to the blood of the fairy eye. As Yunze finished his selection, a special chakra poured into his body, right into his eyes. For a moment, the eyeballs sting like fire. Yunze couldn't help closing his eyes, and a trace of blood slipped from the corners of his closed eyes. The metamorphosis is fast. When Yunze opened his eyes again, he felt that the whole world became clearer. The fine dust floating in the air, the ants at the bottom of the tree outside the house, everything can be seen under the panoramic view. Take a mirror from the bathroom. In the mirror, the originally black and white eyeballs turned blood red in the blink of an eye. And a pitch-black hook jade appeared. As the hook jade turns wildly. Soon it was Urgyu. 3 hook jade. Finally stabilized completely. It seems that it can only reach the state of 3 hook jade for the time being. Close Sharingan, Yunze did not disappoint. He was already very satisfied to be able to open his eyes in an instant and reach the 3 go jade. It's better than the person who opened the one-eyed and one-eyed jade for genocide. Host, Yunze. Number of rubs available, 95. Age, 0915. Identity, World Controller, Master of Reincarnation, 10% authority. Take control, Monster World. Chakra, 20 cards. Attribute, Wind, Fire, Thunder, Earth, and Water. Bloodline, Sage Body, Advanced, Fairy Eyes, Beginner. Skills, Flying Thunder God, Level 7, Emotional Control, Level 5. Ninjutsu, S Level, Ghoul Sealing, Sage Mode, Exclusive, Adamantine Sealing Chains, 5 Dungeons Daily and Bullet Technique. Special Item, Mark of Reincarnation, activated. Origin of the World, 4000 points. Reinforcement, you can modify and strengthen any skill, bloodline, or item. Consume 500 points of world origin each time. In the panel, it is not the Sharingan, but the Immortal Eye. This matches Yunze's guess. The Fairy Eye is not just Sharingan. He can clearly perceive that with the promotion of Sage Body, the eyes are still constantly evolving. I believe that it only takes time to reach a higher level. Just as Yunze was looking forward to his own Manjiki in the future, Anbu's people arrived. Yunze Jainin, Master Hokage is calling urgently. The front line is urgent. The border of the Land of Fire. Inside the camp where the Konoha shinobi were stationed. It was busy. The Konoha shinobi who came and went were all in ragged clothes, many of them were bandaged and covered with bloodline. Apparently it had just been through a big fight. Inside the headquarters, Narashika Issa looked solemn, and looked worriedly at Hyuga Hayashi who was hanging his arms beside him. Chief Hayashi, how is your injury? Hyuga Hayashi looked down at his right arm, shook his head and said, it's okay, the medical team has already dealt with it, but it's just that I can't go to the battlefield for the time being. You worked hard this time. If you hadn't blocked Raikage, the battle line would have collapsed today. Although Ryuju was the leader this time, he showed full respect for the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. The front line can support until now, thanks to the restraint of the Hyuga clan on Cloud Shinobi. Today Raikage suddenly appeared on the battlefield, and it was Hyuga Hayashi who blocked the opponent desperately. But, now that Hayashi is injured, who will block Raikage next time? Thinking of this, Ryuju let out a long sigh. No matter how high-level his strategy is, it is of no use, the lack of high-end combat power is serious. Make bricks without straw. Hyuga Hayashi understood the other party's feelings very well, and comforted, "Don't worry too much, hasn't our request for help been sent back? Master Tsunade must have a solution." This time, in order to be able to keep abreast of the battle situation on the front line, Tsunade specially gave the avatar of his summoning beast Katsuyu to Shikaiju. Even in an emergency, she has already made plans to let the 4th generation's guards form a Flying Thunder God formation with 3 people to teleport her over. Of course, not now. Her man is back. But Luju didn't know all of this, he knew the situation of the village very well. So Hayashi's words did not reassure him, but worried him. "You also know that Jiraiya-sama is injured and can't make a move. Besides Hokage-sama, who else can block Shadow? It's just that Rock Shinobi Village is not safe there. Master Hokage leaves easily, and I'm afraid there will be accidents there too." Hey! Hyuga Hayashi is also autistic, it's really troublesome. Ever since Cloud Shinobi Village went to war with Konoha, that old fellow Onoji has not been idle. Directly stationed the troops of Rock Shinobi Village on the border. Although there was no movement, anyone with a discerning eye knew that the other party was uneasy and kind. Waiting for the fishermen to reap the benefits. "You said that this rakeage is really true. If you insist on fighting with us, isn't that taking advantage of that old man Onoji?" Hyuga Hayashi, who has always maintained his aristocratic cultivation, couldn't help but exhale. "Did you expect those fools to think so much?" Just when the two were worried, worse news came. "Report to your lord, the spies ahead will report back." At the Cloud Shinobi village camp, a large number of people are being mobilized. 5 kilometers away from Cloud Shinobi village, Konoha's ninja squad is closely monitoring the enemy's movements. When they saw the large group of people coming out of the camp, several people visibly became nervous. "Kakashi, what now? Cloud Shinobi is definitely going to attack again. Shall we retreat or charge forward?" The speaker had a watermelon head on his head, and his iconic eyebrows drooped at this time, without the vitality of the past. "Rush to die." Kakashi really couldn't figure out how Guy's head was so long that he could say such things at such a time. This is definitely not the thinking of normal people. Guy didn't notice the other meanings in Kakashi's words, but thought that the other party was worried about him, so he gave a thumbs up and said, "Don't worry, the blood of youth will not be extinguished here, we will definitely survive." Hot eyes. Kakashi didn't bother to pay attention to him, turned to look at the people beside him, and asked, "Hyuga Wheel, can you count how many people there are?" That's right, the iconic white eyes are exactly Yunze's old teammate, Hyuga, who hasn't appeared for a long time. It's just that his condition is not good at this time, and the horse guide said, "A few farts, people are coming out in full force, at least thousands of people." Extremely impolite. Even with Kakashi's indifferent attitude at this time, he couldn't help the blue veins popping up. Why are the two people around him so annoying? Can't you speak well? In the end, he looked at the last person with his only hope. Have to. As far as the other party's mentally retarded eyes are like sleepwalking, there is no need to expect anything. What a crime! On weekdays, ninjas are active in a team of 3, so there are 4 people gathered here. It was because of the previous battle that all the other teammates of several people died. Finally they got together and hugged each other for warmth. It's just that, now Kakashi finds out that there's no way for other people to give him advice at all. He simply gave up seeking help from his teammates and directly made a decision. Now the other scouting teams must have sent the news back to the base camp. Even if we retreat back, it won't be of much use, so we might as well fight it out. Let's hide for now, and see if we can take advantage of Cloud Shinobi's empty rear to take their camp. Maybe it can turn the tide. It should be influenced by the previous Kana bridge. Kakashi is very fond of stealing crystals from behind. It's just when he utters the suggestion and waits for his teammates to respond. A strange and familiar voice sounded. "Kakashi-san, you are brave enough to come up with such a bad idea at this time. The moment Kakashi heard this, he froze for a moment. Turning his head to look, sure enough, there was another person beside him, who was still familiar to him. Before he could reply, Guy's surprised voice sounded first, "Yunze, why are you here? Why are you so fast? I didn't even notice that you just appeared." "No, I'm the fastest man." Yunze greeted enthusiastically, "Hi, Lun, long time no see 860, you are not dead yet, and you don't know how to say hello when you see the former captain. And Yamato, didn't you throw you to Anbu, why did you come to the front line?" Kakashi. Haiga wheel. 0. Yunze did not expect that after meeting Tsunade, he flew to the front line for the first time and saw so many acquaintances. Yamato, in particular, went out of his way to save him when he emptied his roots that day and later threw it to Tsunade. Tsunade was very interested in the only child who fused Hashirama cells, so he stayed in Anbu. "I didn't expect to be sent to the front line this time. How did you come here?" Kakashi looked at the guy who suddenly appeared next to him, as if thinking of something, his face under the mask turned black. "Of course, Flying Thunder God. So, you put the mark on me. Well, I'm afraid you will die accidentally, so I specially marked you. When you are in danger, I will come to rescue you as soon as possible." Yunze didn't seem to notice Kakashi's resentment at all, with an expression of "I'm doing it for your own good." As expected of Yunze, who saved Kakashi last time, and arrived at a dangerous time this time. This is the beautiful friendship between classmates. Guy Huang will never let people down. Kakashi almost vomited blood when he was blocked by one sentence. Forcibly stabilizing his emotions, Kakashi brought the topic back. "The situation is urgent now. Since you are here, let's discuss how to deal with Cloud Shinobi later. You heard my suggestion just now, what do you think? Didn't you say it? It's a bad idea. Then what do you say? Of course, go straight up and beat them to death. Are you crazy? How many of us are there?" Yunze pointed at the densely packed Cloud Shinobi below, and shook his head with a smile. "Just find a place to hide it. I'm talking about myself." Chapter 72. Crazy, he's really crazy. Watching Yunze walking step by step against the Cloud Shinobi army, Kakashi was going crazy. How can there be such a person? 1v1000? Those are ninjas, not a bunch of pigs. Is courting death like this? What to do, Kakashi? Talk, are you really watching Yunze die? Guy was also anxious at this time, he couldn't watch his friend die. Kakashi didn't seem to hear, seemed to be thinking about something, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Go, let's go back and report the news to Lord Luoyu, let them come to the rescue." He knew very well that he could not stop Yunze, so the best way at this time was to report the news here as soon as possible. As for letting them find a place to hide and watch others desperately, he couldn't do it. "Okay, let's go now." Haha, today's battle during the day was really enjoyable. Return to number 1 Ninja Village. Hey, Konoha, this group of trash, only deserves our Cloud Shinobi to carry shoes. No, they're not even fit to carry Lord Raikage's shoes. Well said, we must kill a few more Konoha bastards later, let them see that we can endure the strength of a man. Hey, what's that? The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village deserve to be the most combative among the 5 major ninja villages. Even if they were about to go to the battlefield to fight, they didn't have the slightest fear, but joked one after another. His tone was full of contempt for Konoha, the number 1 ninja village. However, as they talked, the people in front slowed down one after another. He looked ahead suspiciously. The ninja army marched forward, even the enemy did not dare to approach. So along the way, except for Konoha's reconnaissance team who only dared to take a look from a distance, there was not even a dog in front of the troops. But now, there was a person walking towards them directly in front of them. Am I wrong? Is that guy wearing Konoha's forehead protector? Could it be Konoha's ninja? It looks so young. Is Konoha's people dead? Let such a little guy come to die. Maybe they came to surrender. Maybe he's scared enough to pee his pants. Haha, you are good or bad? In front, Cloud Shinobi didn't pay attention to the opponent at all. In the midst of the commotion, they were shocked to find that that person started to accelerate towards them. How does it feel to face thousands of ninjas alone? Fear? Weak legs? Do not. Yunze has nothing but excitement. As he approached Cloud Shinobi step by step, the blood that had been suppressed for a long time was ignited again. The battlefield. How long has it been since I felt this atmosphere? The scene in front of him reminded him of the scene where Madara appeared when he watched the anime. At that time, his blood was boiling with excitement, and he wished he could experience it himself. Now, the opportunity has come. This is his stage alone. He beat Cloud Shinobi in pain and scare him once. The speed of the feet continued to increase, and the hands formed seals. Fire style fire extinguish. The turbulent sea of fire rushed straight towards the crowd. This is Yunze's full enthusiasm. Cloud Shinobi was going crazy at this time, and someone really dared to attack the large army alone. Also launched the first attack. Does he think of himself as third Hokage? Enemy attack. Front row defense. Back row ready to counterattack. /V. Although the shouts one after another were loud, they were not flustered. The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi village are of good individual quality. It's a pity that it is not suitable for legion battles like Rock Shinobi. Especially in the face of such powerful ninjutsu as Yunze. Just in the blink of an eye, dozens of people were engulfed in flames. Ah, help! Help! Shouts, screams, as miserable as hell. Before Cloud Shinobi could solve the flames, the surviving ninjas suddenly found that there was another person beside them. It was the previous enemy. Dare to fight us close, you don't want to leave alive today. With a ferocious smile, Cloud Shinobi charged forward without hesitation, intending to devour him alive. Lightning style ground walking. 27. Lightning style lightning binding. Facing the oncoming ninjutsu and ninja tools, Yunze smiled slightly and his figure flashed. I have already approached a Cloud Shinobi, and looking at his outfit, it should be Chunin. It's a pity, before he could react, a blue sword glow flashed, and Ping Mai had already landed. Boom! Gently tilting his head, dodging the fist that had been flickering with thunder. With a whip kick, the opponent was kicked in half. Boom! What? 0+8. Before getting Sage Body, Chakra was scarce. Let Yunze develop a fighting style that uses the least consumption to deal with opponents. He went to each battlefield again and again, desperately completing each task. He had already perfected his killing machine skills. With the evolution of Sage Body, the massive amount of chakra can already be squandered by Yunze at will. But compared to powerful ninjutsu, he still prefers the pleasure of fighting close to one another. This is what machos should enjoy. Little did he know that he, who was intoxicated by this, had already become a devil in the eyes of Cloud Shinobi. Genin, rub it and die. Chunin is just a punch and a kick. As for Jainin, with the knife down, there is no one left. For a while, although Yunze was surrounded, there was no enemy. Oh, yeah, big brother, tell me, why do we want to beat Konoha at this time? Aren't you afraid of Onoji, that old thing? Hey! The peculiar accent is the unique sign of Killer Bee. The open-chested fourth Hokage AI felt a little headache when he heard what his younger brother said, but he had to explain, Konoha is weak now, it is a good opportunity for us to attack. As for Onoji, there is no need to worry, as long as we move fast enough to defeat Konoha as quickly as possible, there is no need to worry at all. As long as Konoha surrenders and we get compensation and resources, then it's time to deal with Onoki. Just like he said. In this battle between Cloud Shinobi and Konoha, Fourth Hokage not only appeared in person, but also brought his younger brother Eight Tails Jinchuriki. If it wasn't for the fact that Wooden Golem's control over the tailed beast wasn't stable enough, maybe he would bring it along. All this is to solve Konoha with the force of thunder. Get resources from the Fire Nation. You idiot, aren't you afraid of the new Hokage, Tsunade? Hey, it's Sunin. Humph. AI snorted coldly, so what about Sunin, is it still our opponent of the AB combination? According to the information we received, Jiraiya can't go to the battlefield. It's a pity, oh, it's a pity, I can't fight Sunin this time. Killer Bee's small eyes under the sunglasses showed a little depression, it's a pity that Yong Daimei died. Yes. Hearing the name from Killer Bee's mouth, AI's face was a little complicated for a moment. Yellow Flash. During World War III, he almost died at the hands of that man. This is the first time he has lost to others in speed since he was honored as the fastest speed. However, this feeling of regret disappeared in a blink of an eye, and AI said confidently, however, even if Namikaze Minato is still alive, he is not our opponent this time. I have seen through the Flying Thunder God Day. Yong Daimei, who died at the hands of Nine Tails, is no longer worthy of his respect, this is a failure. Oh, yeah, brother, I didn't expect you to tell such a lame joke. Killer Bee's ridicule instantly shattered Fourth Hokage's lofty aspirations. Just when he was embarrassed, he suddenly heard an explosion in the distance. Looking up, there is actually a sea of flames burning red half the sky. What's the situation? Report. Master Hokage, the troops in front were attacked by Konoha and suffered heavy losses. What? Hearing this news, the fire came up in an instant. It's such a time, Konoha dares to rush up if he doesn't just stay where he is and wait to die? Have you eaten bear heart and leopard gall? How many people? Facing the inquiry from his own Hokage, the detective ninja felt a little guilty, and hesitantly said, only, one, dash. Oh, day 100. No, it's a person. This time he finally finished speaking. Just after he finished speaking, Hokage came to his senses and shouted sharply, of money what did you say? Only one person. Yes, only one person appeared in Konoha. He looks very young, but he doesn't know his name. Fart. One man can mess up our army like that. Movie pointed angrily into the distance. Even if the distance is very far, you can see that the original neat formation there has become a mess. From time to time, there were even screams before dying. The subordinate is not lying, and there is indeed only one enemy. The scout ninja said bitterly, my lord, go to the rescue quickly, our people can't stop it. Asterisk. Killer Bee. For a moment, both of them were shocked by the news. Facing a single person, the one who couldn't stand it was Cloud Shinobi? You know, even though AI's father, Third Hokage, was talking about single-handedly fighting tens of thousands of troops. But that's just to hold back the opponent, not fight to the death with the opponent. Holding back and fighting to the death are two different things. What's more, depending on the situation, now the other party is alone chasing thousands of ninjas on his side to kill. When did Konoha have such a number one character? Brother, let me deal with the other party. Killer Bee became unusually serious. No, let's go together, I want to kill Lee with my own hands. Chapter 73. A hole. Damn it. Hokage is fast with Killer Bee. But when they rushed to the battlefield ahead, they were completely enraged by the tragic scene. It has only been a few minutes since being attacked. However, at this time Cloud Shinobi lost almost 200 people. There are broken limbs everywhere. One after another corpses were lying on the ground in disorder. Hundreds of meters around have been completely stained red with blood, comparable to a slaughterhouse. At this time, the culprit has not stopped, and is chasing and killing the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi village. Yes, even the men of Cloud Shinobi village were so frightened by the bloody massacre of the enemy that they couldn't help but want to escape. It's a pity that this only speeds up the speed of my own death. Lightning style Lei Li Hot Chu. Lightning style thunder plow hot knife. At the first moment, Raikage and Killer Bee made a move. Two roars sounded at the same time. Stab. The long-lost fight made Yunze's blood boil, but the opponent's strength could not make him fight happily. Some desires are dissatisfied. Just at this moment, violent thunderclaps, accompanied by strong whines, came towards his head from left to right. Well done! Raise Nan! Two chakra balls appeared in Yunze's palm. One left and one right greeted two thick palms at the same time. The violent impact caused the air to explode instantly, and the roar continued. What? The combination of the two was easily caught, which shocked Raikage. However, before he could react, the figure in front of him suddenly disappeared. Flying Thunder God! The familiar scene shocked Raikage, but the strong sense of crisis made him unable to think about it. The next moment, a fist hit his head straight. The power contained in it caused Raikage's face to change suddenly, and he pulled away a distance of 830 in an instant. Boom! The earth trembled, the soil surged, and in the blink of an eye a huge crater several meters deep appeared in front of my eyes. Amid the dust, the figure didn't stop, it turned into an afterimage and continued to rush towards Raikage. What? Jinko. Although I don't know why the opponent didn't use Flying Thunder God, but relied entirely on speed, but the provocative meaning in it made Raikage completely furious. Lightning flashed all over his body, and he went up to him without hesitation. The same is true for Killer Bee on the side, as if entering a battle group. For a time, on the battlefield, lightning and afterimages flickered non-stop. Boom! Boom! The loud noise of fists and feet colliding continuously resounded. Happy! With a bang, Yunze pushed the two back with a sky guard. Unable to bear the surging passion in his chest, he blurted out two words. Hoo-hoo! Raikage and Killer Bee on the side didn't feel this way, they just breathed heavily. Although only for a few minutes. However, the ultra-high-intensity fighting and collision caused the two of them to consume their physical strength rapidly. Looking at each other's state at this time, the two looked at each other in blank dismay. Where the hell is this monster? It's Lord Raikage! And Master Killer Bee! Quick, take the opportunity to kill the enemy. The previous battle made the nearby Cloud Shinobi unable to get in at all, and the speed of ultimate could not even keep up with the eyes. After a brief pause, they finally recognized Raikage and Killer Bee as the combatants. I don't know if it's because the brain is not flexible enough, even the strongest people in the village can't take down the enemy together. But they seemed to have completely forgotten the fear just now, and they were ready to go up to help, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Looking at the swarming Cloud Shinobi, Yunze let out a sigh of relief. The miscellaneous fish, at sea, are miscellaneous fish without any vision. Not good. When Raikage on the opposite side heard this, his pupils shrank suddenly, and a strong heart palpitation came to his heart. Back all. Unfortunately, he spoke too late. As Yunze reached out and pulled out Kyunran behind him, his figure began to be blurred like an image with a bad signal. But at the same time, countless figures appeared in the crowd. Same face, same knife gesture. And the same one knife cut. Translate. The heads of hundreds of people fell to the ground at the same time, and what kind of scene was the blood spraying out? Gorgeous. Fear. The battlefield seemed to be covered with a thin veil of mist, but it was just blood mist. What? Damn you! I never thought that someone could kill so many ninjas in the village in front of him. Raikage's eyes were bloodshot, and the anger in them gushed out uncontrollably. The whole person rushed towards Yunze with monstrous murderous intent. Don't kill this man today, he is worthy of Raikage. Using Flying Thunder God to kill more than 100 people at the same time, even Yunze is a little out of breath. However, in the face of the furious Raikage, he did not back down. Instead, his eyes lit up. What a rival! Strength, defense, speed, although each item is not considered the pinnacle of ninja. Its speed is not as good as Flying Thunder God, its strength is not as good as Monster Power, and its defense is not as good as Susanoo. But in the balance of these three items, only Raikage reached the top at the same time. This is totally the best sparring practice for Yunze at this time, to test the limit of advanced Sage Body. Successful eye contact with 4th Raikage AI, consuming 10 chances, the available options are as follows. Successful eye contact with 4th Raikage AI. The enraged 4th Raikage is terrifying. No one would ever think of fighting him hard with physical skills. However, today he met such a person. And it's not just gymnastics. Lightning style armor. Raikage's whole body was boiling with lightning, enveloping the entire sturdy body, making it indestructible. Under the stimulation of lightning, the strength and speed increased again, making it unstoppable. Only lightning style armor. Lightning style mode full power state. The thunder and lightning surged again, and the white hairs stood on end, like a thunder god. Lightning style mode full power state. Lateral bolt of pain, chop. Lateral bolt of pain, chop. Hell spike 4 hands. Hell spike 4 hands. Hell spike 1 hand. Hell spike 1 hand. Puff. Raikage, whose shoulder was pierced, flew upside down, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Compared with physical injuries, what makes AI even more unacceptable is that without using the Flying Thunder God, his speed, strength, and defense are all at a disadvantage. Even all his own ninjutsu, especially Cloud Shinobi's Mystery and Lightning style ninjutsu, the opponent has mastered them all. What makes him even more uncomfortable is that the other party's mastery is far beyond his own. Being defeated by the enemy with what he is best at, this kind of despair is the first time AI has experienced since childhood. I lost. Raikage was seriously injured, and Yunze didn't immediately go up to make up the knife. First, there is no need. Second, he turned his head and looked in the other direction. He has not forgotten that there is another opponent. At this time, Killer Bee was more serious than ever, and he didn't step forward to help his brother's defeat. Because he clearly understands. The enemy is stronger than ever, and he will not change the result even if he goes up. Instead of this, it is better to directly take out your own whole cards. Are you ready? Okay, come on. In the conscious space, Eight Tails Jiki also had no intention of joking, and gave his power to Killer Bee without reservation. Oh, has it started yet? Feeling the incomparably huge chakra overflowing from Killer Bee's body, Yunze didn't make a move, but stood quietly watching. It really is the perfect Jinkraki. With his admiration, Killer Bee went straight to full-body tail beast. A gigantic minotaur appeared. The 8 tails shake lightly, and the earth will collapse and the mountains will crack. One can imagine how destructive it is. Looking at the huge monster in front of him, Yunze couldn't help but be speechless. Sure enough, no matter when you watch it. Big is good. Big is strong. But Yunze stretched out his thumb, bit it lightly, and pressed down on the ground fiercely with one hand. I'm also a person with a big thin cup. The densely packed black runes quickly moved outwards, forming a huge array. Boom! Dense white smoke flashed, and a dark figure appeared in the smoke. Ah! Leaf Camp! What, you said Yunze went to the Cloud Shinobi army alone? After the report from the scouting ninja, Luju knew the news that Cloud Shinobi wanted to fight. Just when he urgently organized the resistance of Konoha Shinobi, the 4 of Kakashi came back. And also brought a shocking news. Faced with Luju's surprise, Kakashi expressed his understanding and confirmed again, yes, I can't persuade him. How can this be good? Why is this guy so impulsive? Even though Luju has seen and learned a lot, he still can't understand Yunze's actions. After all, he was a young man from the village, and he didn't want to watch him die worthlessly. Hyuga Hayashi on the side was also surprised at first, but soon he thought of something and asked, "Luyu, the support that Master Tsunade said has arrived, have you seen it?" No. After finishing speaking, Luju had a flash of inspiration. He was just a little agitated by the huge pressure, and now he was reminded by Hayashi that he finally came to his senses. He hesitated and asked, "You mean, Shihao and Yunze is the reinforcement sent by Master Tsunade?" "I guess, there is a great possibility. It makes sense to think so." When Yunze killed Danzo, Luju was also present, so he had a general understanding of his strength. Just relying on the opponent's elusive space ninjutsu, it is not something ordinary people can deal with. What's more, even if you can't fight, running is still no problem. Thinking of this, Luju temporarily calmed down, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "No matter what, Yunze should hold off Cloud Shinobi for the time being, and our people can make preparations by taking advantage of this time. Since Cloud Shinobi wants a decisive battle, then we will satisfy him. Everyone is ready to go, take the initiative to fight. Down with Cloud Shinobi." Yes. Chapter 74. After all, it is a time of war, and everything moves very quickly. It didn't take long for any Konoha shinobi still able to move to start marching towards the battlefield. Looking at the teams of ninjas around him, Naraluyu looked dignified. Many people have actually been injured, but after simple treatment, they still have to bite the bullet and go on top. Because Konoha doesn't have enough ninjas. "Don't worry, I believe that the final victory of the war must be us." Hyuga Hayashi comforted Shikasa. Although he could have recuperated in the rear with his injury, he still came. No matter how many conflicts there are with the village on weekdays, at the critical moment, we still have to rely on these ninjas to stand in the front. Many civilians only see the special rights enjoyed by the ninjas, but they don't see how much blood they shed. Of course there are exceptions. In the ninja team, an old man with a bandage on his chest looked at the clansman beside him with unstoppable anger in his eyes. "We can't go on like this anymore. So many people died in our Sarutobi family this time. If we continue, the hard-earned money will be exhausted." Someone on the side echoed, "No, I think what Elder A said was when the third generation was here before, when did we need to go to the battlefield?" "That's right, I have to give advice to that guy Tsunade, as Hiruzen's apprentice, he is so cruel to the teacher's family. Is he still a human being? Does he have a conscience?" "No, let's turn against her." It's better not to say such angry words." "Elder A, I see that Shimura's family also has a lot of grievances, do you want to get in touch?" The twittering and chattering made the boy beside him a little bit unbearable, and he clenched his fist tightly. This group of bastards, if it weren't for them, relying on their father being Hokage, they always want to benefit from the village, but they never contribute to the village. Why was everyone forced to go to the battlefield this time? My elder brother and sister-in-law will not die at the hands of Cloud Shinobi a few days ago. Now I still have the face to say these words. Finally he couldn't help but shouted in a low voice, "Shut up all of you, whoever dares to say nonsense. Don't blame me for expelling you from the family in the name of the young patriarch." As soon as these words came out, the others looked at each other in blank dismay. Although they were a little disdainful, they still closed their mouths. After all, the boy is none other than Sarutobi Asuma, the youngest son of Sarutobi Hiruzen. After Sarutobi Shinashuk and his wife died and left no offspring, he is the only blood of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is also the current young patriarch of the Sarutobi family, only waiting to return to Konoha to officially take over as the patriarch. Sarutobi Asuma knew very well that his prestige was not enough, so he explained in a slightly softer tone, "The reason we shed more blood now is to make our clansmen live better in the future. I believe that Tsunade will not target Sarutobi's family again after seeing our dedication." You don't want to be like Shimura's family. Thinking of the tragedy of the Shimura family being targeted in various ways recently, the others stopped talking. Seeing that everyone was honest, Sarutobi Asuma was relieved. Although this guy is quite a scumbag, but at least he has something good, not like Sarutobi Hiruzen who is swayed by power. Otherwise, he would not follow the path arranged for him by the third generation, and run to be the guardian of the 12 ninjas. Of course, right now Sarutobi Asuma is just a Chunin. However, after experiencing the upheaval in his family, this rebellious boy has matured a lot and began to understand his responsibilities. Only a red face flashed in Shakima's mind, and her expression became fascinated. But the next moment, another person's face suddenly appeared in his mind, which made him wake up instantly. Secretly made up his mind. Shihoran Yunze, you wait. When I become Jainin and become Hokage, I will definitely take Hong back. Ambitious, but completely unaware that the road has been narrowed. At this moment, a loud noise sounded from the front. Konoha Shinobi looked up and was stunned for a moment. Then, what is that? Are we going to fight that monster? A hole, is Cloud Shinobi yet? Eight Tails Jinkraki was sent out. Nara has been observing the situation on the other side of the battlefield, so when Eight Tails came out, he noticed it immediately. This annoyed him and made him even more worried about Yunze who was on the battlefield. No, we must rush to support. Full speed ahead. It's just that not long after the order was issued, when it was about to approach the battlefield, another monster appeared. Looking at the taller figure in the distance, and the vaguely familiar figure above the monster's head, Luju was silent, and said for a long time, so, that guy also has a monkey summoning beast. Kakashi. To Hayashi, N. Day. On the battlefield. Ah! Bang bang bang! With a deafening roar and the sound of slapping the chest, a giant orangutan with a height of hundreds of meters appeared in front of everyone in Cloud Shinobi village. Everyone is stupid. Is this a monkey? Master Monkey, this is an orangutan. Is your orangutan so big? Too exaggerated. Can Master Killer Bee win? Killer Bee and Jiki thought they had the chance to win, but now they are starting to doubt it. Eight Tails is also considered huge among tailed beasts, more than 60 meters in length. But at this time, it only reached the opponent's waist, almost half of it. This is a bit of a bully. Liangzi is the first time to be summoned by Yunze to the world of Hokage. So, I was a little excited as soon as I appeared on the stage, and I didn't even pay attention to the little guy not far away. He rolled his eyes upwards trying to see the Tuleg. But after being stomped heavily by a foot on the top of the head, it was honest. My brain is buzzing. You guys have grown up a lot. On weekdays in Monster World, Liangzi is always with Ghidorah and Godzilla. This made Yunze subconsciously ignore the guy's size. Now that I have compared it, I realize that King Kong is about to grow to 100 meters. Apart from the change in body shape, other changes must be even more astonishing. Yunze was looking forward to the upcoming battle. Jiki, you are not afraid, are you? At the critical moment, Killer Bee broke the silence. How is it possible? Isn't it just a little bigger? I am the strongest tailed beast other than 9 tails. There is nothing that can scare me. Okay then, get ready. Coming. Thunder Plow Hot Knife. With the cooperation of one person and one beast, Eight Tails' huge body condensed a large amount of lightning-style chakra, wrapped in the coat of the tailed beast, and rushed towards the monkey with unparalleled strength. In an instant, the wind howled, sand and stones flew together, and all obstacles on the way were smashed. Just go fast and come back even faster. After a loud noise, a whole 8 tails flew back and fell heavily on the hillside behind it, raising it to the ground. Jayaki! Hiss! Ah! 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 On the other side, Liangzi grinned and screamed, countless lightning flashes on his body, electrifying his brown hair. 0. Seeking flowers. However, although it was called miserable, but after careful observation, it was found that these lightnings only hurt the skin, and did not even penetrate the muscles. After screaming, Yunze raised the stick in his hand. This is a metal rod with a length of 60 meters. It was made of a special alloy by Yunze in many ironworks. But at this moment, the smooth surface of this murder weapon was covered with cracks, which made King Kong feel a pain in his flesh. It likes this stick very much. Yunze above the head naturally discovered all this. Originally, he was worried about whether King Kong could beat the tail beast, but now it seems that it should not be a big problem. Since he taught him the fairy art chakra, although this guy can't use any ninjutsu, his skill points are all focused on defense and strength. It can be called a master of hand-to-hand combat. Okay, don't feel bad. Looking at the stick stretched above his head, Yunze teleported back to Skull Island, comforting, I will help you get a harder one later. Oh. Yunze was happy. Attention! The tailed beast bomb is coming. Getting sent flying with a stick made Jiki angry. This is the first time it has been so miserable. I lost all face. 0. In desperation, he quickly got up from the ground, roared, and chakra gathered at the mouth minister. A black-red ball of light quickly condensed and sprayed out in one gulp. Go to hell, stinky monkey! The power of tailed beast bomb is unquestionable, but this is when it hits. King Kong is a primate, no matter how big he is, he still has the flexibility he should have. After Kankan dodged, he looked at the mushroom cloud caused by the explosion behind him. Yunze felt a little palpitated, but then became angry. Break its stick, and spray it with saliva. New and old grudges, let it raise its fists and rush forward without hesitation. Boom! Ow! Boom! Smelly monkey! As the deterrent force of the Hokage Nin village, the tailed beast's destructive power is beyond doubt. Otherwise, he would not be feared by almost all ninjas. But on closer inspection, they rely on nothing more than a few points. Huge size, and strength. Massive chakra, and tailed beast bomb. The last is immortality, but there are decades of CD time. Speaking of it, it is actually more suitable for the battlefield environment. In a one-on-one situation, if you meet some specific ninjas, that's the case. Like Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Yunze. After a full 10 minutes of hand-to-hand combat, the roar finally stopped. Looking back, the entire battlefield has been completely turned into ruins. Trees, hillsides, rivers, everything was destroyed. The desolate land is full of huge potholes. Okay, you can go back, it's a fun fight this time. Jumping off King Kong's head, Yunze looked at the pretty boy covered in hideous wounds and felt a little emotional. This guy really deserves to be a fighting race. Although he was seriously injured, the spirit of the whole monkey was extremely high. His eyes are as bright as the stars, burning with fierce fighting spirit. Ah! Understood, yes, you go back and recuperate. After speaking, King Kong turned into a puff of white smoke and returned to Skull Island. Turning to look at Killer Bee who had recovered from a coma, Yunze calmly sealed one of Jiki's tails into the scroll. Waving towards the distance. Come on, brother. Help clean up the battlefield. Chapter 75. The destructive power of the two behemoths is astonishing, and the scope is huge. The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village have long avoided it. At this time, seeing the terrifying orangutan disappear, I couldn't help but want to rush back to save the Jinkriki in the village. But as soon as he took a step, he was stopped. Fourth Raikage, who was supported by someone, stopped his subordinates and said, there is no need to go there. Konoha's support has arrived now. Are you confident that you can snatch Vice Admiral back from their hands? But, because people are 8 tails people's calendars. Shut up, he's still my younger brother, he's retreating now, no one can be sacrificed today. After saying this, Reikage turned his head and looked around at his subordinates. When they set off, there were thousands of ninjas. What a majesty it was! He thought he would be able to defeat Konoha in one fell swoop, but in the end he lost his troops and lost almost half of his generals. Even his own shadow was injured, and Killer Bee, who was used as a whole card, was also captured. It can be said that this is a complete failure. More importantly, it was lost to one person. Rao is a movie that claims to be a tough guy of steel. Thinking of this, I can't help but get red eyes. The macho almost cried. It is too miserable. Today's encounter made the film, which has always been confident, fully recognize itself. There are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky. Chi trembled when he thought that the giant beast could fight the tailed beast for so long without losing the wind. How could there be such a powerful summoning beast? Although no ninjutsu was used in the whole process, the strong defense made the movie tremble. That is an existence that can hard top the tailed beast bomb without dying. And that berserk power, if you play by yourself, will it be its opponent? Suddenly, he thought of that young face. Disappointed again. What's the use of defeating the summoning beast? That terrifying man is still unable to cope. Yayo glanced at the figure in the distance, and in a daze, he seemed to see the man known as the god of the ninja world. Presumably, this is another arrogance who overwhelms an era. Konoha is really an outstanding person. The wind in the ninja world is about to change. With a lot of thoughts, Reikage limped towards the way he came. Let's go back and discuss raising money in exchange for my younger brother. Yunze, who was chatting with Naraloyu, vaguely noticed a gaze. Turn your head and look just in time to see the retreat of Cloud Shinobi village. Why, do you want to catch up? Hyuga Hayashi, who was watching Yunze from the side, followed his gaze and couldn't help asking. Konoha's ninjas waited for work, and took this opportunity to hit Cloud Shinobi again. Maybe even able to capture the fourth Reikage. Hearing Hayashi's words, Yunze couldn't help but roll his eyes. Captive A. Could Cloud Shinobi's ninjas bring Reikage back if he wanted to? He didn't let him go on purpose. As for Reikage's temperament, if he really wants to be captured, he might be ashamed and kill himself. The feud between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi has really grown. I've been beaten hard enough today, there's no need to take a step closer. What's more, if Reikage is caught, who knows what will happen to Cloud Shinobi village? At that time, how to exchange the killer bee for the ransom? Yunze didn't bother to answer, but Luju spoke up instead. No need, Cloud Shinobi's loss is already big enough today. If we really capture Reikage, in case the other party is provoked and fights back desperately, our loss will be even greater. Don't forget, Horen is not watching. As Konoha's resourcefulness, it is his duty to think of these things, and it is his duty to fail to think of them. After explaining to Hayashi, Narashishu looked at Yunze's young and exaggerated face a little bit in a daze. He was sure that the other party had let Reikage go on purpose. Therefore, Yunze thought of everything he said. Young, powerful, and brainy, does this kind of person have any shortcomings? For a moment, Naraloyu had an inexplicable feeling of melancholy that the waves behind pushed the waves ahead, and the waves before were shot to death. On the other hand, Hyuga Hayashi also knew that he really had a bad idea just now. On weekdays, he would not behave so disqualified. However, I received too many stimuli today, which caused my thoughts to be confused and my mind was not clear for a while. And the culprit is the guy in front of him. I still underestimated him. Yunze was puzzled, how could they have such a good chat? These two Konoha commanders have fallen into autism. Haven't you slept well lately? Those people that Yunze killed before were taken away together when they retreated in Cloud Shinobi village. Therefore, there is nothing to clean on the battlefield. The ground has been scratched a layer, how to clean up? Soon, Yinya Ninja began to return along the same route. Many people have not yet reacted.
I always feel that this war is a little different. A large group of them is like going out for a spring outing. I just came and watched a superb show of giant beasts fighting. Just found out, it's over. However, the way everyone looked at the young man in front of the team changed. In the past, Yunze's reputation in Konoha was not obvious. Then after today, everything changed. Even if he doesn't have the slightest position, he will be respected by everyone. This is a world where strength is the most important thing, not to mention that the other party saved the village. Compared with many Konoha shinobi, the worship and respect spontaneously arises. There is a young man who is afraid. Sarutobi Asuma, who was full of confidence before and thought about how strong he would be in the future, would win back the red. At this time, like a quail, it was hiding in the crowd of people. Afraid of being discovered by Yunze. Also grab a fart. He still clearly remembered the strong smell of blood when he first arrived on the battlefield. Hundreds of people, many of them were still dismembered. What a ruthless person, wouldn't it be courting death to rob a woman from him? What's more, even Raikage and Jinkriki were defeated, he was a little chnin wanted to eat tigers. Red? Who is that? There are so many good women, why bother to be a licking dog? Shakima changed her life goal again in the shortest time. As for the few ninjas who were forced to go to the battlefield, they wished to die a few more people at this time, so as to express their heart to 5th Hokage. Everyone knows that Master Yunze is very supportive of Master Tsunade. As for the complaints about being forced to go to the battlefield before. What is that? Never said that. People are unpredictable, and Yunze is well aware of this. When he planned to stand up, he considered the various changes in the future. But it doesn't matter, there is nothing to worry about. A truly strong person only needs to care about himself and the people around him. As for the others, there is no need to pay too much attention. Soon, the Konoha shinobi returned to the camp. As soon as I entered the door, I heard cheers resounding through the entire camp. 1. We won! Long live Konoha! Long live Master Yunze! The news of the victory had already been passed back, and the wounded who had been waiting for death were stimulated by this news. Walk out of the ward one after another, welcome the return of heroes. Finally, a powerful guardian appeared in Konoha. Listening to the cries of long live Master Yunze one after another. Narashishu whispered beside him, how does it feel to be a hero? That's the way it is. Fortunately, I didn't give Xia a nickname. Looking at that calm, unwavering face, think about what the other party said. Luju really didn't know how to complain. How did your brain circuit turn to the question of nickname? Before he could think about it, Yunze turned around and walked towards the camp. I vaguely heard a sentence in my ear, besides, I don't like being a hero. Heroes all end badly. This sentence stunned Narashishu and the people around him. Do all heroes end badly? Luju savored it, thought of all the past, and shook his head secretly, it was indeed so. Not anymore, though, because Konoha has a new Hokage. After strengthening his heart, Luju and Hayashi followed behind and entered the camp. Only Kakashi, who is emotionally complicated, remains. Now let's discuss the follow-up plan. The outposts and bases previously occupied by Cloud Shinobi Village will be regained in the next few days. In the camp, not many people participated in the discussion. As the leader, Luju took the lead in setting the tone. After finishing speaking, he turned his head to look at Yunze below, and asked, do you have any suggestions? No, you can handle these things as you see fit, and you are the commander. But I don't think there should be any difficulty. Killer Bee is still in our hands, and Cloud Shinobi can't be careless. And, after today's battle, they may not continue to fight against Konoha. Well, that's true, and it's thanks to you. The usually taciturn 4.5-year-old Shanbai actually praised others for the first time. As he started, other captains and the like followed suit.
Indeed, thanks to Master Yunze's action this time. Otherwise the victory would not be so easy. Seeing that the serious pre-war meeting was about to turn into a flattering meeting, Liu hurriedly stood up and brought the topic back. Let's talk about, who cares for Killer Bee? For such an important person, even if he is a captive, he must be kept safe, let alone be snatched back by Cloud Shinobi. Just when Liu was wondering who to hand over to, Yunze spoke. No, when I go back later, just bring Konoha back with me. What, you want to go back? Yunze blinked and asked back, yes, isn't it over here? I will rest for a while, and I have to go back to take care of the children. Chapter 76. Konoha Village. By this time the sky had darkened. But the Hokage building is still brightly lit. The urgent news on the front line has spread, and many ninjas left behind are worried, waiting wholeheartedly for good news to arrive. I even forgot to go home after get off work. Compared with the anxiety of the outside world, Tsunade, who is Hokage, seems a little laid back. In a secret office, she was drinking tea comfortably, quietly waiting for the arrival of the good news. There is no other reason, just believe in your own man. Compared to Tsunade, another person in the office frowned, obviously preoccupied. This person is none other than the current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Konoha village Hokage and the Uchiha Patriarch were able to drink tea and talk quietly. It would be unbelievable for outsiders to know. After a long time, Fugaku loosened his frown and asked, Master Tsunade, is what you just said true? Seeing that the other party finally spoke, Gudong poured the tea in the cup into his stomach. He smiled and said, of course it's true, do you think I have free time to joke with you? Thinking of the person who advised her, Tsunade's heart warmed, but he directly took the credit for it. I have considered this plan for a long time before deciding to implement it. Konoha is everyone's Konoha, so as the head of a village, I will not hold all the rights in my hands. Afterwards, I will establish a 5-member advisory group 09. Unlike the past, this advisory group will not directly control the Ministry of Government Affairs, but has the right to express opinions on all affairs in the village. If it can get the support of the majority, even yes, I will obey. Of course, as Hokage, I have the right to veto. However, I believe that the proposal that can be approved by the majority of the 5 consultants is definitely good for the village, and I will not veto it at will. And you, the Patriarch of Uchiha, will be one of these 5 advisors. How do you feel? Tsunade's reconfirmation made Fugaku understand that she was not joking. As for being impatient? Isn't that nonsense? Whatever the veto. Compared with the past, Uchiha has been excluded from the inner circle, but this time he really entered the power center of Konoha. Such a good thing was never even thought of before. Although Uchiha is known as the #1 family in Konoha, he can't get involved in anything other than being able to control Konoha's security. So when he heard this suggestion, Uchiha Fugaku thought there was some kind of conspiracy. Now it seems that I think too much. But he still asked, I don't know what Uchiha needs to pay. Fugaku doesn't believe in falling in the sky. Sure enough, Tsunade put forward conditions. You need to hand over the police department that you have been running. What? It's impossible, the police department has always been run by me, the Uchiha clan, I don't agree. Looking at Fugaku's resolute expression, Tsunade couldn't help but secretly despise. That's the pattern. Don't worry, do you think I can see that? It's for your own good. What? Fugaku suspects that Tsunade is teasing him, stealing their rights or doing it for their own good. You are very aware of the image of your Uchiha clan in the village. Apart from your own personality flaws, and the deliberate smearing by those old guys before, don't you realize other reasons? Fugaku. You are the one with a flawed character, and the whole family is flawed. Tsunade didn't realize that he scolded his family at all, but continued, the police department is responsible for the security of the village, which itself is a position that is prone to friction. If you don't care about it, it's dereliction of duty. If you manage it, it's easy to offend people. Is it true? Yes. Fugaku held back for a long time to spit out a word. It would be a joke to say that they really didn't notice. The police department itself is a poisonous honey that Tobirama throws at them, and it's just this temptation that Uchiha can't refuse. However, now that I think about it, since Tsunade just gave Uchiha the position of advisor, then the police department is also dispensable. After thinking about it for a while, Fugaku finally came to his senses. It seems that you have figured it out, then I will continue to talk about it, saying that it is to take back the police department, and it will not be taken back directly. For the time being, you Uchiha people will be the ministers. After all, you are familiar with it, but Konoha and other ninjas will gradually enter the police department to replace your Uchiha people. Of course, as compensation, you Uchiha people can enter any department of Konoha according to their own wishes, including the police department and Anbu, provided that their own abilities match the position. In the end, Tsunade threw out his trump card directly. Sure enough, upon hearing this condition, Fugaku couldn't sit still and almost doubted his life. This is a real pie. If the previous consultants only gave Uchiha the ability to participate in Konoha's high-level core, then lifting the restrictions on Uchiha people entering other departments of Konoha is the real way to make Uchiha no longer free from Konoha. Really become a Konoha person. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Fugaku nervously asked the most crucial question, "You said, the package does not include fire. Hokage this seat." Gan. Tsunade almost couldn't resist punching this BD in the head. The old lady is alive and well. How long has she been on the Hokage? The seats are not hot yet, so people miss it. But thinking of his man's instructions, he still said with a sullen face, "Yes, although I think I can live for many years, but as long as you Uchiha really have someone who can get the approval of everyone in Konoha, then let you come up with a Hokage, why not? Why not? Haki. Tolerance is a virtue. What is Yuexianhui? This is called Yuexianhui. Although Tsunade is a woman, in Fugaku's heart, she is far more than the previous Hokage. Why does Fugaku insist on asking this question at this juncture? Hokage ah. This seat is their eternal pain Uchiha. Konoha, shadow. These two words completely represent the two original ninjas. It's a pity that the people who should inherit Hokage most will never come from their Uchiha. Now, the opening is open. Although no one from Uchiha was directly named as the next Hokage, Fugaku had no opinion at all. This seat is supposed to be based on one's ability. If one is incapable, then no one can be blamed. All they want is this opportunity. Tsunade looked at Fugaku, who was so excited that even the majesty of the patriarch could not be maintained, and somewhat understood him. Thinking of all the past, I couldn't help but sigh. However, now is not the end. The sweet dates are given, so it's time to take out the big stick. After Fugaku calmed down, Tsunade said solemnly, "No matter what happened before, I will give what is due now. Then Uchiha has no reason to hate Konoha anymore. Uchiha should also give his loyalty to Konoha, do you understand what I said?" The cold tone made Fugaku understand something. He did not refute, nodded, and said, "It should be." "That's good, I can tell you clearly that in the past few years, Anbu's monitoring of Uchiha will not stop until Uchiha is completely clean." Can. Faced with such blatant words, Fugaku agreed quite simply. It simply surprised even Tsunade. She couldn't help but think of what a hot man said to her. Giving is mutual. If one party only knows how to take but doesn't know what to give back, then it's playing hooliganism. Unfortunately, how many people can actually do this? People are selfish. If it wasn't for that person's persuasion, Tsunade would not have had the courage to do this. After talking about serious matters, the atmosphere in the office suddenly changed. Uchiha Fugaku even took the initiative to ask about the war on the front line, saying that he could send Uchiha's people to support at any time. However, OK directly refused. It means everything is under control. Fugaku couldn't help but wonder at the confident look. Hokage-sama, is Jiraiya-sama recovered? No, 340 is still lying in the hospital. 27. Who else on the front line can stop 4th Raikage? Fugaku heard that Raikage had already made a move. I sent Shihao and Yunze to the front line to support. When it came to the name, Tsunade couldn't help but soften his tone even though he pretended well. And what is Fugaku most proud of? Except for the sun, that is the pair of tricks. At this moment, I noticed something strange. Tsunade's expression was wrong. Fugaku. Thinking of the previous clues, he always felt that he had discovered some terrible secret. In order to prevent being silenced, I quickly changed the subject. May I ask, the other 4 advisors, who does Master Hokage plan to appoint? It is very important to get to know your colleagues in advance to carry out your work smoothly in the future. Fugaku suddenly changed the subject, which made Tsunade a little uncomfortable, but it didn't take long to know about the consultant anyway, so he didn't hide it. Hyuga Hayashi. Fugaku nodded and rolled his eyes. He is also a big family, so he should be given a seat. Nara dear long. Keep nodding, the small family representative, who is also a Hokage hardcore. Another selection from civilian ninjas is yet to be determined. Well, it is very thoughtful, and the voices of the people at the bottom cannot be ignored. The last one is Minister Enbu. Minister Enbu? Fugaku nodded halfway and stopped. Where is Konoha's Minister Enbu now? How many years have you been vacant? Coincidentally, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the office. /V. At this time, if anyone wants Tsunade to die the most, it was definitely Uchiha Fugaku. The sudden appearance made him stand in front of Tsunade in an instant. In desperation, Manjiki was almost opened. It's all right, our Minister Enbu has brought good news. Tsunade signaled Fugaku not to be nervous. It's just that these words stunned the people who just appeared and Fugaku at the same time. What? Minister Enbu. Chapter 77. So, now the frontline Cloud Shinobi have retreated. After walking out of the Hokage building, Fugaku still couldn't believe what he just heard. In such a short time, Yunze single-handedly wounded Raikage badly and captured 8 Tails Jinchuriki? Was the war over when it started? Why, Senior Fugaku suspects that I brought back false information. Yunze asked casually. He is still confused by Minister Enbu because of no reason. This woman didn't even discuss it, she made the decision without authorization, it was really incompetent. But after all, the starting point is good, and we should not be too harsh. Then, let's put more effort into cleaning up. Of course not, I was just a little surprised, presumably many people underestimated your strength, including me. Of course Fugaku is not questioning Yunze, there is no way to fake this kind of thing. What's more, 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee of Cloud Shinobi Village has already lived in Konoha's luxury suite, which he saw with his own eyes. He was simply shocked by the news. Senior Fugaku won the award, it's just a small achievement, it's far behind you. Hearing so many similar words tonight, Yunze was a little tired of hearing them. So he quickly changed the subject and said, speaking of which, I didn't expect Senior to be more swift and resolute. Are you sure you want to start cleaning Uchiha tonight? Okay, Master Hokage has given Uchiha so many promises, and now it's our turn to respond, and you have already determined this plan. Fugaku's words meant something. He also thought clearly at this time. Although I am not familiar with Tsunade before, I have also dealt with it. Fugaku is well aware that Tsunade, while not hostile to Uchiha, is not friendly either. And judging from Tsunade's previous behavior, she probably couldn't come up with such a plan. Advisor, take back the privileges of the police department, allow Uchiha to enter other departments, allow participation in the Hokage campaign. This step hit Uchiha's weakness step by step, making it impossible for them to refuse. Such a bold move was hardly something Tsunade himself could have come up with. Combined with the speculation that the relationship between Yunze and Tsunade is unusual. All this gave Fugaku an astonishing inference. This young man in front of you is the man behind Tsunade. He is the one who decides Uchiha's future. Senior, you are joking. This is Mr. Hokage's plan. I am the only one who handles affairs. Whether you can guess it or not, Yunze will never admit it. Really? Fugaku was non-committal. It's not surprising to know that there are signs of rebellion in Uchiha, but it's not like a temporary idea to decide their ending so quickly. In the office just now, he, the patriarch of Uchiha, has decided to eradicate the unstable factors within the family. But I didn't expect that the parents-in-law even planned how these people would die. He didn't even have room to refute. Before it all started, Uchiha was calculated to death. There is only one way to go. Even if those previous conditions couldn't satisfy Uchiha's appetite. Maybe the whole Uchiha will disappear from Konoha tonight? Thinking of this, Fugaku glanced at Yunze who was following him. He believes that the opponent has this strength. Fortunately, Konoha planned this path for Uchiha, he likes it very much. Inside the shrine of the Uchiha tribe. Why hasn't Fugaku arrived yet? When are we going to wait? Why are you in such a hurry? Can you die after a while? What do you think the patriarch wants us to do? I see, Chief Fugaku must have agreed to our plan, otherwise he wouldn't be looking for us at this critical time. Indeed, I heard that the battle on the front line is not going well, and this is the best time for us to revolt. Humph, if you ask me, it should have been like this long ago. Just why is that woman Tsunade a Hokage? That's right, Senju has fallen, Konoha should be my Konoha. Outside the door, Fugaku stood quietly in the shadows, quietly listening to the conversation inside. He has heard these words many times. Being a patriarch is actually not easy. A ninja, so many people, it is impossible for everyone to have the same idea. In addition to Konoha's strategy against Uchiha before, Uchiha was divided into several factions. The main battle, the main peace, the neutral, and several waves of people almost fought themselves. And Fugaku can't satisfy everyone's wishes. In addition, his own character is not the kind of person who says one thing, he is hesitant, and he can be both right and wrong. It can be said that it is very hard. However, it is different now, and this chaos will be completely eliminated after tonight. However, he still intends to work hard. Thinking of this, he looked to a corner, which was empty. Even with his tricks, he didn't notice anyone. But, Fugaku knew, Yunze was there. After a gesture, Fugaku pushed open the door. Patriarch, you are finally here. We've all been waiting for a long time. Quiet. Uchiha Fugaku sat on the head and stretched out his hand for a moment. Looking at the group of people below, after a moment of silence, he said, I know what you want to do, and I have discussed it before, so I won't say much about it. Let me tell you something first, I just went to meet 5th Hokage, Tsunade, and she promised me a few things. In the previous office, Konoha agreed to several conditions of Uchiha, the details are finished. What do you think? After Fugaku finished speaking, the Uchihas who had been unable to hold back for a long time boiled instantly. Why should we hand it back to the police department? It belongs to us Uchiha. That is, to put it nicely, who knows whether we can fulfill the conditions they promised when we hand it over to the police department. I see, it must be that the frontline war is not going well, and they are afraid, so they made a compromise. That's right, you're so smart. Hokage must have lost the battle. He was afraid that we would cause trouble, so he gave us some benefits first. When he recovers, he will take it back. We Uchiha are too familiar with this kind of thing, the patriarch, we must not agree to it. 17. That's right, it's a God-given opportunity, why not turn it around today? It would be the best result if you take Hokage's seat, patriarch. I agree. I agree. Hearing the excited expressions below, Fugaku remained motionless. However, he sighed secretly. I thought I could save a few people, but looking at them now, they are going to go all the way to the dark. Nothing more. For the future of other clansmen, please go on the road with peace of mind. Following Fugaku's decision, a ceiling barrier instantly rose from the ground. All the people below were trapped inside. A sudden turn of events made these Uchiha fry in an instant. Ah, what is this? Enchantment? Why is there an enchantment here? Patriarch, someone is sneaking up. Clan, Patriarch, you did it. Why are you doing this? Don't talk about it, Fugaku must have compromised with Konoha, he betrayed us. Kill him, and then kill Hokage. Tot. Those who panicked, those who yelled, and those who stood up to resist, and so on. But with a slight sound. Soon these people were all lying on the ground. The room was suddenly quiet. Fugaku looked at Uchiha lying on the ground expressionlessly, with complicated eyes. In the shadow behind him, Yunze quietly appeared like a villain, and asked, Senior, are you reluctant? Fugaku did not deny this question, and sighed, there is one thing, after all, these people are the result of Uchiha's training for so many years, so it can be said that they are all elites. However, for the sake of the future of other clansmen, we can only sacrifice them. If we want to blame, we can only blame them for being stubborn. I've given them a chance. Fugaku's words made Yunze click his tongue secretly. Good guy, as expected of a father and son, this ruthless temperament is passed down in one continuous line. In ancient times there were 12 or 7 exterminated clans, but today there are Fugaku parent-child pit clansmen. Don't worry, these people will not sacrifice in vain. Yunze comforted. Your poison is quite effective, how long can they be unconscious? I adjusted the dosage, at most half an hour, enough strength. Yunze felt a little distressed, this is the same poison as Jiraiya, and there is only so much left, so I used it all this time. Okay, what else do I need to do? Fugaku no longer looks at Uchiha on the ground, since he has made a decision, he must go to the end. No, I've already arranged it. Senior, do you want to go to a play together? Forget it. I won't go. Understand. Chapter 78. The border of the land of Earth. The military camp of Rock Shinobi Village is stationed near the junction of the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder. At this time, the night was dark. Except for the patrol team that moved around from time to time, the rest of the barracks was quiet. Command Camp. The leader of the Rock Shinobi troops, Huang Tu, was still flipping through the documents. As Onoji's son, the pressure on his shoulders is not small. Although Rock Shinobi Village failed in the 3 battles, the real loss was actually not that big. But even so, whether to attack the Land of Fire, the wealthiest country, or the Country of Thunder, depends on the outcome of the war between the two parties. Therefore, as a frontline commander, the most important concern is the information from these two parties. At this time, the document in his hand is the intelligence that the detective ninja just sent back. 4th Raikage shot. Hyuga Hayashi is seriously injured. It looks like Konoha is very likely to lose. For Konoha, the number 1 ninja village, Huang Tu actually disdains it. In the 3rd ninja battle, if Namikaze Minato hadn't turned the tide and attacked Rock Shinobi's logistics supplies, they would not have lost at all. Now Yong Daimei is dead, apart from Tsunade and Jiraiya, who else can get out? Therefore, it is fourth breakage that Lois is most wary of. The natural restraint of the chakra attribute has caused the two villages of Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi to have constant conflicts, and they can be called sworn enemies. I hope Konoha can make Cloud Shinobi bleed more this time. Boom! Just as he was thinking about it, a huge explosion suddenly sounded outside. It was so powerful that it shook the entire camp. What happened? Huang Tu got out of the camp immediately. In the next second, 797 was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. Not far away, the place that should have been a logistics warehouse has been razed to the ground at this time. The remaining energy is still raging non-stop, with strong winds, thunder and lightning, flames, water mist, and chakra of different attributes permeating everywhere, making it impossible for people to get close to share. Report to the adults, we have been attacked, and all the supplies have been blown up. Ajanin rushes to report, only to end up on the muzzle. Nonsense, I'm not blind. Huangtu said furiously, who did it? Have you caught the murderer? No. 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 What do your patrols do? The enemy sneaked in and didn't notice it, and they couldn't catch anyone after bombing the warehouse. I tell you, immediately search the entire camp for me, and don't let it go outside. Tonight, if the murderer cannot be caught, none of your patrols will be able to escape. I will deal with you myself. Yes. Looking at the backs of his men leaving, King Chuang's expression was gloomy. What the hell, who did it? It is definitely not ordinary people who dare to offend Rock Shinobi at this time. So, is it Konoha, or Cloud Shinobi, or Sand Shinobi? More importantly, how exactly did the enemy sneak in? You know, after learning the lessons of the last battle of Kanakun Kiao, Ruanan village can be said to be the most important among the 5 ninja villages in terms of material storage. The guards are all sentient Jainin, even if Yong Daimei is dead, in order to prevent space ninjutsu. Barriers were set up around the warehouse. In this case, there are still enemies who can sneak in quietly. Compared with the loss of materials, this method is what Huang Tu really fears. Not long after, the sound of fighting in the distance brought Huang Shi, who was thinking, back to his senses. What happened again? Have you found an intruder? Soon, the news came. The Konoha Uchiha clan sent hundreds of dead soldiers and launched a suicide attack. In a tent not far from the explosion site. A faint whimper suddenly sounded in the quiet environment. Uchiha Ling Feng woke up from a coma and felt a sharp pain. Tried to shout but couldn't make a sound. Only then did he realize that his tongue had been cut off. As the Hawk Elder of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Ling Feng advocates the use of violence to overthrow Konoha's brutal rule. Let the entire Uchiha clan reign over Konoha again, and take the seat that originally belonged to them. Because of this proposition, as well as his own status, he became the leader of the main combat faction, which can be said to be highly respected. However, he never thought that he would be betrayed by the patriarch Fugaku. Thinking of the previous scene of being trapped by the barrier and being stunned, Uchiha Ling Feng knew very well that Fugaku must have cut off his tongue. All this is his conspiracy. Just, where is this place? Looking around, I found that this camp should be a large camp used during the war. The kind that can house dozens of ninjas. However, this place is full of bloody smell at this time. Lying on the ground was the Uchiha tribe who had attended the meeting with him earlier. At this time, they are waking up one after another, and it seems that they are still a little unconscious. And the one lying on the bed was an unknown ninja, who was no longer breathing. It appears that someone had his throat cut and died in his sleep. After years of ninja career, Uchiha Ling Feng unconsciously began to analyze the current situation. But the moment an object appeared in front of him, he was completely dumbfounded. Is this Rock Shinobi's forehead protector? How did we end up here? Achj, could this be Rock Shinobi's camp? This conclusion made Uchiha Lingfeng break out in a cold sweat instantly, and what frightened him even more was the sound coming from outside. Quickly check, everyone keeps their eyes wide open for me, and there must be no omissions. Which squadron does the camp in front belong to? Why hasn't it been dispatched yet? No, it smells like blood. Everyone, stay alert. What will happen when the ninjas of Rock Shinobi village suddenly find out that people from Konoha, especially people from Uchiha, suddenly appear in their camp? Especially the sensitive period when you just suffered a bomb attack? Needless to say, it must be the first time to take revenge. Therefore, the battle broke out in an instant. Do you Konoha want to go to war? BD, don't talk, you dare to come to our Rock Shinobi village to make trouble, you will die. The idea is tough, don't hold back, call for help. Boom. All of a sudden, all kinds of ninjutsu were flying, and the whole camp was completely in chaos. Hey, is this group of Uchiha quite powerful? This fire style is strong enough. No wonder Fugaku is reluctant, it turns out he is really an elite. Hey, another Jainin died, don't worry, Konoha will remember you heroes. Not far away, in a hidden corner with an excellent view, Yunze watched the fierce battle in front of him with relish, and made comments from time to time. No culprit guilt at all. All this, of course, is his handiwork. After stun these rebellious Uchiha, Yunze directly teleport them one by one to the luxury suite he prepared in the Rock Shinobi camp. Then a signature firework 5 Dun Raise Nan was released to celebrate Rock Shinobi. Next, you can watch the drama of Uchiha's raid on Rock Shinobi with peace of mind. When Huang Tu felt the scene, the battle was over. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Huang Tu's face turned black instantly, and water could drip out of the gloomy. A Jainin with a broken arm next to him stepped forward to report the situation with a bitter face. Lord Huangtu, it has been confirmed that those who participated in this attack are all from the Konoha Uchiha clan. There are 17 Jainin, 56 Chunin, and 21 Genin, a total of 94 people. All of them have been killed now, and there are no survivors. After hearing this number, Huang couldn't help but gasp. What hatred, what resentment! The Uchiha clan must be crazy. How many people can there be in their whole clan, and they can send so many ninjas to carry out suicide attacks at one time? Do you not want to have a good time? How many casualties did we have? It's almost, more than 200 people. 2-1 loss. Still in the case of their own number of dominance. This result made Huang Tu's heart bleed. Sure enough, Konoha's number 1 ninja. Is there a full Sharingan? Huang Tu already knew that these people had their tongues cut off, which was obviously done by the dead, so nothing important would be left behind. But he still couldn't help the fantasy. It's a Sharingan after all. Unfortunately, the result was that everyone was sealed, and at the moment of death, Sharingan was destroyed. Such a pity. After emotion, followed by anger. Leave someone to clean up the battlefield. The others, except those of the patrol, all returned to camp to rest. Konoha fights without declaring, I will report this dirty method to Wang Ying Tianping. We must prepare for revenge. Yes. Chapter 79. Huang Tu didn't know where Konoha's confidence came from. Even though he has lost the battle with Cloud Shinobi, he still dares to provoke Rock Shinobi. But since they took the lead in launching the war, it must be rewarded to them. Therefore, after passing the news back to the village, Huang Tu summoned the captains of the various ninja troops. Start discussing tomorrow's attack plan. He believes that with his lousy temper, he will never let De Wang go. That being the case, it is better to prepare as soon as possible. Time passed quickly, and it was dawn in a blink of an eye. In the camp, Huang Tu received the news from the village. He opened it and glanced at it, then smiled. Master Tsuchikage ordered us to attack Konoha immediately, and we must not let the ninjas of the village go in vain. Since that's the case, Everyone should go back immediately and get ready. After an hour, let's go. In this battle, we must show the demeanor of rock shinobi and the blood of rock shinobi. Let Konoha see what happens if you provoke us. Yes. Just as everyone was about to leave, a rock shinobi ninja rushed in. Report, Master Huang Tu, there is an urgent report. Looking at his panting subordinates, Huang Tu couldn't help frowning a bit, in a flustered manner. Where did the urgent report come from? Konoha and the Cloud Shinobi village front. Huang Tu accepted the information with some doubts, feeling puzzled. Is there a result so soon? Cloud Shinobi is also moving too fast, if so, will it affect Rock Shinobi? The captains who originally wanted to leave also stopped and looked at Huang Tu. They are equally aware of this issue. Cloud Shinobi village is a bunch of reckless people, don't just beat Konoha, turn around and beat them again. It's just that in the process of waiting, I found that Huang Tu's face changed from doubt to bewilderment, and then to shock, which can be called a change of face. Huang Tu was indeed frightened by the news at hand. Reikage was seriously injured. Eight Tails Jinchuriki was captured. Konoha completely defeated Cloud Shinobi Village's ninja army with only one person. This is even more exaggerated than when Third Reikage alone resisted their 10,000 strong Rock Shinobi army. At least when Third Reikage died at the end. But now, this Konoha shinobi named Shihaoran Yunze is alive and well. Lord Huangtu, is Konoha defeated? Then we just took advantage of the fire to loot. The atmosphere in the room was so depressing that someone couldn't help asking. This brought the shocked Huangtu back to his senses. He closed his eyes and tried hard to digest the news just now. Instead of answering his subordinates, he said in a deep voice, "The plan just now has been cancelled." What? Master Huangtu, what's going on? Konoha killed so many of us, isn't this revenge? You know, the people below are still watching. Discussions sounded one after another, and it was extremely noisy for a while. Quiet. Huangtu raised the information in his hand and said, "The information just received shows that Cloud Shinobi Village has lost, and the situation is a bit special, so the attack on Konoha is temporarily cancelled." Konoha won. How is this possible? However, even if Konoha wins, they should have suffered serious losses. If this is the case, isn't it a good time for us to send troops? We have already investigated the camp on the opposite side. There are only less than 1,000 defenses. We can definitely win it in one wave. Okay, don't talk about it. Huangtu's brain hurt from the noise, he could only selectively throw out a little information, and said, "Konoha didn't lose anything, they only dispatched one person, and they repelled the Yunta troops." One person? How is this possible? It can't be fake news. I'll talk about the specifics later. Go back now and appease the people below. Seeing that someone wanted to say something, Huangtu said directly, "This is an order." Yes. By the way, while comforting, pay attention to strengthening the defense of the camp. I don't want what happened last night to happen again. Yes. After everyone left, Huangtu opened the information in his hand and looked carefully again. The summoning beast, which is larger than 8 tails, can resist the tailed beast bomb head-on, and even defeated the tailed beast head-on. In physical combat, defeated 4th Reikage. And kill hundreds of Cloud Shinobi in an instant. A piece of news that seemed like a story from the Arabian Nights shocked Huangtu's mind. Especially seeing the message suspected to be Flying Thunder God. This reminded him of the attack he suffered last night. No, I have to go back to the village immediately, discuss the countermeasures with my father personally. When Huangtu used various special methods to rush back to Rock Shinobi village, Konoha fell into the carnival. News from the front has come back. Konoha wins. Cloud Shinobi village has been driven back, and even Jinchuriki has been captured. 0. Seeking flowers. Such good news made the worried Konoha people all plunged into excitement. At the same time, the name Shihoran Yunze is also known to everyone. They knew that Sleepy Leaf had produced another genius ninja. A mighty ninja like Sunin, Wooden Yabai Fang, Golden Flash, who can make all enemies fear. This fact has rekindled the confidence of the Konoha people who have suffered setbacks in the past year. Our Konoha is worthy of being the #1 ninja village. Hey, #1 Tom. Yunze, who only woke up near noon, couldn't help laughing after hearing the news that Hong told him. Really inflated confidence. Why, the people in the village respect you, aren't you happy? Point 0. Hong came out of the kitchen with the meal she had just prepared. But I found that my boyfriend's reaction was not right, and I was very puzzled. Respect? Can I eat it? Why do you want to eat? The villagers all think you are their hero. Hong said while putting a piece of meat into Yun's bowl. That's the problem, their respect is just a means for the weak to seek protection. Yunze didn't have a good impression of these ordinary villagers in Konoha. Ignorant and arrogant, and of course pitiful. You always think differently from others. He said and continued to feed. Of course, your boyfriend has developed morally, intellectually, physically, aesthetically, and physically, and his vision is different from those ordinary people. Hehe, I just like your smelly and shameless look. I call it self-confidence. Red. She found that she was no match for her boyfriend when she opened her mouth. Simply speed up the speed of feeding, and block the other party's mouth first. She especially loves watching Yunze gobble up what she cooks. The joy of feeding, that old woman will never understand. After a hearty lunch, Yunze comfortably hugged the leg pillow and began to take a nap. When he was at leisure, everything about last night began to slowly spread throughout the ninja world. There was an uproar. Chapter 80. For the major ninja villages, what scares them the most? They are the pinnacle ninjas like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara who can hold a constant pressure for an era and fight against an army alone. It is a tailed beast, this kind of behemoth that can easily change the direction of a war. And now, a person appeared in Konoha. Shihoran Yunze. Although I don't know whether his strength can compare with those two, but judging from the single-handed defeat of the Cloud Shinobi army, it is not much worse. And he also has a summoning beast that is bigger than the tailed beast and can single out the tailed beast. Two qualities in one. The birth of such a person, it is difficult not to attract the attention of the major forces in the ninja world. Tsunagaku. 4th Kazekage, Luosha, has just finished refining today's gold sand. After finally returning to the office, I plan to take a rest. Just received an urgent report. After reading it, he pondered for a moment and asked, "Did you send a few teams into Konoha before?" "Yes." "Turn them back, and return the missions that you snatched from Konoha before." 707. By the way, I would like to urge you to ask the finance minister to send this year's war reparations to Konoha first. But, we don't have enough money. Hey, let me refine some more gold dust. After finishing speaking, Luosha sighed, dragged his tired body, and went back to work. He has endured too much for this village. Kirigaku. Obito came to Mizuki's office on time today to give Yagura enhanced illusion control. But accidentally found a message that had just been delivered on the table. Open it and have a look. Quietly put it down again. It seems that there are still many things to be busy in the recent period, so I will not go to that old classmate for the time being. Let's talk about it after my own plan is completed. Right. Just busy. It was definitely not stimulated by the words Flying Thunder got on the intelligence. Rain Shinobi Village. Seeing that Nagato finished reading the information, Sister Nan asked worriedly, "Do you think this person will affect our plan?" Nagato closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then said, "The space ninjutsu far surpasses Flying Thunder God, the powerful physical jutsu, ninjutsu, and the huge amount of chakra, such a person is very difficult to deal with. However, when I really master Rinnegan, I won't worry about it. Recently tell the people below not to go to the land of fire, so as not to be exposed. In Konan's memory, besides Uchiha Madara and Namikaze Minato, this is the third guy who made Nagato afraid. Shihao and Yunze? She suddenly had a strong curiosity about this person. The speed of rise is too fast. Too young too. Do you think we can absorb him into the organization? Nagato froze for a moment. You really dare to think about it? However, after thinking about it for a while, he said, if Danzo and the others are alive, it's really hard to say. Right now, let's see what happens in the future. Today. And the two parties who are the sufferers. Cloud Shinobi Village has withdrawn its troops a long time ago, and is discussing how much to redeem Killer Bee. As for Rock Shinobi Village, Onoki was struggling at this time, whether to send troops to test it out. On the same day, Huang Tu returned to the village as quickly as possible and reported the situation. Onoki was angry, and felt that this was a threat from Konoha to him. It's so deceiving, didn't he give birth to some soldiers at the border? Couldn't it be defense? Why should we issue attack warnings for no reason? What's even more exaggerated is that as soon as Huang Tu came back on his front foot, the people from Konoha came on his back foot. First, they condemned Rock Shinobi for killing Uchiha people who strayed into Rock Shinobi camp because of space ninjutsu. Finally, he asked to take back Uchiha's body. Gan. Onoki grows so big, except for Uchiha Madara, I have never seen such an arrogant person. Even brazen. He was so angry that his back injury broke out. However, more detailed information will come back as follow-up. He began to hesitate. The loss of Konoha is not big, and there is a new master above cage level. In this case, is it worthwhile to go to war with Konoha rashly? Moreover, Konoha changed from her usual timidity this time, so confident. Is there any other card? I have to guard against it. After thinking about it for a long time, Onoji agreed to send Uchiha's body back. Anyway, it's worthless, just treat it as a beggar. Not to mention being afraid. But peace is hard won, so don't start the war lightly. Rock Shinobi Village is the peace-loving ninja village. Konoha Commercial Street. Inside a hotel. You are the boss, right? We received a report that the food ingredients in your restaurant were shoddy. After our inspection, we found that this is indeed the case. Now take the ticket and pay the fine. Seeing the conspicuous Uchiha round fan logo on the opponent's clothes, the boss secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and quickly said with a smile, "Okay, please trouble this ninja-sama. I will hand it over to the affairs department immediately. Well, as soon as possible." Bah! Seeing the person walking away, the boss spat and said viciously, "Uchiha son of ABCH, what the hell, he will be kicked out of Konoha sooner or later." If it was before, the boss might get unanimous approval after saying these words. However, things are a little different today. The diners who were still eating looked at the boss strangely. Suddenly a white-haired old man stood up with a bang, and cursed angrily, "You are a son of ABCH, you don't follow the rules in your own business, and dare to scold Konoha's hero? I won't eat this meal." "Yes, I won't eat either." "Go, dare to insult the hero of Uchiha, you don't deserve to live in Konoha at all." That is, Uchiha died so many people for Konoha to prevent the invasion of Rock Shinobi, why should he scold him? White-eyed wolf. Let's report him together. Looking at the restaurant that was empty in an instant, the boss was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Didn't Uchiha hate ghosts in the past? Why did he suddenly have so many supporters? At this time, the proprietress who heard the sound from the back kitchen came out, and when she saw the situation, she angrily grabbed the boss's ears and scolded, "Are you stupid? You only know how to lie down and sleep at home on weekdays, and you finally come to the store once, and still cause such a big disaster. Don't you know it all? Uchiha made great contributions to the village half a month ago, and the patriarch has become an advisor. You still dare to scold him, are you looking for death? What? Ah what, hurry up and apologize, if Konoha kicks us out, I will never end with you. The boss was kicked out of the store, but he still hadn't reacted, with a confused look on his face. After he reacted, he realized that the crowd of people on the street was rushing towards the door of Konoha. Something big happened? He hurriedly stopped a passerby and asked, "Brother, what's the matter?" Passersby seemed to be in a hurry, but after hearing this question, they looked at the boss with a strange face and said, "You don't know. Today is the day when the remains of the heroes of Uchiha are returned to the village. Leaf door. There are not many people here on weekdays, but today, except for the middle road, it is crowded." Everyone looked out of the village anxiously. With the appearance of a carriage figure. Everyone is boiling. Welcome home heroes! Welcome home heroes! Half a month has passed since the victory of the war. During this time, Fugaku watched helplessly following Konoha's propaganda. The villagers have changed from being afraid and loathing Uchiha in the past to respecting it now. But even so, he didn't expect that just handing over the body would attract cheers from the whole village. In this situation, if he didn't know the truth, Fu 4.1u would have mistakenly believed that these people on the carriage were heroes who shed blood for Konoha. Unfortunately, this is just a show. A young face appeared in his mind, and Fugaku had to sigh, it was really a good method. Turn your hands into clouds and turn your hands into rain. Fortunately, he has no ill intentions towards Uchiha. While thoughts were flying, the door was already in sight. Fugaku took a deep breath, and the expression on his face became solemn. This scene needs to be played well. As he stepped into the gate of Konoha, the shouts of the people of Konoha village resounded and went straight into the sky. Blood on the battlefield, I would rather die than surrender. Well done to Uchiha's hero. Let us lift the coffin for the heroes together. Chapter 81. Leaf Cemetery. The remains of the Uchiha heroes have all been buried. Tsunade solemnly engraved their names on the spiritual monument. At this moment, she suddenly felt a little ashamed, let these rebels go to the comfort monument, and wondered if those ancestors, including Grandpa, would lift the coffin and come out to strangle her. However, this big show is also for the stability of Konoha's river crab, so she should be forgiven. Self-consolation succeeded, Tsunade turned to look at the Konoha village residents below, and said loudly, Konoha is the Konoha of all of us, it needs not only heroes, but also the contribution of each of you. From now on, there will no longer be only the names of ninjas on the memorial tablet. As long as anyone who has made outstanding contributions to Konoha will appear on this monument after death, even if you are just an ordinary civilian, as long as you work hard to cultivate the next generation, and pay taxes, you may appear on this monument. So, everyone, work hard for Konoha. Long live Hokage-sama! Long live Day! Tsunade's words not only moved ordinary civilians, even civilian ninjas couldn't help getting excited. You must know that in the past, even if they died fighting for Konoha, they did not have the opportunity to appear on the memorial monument. Now, they have the same opportunity as those ninjas. No one can refuse this kind of honor. Looking at the cheering crowd, Tsunade's face remained unchanged. Recently, she has been packaged by a certain marketing master, and her prestige has been fully earned. Thinking of this, ripples appeared in the originally calm heart. After a brief gesture, he turned and left, handing over the scene to Uchiha Fugaku. Today is Uchiha's home game, and she can't take the lead. Just after leaving the cemetery, Tsunade asked Shizune beside him, where is that guy? Should be sleeping at home. Hearing this answer, Tsunade's anger came up, and he said through gritted teeth. Go and see. Yunze's home is located in the second ring road of Konoha, surrounded by houses of some small families. The area is not big, but it has everything you need. This is Tsunade's first visit. Along the way, she looked carefully, not letting go of every corner. Sure enough, the clues were soon discovered. Every corner of the entire yard was cleaned up without any debris. It looks like someone is cleaning it regularly. As for who? Needless to say. Thinking of this, Tsunade felt a little embarrassed. At his age, he seemed to be a little far behind other young girls. How about learning to do some housework in the future? It's just that this idea completely disappeared after entering the room. On the soft tatami, a man was lying comfortably there and sleeping soundly. The corners of my mouth are drooling. I am afraid of comparison in everything. I am busy every day, like a dog, but this guy enjoys it so much. How could Tsunade not be angry? His mentality collapsed. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and suddenly the lion's roar reappeared in the world. BD, get up for my old lady. Yunze is still a little confused now, only feeling his head buzzing. In front of him, Tsunade was eloquently detailing his several major crimes. As Minister Enbu, how many times have you worked in the past half-month? Not once, you probably don't even know where Enbu is. It's fine if you don't go to work, and you don't even take care of your children. Look at Shizuan's tiredness, with dark circles under her eyes. She's only a child. Are you sorry? It's fine if you don't come forward for such a big event today, and you don't even come forward to negotiate compensation with Cloud Shinobi Village. What the hell are you trying to do? The more he talked, the more angry he became. Tsunade felt that if he stayed any longer, he might bleed like a river. An ultimatum was issued directly. Now that the negotiation has come to an end, Reikage will come to Konoha tomorrow, and I will hand it over to you for reception. Shizuan, you stay here and tell our master Yunze about the precautions. Reflect on yourself. When you're done talking, let's go. I didn't sleep. I'm practicing. Yunze finally came to his senses and wanted to refute, but unfortunately he was gone. He turned his head and glanced at Shizuan, and found that although this guy was serious, he couldn't hide the secret joy in his eyes. You seem to be gloating. Well, no. Shizuan scowled instantly, serious kid. Hee. Yunze didn't continue to break up with this guy. This tool guy is really exhausted recently. Not only to take care of the children, but also to help Tsunade handle government affairs, and even some of Anbu's affairs are handled by her and Yamato. You know, Shizuan is only 15 years old now, and he has never learned these things before, and he is doing them while groping. One can imagine how stressed she has been recently. I can't tell how much hair I lost. Thinking of this, Yunze went back to the bedroom and took out 10 wooden boxes and handed them to Shizuan. This is for you. Ah, this is not good. Shizuan hesitated. I can tell you, this is a good thing. If you don't regret it, it will be too late. Shua. Hearing this, Shizuan took the wooden box without hesitation, opened it and saw a red flower inside. For a moment, I couldn't help thinking about it, and my whole face turned red. After a long time, she said hesitantly, "This, I can't have this." She knew the relationship between the man in front of her and her master. He doesn't think about master and apprentice. What are you thinking? Take it back and show it to Tsunade, she will tell you what it is. Yunze rolled his eyes angrily. What's going on in the little girl's mind right now? If he was not afraid of the sudden death of the target person, he would not have given her the blood orchid. But it doesn't matter, anyway, there are still many things, and there will be more in the future. Oh. Shizuan knew he was wrong. Quickly put away the box, solemnly took out a document from Yu Xiong's mouth, and handed it to Yunze. This is the truce agreement discussed with Cloud Shinobi Village before. The two sides have confirmed it. We just have to wait for 4th Reikage to come to Konoha tomorrow to sign it. You take it. Yunze didn't answer, and said, "Tomorrow you come with me, and I'll just be a mascot." Mask it? Is it really good to say so? By the way, why did Reincarnation come to Konoha in person? As far as Yunze knows, the shadows of each village rarely go out, especially to the base camp of the hostile ninja village. It's too unsafe. It is said that they came here for you, but what they claimed to the outside world was that they came to see Lord Tsuneko for treatment of his injuries. It seems that Cloud Shinobi Village's medical ninjutsu is a bit poor. It was Yunze himself who pierced Reincarnation's shoulder with one hand that day, so he knew Reincarnation's injury well. It seems that, except for Tsunade, no one can be cured without leaving future troubles. Thinking of this, he wondered, no, I sent such a big 947 fat sheep to Tsunade, and she would be cheated a lot just for the medical expenses. Why did you lose your temper just now? Seeming to be overly sensitive to a certain word, Shisui quickly stretched out his finger and hissed, "Don't mention the word big fat sheep in the future, if Master Tsunade hears it, he will definitely get angry again. Cut, get used to her. You ask her to send me a look." Yunze has never been threatened by anyone. She already posted it just now. Yunze. Hey, let's talk about why Tsunade is angry. Could it be early menopause? Unexpectedly, as soon as Yunze asked this question, Shisui looked at him with contempt. You really don't know? I don't know, isn't this asking you? Yunze looked puzzled, as he hadn't done anything recently. Today is Tsunade-sama's birthday. Also, you haven't gone to see her for half a month. She is in a very bad mood recently. Gan. Shisui's words made Yunze understand instantly. No wonder it was so hot just now. It turns out that the drunken man's intention is not to drink. Seeing that the man across from him finally understood, Shisui breathed a sigh of relief, stood up and said, "I've said everything I need to say, and the rest is up to you. I'm leaving first, see you tomorrow." In the room, Yunze was the only one left. He looked bitter. The latter one is easy to solve, just put in a little more effort. However, birthday words. What gift should I give? Chapter 82. It's going to happen. Just when Yunze was racking his brains to figure out how to coax the mother-in-law, his face suddenly changed. He quickly sat up straight, closed his eyes, and stared inwardly. Inside the body, a small and slender plant trembled slightly, as if it was joyful for Yunze's arrival. Consciousness comforted the other party, and Yunze shifted his attention to another place. On the top of the only blade, there is an oval crystal ball, which appeared a long time ago. It's a newborn world. At this time, the small world is only the size of a soybean, but it is expanding at an extremely fast speed. Soon the volume exceeded the range of the blades, but it didn't stop. On the contrary, the speed of expansion is faster. The origin of the world, 26,000 points. The origin of the world, 25,000 points. But with the expansion of this small world in his body, Yunze's origin point of the world decreased at an extremely fast speed. Let him who was watching from the side, his complexion kept changing, and his flesh was extremely painful. Because it took several months to be accelerated by time in the world of Python. During that time, the protection fee paid by Monster World was not recovered, but accumulated. More than 10 days ago, it was credited together with the new payment. A full 30,000 points. With such a large amount of world sources arriving in the account, Yunze discovered a strange phenomenon. The world seed in the body seems to be extremely eager for these original powers. After trying to inject some, it was unexpectedly discovered that the slow-growing world seed has sped up. After thinking for a long time, Yunze decided to continue to catalyze the seed. This is also the reason why he didn't leave the second gate during the recent period. He is really practicing. The origin of the world, 14,000 points. Finally, after continuously consuming 20,000 points of world origin, the absorption stopped. At this time, the crystal ball was almost the size of an apple, completely out of proportion to the slender appearance of the plants below. Click. 2. There was a crisp sound. A crack appeared on the blade. It seems to be unable to bear the weight above. There are more and more cracks until the entire surface of the plant is covered with cracks. Finally, with a soft pop, the plants that gave birth to the crystal balls completely exploded into countless light spots. These light spots did not disappear, but penetrated into the crystal ball one after another. In the end, only one crystal ball was left floating there. So, what's next? Is this the small world created? Yunze, who was exposed to such matters for the first time, was a little confused. Just as he was wondering, the crystal ball seemed to sense his thoughts. A huge suction came. In the next second, Yunze's consciousness appeared inside the small world. This is. In essence, the Python world is just an ordinary basic world. Except for blood blue, there is nothing special. No aura, chakra, magical elements, etc. mystical side things. Excluding these, then the growth of this world also follows the laws of science. In physics, the universe was created by a singularity explosion. But now what Yunze sees is an empty space with nothing. Can't say nothing. At the very least, in the very center of this space, Yunze can perceive that there is a point there. Basic physics knowledge, Yunze understands some. So he quickly understood that it was the singularity before the universe exploded. No one would have thought that after traveling to Hokage, this kind of physics knowledge would be taken. So, the next thing I'm going to do is observe the real Big Bang with my naked eyes. Thinking of this, Yunze was a little excited. This is not what ordinary people can see. Just waited for a long time. Nothing happened. That dot seems to be delayed, and it doesn't turn on or off, and it just doesn't sound. Damn, isn't this a bit out of line for a scumbag like me? Could it be that I have to give it some immortality? Strictly speaking, this world belongs to Yunze. After all, Yunze picked it up and fed it with his own world origin. So here, his consciousness is world consciousness. When Yunze was puzzled at this time, boom! His entire consciousness collapsed in an instant, and he entered a strange world. Many scientists are speculating, what is inside the singularity? After all, if the matter of a universe can be produced, then there must be infinite energy. Of course, this is just speculation. But, now, Yunze can confirm. There is indeed infinite energy in the infinitely small matter called the singularity. That is the familiar power of the world. But besides that, there is something else. At this time, in Yunze's eyes, there is an infinite sky and an infinitely small space. It is covered with countless things like chains. Like instinct, he recognized it, and that was the rule. The rules of the world. It can also be said to be the source program, data, etc. of the world. It's just that the words are different. Also at this moment, he understood everything. A real nascent world begins with the accumulation of energy and the perfection of rules. This process will last for quite a long time, with the number of years in units of billions. But the world of Yunze is different, it is a mature world. Chan knows, so, it has full energy and perfect rules. It's just that Yunze blew it up, resulting in a loss of energy. What's more, the rules were disrupted. Therefore, in Yunze's eyes at this time, the dense rules are intertwined like a ball of wool, messy and unclear. This is the reason why singularity is alive and well. If you want to blow it up, you have to figure out these rules first. Xian. If the Python world is still under the control of the reincarnation space, then people can easily handle it. But, now it's in Yunze's hands. This problem becomes bigger. He gritted his teeth and could still provide the source of the world. But how to sort out this mess of rules? This is beyond the scope of Yunze's ability. Is there an automatic carding machine anywhere? Waiting online, very urgent.
Chapter 83 Hokage Office. After Tsunade came back, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. No matter how old you are, no one is still a baby. My own birthday, such an important thing, my man doesn't even know. This has to be put elsewhere, and the washboard durian has long been served. Without a few bags, it must not be cured. So, Tsunade is doing well, just taking the opportunity to lose his temper. It's just that Yu Xiong's mouth was filled with suffocation. Tsunade didn't have the heart to finish the work. It was almost noon. Simply skip work and go home for lunch. As soon as he got home, Tsunade noticed something strange. All the usual servants were gone. This special situation gave her a glimmer of expectation. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the room, a huge cake fell on his face. Happy birthday! A familiar voice came from behind the cake. In an instant, Yu Xiong's suffocation dissipated, and his heart suddenly felt sweet. Although dozens of candles on the cake dilute the sweetness a lot. Yo, Master Yun still remembers my birthday. Tsunade, who never gave in, secretly pinched a wind-style handprint, blew out the candle in one breath, and made a few words of ridicule. How could I forget? I always remember it in my heart. The scumbag Nans went online directly, and said aggrievedly, I originally wanted to save this surprise until the evening, but it turned out that it was brought out in advance because you were angry. Yes. This remark made Tsunade blame himself a little, and began to review whether he had done too much. Before she finished her review, a bigger surprise came. Yunze took her by the hand and entered the kitchen. What caught the eye was a table full of various delicacies, many of which Tsunade had never seen before. Dang dang, this is a feast I personally prepared for you, how about it, are you happy? 080 At this time, Tsunade's IQ plummeted, and he completely forgot that the guy opposite was a waste who couldn't even fry an egg. Full of joy. Well, it worked out pretty well. Yunze, who secretly observed Tsunade's expression, secretly praised himself. Did not waste him in the monster world, went to several restaurants to prepare food from various countries. It's easy to satisfy this mother-in-law. After a hearty lunch, Tsunade followed Yunze to the backyard. This made her a little puzzled. My legs are still weak, I am not allowed to sleep and rest, what are you doing here? Of course it's a gift specially prepared for you. Yunze pointed to something in the middle of the yard with a proud look on his face. This was a gift he had thought about for a long time and paid a huge price for. Pig. Tsunade was dumbfounded. The one in the yard was nothing but a fat big black pig. Listen clearly, it's fat. This is not a pet pig, but a meat pig weighing 100 or 200 catties. At this time, he was lying on the ground moaning while being tied up. Is this the gift you prepared for me? Regardless of the resentment in his heart, Tsunade forcibly held back the anger in his heart, squeezed out a smile, and said duplicity, hee I really like it, but I can't seem to finish it. Eat? Yunze wondered, this is not for you to eat. I'll buy another one for you next time if I want to eat it, it has other uses. Hey? Other uses? As he spoke, Tsunade discovered the place he had neglected. Under the black pig, there were densely packed runes. It seems like impure world reincarnation? As Hokage, Tsunade, must have read the Book of Seals, not to mention this forbidden technique was developed by her second grandfather. So, in the next second, she asked with a solemn face, why are you a forbidden fan of impure world reincarnation? If Yunze wants to learn, she can give him the sealed book. However, in her memory, Yunze has never read the sealed book. Facing Tsunade's question, Yunze dumped the blame without hesitation, I got it from Orochimaru. Orochimaru? Tsunade, why are you still in contact with that guy? This BD taught you such a dangerous technique. It's a shame. Orochimaru,
Okay, let's not talk about this, my gift will come soon, and it will definitely surprise you. Don't wait, this technique is wrong. Before Tsunade could finish speaking, Yunze had already started to seal. As the printing was completed, the black runes began to swim as if they had life. And the circle of light under the black pig in the center began to flicker. Seemingly feeling the danger, the black pig began to struggle and howl desperately. Too bad it didn't work at all. Clay-like substances gushed out from the ground, covering it completely. Tsunade was already dumbfounded. In her memory, doesn't the technique of impure world reincarnation need a living person as a container? Why did Yunze use a black pig? Can this thing work? What made her even more dumbfounded was what was behind. As the operation was completed, a figure appeared in front of her eyes. Dark red armor, long black hair, familiar face. It was her grandfather. God of Ninja World, Senju Hashirama. So, my man reincarnated my grandpa with a pig and gave it to me as a birthday present? For a while, Tsunade felt that his brain capacity was not enough. Impure world reincarnation, advanced ninjutsu, S level, using living things as containers and providing part of the body material of the deceased, recalling the soul of the deceased from the Pure Land to the present world resurrection with a body of filth. The caster can completely control the resurrection object. Impure world reincarnation was originally obtained by Yunze from Orochimaru. But at that time, Orochimaru's development of this technique was not thorough enough, it only reached the intermediate level, and its control over the targets coming out of the dirty soil was very weak. Not very practical. So Yunze ignored this technique all the time. He is still waiting for Orochimaru to continue to develop it, and then it will be directly by G. As a result, an accident happened. Jiraiya burned Orochimaru living corpse reincarnation materials. This is embarrassing. At this time, Orochimaru must be busy resuming the living corpse reincarnation experiment, so there is no time to pay attention to the impure world reincarnation. Simply, Yunze has this demand. Just use the strengthening function of the system to upgrade directly. Who knows, after using 2000 world origin points to strengthen the impure world reincarnation to an advanced state, he unexpectedly discovered that the ninjutsu in his hand seemed to be different from the original one. For example, this container, the original impure world reincarnation needs living people as containers. Now, that is, only living things are needed. I always feel that if this technique continues to be strengthened, there may be unexpected surprises. Didn't I die? Why did I come back? Hey? Is this Tobirama's impure world reincarnation? Over there, the moment Senju Hashirama's soul returned, he understood his situation. He was brought out by impure world reincarnation. At the first moment, he thought it was his Udodo who used this technique. After all, he listed it as a forbidden technique. As a result, just as he was planning to educate that disappointing younger brother, he accidentally discovered another familiar yet unfamiliar person. Little Tsunade. No, what's wrong with you? Tsunade. How does it feel to be bullied by your own grandpa? Still being said to be old. This kind of problem that any woman can't bear. Now, Tsunade gets to experience it firsthand. So. Boom. A bang. The earth is split open. Hashirama, who had just been resurrected successfully, enjoyed a punch of love from his granddaughter's illness. Flying ash annihilation. After a few minutes. Inside the room. Hashirama looked at his cute granddaughter with embarrassment, scratched his head and said, "Well, I just said something wrong. After all, the last second, when I died, you were only this young." As he spoke, he gestured with his hands. "It's really a little big." Seeing that her granddaughter's face was still gloomy, Hashirama quickly changed the subject. Pointing to Yunze who was sitting silently beside him, he asked, "Is this your son? I didn't expect him to be so old." "Not good." The moment Hashirama spoke, Yunze knew he was done, and left the room in a blink of an eye. Really? Boom. There was another loud bang. Houses collapsed. Hashirama turned into ashes again. After a few minutes. In another room. Hashirama sat there obediently, with his mouth tightly shut. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. Her grandpa will never make people worry, and it is impossible to leave it alone. Seeing that he was honest, Tsunade pointed at Yunze who had returned, and said shyly, "This is my boyfriend, Shihaoran Yunze. This is too young, isn't it 18 years old? You are old." At this introduction, Hashirama's eyes were as big as pigs. But before he finished speaking, a figure flashed in front of him and covered his mouth fiercely. Tsunade. With a helpless sigh, he withdrew his outstretched fist. Yunze was even more helpless. This god of the ninja world, double recorded and said the wrong thing again. He can't let the familiar scene happen again. What if the readers think it's water? Hee. Hashirama, whose mouth was loosened, learned his lesson this time, and said kindly, "Little Tsunade has a good eye. This man is well sought, it was Flying Thunder God just now. Better than your second grandpa." Tsunade was obviously very happy when his man was praised by the elders, but he added, "Grandpa, today is my birthday. Think before you speak. I don't want to beat you up again, although you won't die, but always like this, it seems that my granddaughter is not filial." "Okay, sure. However, how old is your birthday today?" Yunze covers his face, "It's over." Chapter 84. How old is your birthday today? No matter how old you are, in the eyes of Grandpa, you are all 18 years old. The twists and turns made Tsunade's frown a little relieved. Why is this Grandpa suddenly able to speak? Before she could figure it out, a violent chakra fluctuation suddenly appeared in front of him. However, in the next second, that huge oppressive feeling disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. What's the situation? Tsunade was a little puzzled. Looking up, he found that his grandfather was looking at his man with a serious face. What happened just now?" Hashirama didn't answer Tsunade's question, but looked at Yunze without blinking and said, "You controlled me just now. I'm sorry, senior, in desperation, I had to do it." Of course it was controlled by Yunze, otherwise it would be strange for Hashirama to say such a thing. After being confirmed, Hashirama's face became more dignified. He understands impure world reincarnation very well, and can even easily cancel it. So, after reincarnation, Hashirama has been very relaxed, especially with his granddaughter present. But, now, he found out. Big mistake. This impure world reincarnation is not ordinary, and this boyfriend of my granddaughter is also not ordinary. He had already noticed it the moment he was controlled just now, but even though he exploded with all his strength, he still didn't release the control. It wasn't until the other party voluntarily let go that he regained control of his body. Most importantly, Hashirama found something embarrassing. His container turned out to be a pig. Tsunade quickly figured out what happened just now. He gave the hot man a hard look, then turned his head to look at his grandpa and said, "If you hadn't spoken out of your wits, Yunze wouldn't have done this either. So, everything is your own problem. She is indeed her own granddaughter. I didn't love you for nothing when I was young." Hashirama felt heartbroken, but did not dare to refute. He has never been afraid of anyone in his life, except for his wife and granddaughter. He has no fear of Madara, only sympathy. Forcibly holding back the sadness, Eugen looked at Yunze and asked, "Is this impure world reincarnation modified by you?" "Well, it's been changed a little bit." Yunze stretched out his little finger. "It's really a billion points." Hashirama found out, the two were more irritating than talking to themselves. If Tobirama knows that this ninjutsu can be changed like this, he will never dare to be proud in front of me. I don't know whether to praise Yunze or his Udaru. However, the next sentence changed the topic. Seriously asked, don't gossip, what happened to Konoha for calling me back this time? Although the dead shouldn't get involved in the affairs of the living, they all come after all. Tell me, if there is any trouble, Grandpa will help you solve it. These few words changed the funny appearance before, showing the demeanor of the ninja god. Yunze always feels that he has been taken advantage of for no reason. Before he could reply, Tsunade took a look at Yunze and said flatly, "Oh, now Konoha is in charge, I don't need you, the XXXXX Hokage, to care. I summoned you back this time to let you spend my birthday with me." Happy birthday! Ren Hashirama thought about it, but he didn't expect such a reason. Although it has been modified so that no living sacrifices are required, impure world reincarnation is still a forbidden technique to play with the souls of the dead. Using this forbidden technique just for birthdays? Are the young couple so romantic now? But the next second, Hashirama noticed another problem. Konoha, you decide. Have you become a Hokage? How can that incompetent Tobirama be so confused? What do you mean? Isn't she worthy? No matter how solid the family relationship is, it cannot resist Hashirama's repeated ravages. Tsunade wants to send him back now. Hashirama apparently didn't realize where he was going wrong. He knows his own granddaughter too well. He was brought to a fork in the road since he was a child, how could he bear such a heavy burden? Fortunately, Yunze explained from the side, "Senior, Tsunade has indeed become 5th Hokage now. It was recommended by the whole village. And, she's doing really well. 5th generation. Who are 3 and 4? 3rd generation you know, Sarutobi Hiruzen, 4th generation, you don't know, but I will have the opportunity to introduce you to each other in the future, that is a very good young ninja. Why did 2 Hokages die at once? Forget it, I won't ask about these things, after all, I'm just a dead person. Time is the most merciless." Hashirama suddenly lost the desire to ask. Yunze is also happy without explaining. 0. Seeking flowers. He is looking forward to the meeting between the 1st generation and the 4th generation in the future. What? That 9-tails thing can kill? Thinking about it makes me feel. Since it was only for the granddaughter's birthday, Tian relaxed. It's just that this relaxation made Yunze suffer. Yunze, 345-6789 Shunzi, do you want anything? Hashirama, haha, exactly, bomb. I still have a card. Looking at the big and small kings in his hands, Yunze fell silent. Tsunade on the side shouted angrily, "Grandpa, don't you have a brain? I said before that I don't have a king. Do you have one yourself? If you don't have one, you dare to explode." Hashirama. Tsunade, finally it's my mother's turn, this hand, my mother is all in, stud. 0. Hashirama, I follow. Yunze followed silently. Tsunade, the flop, I have a 789 straight. Hashirama, this card is still so rampant, 10JQ, a straight flush. I finally beat you. Yunze silently put down 3 aces. Hashirama. The most painful thing in life is to play cards with gambling dogs. What's more painful is that there are 2 such gambling dogs. What's even more annoying is that these 2 betting dogs have never won. Really no experience. Even if you win, there is no pleasure at all. A question, Tsunade and Hashirama play cards together, who will win? The answer is, the third person wins. Seeing that he had lost all his chips, he was looking at his grandpa and grandson with red eyes. Yunze counted the chips calmly. 1,000, 2,000. Senior, you lost to me 45 million. Tsunade, be nice, 38 million. Cash or credit card? Haha, I suddenly remembered, Tobirama has something to do with me, I'll go first, I'll pay you back next time. After finishing speaking, Hashirama cancelled the impure world reincarnation directly while Yunze was not paying attention. Become a light. Ascension. Tsunade. Although I know, Grandpa was deliberately let go by Yunze. But one of the people who was connected with fate left, and all the pain has to be borne by himself. This is a little uncomfortable. Thought for a long time. Tsunade spat out a few words. The meat factory. Come anytime. Chapter 85. Congratulations to host for reaching wood style wood clone. Congratulations to host for reaching the darkness technique. Yunze wasted so much energy, of course not just to give Tsunade a birthday. Late at night, when he returned home tired. Seeing the harvest of the day, my waist no longer hurts and my legs no longer hurt. Even if I ask Tsunade to repay the gambling debt again, I can hold on steadily. The harvest is really rich. Hashirama deserves to be a great treasure. Taking advantage of this opportunity. Wood-style ninjutsu such as Birth of the Tree Realm, Descent of the Flower Tree Realm, Wooden Golem, Wooden Dragon, Laughing Buddha, etc. In addition, sage art such as Ming Shenman, True Several Thousand Hands, Ding Shang Huafo and Quoen Ruyi Qia Shao are all included in the collection. Although, things like sage art still need to improve their proficiency with their own sage mode. But these are minor issues. He emptied Hashirama all at once. This is the biggest harvest of September 43 today. In the future, he will also be a man who can hold water with both hands. Just thinking of the difficult little world in her body, Yunze's excitement drained. This conundrum is apparently unsolvable in the world of Hokage. If you want to solve it, you can only start from the reincarnation space. As usual, Yunze closed his eyes and began to concentrate on feeling. Since he obtained 10% permission of the reincarnation space, he can perceive the densely packed different derivative worlds outside the Hokage world. In this case, he can directly enter the designated world without using the mark of reincarnation. Of course, limited by his flying thunder god. If the distance is too far, or the world level is too high, he cannot enter. But even so, there are countless worlds to choose from. At this time, different worlds skipped through his mind. Chainsaw, Transformers, Special Forces, Fuse, and even worlds like schoolgirls, flight attendants, and Galbi. It simply made Yunze amazed. I really want to enter these worlds, but I am afraid of death. He already felt a majestic gaze projected over him. Be scared, be funny and save your life. Messy thoughts kept appearing, and suddenly, a world appeared in my mind. Let Yunze stop in an instant and continue to choose. Looking at the world, the figure of the widow appeared in Yunze's mind instantly. This is the same person. Couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva, and cruelly swiped it away. LSP also depends on the time, and now is the time to work. Just when it's time to move on. A sudden flash of light flashed in my mind. The world seems to be fine. After thinking about the plot carefully, the more I think about it, the more reliable it becomes. This world is definitely the best place to solve his problems. In an instant, Yunze couldn't sit still. The problem of the small world can't be solved, and it always makes him feel like a stick in his throat. Now that I have thought of a solution, what are you waiting for? Going right now. With a flash, Yunze's body disappeared from the spot. Old Jin, tell me, how long do we have to wait? I feel like I can't hold it anymore. Outside the barriers of the Hokage world, a white teleportation light is inside. Lu Juang looked at the person sitting beside him, and muttered feebly. Speak less and live longer. After Lao Jin finished speaking, he closed his mouth, as if he didn't want to chat anymore. These two people were the 7th Order reincarnation sent by the reincarnation space to hunt Yunze. However, at that time, the transmission channel was blocked by the Yunze seal. As a result, they cannot enter and can only wait for the seal to be broken. This wait is more than half a month. If it weren't for their strength, they would have been suffocated to death like the reincarnations in the teleportation mask next to them. Yes, besides them, there are several teleportation arrays with flashing white lights waiting in line. It is some reincarnated people who choose to enter the world of Hokage to explore. However, it can be seen that many people inside have already GG. Few of them also fell into a deep coma. Speaking of which, it is not uncommon for a powerful native to discover a teleportation channel on the world barrier before. But even if the channel is sealed by the natives, the reincarnation space will break the seal in the shortest time. After waiting for such a long time like this time, it is the first time that it has not been broken open. What's even more outrageous is that the reincarnation space didn't take them back. It's like forgetting that there are people like them, it's outrageous. While Lu Juang was thinking, he continued to chat with Hanin next to him, otherwise he would feel uncomfortable. However, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly found a humanoid creature not far away. This made him a little stunned. Could it be that my eyes are dazzled? Why did someone come out of it? Hearing this, Lao Jin, who closed his eyes, opened his eyes instantly, and a golden streak suddenly lit up. Wow, why is there a golden light all of a sudden? It was Yunze who suddenly appeared. After he continued to reinforce the seal inside, he teleported out of the world. As soon as I came out, I was shocked by the grand scene of the traffic jam outside. Good guy, he killed so many reincarnations without paying attention. Of course he knew what was going on. The reason why these people couldn't get in and couldn't go back was because of him. The reason why he couldn't get in was because he used the origin of the world for the seal, and this kind of seal couldn't be easily broken by the little energy carried by the teleportation array. The reason why he can't go back is because he has temporarily blocked the coordinates of this channel in the Hokage world. As a person with 10% authority, blocking a coordinate within the authority can still hide from the reincarnation space. Under the double protection, the current scene was created. However, he really didn't expect there to be so many people. Thanks to him sealing the passage before, otherwise how much trouble would be caused by so many people going in. However, everything has pros and cons. The result of this is that in the Hokage world, Yunze cannot receive the call of the reincarnation space. In other words, the imprint of reincarnation is temporarily abolished. Whether there are gains or losses, it depends on how Yunze chooses. Hey, it's a pity that there is a mask, so I can't see the other person's eyes clearly, otherwise I can rub them. I don't know what the eyeballs are, they are so bright. After finishing speaking, the coordinates were determined again. Yunze's figure disappeared from the spot. 3.7. Lu Juang, are you sure the person outside came from inside? Seeing the person disappear, Lao Jin closed his eyes again. Not sure, but an 80% chance. When it comes to serious business, Lu Juang is obviously very rigorous. Well, that's enough. I have great confidence that the target of our mission this time is that person just now. And the culprit who caused our current dilemma must be that person. I have an idea, do you want to fight it? Old Jin, you don't need to ask such things. Anyway, it's already reached this point. Don't you want to fight to the death? Tell me what you think. Okay, that's it. Chapter 86. The human brain is one of the most mysterious parts of the body. According to scientific research, human beings have only developed 10% of their own brains. So, what happens when the remaining 90% is fully developed? Yes, the world Yunze is going to now is a world that talks about this problem. The name is Super Body. It is about a clone of the widow sister, who, as an ordinary person, accidentally causes her brain to be 100% fully developed and turned into a USB flash drive. To be honest, this is what Yunze felt in his previous life watching this movie. As for the rest, sorry. Everyone knows what LSBs are watching when they watch this movie. Is it a scientific theory, an exploration of human nature? Hehe, Of course not. To put it bluntly, it is for the beauty and figure of the goddess. However, now, Yunze will temporarily ignore these appearances. Think about the value behind this world and whether it can solve his problems. The super body world is not very far away. It didn't take long for Yunze to reach the destination. However, the moment he appeared, he was stunned. Before, Yunze thought about which time point he would be in when he entered this world. After all, this time he is a smuggler, without the guidance of the reincarnation space. The problem of the timeline is that he has no way to guarantee it, it can only rely on luck. If it's okay before the plot begins. If one is unlucky, at the end of the plot, Lucy's brain is 100% developed and 09 becomes a god. Then it's over. As a result, the scene that appeared in front of his eyes was completely beyond his imagination. Quiet. This is Yunze's first feeling. Looked around. The place where he appeared was above a modern city. Usually, in the city, the sound of car horns, engines, and various noises from various engineering equipment can make people feel annoyed. But now, there is no sound, as if the whole city is dead. How is this going? Yunze's head is full of doubts. Did he come to the wrong place? This is not a super body, round the end of the world? Looking back, there is a skyscraper next to him. Through the glass, you can see many people working inside. Explain that there are people. However, now they seem to have turned into a statue, motionless. What's going on? Amid doubts, Yunze slowly lowered his height and patrolled over the city. But found that the discovery just now is not a special case. The whole world seemed to freeze in an instant. Cars in motion, pedestrians walking, billboards on the screen, everything is suspended. He even saw clearly that there was an urha beside the road, floating in midair while maintaining a running posture. Time stands still. In the end, Yunze could only come to such a conclusion. Just, what should I do now? How cool would it be when the whole world stands still and only you can move freely? There are many films and novels written about this hypothesis. However, now Yunze has experienced it personally. To be honest, it wasn't great at all. Even a little irritable. In the whole world, except for myself, there is no one, no voice. This feeling of loneliness despite being surrounded by people can drive a person crazy. Forcibly suppress the irritability in my heart. Yunze began to flicker. According to his discovery just now, he is now in the city of New York, Jiangguo. Not the main place where the story takes place. Therefore, in order to thoroughly understand the current situation, Yunze can only make a judgment by finding out where Lucy is. Time stood still, and Yunze didn't know how long it had passed. It's just that when you cross the Pacific Ocean to reach Treasure Island, and then across the entire Eurasian continent to Bari, he finally found the protagonist of this world. Yunze is Lucy found in a laboratory. According to his memory, this should be the place where Professor Norman injected all the CPH4 into Lucy at the end of the movie, allowing her brain to develop 100%. In the original plot, the last villains are just some drug dealers, and the most powerful weapon they use is RPG. Can't do much damage at all. But now, things are a little different. The whole building seemed to have been swept away by powerful missiles. More than half of it has completely collapsed, and the remaining half is also a little crumbling. The flames burning everywhere are not extinguished. When time stands still. Gunpowder smoke, flames, wreckage. All kinds of scenes all illustrate the intensity of the battle that took place here before. It should be caused by reincarnation. This scene far beyond the original made Yunze have to make this assumption. Apart from them, no one can cause such destructive power. After some searching, Yunze finds evidence that it might be Lucy in a room full of flames. Is possible. There was only one half-mutilated body at the scene. More than half of the entire head has disappeared, bloody and bloody. The only complete organ is a blue eye, full of surprise. He didn't seem to think that he would die. The full head of blonde hair has been burned and only a small half is left. Really let Yunze be sure that this is the main character Lucy's. It was the lower half of the corpse that was filled with a special black substance. This substance is the product of the end of the plot, when Lucy's body collapsed after injecting all the CPH4. All the evidence proved Yunze's guess. It was the goddess herself who died so tragically. So, the time stop happened at the moment of Lucy's death. More importantly, she has not completely evolved. In this case, there will only be one return. The task of those reincarnations before is to kill the protagonist Lucy before her brain develops 100%. No wonder, it's a fourth-order world, so the difficulty is not small. Just, even if you know this, what should you do next? There is nothing of value left on the scene. It's another problem that Yunze is starting to have a headache now. He doesn't understand such an advanced issue of time. Time lost its meaning. After Yunze stayed there for an unknown period of time, he finally found out helplessly. Now this situation, he really can't solve it. Instead of continuing to wait here, it is better to go back to the world of Hokage first. Just when he launched Flying Thunder God and was about to leave, the space suddenly shook. An invisible wave swept across the entire world. Time seemed to start flowing again. This discovery made Yunze's eyes brighten, and he quickly gave up his plan to go home. Just the next moment, his consciousness began to trance. Where is this? Isn't this my home? Aren't I still collecting gambling debts from Tsunade? Where's Hashirama? I haven't reached the Myojin gate yet. Hey, I'm celebrating Tsunade's birthday, where's my pig? A question just rose in my mind, and another question appeared again. One after another, this kind of thinking disorder made Yunze have a splitting headache, and his whole head seemed to explode completely. Just when he couldn't help but want to smash his own head. A layer of white light appeared on the surface of his body, covering him completely. It was at this moment that the pain in my head receded like a tide. As if it was just an illusion. However, Yunze who woke up knew that it was not an illusion. He touched his nose and it was blood. In my mind, the original memories are replaying scenes. Birthday, impure world reincarnation, fight the landlord, Jia Jinhua, collect gambling debts, go home, enter the super body world. Yes, now in the super body world. Yunze finally recalled everything. Through the white light covering the body surface, Yunze vaguely saw that there seemed to be countless rainbow lights flashing outside. There are countless images in it. Looking carefully, it was the laboratory where he was. However, the laboratory in the image is intact and has not been destroyed by the war. With the image appearing intermittently, Yunze finally understands that time is turning back. Hiss! For a moment, Yunze gasped. So scary. This is the reincarnation space adjusting the timeline of the whole world. If the system hadn't taken the initiative to use the power of the world's origin to temporarily isolate him from the whole world, he would definitely be affected by this terrifying Big Brother. No, it has just been affected. In just an instant, his time was rewound to a day ago. All memory of this day has been wiped. It is conceivable that if it continues, what will happen? His body will continue to go back and forth under the influence of time. Until it completely becomes an embryo and disappears completely. Of course, this is something that will only happen if the time is turned back more than 10 years. However, who the hell knows when the reincarnation space will adjust the timeline. But don't overdo it. He didn't want to chat with that female monkey named Lucy. Chapter 87. Reincarnation Space. In a private space. Captain, are you sure we're entering the super body world this time? This is the derivative world with the lowest cost performance among the fourth order. The person who spoke was a gorgeous girl in tights, but her expression was a little serious at this time. In the reincarnation space, there are many derivative worlds of the fourth order. But Hyperbody is definitely one of the very well-known worlds. It seems that there is no other power system, just an ordinary world. But the death rate is very high. The only customs clearance record was a few months ago. However, it is said that when a team of 5 people went in, only one came out alive. Moreover, the most important thing is that in the end, no good things were obtained at all, and the risks and benefits were completely out of proportion. So, since then, few people will choose to enter this world. Under such circumstances, the team leader insisted on choosing this world. How not to worry her? The person called the captain is a teenager who looks like a middle school student. With just one mouth, the rough voice instantly reminds people of a sturdy man. Sister Lee, you have to believe me, since you decided to enter that world, you must have considered it carefully. Humph, thoughtful? I don't know what kind of virtue you have. Sister Lee pointed to her teammates who had been silent all the time, and said, "Can you let Linzai talk about it?" Before the captain asked, the strong man called Linzai said softly, "I believe in Sister Lee." Being questioned by 2 teammates made the captain a little embarrassed. Finally, I explained the reason why I chose to enter the super body is because I bought the information of the super body world from the Black Crow at a high price. Black Crow. Upon hearing this name, Sister Lee's expression changed, and she asked, "Is that the Black Crow that completed the mission last time?" "Right." He told me about their mission process in detail. According to him, the most terrifying thing in the super body world is the mission target, a woman named Lucy. At the beginning, the 5 of them worked hard to kill each other by chance, and in the end only one survived, which shows how powerful this woman is. Since that's the case, then we still choose, just the 3 of us. Do you think they can compare to Black Crow and the others? Sister Lee has a clear understanding of the strength of her team. Of course not. Without waiting for his teammates to speak, he continued, "Super body is just an ordinary world without a special energy system, there shouldn't be such a character. According to my analysis, that woman must have gained such a powerful strength because of something. Imagine, if we can get this kind of thing, or technology, what a gain it would be." Seeing the longing light in the captain's eyes, Sister Lee was also a little moved, and hesitated, "But, this kind of thing must be in the hands of this woman named Lucy, how could we snatch Min? This is the key issue. After my analysis, that woman's strength is gradually increasing. As long as we can find her early, then we can easily kill her." Analysis again. Sister Lee was dissatisfied, "Who knows if your analysis is right? Trust me. There will be absolutely no problem this time. Think about the benefits behind it, if it succeeds, we will definitely be able to soar into the sky. Okay, I hope your analysis is correct." Sister Lee finally compromised, "As a reincarnation, there is no risk in any mission. If you are afraid, it is better to wipe your neck as soon as possible. The world is selected, this mission is a 4th order super body world, the transmission is about to start, please get ready." With the transfer complete, Sister Lee looked at the surrounding environment and said, "This seems to be a treasure island. After all, the reincarnated people who have passed through multiple derivative worlds can judge where they are just by looking at the traditional characters around them and the accents of pedestrians. But where are we going now?" According to what Black Crow said, Lucy first appeared in a hospital at night, when she seemed to be injured, hijacked a doctor to treat her, and it was all on the news. It's still bright now, and there should be a few hours left. We will split up and install the monitoring equipment in every hospital. We will start to act as soon as she appears. The captain is very clear that the first teleportation location in the reincarnation space will not be too far from the mission goal. Coupled with the clues provided by the Black Crow, I believe they will find their target soon. Not knowing what they were looking for, they were at the door of a hotel 2 streets away. As the 3 reincarnations left, the surrounding space fluctuated. A figure suddenly appeared on the spot. Well, seems to have left. Looking at the empty alley, Yunze scratched his head. It's still too late. When the world line started to go backwards, to be honest, Yunze was really worried for a while, afraid that he would accidentally return to the ancient times. Fortunately, it didn't take that long, only a few days. This also allowed Yunze to confirm that the timeline should return to the beginning of the plot. Because the reincarnation has arrived. When the teleportation array passed through the world passage, Yunze noticed it. And he found the teleportation location precisely, but unfortunately, when he arrived, the person had already disappeared. I wanted to thank them. There was regret in Yunze's tone, he really wanted to thank the other party. If it weren't for their arrival, the world might have remained static. Since there is no fate, Yunze has no desire to continue looking. Well, I remember it seems to be a hotel, let's look for it. As soon as the words fell, Yunze turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place. This world is really special. This is what Yunze just noticed. As a fourth-order world, Yunze's own strength has at least exceeded 2 levels, but he doesn't feel the slightest suppression. You know, with the improvement of Yunze's strength, even as a controller, a trace of suppression can be vaguely felt in the monster world. Not to mention this fourth-order superbody world. So, the world is weird. While thinking, Yunze's figure kept appearing at the entrance of the nearby hotel. Finally, he found his target. In the hotel lobby, a blonde woman with a suitcase was communicating with the front desk. It was the goddess Lucy herself. The real person is even more beautiful than the one seen on TV. This figure should not have shrunk. Boom! The gunshots rang out. Inside the hotel room, Lucy woke up from her sleep, followed by pain from her abdomen. Looking down, there was a circle of gauze tied around her flat belly. There was faint blood oozing out. What's going on here? A great panic hit my heart. In her memory, a few minutes ago, she was tricked by her boyfriend whom she had just met and helped him deliver a box to someone else. Later, he witnessed his boyfriend being shot dead. Then he was kidnapped, encountered a homicide, and was forced to open a box suspected of having a bomb. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. What's in the box isn't a bomb. She survived. But unfortunately, what appears to be in the box is a unique product, and she seems to be involved in a huge trouble. Before she could react, she was knocked out. Now that I woke up, I found that my stomach had been stabbed. A series of stimuli plunged Lucy, an ordinary woman, into fear. At this moment, the door was opened, and those men in black came in. Looking at Lucy who was taken away with a hood, Yunze came out from the corner. Distressed all over his face. Really, can't you be gentler, no matter what, she is such a beautiful woman. However, that doctor's skills are good, his hands are steady, and the incision is smooth. Yunze silently watched everything that happened before. But he didn't make a move, and now he can't guarantee that if he makes a move without authorization, it will disturb the plot line. That CPH4 is really evil. If Lucy's brain is not developed and she dies instead, it will be a big loss if she is not careful. The purpose of his coming here is not an ordinary Lucy. However, since Lucy has been operated on and sent to the warehouse, the others are useless. Seeing the other 3 trucks departing from the hotel, Yunze followed them directly. Inside the hotel, after sending off the 4 humanoid couriers, Mr. Zhang is enjoying the bath service comfortably. Although he is a reading prisoner, he is also a reading prisoner with great taste in life. But, suddenly, a strange voice sounded beside him. My friend, can you please wear some clothes? It's a little hot on the eyes. The blunt Korean made Mr. Zhang wake up instantly. Through the water vapor, he was horrified to find a strange man lying comfortably on the recliner next to him. The women who were serving around were lying quietly on the ground. Who are you? Although he didn't understand how the other party sneaked in under the eyes of his subordinates without a sound, Mr. Zhang still forcibly stabilized his mind. While asking, he quietly touched a hidden corner. There was a pistol. As a prisoner, in addition to being tasteful, you must always ensure your own safety. Unfortunately, the next moment, when his hand just touched the pistol, the man's voice sounded again. Why are you so impolite, you stupid people, do you welcome guests with guns? I'm kind enough to ask myself. Been found? A thought flashed through my mind. This made Mr. Zhang feel an ominous premonition. But grab it, don't be cowardly. He took out his pistol at the fastest speed in his life, and while shooting, he shouted ferociously. Go to hell! Bang bang bang! After all the bullets were emptied, Mr. Zhang was stunned. Extreme panic hit my heart. Is this still a human? Can a human catch a bullet with his bare hands? You, who the hell are you? Boom boom boom. Throwing the good bullet in his hand to the ground, Yunze looked at the palm. It was a little red, accompanied by a tingling pain. It is clear in my heart that the current ordinary thermal weapons can no longer hurt him. Hearing the question, Yunze did not answer, but took out 3 packs of blue crystals and asked, where did this come from? How much do you have in stock? Looking at something familiar, Mr. Zhang's pupils dilated, and his heart felt even colder. He clearly asked his subordinates to escort these things out, so why did they appear in the other party's hands? Thinking about it again, there was not a single sound outside after the shooting. He asked in a trembling voice, You killed everyone outside. Hey! Yunze frowned. I asked you, not for you to ask me. As soon as the words fell, a burst of severe pain came. Mr. Zhang was horrified to find that the handle of the gun in his right hand seemed to be cut off by something sharp. With a smooth incision, blood gushes out unstoppably. What? After a few minutes Yunze reconfirmed somewhat unexpectedly. So, these things were produced by accident, so many? Yes, I didn't lie to you. Kill me. Okay, I'll give you a ride. With the wind blade passing by, Mr. Zhang finally closed his eyes full of relief. Looking at the pieces of meat and blood all over the floor, Yunze felt a little helpless. Just tell me the answer is no, let alone a hero. I don't know that in my eyes, a prisoner is not a human being. Chapter 88. CPH4, a special drug that can greatly stimulate the development of the brain in a short period of time, but has severe side effects. Please use it with caution. This is the most mysterious CPH4 in the super body world. This substance is actually a hormone produced in the body of pregnant women, which can quickly promote the development of the baby. As we all know, the most critical part of the development of a baby in a pregnant woman's body is the brain. Therefore, the stimulation of CPH4 to the brain can be imagined. It is this factor that many people regard it as a new type of reading material. And it was artificially synthesized by chance. Now the 3 packs in Yunze's hands can be said to be all the CPH4s in this world except the one in Lucy's stomach. Although the effect is very powerful, Yunze thought about it and still didn't use it right away. This thing is too evil, you have to think carefully and make all the preparations before you can use it. After putting away the CPH4, Yunze sensed the surrounding area. Finding that there were no survivors, the figure disappeared from the room immediately. Before Lucy was sent away, Yunze had quietly marked her. Therefore, when he appeared again, it was in a closed warehouse. However, besides Lucy, there was another bald man in the warehouse at this time. Looking at the goddess's wide-open legs, Yunze casually threw the bald man in his hand aside, and said a little embarrassedly, "Did I bother you?" Lucy. Looking at the keys on the table not far away, Lucy felt helpless. Now her 557 brain development has exceeded 20%, but she still can't break free from the chain. It's all calculated, as long as you seduce the guard, you can easily handle the other party and get the key to get out of trouble. As a result, everyone was knocked out, and they were so seductive. Do you want this? Looking at the goddess' closed thighs again, Yunze was a little reluctant to part. However, he still picked up the key on the table and asked enthusiastically. Will you give it to me? Lucy, whose brain has evolved, is no longer the ordinary girl she used to be. The super calculation power allowed her to calculate the opponent's strength and speed the moment Yunze shot, and the results showed that she was far from being the opponent now. Not to mention the other party's method of appearing out of thin air, it made her even more afraid. Of course, the beauty's request is unshirkable. Yunze walked to the other side without hesitation, and opened the chain. Thanks. Lucy quickly opened the distance between the two, looked at each other warily, and picked up the pistol on the table. However, even with weapons, she did not choose to be an enemy to Yunze. Instead, he gestured to the iron gate and asked cautiously, "Can you let me out?" Yunze sat on the chair without any movement during the whole process, and asked softly, "Why do you want to go out? Isn't it good to chat? There are still enemies outside." Before Lucy could finish speaking, she realized that the person on the opposite side had disappeared. Then there were a few small noises outside. It's gone now. Looking at the person who appeared again, Lucy became even more alert. Who the hell are you? Let me introduce, my name is Yunze. First of all, I have no malice towards you. I think with your current ability, you should be able to feel this. Yunze didn't come to kill Lucy, but had other purposes, so he could only dispel the other party's hostility step by step. You know what happened to my body? At this time, Lucy didn't know what was going on with her body, she just knew that her body was getting more and more wrong with the passage of time. The computing power is getting stronger and stronger, and the memory is getting better and better, and even the unconscious memories of childhood are becoming clearer. The perception became more acute, and she could hear the sound of blood flowing outside. You can also feel that the person opposite is not malicious to you. This instinct is still getting stronger, and she even finds that she can see things that she shouldn't see. To Lucy's question, Yunze replied, "Of course. But before I say that, how about I help you with the injury on your stomach?" After speaking, he pointed to Lucy's abdomen, where blood had overflowed. "Are you a doctor? But there are no medical devices here." Lucy gestured to the surrounding environment. Such a dirty place, what to do in case of infection? She still understands this medical common sense. Although I don't have a license to practice medicine, I do know a little bit about medical skills. Don't worry, it's just a simple operation that can be done in a few seconds. Yunze showed her standard 8 teeth. Constantly release your kindness. All right. In the end, Lucy had no choice but to agree to the other party's request. Lying on the table like a dead fish, she was prepared for the surgery to be unsuccessful. However, to her surprise, it was over in just a few tens of seconds. These dozens of seconds even include opening the clothes, untying the bandages, taking out things, and then putting down the clothes. It was too fast. Lucy looked at the abdomen without a trace of scar, blinked a few times, and said, "Your technique is good, but you are too fast, aged, which is a bit unreasonable. Stop the bleeding, remove scars, this is the effect of the green light on your hand just now, what kind of energy is this? I have never seen it before." Try to forget the beauty you just saw and the ambiguity in Lucy's words. Yunze put the CPH-4 taken out of her body aside, stretched out his hand, and there was a green light on it, and explained, "The one used to cut the wound is chakra scalpel, and this one is healing jutsu. It's an energy called chakra." Chakra. There seemed to be a flash of light in Lucy's eyes, and she asked, "Is that the energy in your body? You can already see these?" "Yes, I can see a lot of things now, especially you, it is like a huge light source in my eyes now, as if it contains infinite energy. In the end, Lucy's body trembled uncontrollably, which was an instinctive fear. Yunze frowned, a little surprised. Her evolution rate is too fast. In order not to put too much pressure on the opponent, Yunze took the initiative to draw a few runes between his eyebrows, and the chakra all over his body began to flow into the mark. After a long time, Yunze breathed out slowly and asked, "Is it much better now?" Drawing a large amount of chakra in a short period of time made him a little tired. "Thanks." Lucy was moved, and she now believed that the other party really came to help her. Although the energy just now is recovering at an extremely fast speed, I feel a lot more comfortable now, and I should be able to adapt in a while. Looking at the other party's expression, Yunze heaved a sigh of relief, and it was not in vain for him to perform and win. "Abe. Comfortable, fit? I always feel that the other party is driving secretly." Thinking of this, he hurriedly sealed these thoughts completely, and Yunze found out that when facing the goddess, he always tends to think wildly. "Well, now you should believe that I can solve your current physical problems." "Yet?" Lucy nodded. "Well, it's not convenient here, let's find a quieter place. How about I explain it to you in detail?" "But, my enemies are still here, I want to kill them first." Thinking of the culprit that caused all this, Lucy's tone was full of killing intent. Although she doesn't know the specific reason, she has already sensed that her life is coming to an end, which is a biological instinct to face crisis. Yunze didn't expect this guy to hold grudges so much, and he wanted to kill people now. If this is the case, why in the movie, they even let the other party go after they came to the door? Is it just a matter of that knife? Sure enough, movies are unreasonable. "No need, I have already killed those people you mentioned." As he spoke, he took out the other 3 packs of blue crystals and gestured. "I have already recycled the things, and now it can be said that all the troubles have been resolved, you can rest assured. I always feel like things are going a bit wrong. Then let's go, I've already saved Fang." After speaking, Yunze put away the 4 packs of CPH4 and took Lucy's little hand. In the next second, the 2 figures completely disappeared from the warehouse. At the entrance of a hospital, the 3 reincarnations reunited. Sister Lee suppressed the anger in her heart, and asked in a cold voice, "Captain, why don't you explain to us? It's already midnight now. Where are people?" Facing the questioning from his teammates, Captain Little Boy felt a little embarrassed, and said embarrassingly, "I think it must be that the time has not come yet. Don't worry, it will appear in a while. My analysis can't be wrong. Believe me. I believe you guys." Chapter 89. Where is this place? Lucy looked at the densely packed servers all around, feeling a little dumbfounded. "A data center that must die," Yunze said calmly. This is the most suitable place he thought of after thinking about it. After finishing speaking, he took Lucy to the computer desk of the staff, pointed to the computer on the desk and said, "You should be able to easily crack the internet, right?" "Yes, I can now control all electronic devices through electromagnetic waves." "I don't know if it's out of girls' show-off psychology," Lucy just finished speaking. The screens of the computers that hadn't started turned on one after another. Even the indicator light of the server not far away began to flash continuously, which seemed to be quite rhythmic. "Well, if this is the case, then you can look up the information yourself. As a friendly reminder, focus on a professor named Norman. His research on the human body and the brain should be able to make you understand all this." 17. After speaking, Yunze sat in front of a computer and said, "Can you play the game for me? I want to play something exciting." "All right." Lucy, who had already started to look up the information, dealt with it casually, and continued to immerse herself in the sea of various data. Yunze looked at the familiar Minesweeper interface on the screen, his eyes almost rolled out. This guy, is sweeping counterfeit an exciting game? The human body is a very complex machine, and the brain is especially complex. With only 10% of the brain developed, it can support human beings to learn to use various tools, learn all kinds of knowledge, and develop technology to the present level. But, is the remaining 90% really completely useless? In Norman's research, he speculated that when the human brain is developed to 20%, they can completely control their entire body, have the most comprehensive understanding of their body, and be able to fully exert the body's functions. Ability. And as long as it exceeds 20%, the process of brain development will not stop, but will proceed automatically. That is to say, from this point on, the process will not be interrupted again. Lucy is like this now, she can only go one way to the end. When it exceeds 20%, the five senses begin to strengthen, and you can hear or see small sounds and distant things. It can even memorize instantly, control the most basic electromagnetic waves, acquire knowledge automatically, and so on. There are many researches by Norman, but most of them are only conjectures, and there is no substantive data to support them. But Lucy had an accurate cognition with reference to her own body. Time passed minute by minute. When Yunze was killed again, it was found that Lucy was in a daze. "Why, are you done checking?" Lucy's tone was a little low. Although the continuous development of her brain will make her emotions as a human being continue to wear down, but at this time, she still feels a bit depressed. Facing the gradual disappearance of life, the instinct of living things is like this. Any thoughts? I want to find Professor Norman. It's not necessary. You should know that he has no way to solve your problem. Yunze didn't believe that Lucy couldn't even think of this. All the other parties' research is on the internet, and they are all just speculations, which cannot be all accurate, which Lucy can definitely find out. At this time, the reason why I made this request was because I instinctively wanted to ask for a little help. Sure enough, when Yunze finished speaking, Lucy fell silent. It's over, talking too bluntly, hurting people. Sensing the other party's emotions, Yunze quickly changed the subject. Don't worry, I have a solution. How far are you now? Over 30%. After finishing speaking, the golden hair turned into black hair in a short period of time, and the delicate facial features began to change slowly. It didn't take long to take on the appearance of another person. You can change the body structure. Change the structure? Yunze held back his thoughts and diverged again. At this moment, the prompt from the system came directly, interrupting his evil thoughts. Successful eye contact with Lucy. The available options for this round are as follows. 1 special ability, shape change. 2 skillful cooking skills. 3 female self-defense. Looking at these options, Yunze was surprised. What a surprise! Speaking of which, Yunze also considered whether he could get some special skills from Lucy. However, it is unlikely that these abilities were acquired as her brain developed. Yunze himself had no intention of taking this path, so he thought that these abilities could not be used by himself. Now it seems that this is not the case. In this case, my harvest this time may really exceed imagination. What's the matter with you? Lucy was a little puzzled when she saw Yunze was in a daze. Ah, it's nothing, I just think you don't look good like this, but you are still beautiful. Some words come from Yunze Zhangkao. Really? Lucy was a little happy. Women like to hear this kind of talk. Soon, she returned to her original appearance. Just more refined than before. Just after doing all this, Lucy was horrified to find something wrong with her body. The cells on the body surface were constantly losing, which made her smooth skin instantly reveal the underlying muscle tissue, which was extremely ugly. 0. Ask for flowers. What happened? Yunze also noticed Lucy's abnormality, which made him frown a little. Shouldn't this be happening so soon? Suddenly, he thought of something. In the original book, Lucy didn't take out the CPH4 in her body so quickly like this time. It took her a while to get it out at the hospital. During this period, her body was constantly absorbing the leaked CPH4. Looking at it this way, it should be that the energy in her body is no longer enough to support the continued evolution of the brain. Thinking of this, Yunze quickly took out a handful of blue crystals and stuffed them into the opponent's mouth, shouting, "Hurry up and eat it." At this time, Lucy also discovered the role of these things. Swallow it quickly. And as these crystals were absorbed, the surface of Lucy's body began to glow. The whole body is like leaking air, emitting various colors of light. 0, 0. With the sound of bang, all the cells in the whole body separated and turned into a cloud of particles. All that remains is a flickering blue light source in the middle. In the next moment, these particle clouds began to shrink rapidly and converged on the blue light source again. A brand new body reappears. Lucy woke up again, looked at the clothes on her body, and frowned. Sure enough, a man is a man, and he doesn't need to be taught. If you wear it, there will be various problems. You're awake? Sorry, I changed the clothes for you. Yunze said honestly. It's okay, I know what happened just now. Her own super memory makes it difficult for Lucy to forget what happened just now. What happened just now? Yunze explained, it should be that the energy in your body is not enough to support the evolution of the body, so the cells overflow. Under the crisis of the cell, do you start to survive independently? Yes. Seeing that Lucy has understood, Yunze continued, you understand the situation, now we have only one way to go, which is to put all the remaining CPH4 into your body, so that your body has enough energy to support the evolution of the brain. Until 100%. Hearing these words, Lucy fell silent. After a long time, she raised her head, her eyes were a little confused, and she asked, will I still exist when you said that? Exist. Yunze's tone was extremely firm. When the time comes, you will find that you just exist in a different form. You're not trying to comfort me, are you? Of course not, don't worry, I didn't lie to you. I know. So, what's your decision? Come on and lose. Chapter 90. Congratulations to host for getting the special skill, memory reading. Congratulations to host for getting the special skill, mind power. Yunze thought that he could get a lot of good things, but found himself thinking too much. When Lucy's development level reaches more than 50%, he will no longer be able to touch it. In other words, it can be obtained, but certain conditions must be met. This made Yunze have to think about a question, whether Lucy is already human at this time. However, Yunze has never been a greedy person. This kind of unexpected joy is enough, there is no need to force it. How do you feel? While speaking, Yunze looked at Lucy opposite. She was sitting on a chair with an infusion bag hanging beside her, and the blue liquid inside was dissolved CPH4. It's not bad, it's already 65%, but the speed seems to be starting to pick up. Lucy said blankly. By this time, most of her emotions had disappeared. It made her look a little weird. At this time, it has been an hour and a half since the formal replenishment of energy. In other words, in this short period of time, Lucy's brain development level has increased by 20%. You know, in the original book, she reached this level when she arrived in Bari from Bayadao and was dealing with detainees in the hospital. It took almost a whole day. But now, 087 has reached the same level in just a few hours. The reason for the shortening is the CPH4 solution. And according to Yunze's observation, Lucy is absorbing faster and faster. Finally, it seemed that a certain tipping point had been reached. The remaining blue solution in the infusion bag was completely absorbed into Lucy's body within a few seconds. She looked up at Yunze, and said in a flat tone, I feel like I don't have much time. Following her words, a layer of special black substance began to flow down from her body. and continue to extend outward. Servers and power facilities were covered and swallowed by black matter. Completely assimilated. Yunze knows, this is Lucy absorbing energy and data. You seem to have known ahead of time that this was going to happen. So, did you prepare this on purpose? Lucy's voice was very steady, and she didn't seem surprised at all. Like it? Like. That's good. The mutation is still going on. Suddenly, Yunze felt the surrounding space fluctuate. Since learning Flying Thunder God, his knowledge of space has skyrocketed. He could clearly perceive that the nearby space seemed to have shifted, but he didn't stop it. In the next second, the two appeared in a nut thousands of kilometers away. Under the influence of jet lag, it is still daytime here. Yunze took a look and found that it was a famous location. Times Square. Are still playing on the huge billboards. Pedestrians coming and going seemed to be completely unaware that there were suddenly two more people here. One of them is still sitting on a chair. I finally understand how you suddenly appeared in front of me at that time. It's the power of space, right? I can control it now too. When Lucy said these words, her expression didn't change a bit, and her voice was very steady. But Yunze is just a feeling, and there is even a hint of complacency in it. Much like a little kid who suddenly gets something nice and shows it off. So he naturally praised, well, it's great. But the next sentence becomes, keep working hard, you will catch up with me later. Even if Lucy completely controls the space rules of this world, Yunze doesn't feel that she has surpassed himself in space attainments. The background of the world itself is there. Can you still get out of this world in cow beer? I know. Lucy's tone became colder. Shua. In the next second, the two appeared on the Great Wall. You are from the Xia Kingdom, right? Well, so to speak. I've always wanted to take a look before, but I didn't expect that in this situation, I seem to be able to feel the breath of time on these city walls. Yunze also sighed, yes, after all, I have witnessed thousands of years. I want to see other places. Can. Afterwards, the figures of the two continued to appear all over the world. Finally, after fulfilling their wish, the two returned to the data center. At this time, all the servers and power facilities here have been completely swallowed by the black matter. The difference from the original work is that the recondensed black matter has not been transformed into the appearance of a next-generation computer. Instead, it became a statue. The moment he saw the statue's face, Yunze's face froze. That's exactly what he looks like. Why, don't you like it? There was doubt in Lucy's eyes. She thought Yunze would be happy to see this. Hehe, it's a little embarrassing. Everyone will feel a little uncomfortable when their own statue is placed in front of them. It's called homophobia. Or another name. Yunze's culture in this area is not high. However, after saying this sentence, Yunze did not wait for Lexie's answer. Turning his head to look, he found that the other party's eyes were a little empty, as if he saw something. The next second, her body was still in place. However, in Yunze's perception, her existence cannot be detected. Is it time? At this level, Yunze is also a little bit blind. At the same time, on an international flight to Bari, Sister Li looked at her captain with a cold face, wanting to scratch him to death. This is your analysis. Tell me, where is Lucy? As long as we show up in the hospital, we can easily complete the task. Let me tell you, Lu Yiming, if you can't complete the mission in Bari, I will tear you apart. Little boy's captain Lu Yiming blushed, but he couldn't refute. No matter how nice it sounds, the situation is indeed abnormal. Lucy never showed up. This, was it an accident? No one thought about it. But the Black Crow told me that there is another place where Lucy can be found in advance. She's going to be in a hospital in Bari, and we get lost. I don't want to hear the word hospital. Just when Sister Lee wanted to continue talking, suddenly his face changed. There were also 2 other players who changed at the same time. The main mission, kill Lucy and prevent its evolution from completing, has undergone abnormal changes. There is 9 minutes and 59 seconds left before the task completion time. Before the countdown, if Lucy is not killed, the mission will be considered a failure. The news of Samsara space shocked everyone. They are still on the plane now. How could it be possible to complete the task in 10 minutes? They don't even know where the target of the task is now. So, back to the predictable yes. Their mission failed. And the penalty for failure is obliteration. Lu Yiming. Sister Lee's face was pale, and now she extremely regrets entering this world. I regret even more why I believed in this BD captain back then. Lu Yiming's complexion was also not good. He was silent for a long time, and said, "This time it's my problem. There must be something abnormal in this world that we don't know about. I will take the responsibility for the rest. How can you bear it? We will die later." "I won't die." After speaking, Lu Yiming took out a card from the storage space with pain. There is this mission failure to offset the card, which can offset the space bar. At least, we are still alive. And when the reincarnation received the task prompt, a military command room in the hexagon. A general walked in with 5 pointed silver stars hanging on his shoulders. He took a document from his subordinate and glanced at it hastily. Asked, "Is the news confirmed?" "Yes, as early as half an hour ago, Fade discovered that something abnormal happened in their data center. 10 minutes ago, they completely lost contact with the data center, and now it can be confirmed that someone is stealing the data." Hearing this, the general's face was ashen, and he asked angrily, "What did they do? They found something abnormal, why didn't they take back the control?" They tried, but it didn't work. The opponent's means far exceeded expectations. What a bunch of trash! What should we do now? Are we just watching the enemy take away all the data right under our noses? You must know that there are a lot of shady things in it. If it gets out, everyone will have to step down. His subordinates stopped talking, and this was no longer the time for him to express his views. The general was equally aware, so he hurried to a corner and called the commander in the White House. After a few words, he hung up the phone. "Return to the podium. The commander has already authorized me, and now I am issuing instructions to the nearby strategic missile base. Order them to blow up the data center for me as quickly as possible, and I request that nothing be left behind." 17. Soon, with the confirmation of the key, the message was sent to the missile base. There are many powerful conventional missiles in the country, and many of them can easily level the entire data center. Therefore, the general did not specifically order which type of missile to use. Even the order is a conventional missile required. However, without anyone noticing, Ling unexpectedly made a mistake. Even on March 7, a strange energy actually covered up all the data, so that Lucy, who was connected to the entire network at this time, did not find any abnormalities. As time passed by every minute and every second, suddenly, a soldier on the command platform stood up in a panic. This abnormal situation made the general very dissatisfied, and asked sharply, "What's going on?" "I was surprised. The general is not good. The base is launching TPL 549 and eggs." "What? Impossible, how could they launch without the key?" The strategy of the strong country and the launch of the egghead all require the three-party key of the commander-in-chief, the military, and the missile base to take effect at the same time before launching. However, now he can guarantee that the key to the egg has never been passed to the missile base. So, how could the launch be successful? However, the base has already confirmed that the key is correct. The soldier looked dejected. "Hurry up and ask them to cancel the launch." The general is also anxious at this time. He doesn't care how the launch is done, he only knows one thing now. It is absolutely impossible for this bomb to explode in the local area, otherwise things will be messed up. Then he heard news that made him despair. It can't be cancelled. The missile has been launched and is out of control. It will hit the target in a minute and detonate completely. It's over. Chapter 91. I just stepped back in time. This used to be a huge lake, but I didn't expect it to become a forest now. The light came back to Lucy's eyes. Yunze was envious when he heard it. He had been envious of the ability to control time for a long time. However, this is really not the field that he can involve now. Time is a forbidden force in any world. Just look at Lucy's body now. The entire area below her neck was covered with black matter, which was a manifestation of her physical breakdown. Even if it's just a fourth-order world, if you want to control the power of time, you have to pay a huge price. Give up the flesh, give up all the emotions of being a human being. Just these two are enough to make Yunze give up this road completely. What's the point without a body? Just thinking about it, Yunze suddenly noticed something and raised his head to look in a certain direction. There seems to be a huge threat approaching here quickly. When the strength reaches a certain level, the sensitivity to crisis will become higher and higher. Just like Yunze is now. He turned to look at Lucy and asked, "Did you feel something approaching? Can you check it?" Very dangerous. He believed that with Lucy's current ability, he could easily detect the coming of the crisis. As a result, in the face of Yunze's inquiry, Lucy didn't seem to hear 09. He just said in an indifferent tone to himself. This world is amazing, and I am more and more interested in it. Next, I want to know everything about this world thoroughly. It seemed like my only calling. At this point, Lucy's brain has developed to more than 90%. Her desire to explore the rules of the world has far surpassed everything else. Not even a crisis that could destroy everything could stop her thirst for truth. To put it simply, this guy is bewildered and insane. Knowing this, Yunze knew very well that this guy was a target. You can't even move, and all crises can only be resolved by yourself. At least before she completely turned into a god. Thinking of this, Yunze took a bottle in both hands. 4 wood clones appeared behind them, and quickly stood at the 4 corners. A purple enchantment rose up, completely enveloping Lucy in the center. Now, her safety should be guaranteed. After speaking, Yunze's figure flashed and disappeared in place. I want to see what the hell it is. Hexagonal building. General, do the residents of the data center need to be evacuated? There are several small towns nearby. Retreat, the killing range of TPL 549 is 50 kilometers, and the people in those towns don't have time to evacuate. The general knows very well that the fate of those residents who are now close to the data center has been determined. The only thing that comforts him is that the data center is far away from the city, otherwise the casualties will be even greater. But even so, in the face of a huge mistake of launching a Waden, even a 5-star general can basically announce that his career is coming to an end. Turn all the nearby satellites over, and I want to watch the enemy be completely destroyed with my own eyes. In desperation, he planned to watch with his own eyes that the enemy was blown to nothing. Soon, following the general's instructions, observation satellites were aligned one after another. The screen also showed missiles flying at high speed, as well as the huge building complex of the data center. Hey, there seems to be someone on the roof. Quickly adjust the angle, I want to see who is so bold and dares to provoke our country. Okay, it seems to be a person from the Xia Kingdom. A whole, it really is this country. Keep the evidence, and we must punish Xiaguo afterwards. Let them pay a heavy price. Not good, the opponent seems to have fired a laser weapon. Looking at the white beam of light shooting straight into the sky on the satellite image, everyone was shocked. Nima, does Xiaguo have such high-tech weapons now? Hey? Sure enough, I didn't hit it. When Yunze came to the roof of the data center, his super perception sensed that something was approaching at an extremely fast speed. And when he saw the little black dot, he recognized it at a glance. It was a missile. After trying to attack with dust escape, it was found that it was useless. The terminal speed of the missile is at least above Mach 20, which is a speed that even the missile defense system cannot easily intercept. If you want to rely on a dust escape, you can solve it, unless you are lucky. Seeing that it cannot be detonated in advance, it can only defend. Wood-style birth of the tree world. This is the first time Yunze has performed this ninjutsu since he got wood-style. In an instant, huge trees rose from the ground for miles around. Countless vines grew at an extremely fast speed and spread densely, completely enveloping the entire data center. Formed a huge and incomparable protective cover. And, it's not over yet. The trees were still growing, covering them layer by layer, and the entire protective cover expanded at an astonishing speed. Now, it should be fine. Looking at the impenetrable defense, Yunze's brows still did not loosen. The sense of crisis in his heart became more and more intense. What's going on? Wood-style's powerful defense should be enough to withstand the power of missiles. Suddenly, Yu Zhengxian seemed to be touched in his mind. Yes, there is another weapon. How dare these bastards take out such a weapon of mass destruction? Just at this time, the missile has come to the sky. Instant detonation. Boom! The dazzling white light lit up in an instant. With a violent roar, carrying an incomparable shock wave, it charged towards the wood-style defense layer. Layers of trees crumbled to debris. The ensuing scorching heat turned everything into ashes. Inside the terrifying mushroom cloud, the wood-style protective cover is shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it will be completely shattered in the next second. Vaguely, there was a voice sounding. Summoning. The moment of the explosion. The screens in the entire command room were filled with dazzling white light. However, now everyone is in no mood to bother with this. They were all stunned by what they saw before. The huge forest that rose from the ground in that instant made everyone suspect that they had seen a hallucination. What is that? Why did a whole forest suddenly grow? What is this thing? Is God helping each other? I don't believe that it is impossible for human beings to have such power. The general was also shocked. Everything that happened today was stimulating his fragile nerves. Intense panic reaches ultimate yet brings hysterical confidence. Shut up, no matter what it is impossible to survive under the power of Hedon. Yes, no one can resist this ultimate power. That person is dead. Noisy voices came and went, and everyone, under fear, kept finding various reasons to comfort themselves. As time 740 minutes and seconds passed. Although the satellite picture has not yet returned to normal, but some things can already be vaguely seen. And what appeared on the screen made everyone shut up instantly. As if being choked by the throat, there is only a suffocating guttural sound. And the sound of chattering teeth. There. A huge body looms in the flames. Although the shock wave caused by the explosion of the egg is terrifying. However, this does not mean that its power is only so. The high temperature and radiation caused by the explosion are the most deadly. The power of wood-style is unquestionable, it blocks the shock wave and high temperature. But wood-style, which is strong enough to absorb chakra's energy, cannot absorb deadly radiant energy. Hey, fortunately, I react quickly. Yunze, who remains in wood-style, perceives the rapidly attenuating radiant energy zone of the outside world. Secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I recruited the boss, otherwise I really don't know if chakra can resist the radiation. At this time, Yunze also had to lament the power of this ultimate human weapon. Just a moment ago, he summoned Godzilla, a big guy who eats radiation as a meal, directly from the monster world. Originally in this world, he couldn't summon directly. However, although the small world in the body has not yet been fully conceived, it is enough to serve as a transit, allowing Godzilla to briefly summon out through a temporary channel. Ah! Accompanied by brother's contented cry, it turned into smoke and returned to the monster world. The time for extra meals is short, but fortunately, my brother has a good appetite and has already eaten all the radiant energy. It's just that Genjayun thought that all the crises had been resolved. A bigger crisis is coming. No, something is wrong with Lucy. Chapter 92. When the outside world Yunze gave Brother Zong an extra meal. Lucy is completely immersed in the exploration of the world. With the protection of wood style and the 4 purple flame formation, even if the outside world collapses, there will be no shock here. As the energy in the body continues to be used, the body gradually collapses into black matter. The development progress of Lucy's brain is getting higher and higher. 96%. 97%. 98%. In Lucy's eyes, all the rules of the universe have been deciphered, understood, and mastered. When the brain develops to 99% and is about to see through the entire universe. Accident happened. The only remaining body. In the eyes and the brain, the remaining CPH4 energy suddenly rioted. In the energy disorder, a faint electric current slipped through. Straight to the eyes, and the brain. Under normal conditions, this current will not have any effect at all. But at this time, it caused irreparable consequences. The entire balance was completely broken, and Lucy's evolution was terminated at the last moment. It was about to open the door to the mysteries of the entire universe, but when it was only half a step away, it failed completely. At this moment, Lucy seemed to see a pattern of Ouroboros deeply imprinted in the deepest part of the world. At this moment, she understood. Everything has gone wrong and she will never be able to open that door without someone else's help. At the last moment when consciousness dissipated, a figure suddenly flashed in my mind. No, she has help. Thinking of this, Lucy gave up resistance, and took the initiative to turn the last trace of energy into a seed and keep it. After doing all this, her whole body was completely reduced to ashes. When Yunze appeared again, it was exactly this scene. In the original book, when Lucy reached 100% success at the last moment, she also disappeared instantly. But Yunze didn't think she succeeded this time. Just because it was in place, a blue eyeball was left behind. This means that Lucy did not evolve successfully. Where did it go wrong? Just when Yunze was puzzled, an invisible wave swept across the whole world. When this familiar fluctuation hit, Yunze's face changed drastically. Back then, the entire world timeline went back, and this scene also happened. Reminiscent of when he first entered the superbody world, the whole world was in a state of static time. Yunze didn't know what happened yet. This is the time when the reincarnation space is freezing this world. Without the slightest hesitation, Yunze took the initiative to mobilize the power of the world's origin to fight. With white energy covering the entire body. Only then did he realize that the flow of time around him was rapidly slowing down. Originally, he couldn't find out whether the time was fast or not. But when Yunze was isolated by the power of the world, he discovered this. The reason is precisely that the falling speed of the weathered black matter in the air has slowed down, and it is getting slower and slower. The most conspicuous is the statue of Yunze that Lucy specially built. But when Yunze noticed his statue, he noticed something strange. At the tip of the statue's protruding right finger, a black ball is glowing slightly at this moment. What is this? Yunze was a little strange, but walked there instinctively, and reached out to take it in his hand. When this black ball the size of a glass bead is covered by Yunze's own world origin, a message came to his mind. Reincarnation space finally came out alive. Sister Li, who had just been teleported back from the superbody world, was a little scared. This time, if the captain didn't have a mission failure offset card on him, their entire team would have been obliterated due to mission failure. Death is not scary, Sister Li and the others are actually mentally prepared for this. However, the inexplicable failure of the task makes people unable to let go. This derivative world must have undergone an accident that we don't know about, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Captain Liu Yiming's face turned livid, and when he heard what his teammates said, he nodded his head in praise and said, I suspect that there should be some violators who have entered the super body world with us. Violation. Hearing these 3 words, Sister Li's face became even more frightened. This is a word that makes ordinary reincarnation people change their faces. Okay, don't think about it, that kind of existence is not something we can contend with. We are lucky to come back alive. Let's go back and rest. This time the loss is too great. The 3 people who survived the catastrophe did not know that at the moment they returned to the space of reincarnation. The Black Crow who provided them with clues has been paying attention to his friend list. When he saw the name Liu Yiming light up, Black Crow breathed a sigh of relief, and there was uncontrollable joy in his eyes. Afterwards, he quickly sent the message out. Liu Yiming has returned from the super body world, it seems that the strategy is correct, you can enter now. Remember to type the final payment for the information first. Not long after, a large sum of reincarnation points was credited. Seeing the points he got, Black Crow was even happier. The intelligence was sold twice, this time it was really a big profit, enough to erase the loss of entering the super body last time. Liu Yiming thought he had analyzed the clues, but he didn't know that it was just the Black Crow deliberately guiding him. Just to use them as path-finding stones. Now that they came out alive, it means that the guess is correct. As long as the growing Lucy can be killed in advance in the hospital, the task can be easily completed. Although the harvest may not be as much as the first time, but for some large teams, being able to get a safe customs clearance strategy is a surefire deal. That medicine is poisonous. Yunze pondered over the message Lucy left him with a livid face. At this time, the time of the super body world stagnated again. Yunze can act normally even if he dissipates the world essence that covers his body. However, he had no intention of leaving. It failed so completely this time. Just when he thought that his plan would be successful, the space of reincarnation taught him a profound lesson. In the past, the reincarnation space was deflated by its own system many times, which made Yunze unconsciously underestimate the other party. Now think about it, how could the reincarnation space that can run across the heavens and worlds be so simple? At this point Yunze has figured it out. Although I don't know exactly how Lucy died, but combined with the information she left, it can be determined that it must be the cause of the 4 packs of CPH4. The reincarnation space has already tampered with it. Or it can be said that the whole world has been tampered with in advance by the reincarnation space. As long as Lucy's brain development level reaches 99%, she will be targeted in various ways when she takes the last step. Lead to final failure. The reason why in other worlds, Yunze did not encounter the hands and feet done by the reincarnation world. That's because the super body world is special. Although other worlds also have world consciousness, but this consciousness is just an aggregation, only instinct. There is no separate consciousness of personality. However, the super body is different. It finally has an independent personality consciousness, that is Lucy. For a long time, Yunze had a guess. In the original book, after Lucy disappeared, she sent a sentence to the police officer. I am everywhere. What kind of person can be everywhere? The answer is that only God can be everywhere. In other words, in the world of the super body, he has thoroughly understood all the mysteries of the universe, Linhos. Become the Lucy of the entire world consciousness. And this time the reincarnation space targeted Lucy. It also allowed Yunze to determine his own mind. In the end, Lucy did become such an existence similar to incarnation of rules and awareness of heaven. Only. Yunze glanced at the still world. So what if your guess is correct? It really failed this time. Who knows when the super body world will restart again? Just when he was planning to leave temporarily. The frozen time begins to flow, bar. Is this someone coming in again? Why so fast? Yunze will not know that all this is just the reason why some black-hearted intelligence dealer sells goods to many. But it doesn't matter. He just wants to do it again now. This time, we must completely snatch Lucy from the reincarnation space. No one can stop me this time. Chapter 93. Haha, Captain, the strategy given by the regiment is indeed correct. This woman is no different from a weak chicken now, except that she has better skills, more accurate marksmanship, and no special abilities at all. Now she is trapped in the hospital, and a few more powerful fireworks will be released later, and she will be easily resolved. A young man holding a bow and arrow looked at Lucy, who was pinned down in the hospital and couldn't move, feeling a little proud. Okay, let's not take it lightly. It's best to kill the opponent directly with a hot weapon. Let the RPG prepare. Don't waste time and solve the opponent as quickly as possible. Although the captain said not to take it lightly, the cigarette dangling from his mouth showed that he didn't take Lucy seriously at all. Since the regiment got the super body strategy from the Black Crow. The first time they sent a team of 6 to enter. In order to prevent accidents, Tier 4 elites were specially selected. It's a pity that after arriving at the hospital, the team leader discovered that there was no need for any special means at all, and everyone's hot weapons could easily take down the opponent. This made him wonder for a while whether this is the Superbook world where countless reincarnation teams buried their bodies. Just thinking about it, 4 rockets rushed straight to the hospital from all directions. The captain could already imagine the tragic death of the woman named Lucy inside. It's really easy. Unfortunately, the words are not finished yet. In the next second, a sudden change occurred. A figure suddenly appeared in the air and directly detonated the rocket. In the next second, with a wave of the opponent's hands, hideous vines emerged from the concrete, wrapping him tightly. Crack! With the sound of bone shattering, his consciousness began to blur. The last doubt before death is. With the strategy, shouldn't it be easy to complete the task? Damn it! Watch the entire block destroyed by wood style, and the 6 reincarnations that have been hanged. Yunze still cursed incomprehensibly. After scolding, he rushed to the crumbling hospital as quickly as possible. I hope Lucy is all right. As soon as he entered the door, he found a woman covered in blood lying motionless on the ground behind the wall. This made Yunze feel a thump in his heart. Could this Lucy just die like this? Fortunately, after examination, it was found that he was only seriously injured and unconscious. This made Yunze breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he is still alive, he is sure to be rescued. Gently hugging Lucy in his arms, for an instant, the two went from Bayadao to the must-die data center again. After some treatment, I looked at Lucy, who was breathing steadily. Yunze finally let go of a raised heart. Now everything is finally back under his control. This time, Yunze also didn't expect that an accident would happen when the timeline went back. Perhaps it was the reason why he stayed in the super body for too long. The reincarnation space discovered his existence. When Yunze escaped from the river of time, it did not appear at the beginning of the plot. Because when he appeared on Treasure Island, it was already dark. He even heard gunshots and explosions from the hospital not far away. This is what happened before. When Lucy woke up from the coma, she found a strange man standing aside and looking at her. This made her instantly alert. Who are you? What is this place? In my memory, just as I took out the reading material from my stomach, I was attacked. The opponent is very powerful, far beyond normal human beings, and even possesses various strange, abilities. In an instant, she was hit hard. I struggled to support myself, but finally passed out. The last scene in my memory is a few rockets with tail flames flying towards her. Originally, even if his body changed, he would definitely be dead. Unexpectedly, not only did he not die, but even his physical injuries were healed. In all kinds of situations, Lucy couldn't help being not vigilant. Faced with Lucy's doubts, Yunze did not choose to be as persuasive as last time. Instead, a flicker appeared directly beside her. Brutally opened Lucy's mouth, and stuffed the black sphere left by the previous Lucy into it. Then he squeezed the opponent's throat and the black ball went into his stomach. Ugh! After regaining her freedom, Lucy retched and asked, "What did you stuff in my mouth?" But before Yunze could answer, she was stunned. The contents in the stomach had a familiar smell, as if it belonged to her. Streams of warm current emanated from it, making the original physical discomfort disappear instantly. More importantly, in that warm current, there seemed to be streams of data containing special information continuously entering the cells of the body. Scenes of blurred pictures appeared in her mind. Although it was very blurry, there were a few of them, which were exactly the picture of her being with the man opposite. Times Square, the Louvre, the Great Wall. Yunze. Following the whisper, Lucy froze again. Why does she know this name? When was that man with her? What the hell is going on with all this? Looks like Lucy's backhand is working. Watching the guard in Lucy's eyes slowly disappear, Yunze nodded secretly. The last Lucy left something. In addition to warning that there is a problem with Yunze CPH4, there are other information. But he can't read it. At that time, he guessed that the information should be for the next Lucy. Now it seems that it is so. What do you remember? Hearing Yunze's question, Lucy showed a hint of confusion in her eyes, and said, "There are some pictures that appear in my mind, and they are pictures of you and me all over the world." Screen? It seems that your level of evolution is too low now, so you haven't read a lot of key information, but it doesn't matter, you will know what happened soon. Why didn't you just tell me? Yunze. What the hell do I tell you, do you believe it? If it weren't for this thing, you and I would still be the most familiar strangers. She was cursing secretly, but found that Lucy suddenly clenched her teeth tightly, her whole body was trembling, as if she was enduring great pain. Only then did Yunze realize that the skin cells on her surface were slowly spilling out. But even if that was the case, even if the CPH4 taken out of her body was by her side, Lucy didn't go to get it. Looking at Lucy's longing but suppressed eyes, Yunze understood that it must be the thing she swallowed just now that made her subconsciously reject the use of CPH4. The last Lucy was really watertight. This saves me a lot of trouble. But Yunze knows better. If the energy in Lucy's body is not replenished in time, she will definitely not be able to survive this level, let alone the final evolution. Thinking of this, Yunze quickly took a step forward and grabbed the opponent's hand tightly. It will hurt a little later, hold it back and see what kind of energy you can absorb. As he spoke, the chakra in his body entered Lucy's body. Ah, it hurts. Does it hurt? Then change it. B. When Yunze knew there was a problem with CPH4, he was thinking about how to replenish the energy in Lucy's body. Electricity, of course, cannot be realized. Because when her brain was developed to 40%, her body couldn't support it and began to overflow. At that time, she did not evolve the ability to actively absorb energy. Therefore, relying on Lucy to absorb it is completely unfeasible. Can only let others inject energy into her cells. The only person who can do this is Yunze himself. But the only energy in his body that can satisfy this need is chakra. Yunze cannot guarantee whether this energy that does not belong to this world can be absorbed by Lucy. Fortunately, after some experiments, Yunze found an energy base that suits Lucy's appetite. Can't you change to the one just now? This one hurts a bit, but the one just now is comfortable. Lucy said sadly while looking at the light red eyeshadow in the corner of Yunze's eyes. It's not yours. I really don't feel bad. That thing is very precious. I don't have much. I need to save it for critical times. Now, just make do with it and eat first, isn't it just painful, just get used to it. Yunze said while increasing the output power of Xianzhu chakra. Not surprisingly, chakra hurt Lucy's body more than it helped. In addition to the panacea of the origin of the world. What Yunze didn't expect was that Lucy could ninjutsu chakra. Although there is still harm to the body, this defect can be ignored, as long as the brain is fine. 50%. 60%. 70%. As time passed, Lucy's brain development continued to increase. But Yunze's inner sense of crisis is getting stronger and stronger. The reason why I didn't bother with those criminals, and didn't even recover the other CPH-4S, was because Yunze was in a hurry. From the very beginning, a sense of crisis lingered in Yunze's heart. He had a premonition that this was because in the superbody world, the incarnation of the space rules of reincarnation gradually awakened. Sure enough, as Lucy's development progress reached 90%, Yunze smiled. He glanced at the servers that had been swallowed up all around him, and then looked up at a certain direction of the outside world. There's something fast approaching. Is it Waga again? This time it was earlier than last time, and it can be predicted that even if Yunze solves this problem, other attacks will follow one after another, even with higher intensity. But he had already calculated all of this, otherwise he would not have chosen the same place. He will not obediently follow the other party's process. Yunze glanced at Lucy, whose eyes were somewhat empty, and asked, "Aren't you afraid to hold on?" Lucy tilted her head in confusion. In the next second, an extremely large, gentle, and familiar Nenghuang poured into her body. Accompanied by Lucy's humming sound, Yunze stuffed the tens of thousands of Genaki brains accumulated into her body. Laozi won't lane with you. Go directly to the high ground. I won't give you a chance. Lucimon, evolve. 100%. Chapter 94. The information left by the last Lucy desperately, plus Yunze's unreserved support of the world's original power. Lucy directly crossed the 99% threshold and completely opened the tightly closed door to the world. At this moment, the universe has no more secrets in Lucy's eyes. She is completely integrated with the rules of the whole world. She is the world, and the world is her. Lucy succeeded. Yunze was equally successful. Is this what you are capable of? Time in the superbody world came to a standstill again, but this time, Yunze didn't panic at all. Because it is not the reincarnation space that caused all this, but Lucy. There was no one around, and only one set of clothes was left where Lucy was originally. However, Yunze knows that Lucy is everywhere. He can feel it. Shua. In an instant, Yunze came to a vast white space. Just pulling someone into the room without their consent is not what a lady should do. Yunze looked at somewhere in the space, and said in a casual tone. Although there was nothing there, there was a consciousness in his perception. And following his observation, a strange figure appeared. It is said to be a figure, but he does not actually exist. In Yunze's eyes, it's not what Lucy looks like. It is like a universe composed of countless stars. A consciousness passed into Yunze's mind. You can actually see me? Yunze was a little puzzled and asked, I can see you strangely? The key to your successful evolution is the energy in my body. In layman's terms, my blood is flowing in your body. Besides, shouldn't you be all-knowing and omnipotent now, why do you still have doubts? Consciousness came again. You are not from this world, so I have no insight into what is related to you. Then what should I call you? Yunze asked. Lucy or daughter? This rhetorical question caused Yunze's face to collapse instantly. He was just joking just now, but he didn't intend to really have a daughter, so he quickly replied, it's still Lucy. As you wish, I am Lucy, and Lucy is me. Suddenly, Yunze thought of a question. You said just now that it doesn't exist in this world, so you can't understand it, so what about the reincarnation space? Samsara dimension, are you talking about the Ouroboros? Yes. With Yunze's confirmation, his body reappeared in another place. Looking up, he found that he had come to space at this time. This is not surprising. But what surprised him was what he saw. I saw that the moon, which was supposed to be orbiting the blue star, was approaching the blue star at a slow speed. At this point, it is already close to the atmosphere. Seen from space, the two stars have been somewhat deformed under the action of gravity. It is conceivable what a terrifying scene it will be below the atmosphere. It should not be too much to say that it is the end of the world. This scene really scared Yunze, and he asked with some fear, "Is this made in the reincarnation space?" "Yes, it doesn't want me to control this world, so it would rather destroy it. The reincarnation space is ruthless enough." If Yunze hadn't directly chosen to remove the crystal, there was really no way to resist it. Looking at the moon that is still approaching the blue star when the time of the whole world is stagnant. Yunze knows very well that Lucy won't last long. So he asked, "How much longer?" "If it's the time you understand, there are still 5 minutes." Lucy's answer was very rigorous. "Because time is just the definition of being human. 5 minutes later, I will completely disappear and re-evolve together with this world." "Well, what are you going to do then?" Facing the current Lucy, although Yunze is not afraid, but there is no way to force her, so he can only ask the other party's opinion. However, Lucy's answer surprised him a little. "Not what I should do, but what do you want me to do?" "What do you mean?" Yunze suddenly had the illusion that this guy really became his daughter. Could it be because of the origins of the world that I used at the last moment? This guy takes his own will as the highest order? Thinking of this, he tentatively asked, "What if I let you leave this world?" "Leave? I am the world. The world is me. How to leave?" Yunze's request is obviously beyond Lucy's understanding. She can't understand. But, after a while, she spoke again, "I probably understand what you mean. I feel the breath of another world in you. Very low level, and there is no evolution. If you mean leaving the world that enters your body, my answer is yes. I can reconvert all the matter in this world into energy, and enter the world in your body together. But this requires your consent." "Agree." Yunze didn't hesitate at all. His ultimate purpose of coming here is to let the successfully evolved Lucy help him straighten out the extremely messy rules of the inner world. In order to let the small world give birth smoothly. Simple and small goals. To say it is small is to compare it with the current harvest. It's like asking someone for a favor, but that person not only came by himself, but even packed all his belongings together. It's bloody money. The predetermined goal is achieved, and the specification is exceeded. Yunze is a bit aggressive, and wants to further search for benefits. "You said, does CPH4 have any effect on me?" "I mean without affecting my body." "Yes, but not much. Because even with my help, as long as your brain development rate exceeds 20%, you can't stop it. This is the rule of this world." 20%. The answer didn't exceed Yunze's expectations, but he wasn't disappointed. Being able to fully control his body and energy is enough for Yunze. Since being reborn in the world of Hokage, more than 10 years later, Yunze is very clear. 0. Seeking flowers. A person's strength does not mean that if you have more chakra, if you have a lot of ninjutsu, and if you are strong in blood succession, you will be really bloody. You also need to have the ability to master these forces. Therefore, even if he has the looting system and can get all kinds of combat experience, he still chooses to fight on the battlefield. Just to hone yourself. But since Flying Thunder God, Sage Body, Sage Mode, Immortal Eye, etc. have been acquired in a short period of time, Yunze's hard power has exploded. But his soft power has not been improved accordingly. Because at this point, he can no longer rely on the system to gain experience. His strength has surpassed more than 99% of the people in the Hokage world, and there are fewer and fewer people who can be at the same level as him. To put it simply, he is still unable to fully exert his strength now. However, this was once, after today, he will never encounter this situation again. Come on, help me improve. With Yunze making a decision, the two returned to the original white space. Lucy stretched out her hand, the CPH-4 that was supposed to be in the stomach of another master appeared in her hand. Under her thoughts, a small amount of blue crystals suspended in the air, gradually melted, and gathered into a pool of blue liquid. In the next instant, traces of white light spots were separated. This is what the samsara space does. After getting rid of impurities, these liquids merged into Yunze's body in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Yunze felt as if he was in an extremely cold place. The bone-chilling energy circulates continuously in the body, and then enters the brain. The whole brain seemed to be awakened. Countless silent brain cells crazily devoured this energy. The intense stimulation made Yunze tremble uncontrollably, and the veins on his forehead burst out. His eyes instantly turned blood red, and the three Hokage spun wildly. Under Lucy's control, the metamorphosis was completed very quickly. When Yunze opened his eyes again, a special pattern vaguely appeared in his eyes, but soon he reverted to three Hokage. He reached out and stroked his eyes, feeling slightly regretful. The strength of mental power is closely related to the brain. When Yunze's brain was developed, his mental power also increased simultaneously. You're just one step away from opening your own manjiki. But this regret soon disappeared. Yunze stretched out his hand, he could feel the difference now. The development of his brain allowed him to completely control his body. With a light swing of his fist, the sound of breaking through the air suddenly resounded. Although the strength has not been substantially increased, but the increase in control has allowed him to better display these emperors. He is not the same now as he was before. It's almost time, we can leave now. Clear. Just when Lucy was about to do something, Yunze suddenly said something. Can you get that Ouroboros to take a look at me? What? Chapter 95. Take a look at you? Even though she has lost all human emotions, Lucy's consciousness can't help but fluctuate. It is said to be Ouroboros, but he is just the incarnation of a rule and has no real shape at all. How do you think of you? Yunze also seemed to know that the words just now were ambiguous. He just thought that this time his loitering system hadn't troubled the reincarnation space yet. So I thought of helping the little boy. Now it seems that it is better to finish the important things first. Thinking of this, Yunze quickly changed his words, it's okay, I was joking just now, you should do it yourself. He was interested in how Lucy packed. As you wish. After speaking, Lucy came to space with the cloud. I didn't see her move. The two stars that were about to collide below were broken into countless pieces in an instant. Then, like weathering, it completely turned into countless flickering light spots. As if the fuse was ignited, cracks opened in the nearby space, spreading rapidly to the distance. Before Yunze could react, the whole world exploded with a pop. 070. Countless light spots surged forward mightily from the distant depths of the universe, gathering around the original blue star position. If the world is compared to a computer, Lucy and the reincarnation space are obviously the core authority administrators. However, because Lucy is of this world in her own right, she has the home field advantage. After all, the reincarnation space is an outsider, so its reaction is a bit worse. Therefore, when the whole world began to actively end, the space of reincarnation reacted. In Yunze's perception, a terrifying breath appeared in the depths of the universe. This reminded him of the Ouroboros pattern that slowly emerged when he was in the Python world last time. In an instant, he understood that this was the incarnation of the rules of the reincarnation space waking up. As soon as I thought of this, the aura seemed to have finally awakened completely, and a terrifying wave came out from the depths of the universe. Visible to the naked eye, the speed of the light spots that were still gathering rapidly slowed down. How can it be successful? I can still persist. The other party is competing with me for control. Lucy said blankly, according to the current situation, it may not be possible to completely evolve the world into energy, and there will be a 30% loss. However, I will directly detonate the remaining energy at the last moment, and by then, this world will completely perish. Good guy. Hearing Lucy's words, Yunze clicked his tongue a little. Unexpectedly, he was still a ruthless person. Since I can't get everything, I would rather blow it up than keep it for you. However, at this time, he couldn't intervene, and could only watch the two inhuman creatures fight silently. The end of the superbody world this time is different from the last time when Yunze directly blew up the Python world. That time it was passive, but this time it is active. So there is no earth-shattering scene, only a steady stream of energy actively gathering. With more and more energy in the world in front of him, the breath in the center of the universe seemed to be out of anger. A wave far better than before came straight to Lucy. This time it was specifically for Lucy. Since you can't grab it, kill the culprit first. The collision between the rules is silent, but extremely dangerous. In Yunze's eyes, Lucy's figure is constantly distorted, as if countless data are being refreshed rapidly. Are you okay? Don't worry, it wants to directly tamper with my core rules, but this is expected, and it doesn't have enough time. The idea conveyed by Lucy is very complicated, and Yunze can only transform it into the meaning he understands. I always feel that these two are like hackers attacking each other now. Because of Lucy's protection, the reincarnation space did not find Yunze, so he was safe. However, he also couldn't intervene in the same way. For a while, Yunze was a little bored. These existences without bodies are really a headache. People don't even have eyes, and they can't even benefit from the system. Wait, Yunze suddenly thought of something. Speaking of which, the own system has rubbed off on samsara space twice. The first is the monster Sakai, the space incarnation becomes the eye of catastrophe, and that gaze made Yunze touch the whole world. But speaking of it, it's not actually the eyes. In the second catastrophe of the Python, when the own system got permission from the reincarnation space, it seemed that it was only because the reincarnation space used the power of the rules to activate the world seed, and inadvertently swept away Yunze in the process. So, does it mean that it only needs to let it scan itself again, and the system will be able to shoot? Thinking of this, Yunze looked at the constantly fluctuating power of rules around him, and felt a little anxious in his heart. Finally, the deadly one stretched out his right hand. A Ouroboros pattern suddenly appeared on the originally smooth skin surface. And when the pattern appeared, the dim pattern suddenly flashed a red halo. Ding! Number detected, 418,574 reincarnation, data query. There is no reincarnation with this number in this world, and it is judged as a violator. Start programmatic erasure. Successful obliteration, successful recovery of storage space, successful recovery of imprint. That's right. Seeing the disappearing imprint of reincarnation, Yunze finally felt comfortable. Just now he felt that something was almost there. I get it now. This trip to the derivative world is about to end, and he hasn't been obliterated by the reincarnation space yet. This is not possible, the tradition must be adhered to. And with the disappearance of the imprint of reincarnation, the pleasant notification sound from my own system has arrived. Successful eye contact with the reincarnation space, automatic selection to start. The selection is complete. Congratulations to the host for getting 10% management authority of reincarnation space. Haha, Stone Hammer. The system is indeed targeting the reincarnation space. Can't make eye contact? No, the system says contact is contact, and no contact is contact. Just to catch you a sheep to pluck the wool. Lucy, who was still resisting the attack, glanced at Yunze, and felt the breath of the Ouroboros on him just now. There is also a flickering horror rule. It was an experience that she didn't even understand, and secretly palpitated. But why is he acting like nothing happened? Can't help wondering, what happened just now? Ah, it's okay, just say hello to an old friend. Yunze is in a great mood now. Old friend, is that snake? Lucy was even more puzzled, do you know what it is? The reincarnation space is like a natural enemy to these derived worlds. But what exactly it is, no one knows. That's why Lucy has this question. Now she is full of desire to explore the unknown. However, Yunze did not answer her, but pointed to the gathered energy and said, I'll talk about this later, let's focus on it now. It seems that there is no energy gathered. Well, the others have been protected, and I can't grab them. If Lucy hadn't seized the opportunity, frankly speaking, she could only control 50% of the energy at most, and she couldn't keep it in the end. Can I go then? Yes. Lucy's consciousness instantly plunged into the energy that was the size of a blue star. I will enter that small world in your body right away, don't resist, or I won't be able to enter. Understood. With a thought, Yunze connected to the world in his body that was still in difficult labor. Following his thoughts, an invisible channel connected to Yunze. 3.6. And as the passage appeared, the surging energy rushed in like a torrent. In the blink of an eye, Yunze felt that the world in his body was filled with countless energy, dozens of times more than before. Floating quietly in the dead space. Before he could proceed to the next step. Suddenly, in the depths of the distant universe, an extremely dazzling light suddenly flashed. Even if it is light, it would take billions of years to transmit such a long distance. But now it's here in the blink of an eye. FK, it really exploded. Such an accident made Yunze dare not stay any longer, and disappeared from the superbook world in a flash. You've got all the benefits, it's time to go home.